Chapter 1, At a young age, he is already deaf as a post. Boom. The door to room 777 at the Star River Bar in Beijing was kicked open. Everyone in the room looked towards the door. Pop. Before they could see who it was, a bottle of wine flew towards the man. The man reacted quickly and dodged it, and the bottle fell to the marble floor and shattered into countless pieces. Just as the man turned to look at the bottle on the floor, a fist swung towards his face. The man frowned and immediately reached out and caught the punch. "You dog man! You can block my fist, die." Nan Shan was a little surprised when she saw that the dog man had grabbed her hand, but the next second she raised her leg and kicked him in the vital area. As soon as the man saw Nan Shan's movement, he immediately let go of her hand and sidestepped. "Who are you?" The man's cold voice came from his thin lips. "Who am I? I'm your aunt. How dare you cheat on me? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname." After Nan Shan finished scolding, she punched the man again. The men and women in the private room were stunned by the sudden fight, and after they reacted, they stood on both sides of the private room, and no one stopped the fight. Mainly because they didn't want to stop it. They all understood Gu Tingxiao's skills, and they couldn't lose, not to mention there was still a show to watch. Where did Tingxiao get into trouble? He hasn't been seen with any woman since that incident. If this girl said he cheated, does that mean he's come to terms with it and is talking to two at once? Let's just watch the fun for now. There's not much chance of seeing Tingxiao make a move. I have to say, this girl's not bad. I can't see her clearly, but she doesn't look too bad. Something's not right. Look at this girl carefully, she looks familiar. She does look familiar, and her voice is also very familiar, but I can't see her clearly. Turn on the lights and take a look. When the lights in the private room all turned on, Nan Xian was momentarily dazzled by the harsh light, and her movements paused for a second. The next second, Nan Xian's neck was grabbed by the man's large hand. At this moment, the onlookers immediately recognized the girl being grabbed by Gu Tingxiao's neck. Hey! Stop it! Pei Yanzhou quickly stepped forward and signaled Gu Tingxiao to let go. At this time, Nan Xian also recovered and opened her eyes, looking at the man in front of her with a cold expression. "Who are you? Who are you?" The two looked at each other and shouted out in unison. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in front of her, shocked. "Who is this?" Gu Tingxiao also noticed the confusion in Nan Xian's eyes. She didn't know him. "Xiao Qian, why are you here?" Pei Yanzhou hurriedly stood in front of Nan Xian and asked. "Pei Yanzhou?" Nan Xian saw Pei Yanzhou's face, and her mind was even more chaotic. Before she could figure it out, boom! With a loud noise, the door to the private room was slammed open again. A girl in a black dress rushed in. Excuse me, my friend has drunk too much, I'll." "Xiao Shu." The girl's words were not finished when she saw the man standing next to Nan Xian and exclaimed in shock. "Brother-in-law?" Nan Xian looked in the direction of the girl's gaze and saw the man he had been fighting with. Nan Xian instantly felt like his whole body was not good. What the hell is going on? Gu Tingxiao looked at the girl who had just entered from behind, and then looked at Nan Xian, who was standing still in the same place, and a cold light gathered in his eyes. "Shanwan? Why are you here too?" Pei Yanzhou looked at the girl who had just run in and asked in confusion. "I came here to find Qianqian." Gunwan pointed at Nan Xian and said. "Shanwan, is this your brother-in-law Gu Tingxiao, who eats people up and spits out the bones?" Nan Xian asked in a low voice, her heart uneasy. "You're right, the bottle on the ground, you didn't drop it on him, did you?" Gunwan thought back to when she had just entered the door. Nan Xian and her brother-in-law were arguing with each other, and a bad thought flashed through her mind, so she muttered in a low voice. "You're right too, isn't this living hell in the United States?" Nan Xian frowned and looked at Gunwan. "Did I tell you 3 months ago that he had returned to the country and now took over the Gu group?" Gunwan asked Nan Xian with clenched teeth, looking like she hated iron that couldn't be steeled. "It seems like I did, but I forgot." Nan Xian thought back, and it seemed like Gunwan had told me. Gunwan pursed her lips as she looked at Nan Xian's righteous expression. "Qianqian, let's run away." Gunwan's eyes lit up, and she winked at Nan Xian. "Okay, I don't want to die here." Nan Xian quickly blinked back at Gunwan. The two of them saw Gu Tingxiao turn around and walk towards the sofa with his back to them, and they turned around and ran out. "Gunwan, do you think you can get out of this door?" Gu Tingxiao walked up to the sofa and sat down directly, crossing his long legs casually as he looked up at the two girls who were slipping out. "Brother-in-law, Gunwan, heard Gu Tingxiao's words and didn't dare to take a step. She quickly took Nan Qian's hand and stopped. Everyone in the private room watched the scene in front of them quietly. This melon that fell from the sky is a free meal. Qian, Nguan, come, first explain why you two are here? Pei Yanzhou walked up and looked at the two girls and asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this question, Nan Qian looked at Gunwan with puzzlement. She had clearly come to help Gunwan vent her anger, but why did it involve her evil uncle? Gunwan saw Nan Qian's puzzled expression and whispered a few words of discussion, and everyone saw Gunwan turn her head with a face of utter resignation. I'll explain. Gunwan knew that this was a big mistake, and she could only explain seriously. Gunwan's boyfriend is called Chen Yu. He cheated on her behind her back, and when she found out, she told Nan Qian. Nan Qian is also a hot-tempered person, and as soon as she heard that her best friend had been cheated on, she drove over without saying a word. She was so fast that Gunwan didn't even have time to get into the car, so she had to drive after Nan Qian's car all the way over here. However, the scumbag Chen Yu was in room 444, and Nan Qian heard it as room 777, so she dialed the wrong number. Nan Qian, it doesn't matter that you entered the wrong room, but how could you mistake Tingxiao for Nu's boyfriend? Pei Yanzhou was a little confused. Could it be that Gu Tingxiao looked a lot like the scumbag? Because Nu told me that Chen Yu is 187 centimeters tall, and this is her new boyfriend. I haven't met him yet. Nan Qian knew she was in the wrong, and her voice dropped a lot. I just opened the door and rushed in, and after a quick glance, I realized that Xiaoshu's height matches 187. Nan Qian couldn't even finish her sentence. Nan Qian, Chen Yu is 178 tall, Gunwan whispered. Hearing this, Nan Qian instantly widened her eyes and looked at Gunwan. At this moment, she wished she could dig a tunnel with her toes and roll out. Not old enough to be deaf, but you're really good at pretending to be. Gu Tingxiao sneered. Me. For a moment, Nan Qian was at a loss for words. When did you get a boyfriend? Gu Tingxiao glanced at Gunwan, his eyes narrowing slightly, and Gunwan subconsciously shivered. I just started dating the day before yesterday, he cheated on me yesterday, and today you're here to catch him in the act. Gunwan looked into Gu Tingxiao's eyes, afraid to lie, and could only tell the truth. It really hasn't been a day, and it's been really fulfilling. Pei Yanzhou shook his head helplessly. Aren't you defending your doctoral thesis? Why are you here? Pei Yanzhou looked at Nan Qian and asked. I defended my thesis the day before yesterday. I found out yesterday that Xiaowan is in a relationship, and I came here today to catch her in the act. After Nan Qian finished explaining, there was silence in the entire private room for 3 seconds, and then there was a burst of laughter. Miss Nan has really led a fulfilling life, she hasn't been idle for a single day. As soon as the words fell, there was once again a burst of laughter in the private room. Xiaoshan, when will you stop being reckless? If it weren't for Tingxiao's good skills, just from your skills alone, anyone else would have broken an arm or leg by now. Pei Yanzhou said with a face full of speechless. Although Nan Qian is the daughter of a famous family, she has only loved karate and mixed martial arts since she was a child, but Nan Qian believes that this is her greatest strength. Other girls can cultivate other advantages, but Nan Qian's ability to fight is really something that other girls can't learn. Chen Yu, are you going to my place tonight or am I going to yours? Nan Qian was about to say something when she heard a sweet female voice coming from the corridor outside the private room. The private room door was open, and everyone in the private room, except Nan Qian, heard it as well. They all turned their heads and looked outside, including Gunwan. Shan Yu. Nan Qian realized that this was the person she was looking for, but her actions were faster than her thoughts. While she was thinking, she had already started walking towards the door. But she was a top student after all, and her mind was pretty quick. She took a step and then stopped, turning her head to look at Gunwan. This time, it's right, isn't it? Gunwan's gaze fell on Chen Yu, who was leaning over a woman as they walked past the door, and she didn't say anything. If it's him, that'll be fine. Nan Qian saw Gunwan's reaction and, without further ado, walked out of the room. Hey, Qian. Pei Yanzhou reached out to stop Nan Qian, but he didn't stop her. Dog man. Fuck. Ah. Nan Qian kicked Chen Yu's butt hard, and Chen Yu, who was not prepared, fell to the ground, along with the woman in his arms. Who the fuck doesn't want to live? Chen Yu lay on the ground, twisting his head to try to see who was attacking him. The next second, a wine bottle smashed on Chen Yu's head, the glass bottle shattered, and the wine mixed with blood flowed down Chen Yu's head. Xian 1. Qian. Nan Xian heard chaos behind her. When Shen Yu looked up after recovering, Nan Xian was holding a wine bottle with a broken bottom in her hand, and Gun Wan, who looked stunned, was standing next to her. Gun Wan? Shen Yu looked at the woman lying next to him when he saw Gun Wan. Shen Yu, you scum! Gun Wan snapped, pointing at Shen Yu. You're still Gun Wan. How dare you call her name? Nan Xian slapped Shen Yu twice. Who are you? What crazy woman are you to hit Shen Yu? The woman on the ground got up and blocked in front of Shen Yu, who was covered in blood, and angrily pointed at Nan Xian and yelled. You little mistress, you still have a reason. You're screaming here, believe it or not, I'll beat you up too. Nan Xian looked at the woman in front of him and said coldly. Who is the little mistress, you make it clear. I'm Chen Yu's official girlfriend. The woman stared at Nan Xian with her eyes wide. Nan Xian looked at the woman and didn't seem to be lying. I am Chen Yu's girlfriend. He chased me for 7 months and I agreed the day before yesterday. Gun Wan walked over, pulled Nan Xian up, and looked down at the woman on the ground. What? Chen Yu's girlfriend? The woman looked at Gun Wan incredulously, realized what was wrong, and then turned her head to look behind her at Shen Yu. Xiao Tian, let me explain. Shen Yu realized something was wrong and, ignoring his open wound, tried to stand up and grab the woman in front of him. Don't you touch me. The woman directly shook off Chen Yu's hand. Shen Yu, is she your girlfriend? Then what am I? You've been chasing me for 5 months, and I only agreed yesterday, and you coaxed me into bed. So you were still playing both sides against the middle. The woman's hands trembled with anger. Nan Xian and Gun Wan exchanged glances. What's going on? Before the two of them could finish exchanging glances, the broken wine bottle in Nan Xian's hand, which was only half full, was snatched away by a force. With a bang. Shen Yu got another blow to the head. The woman smashed the bottle and threw the last part she could hold on to on the ground. I spit. Scumbag. The woman said this and then lifted her leg and left in big strides. Shen Tian. Shen Yu covered his head, which had been opened again, and shouted after the woman's back, but she didn't pay any attention and left the bar straight away. Shen Yu saw that Shen Tian was not going to come back, so he quickly turned his head again and tried to take Gun Wan's hand. Wan, listen to me. Get out. Gun Wan lifted her foot and kicked Shen Yu out. You scumbag. Disgusting. I spit. After Gun Wan finished scolding him, she took Nan Xian's hand and turned to leave. As the two of them turned around, they bumped into Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou. It hurts. What was so hard? Nan Xian covered her face, her delicate features wrinkled together. She looked up and realized she had bumped into Gu Tingxiao. As she spoke, her hand was still touching his pecs. Haven't you had enough? Gu Tingxiao's cold voice came from above Nan Xian. Little brother-in-law. Nan Xian quickly withdrew her hand. Help! After touching this living hell, don't chop off your own hand. Shan Wan, are you okay? Pei Yanzhou looked down at Gun Wan slightly, and said tenderly. Brother Yanzhou, I'm fine. Gun Wan shook her head. Tingxiao, Yanzhou, take Shanqian and Xiaowan back to the private room first, I'll handle this. A male voice came from behind them, and Nan Xian looked over her shoulder to see Lu Muabe, the bar owner. Let's go. Pei Yanzhou nodded, and then led Nan Xian and the others towards the private room. Brother Yu. They had not walked for a few steps when a few men ran towards Chen Yu. Nan Xian and the others stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the people around Chen Yu. They looked at the injured Chen Yu and pointed angrily at Lu Muabe. Who do you think you are to hurt brother Yu? As soon as Nan Xian heard this, the fire that she had just suppressed came back up. I hit him. Nan Xian turned directly and walked straight towards Chen Yu again. Who the hell are you? A man pointed at Nan Xian and cursed. You dare to ask me who I am? Nan Xian raised his hand and grabbed the finger pointing at him, and broke it forcefully backwards. The crisp sound of bones and the man's screams resounded through the entire corridor. Ah Jian! Ah Jian! When several men saw Nan Xian break their friend's finger in real life, they instantly flew into a rage and rushed towards Nan Xian. Before Nan Xian could do anything, Lu Muabe and Pei Yanzhou stood in front of Nan Xian and knocked the men to the ground in a few moves. Shen Yu froze in place, not moving a muscle. At this moment, he realized that he had messed with the wrong people. Who the hell are you? Shen Yu pointed at Gun Wan and Nan Xian and asked. Want to know? Then listen carefully. Gu Nuan walked up to Chen Yu and whispered a few words in his ear. After Chen Yu finished listening, his eyes widened several times. He never dreamed that Gu Nuan, whom he had been chasing for 7 months, was actually the second eldest daughter of the Gu family in Beijing. He thought Gu Nuan was just an ordinary girl. Watch your mouth, or else Gu Nuan will finish speaking and turn around and walk back to Nan Xian's side. You guys go back to the private room first. Luo Mobei glanced at Gu Tingxiao, who nodded. After returning to the private room, Nan Xian finally had time to take a good look at everyone. The young masters in the room with Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou were all heirs to prestigious families in Beijing, and they all knew Nan Xian. The fighting prowess of Miss Nan has never failed to impress. The last person to fight with fourth master is now 2 meters tall. The one speaking was Wei Ming, the eldest son of the Wei family. I was going to help, but when I saw it was Nan Xian, I quickly withdrew my hand to avoid being mistakenly injured. Jian, the second young master of the Ji family, also laughed. You guys talk too much. Nan Xian gave them a look. You guys go out first. Gu Tingxiao glanced at Nan Xian and then spoke indifferently. In a few seconds, the room was left with only Gu Tingxiao, Nan Xian, Pei Yanzhou, and Gu Nuan. Why? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian and suddenly asked. What he had just witnessed was clearly Gu Nuan raising the wine bottle and smashing it on Chen Yu's head, but the next second Nan Xian snatched the wine bottle directly from Gu Nuan's hands, so fast that everyone thought Nan Xian had hit him. Nan Xian followed Gu Tingxiao's gaze and looked down at her hand. She didn't know when her hand had been cut and was bleeding. Shan, you're hurt. Gu Nuan saw that her brother-in-law had been staring at Nan Xian's hand, and she looked down to see that Nan Shan had hurt her hand. It's not serious. Nan Shan waved her hand, saying that it was a minor injury. Gu Tingxiao tilted his head slightly and looked at Pei Yanzhou, who immediately understood. You go with me to get the first aid kit. Pei Yanzhou grabbed Gu Nuan and walked towards the private room. No. Hey. Why are you pulling me away? Gu Nuan walked out the door and looked at Pei Yanzhou with confusion. Your brother-in-law wants to talk to Nan Xian, so let's not disturb them, Pei Yanzhou reminded Gu Nuan softly. But Xian's hand is still bleeding. Gu Nuan frowned, looking worried. Don't worry, she bled more when she climbed a tree to steal fruit than she is now, and I didn't see her delay eating the fruit. Pei Yanzhou gestured for Gu Nuan not to worry. That's true. Gu Nuan nodded when she heard this. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Nan Xian casually took a few paper towels from the table and pressed them down. They're blind, but I'm not. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Xian's actions and frowned slightly, but no emotions could be seen in his eyes. Nan Xian knew that Gu Tingxiao must have seen her actions, so she no longer hid them. If Chen Yu calls the police, Xianwan will definitely be taken away. She's so gutless that she'll just cry herself to death in jail. It's better if I go in instead. If I'm lucky enough to be locked up with that scumbag, I can still beat the crap out of him. Nan Xian said nonchalantly. The Nan family is also a well-known and powerful family in Beijing. As the eldest daughter of the Nan family, you don't care about your image. Gu Tingxiao's eyes kept staring at Nan Xian, as if he wanted to see through her. Brother-in-law, you just returned from abroad not long ago, and it's normal that you don't understand the circle of the rich second generation in Beijing. Do you think I, Nan Xian, have an image in Beijing? From kindergarten to college graduation, if it weren't for the Nan family's wealth and power, I would have been expelled countless times. Nan Xian raised an eyebrow, still looking indifferent. Gu Tingxiao's gaze became even more inscrutable when he heard Nan Xian's words. At the same time, Nan Xian also looked up and surveyed the man in front of her. Gu Tingxiao is 28 years old. Gu Nuan's grandfather had 4 sons, and he is the youngest but also the most capable one. When he was 8 years old, he was sent to the United States to study. When he graduated with a doctorate at the age of 20, he stayed in the United States and established his own company. Until 3 months ago, he was called back to Beijing by the old Master Gu and took over the current Gu group, assuming the position of president and being nicknamed the 4th Master of Beijing Gu. Gu Nuan is the daughter of Gu Eryi, Gu Mingchang. Although she is only 6 years younger than Gu Tingxiao, she has to respectfully address him as younger brother because of the family hierarchy. Whenever Gu Nuan mentions this younger brother to Nan Xian, she is often referred to as the living Hades. She has basically told Nan Xian all about his exploits in the United States. So it's normal for Gu Tingxiao not to know Nan Xian, but Nan Xian is very familiar with Gu Tingxiao. This incident today will not spread. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's eyes as he looked at him and spoke to warn him. Nan Xian heard this and paused for a moment, then asked seriously, "Brother-in-law, which incident specifically do you mean? The incident where we fought, or the incident with Chen Yu?" "Both." Gu Tingxiao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Thank you, brother-in-law, I don't really care, I'm itching all over, it's not like I need this little flea. But Xianwan's reputation cannot be ruined by this scumbag, so I still have to go and warn the scumbag." Nan Xian thought about it and still wasn't at ease about Chen Yu. What if he opens his mouth and blabs everywhere? You won't be able to see him anymore. Gu Tingxiao leaned back on the sofa, about to light a cigarette, but then he saw Nan Xian standing in front of him, so he put the cigarette back on the table. "Ha!" Nan Xian froze for a moment, then she reacted immediately. She had heard of Gu Tingxiao's methods before, and she knew that Chen Yu would not have a good ending. "Tingxiao." Lu Huabei walked in. "He is on his way to the airport, destination, Africa," Lu Huabei said as he opened the medical kit in his hands. "Africa?" Nan Xian was a little surprised, this move was a bit fast. "Nan Xian, it's July, and my bar has been smashed by you 7 times since January." Lu Huabei pulled Nan Xian onto the sofa and then treated her wounds. "Young Master Lu, I am not compatible with your bar," Nan Xian said speechlessly. "Miss Nan, where is it that you don't get along with this bar of mine? Which bar in the city gets along with you? Which one hasn't been baptized by you?" Lu Mo Bei shook his head helplessly. "Lu Mo Bei." Nan Xian glared at him angrily, her eyes as if she wanted to devour him alive. Okay, you're right." Lu Mo Bei then laughed, as if he wasn't going to dance in this minefield of ancestors. "Okay, the wound is bandaged. Don't get into fights recently. If the wound gets any bigger, you'll need stitches." After Lu Huabei had treated the wound, he tenderly instructed Nan Xian. Gu Tingxiao had been watching the two noisy people the whole time, without saying a word. He looked carefully at Nan Xian with his dark eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 2, Invincible in the Kindergarten. Lu Mo Bei put away the medical kit, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Nan Xian. "Here, miss, drink some to disinfect yourself." "I'm really thirsty." Nan Xian took the glass and drank it in one go. "Don't drink if you're injured." Gu Tingxiao paused when he saw Nan Xian drinking, then reminded her. "No, it's fine, it's just a small injury." Nan Xian froze for a moment and shook her head. "Tingxiao, other people can't drink when they're hurt, but our Miss Nan definitely needs to drink a few drinks to soothe her anger," Lu Mo said with a smile. Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly, and before he could say anything, Pei Yanzhou and Gun Wan walked in from outside, carrying a lot of takeaway in their hands. In Xiaoqian's case, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. If there is, then just drink a few drinks, as long as she is happy, Pei Yanzhou said as he placed the takeaway on the table. Shan Wan said, "You two haven't had time to eat, and you're here already. Eat something quickly." Gun Wan handed the chopsticks to Gu Tingxiao first, and then to everyone else, and everyone sat on the sofa and ate together. "That man was sent to Africa by me." Lu Huabei looked at Gun Wan and said a solution. "It's best not to come back for the rest of your life," Gun Wan said unkindly. "I haven't even asked you, where did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know about it?" Nan Xian held a bowl of porridge and sipped it slowly. "He's a classmate of mine, he's been after me for 7 months, but I never said yes, and you've been busy writing your thesis defense, so I didn't tell you." Gun Wan's tone was much calmer. Gun Wan felt a gaze fixated on her, so she looked up, and it was Gu Tingxiao. Little brother, we've never even held hands," Gun Wan hurriedly explained. Gu Tingxiao's anger and coldness in his eyes subsided a lot when he heard Gun Wan's words. "Shanshan, how's your hand?" Gun Wan felt guilty when she thought about Nan Xian taking the wine bottle away from her. She knew very well that Nan Xian was protecting her. "It's fine." Nan Xian shook her head, this is just a scratch at most for her. After finishing eating, Nan Xian and Gun Wan went into the bathroom together. The private room was now empty except for Gu Tingxiao, Pei Yanzhou, and Lu Huabei. "Are you familiar with this young lady?" Gu Tingxiao asked, taking a sip of wine from his glass. "Very familiar. We've known each other since we were little. I was 6 years old when she was born. My parents took me to the Nan family to see her. She was only 3 months old then, and she slapped me the first time we met." Pei Yanzhou couldn't help but laugh when he thought about the first time he met Nan Xian. Gu Tingxiao looked at Pei Yanzhou and signaled for him to continue. From the age of 3, when he started kindergarten, Nan Xian was unbeatable. Although she was in the younger group, the older children had to call her sister Qian when they saw her. Her kindergarten was next to my primary school, so every day when the driver picked me up from school, he would pick her up as well and they would go home together. Gu Tingxiao thought back to this point and recalled that the Pei family villa was indeed in the same villa area as the Nan family villa. Later, when she was in the 1st grade of elementary school and I was in the 6th grade, all the children from the 1st to the 6th grade knew that Nan Xian was someone you shouldn't mess with, and the boys in the 6th grade couldn't beat her in a fight. Often, boys would come to me crying, asking me to control Nan Xian. Upon hearing this, Gu Tingxiao gave a faint smile. Have you controlled her? Control her? I can't even beat her, how dare I control her? Pei Yanzhou looked at Gu Tingxiao with an idiot-like expression. Gu Tingxiao recalled the fight just now. Nan Xian was indeed very good at martial arts. He looked at Lu Muabe, who was sitting on one side drinking. Don't look at me, I can't beat this ancestor either. Lu Muabe put down his wine glass and shook his head. Nan Xian and I met when she was in college. She was fighting with someone else, rushed into my bar with blood all over her body, and begged me for help. Lu Muabe explained a little. Isn't she very good at fighting? And she loses? Gu Tingxiao laughed again. The person covered in blood was not her, but 2 men. Lu Muabe shook his head. He knew from the look on Gu Tingxiao's face that he had misunderstood. Gu Tingxiao. How did she and Gu Nuan meet? Gu Tingxiao had always known that Gu Nuan had a good friend, the eldest Miss Nan, but he had been abroad and didn't know much about it. They met in high school, and you were already abroad at that time. When she skipped school and went out to play, she was accosted by a few thugs and dragged into an old factory area. It so happened that Nan Xian also skipped school and ran into her. Nan Xian beat up the thugs, leaving 2 with minor injuries and 2 with serious injuries. In the end, the Nan family spent a lot of money to keep this ancestor from going to jail. Pei Yanzhou explained. How come I didn't know about this? Gu Nuan was being bullied, but Gu Tingxiao knew nothing about it. Not to mention you, no one in the Gu family knew. When Nan Xian was in the police station, she didn't say a word about Nan Nuan being bullied, only that she had a fight with those thugs. Later, after the Nan family dealt with the matter, they also put Nan Xian in solitary confinement for a month. When Pei Yanzhou said this, his admiration for Nan Xian in his eyes was undeniable. Nan Xian didn't mention it? Gu Tingxiao saw Pei Yanzhou's expression and guessed that there must be something else. Well, when she ran away from home, she met Xianwan, who had been waiting outside the Nan family villa area, and the 2 of them became good friends. Later, when they became familiar with each other, she realized that when Xianwan was rescued by her, although a large piece of her clothes had been torn open, she had not been violated. It was Xianwan who told us the truth about what happened. The reason Nan Xian didn't tell the police the truth was that she was worried that Xianwan had been violated, and if she told the truth, it would be equivalent to ruining Xianwan's innocence. So it's better to just say that she got into a fight, and at worst she'll be put in solitary confinement. After Pei Yanzhou finished speaking, a flash of surprise also crossed Gu Tingxiao's eyes. Nan Xian is a well-known person in our circle, there is no one she is afraid to fight. Lu Muabe said with a smile. Apart from fighting, what's her character like? Gu Tingxiao suddenly asked. Lu Muabe and Pei Yanzhou exchanged strange glances when they heard Gu Tingxiao's words. Why was he interested in Nan Xian? You can hardly imagine that she has caused so many problems, 95% of which were for the benefit of others. The outside world has spread rumors that she is arrogant and domineering, but only those who know her and those who know the truth of the matter know the real situation. Lu Muabe raised an unintentional smile, as if he had understood something. Oh? Gu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. Nan Xian, the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Gu Tingxiao silently mouthed the words. Master, the eldest daughter is back. Butler Sun Zhang entered the study of the old Nan and reported softly. Where is she? Nanny closed the book he was reading and looked up at Sun Zhang and asked. On the wall in the backyard. Sun Zhang said as he quietly pulled back the curtains. This girl, she chose to climb the wall instead of using the door. Old Lady Nan and Old Master Nan stood up and walked to the window, where they saw Nan Xian jumping down from the wall. Mr. and Mrs. Nan were sitting in the garden in front of the house, waiting for their eldest daughter. It seems that the eldest daughter found them and climbed in through the backyard. Sun Zhang turned on the surveillance camera and let Old Master Nan and Old Lady Nan watch. The old couple looked at the monitor and saw Nanzhe and Shiyi sitting in the front yard, and then turned their heads to look at Nan Xian, who had jumped into the yard, and the bodyguard keeping watch for her. They laughed helplessly. "You good granddaughter, you must have been fighting again," Nan's wife said with a smile. "Hey, this is no lady of the manor. The Nan family is at least a big family in Jing City, but how can Chen marry off like this?" Nan's father shook his head. "Marry her off? Don't even think about it. If she could marry off, I would give her all my shares in the Nan group." Old lady Nan bet her entire fortune on her good granddaughter not getting married. "If she could marry off, plus my shares, all for her." Old Nan added. "Master and madam, it's getting a little late, let's get some rest first." Sun Zhang reminded them kindly. Hearing Sun Zhang's words, old Nan and old lady Nan turned their heads and looked at Sun Zhang together. This crazy girl still hasn't come back. Nanzhe frowned and looked at the villa door, then glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was already past 11. "I told you you couldn't catch her, but you didn't believe me," Shiyi said nonchalantly, looking at his phone. "A girl like her, running around like crazy every day, is unacceptable. Starting tomorrow, I'll make her go to work." Nanzhe became more and more angry as he thought about it. Nan Xian is at least a PhD graduate from a top university in the country, and she can't just sit around at home. Your daughter just came back from graduation the day before yesterday, and you want her to go to work today? Shiyi put away her phone and looked at Nanzhe in surprise. She just came back from graduation. Even if she hadn't graduated, she would have come back someday. When she was applying to university, I already said that she should go far away from us and study abroad, so that she wouldn't come home every day and annoy me. But you insisted on relying on her and going to school in Beijing. Well, from kindergarten to the day before yesterday when she graduated with a doctorate, she never left home for a single day. She didn't want to live in the dormitory, and she didn't want to live in the house I bought for her across the street from the university. She just wanted to stay at the Nan family villa. You said she wouldn't be able to get used to living in a small apartment, so buying her a villa would be fine. Fine, I bought her a single-family 4-story villa, but isn't that enough for her to live alone in? The villa may not be as big as Nan's house, but it's big enough for her to throw parties with her friends every day, right? It's big enough for hide and seek. Dare you ask her where the villa I bought her is? It's been 5 years since we bought it, and do you believe this ancestor doesn't even know which way the front door is? Nanju became more and more angry as she thought about it, and in the end she took out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it. Come on, don't be angry with your daughter. She just likes being at home. When she gets married and doesn't come back, I don't know what you'll do. Shiyi shook his head helplessly. She's getting married. Wife, I, Nanzhe, will put my words here today. If she can get married, I will give up my shares in the Nan group and give them to her as dowry. Nanzhe was incredulous when she heard Shiyi's words. You still hope that your future son-in-law can control Shanshan, because ordinary men will be worn out by her. Shiyi also had a headache when he thought about Nan Xian's temper. Can he control Shanshan? Nanju went through the families in Jing City that were well known. The two sons of Lao Pei are no good, and Yanzhou can spoil Shanshan, but these two kids have been playing together since they were young, and they don't have those kinds of thoughts between them, otherwise they wouldn't still not be together. Yan Ming has a girlfriend, and they are almost engaged. Nanja started analyzing one by one. Lao Zhe, there really is a suitable candidate. Shiyi suddenly thought of someone. Who? Nanja's eyes lit up. Gu family. Shiyi reminded Nanja. Gu family? The sons of Gu Laoda, Er and San, all have girlfriends. Gu Er's second son even has a daughter, Gun Wan, who plays with Chanshan every day. They can't get married, can they? Nanju looked at Shiyi in shock. He couldn't imagine his daughter marrying a girl. Think carefully, who else is in the Gu family? Shiyi gave Nanju a look and reminded him to keep thinking. There's no one else in the Gu family. There's also Gu Laosi, who just returned from the United States to take over the Gu group, unmarried, 28 years old. Nanju's voice got lower and lower as he spoke. Yi Zi, you wouldn't want your daughter to marry Gu Laosi, would you? Nanzhe guessed what Shiyi was thinking. Gu Laosi even calls him Gu Siyi. His connections, talent, and abilities are all above the three Gu family patriarchs. He is young, unmarried, and childless, so why not? Shiyi analyzed. Stop messing around. Gu Laosi, Gu Siyi, Gu Tingxiao. Marry your daughter? Is he crazy or stupid? Nanja doesn't think it's a good idea. What are you talking about? Shiryi slapped Nanja on the head. Nanja is missing arms and legs, and she has an extra eye and 3 extra mouths. She has looks, a degree, money, what's not to like? Shiryi retorted to Nanja. Yes, if she hadn't been born into the Nan family, she would have had a second family. Nanze said, speechless. A second family? Shiryi didn't react at first. Your daughter has been living in the #1 prison in Beijing since kindergarten. Nanze finished and lit another cigarette. Nanze, if you don't get a beating today, you'll feel uncomfortable all over. Shiryi said as he rolled up his sleeves. Nanze hurriedly stood up and took a step back. Yi Zi, your daughter is 22 years old, and you still want to hit me? You put your hand down first. Shiryi gave Nanze a cold stare and retracted the fist she was about to swing. Let her deal with her own child. As soon as Nanze's words fell, he saw the villa door open, and the green Porsche drive in. Shan is back. Shiryi smiled as he watched the Porsche drive into the garage and park. Look at the speed of this car, it's not even driven by Qianqian. Nanjua shook his head. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, another black Porsche drove in from outside the villa and headed towards the garage. The two of them glanced at each other, and before they could say anything, a man walked out of the garage. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Nanchang waved to Nantua and Shiryi. Nanchang? Shiryi looked at the approaching Nanchang with some confusion. Why are you driving your sister's car? Shiryi asked Nanchang with a strange look. I saw my sister's car parked on the lawn outside the backyard wall, so I drove it back here. The driver drove my car back here. Nanchang pointed at the Nan family driver who had walked out of the garage. Outside the backyard wall. Outside the backyard wall. Nanze and Shiryi asked in unison. Yes, could it be? Nanchang raised an eyebrow. Could it be that my sister came back through the backyard wall? Chapter 3, I'll give you 2 choices. Sure enough, this crazy girl still knows to have her bodyguards keep watch. Nanze stood in front of the TV and saw the surveillance footage of Nan Qian climbing over the wall into the villa half an hour ago. In my opinion, Dad and Mom, you should get rid of my sister's bodyguards, these few aren't as capable as my sister. Nanchang kindly reminded. You think I hired bodyguards for my sister to protect her? Shiryi turned his head and looked at his son. What's that for? Nanchang asked, puzzled. To let them protect the people your sister beats up. Nanze said speechlessly. Nanchang, is this polite to my sister? Mom, I'm not going, I'm not done playing yet. Nanxian was dragged out of bed by Shiryi early in the morning. Qianqian, your father has given you 2 options. Shiryi crossed her arms and looked at Nanxian sitting on the bed. Which 2? Nanxian asked, puzzled. The first one is to go to Africa to take over the Nan family's newly established company. Shiryi held out her hand and made a 1. What about the second one? Nanxian shook his head like a rattle and hurriedly asked about the second option. The second one is much easier. After Shiryi finished speaking, Nanxian's eyes widened 3 times. 2 hours later. You've been glaring at me for an hour, aren't you tired? Gu Tingxiao's gaze shifted from the documents to Nanxian, who was sitting on the sofa opposite. Brother-in-law, please do something about this. I don't want to be here, and you don't want to see me, right? Please find a way to get me out of working here. Nanxian said dejectedly. It wasn't my idea to let you come to Gu's. Gu Tingxiao put down the pen in his hand and said indifferently. I know, it was my grandfather and father's idea. Tell me, why would they let me in the huge Nan group and not let me in Gu group? And I have to be your personal secretary? Brother-in-law, it is very likely that I am Nan group's mole in Gu group. You are not safe by putting someone like me here. Nanxian's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke, looking very sinister and cunning. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nanxian with a smile that was half smile. What does mean? Nanxian's mind didn't turn around for a moment. You overestimate yourself. Gu Tingxiao directly explained. Do you know why the Nan family doesn't let you in the Nan group? Gu Tingxiao saw Nanxian's appearance and actually wanted to chat with her. Why? Nanxian shook her head. This is what she can't understand the most. No one in the entire Nan group can suppress you. Gu Tingxiao guessed what he and Nanze were thinking when he received a phone call from Grandpa Nan in the morning. When Nanxian heard this, she subconsciously raised her eyebrows. She recalled all the people in the Nan group, from top to bottom, who could be called by name, and indeed there was no one she was afraid of. So you can hold me down? Nanshan looked at Gu Tingxiao and asked carefully. Listen to the tone of voice you use when you speak to me. Don't you have an answer? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nanshan with a little smile. This girl, she's quite amusing. Nanshan had to admit that Gu Tingxiao was the man with the most aura she had ever seen since she was young. Even if he didn't say a word, he just needed to sit there, and the aura exuding from his body made her dare not be unruly. However, Gu Tingxiao was also the most good-looking man she had ever seen. Even her own younger brother was not even a third as good-looking as Gu Tingxiao. His eyebrows and eyes are cold and stern, his nose is high and straight, his facial features are clean and sharp, and he is perfect and impeccable. He is 1.87 meters tall, with a slender figure and a strong and thin waist. Even when wrapped in a suit, you can feel his toned abs. Gu Tingxiao looked at the little girl in front of him. His beautiful fox eyes had already examined her from head to toe, and she could probably imagine what he looked like naked. Are you satisfied with my appearance and figure? Gu Tingxiao asked with his arms folded, implying a lot. Satisfied, this is just too full. Nanshan answered without thinking, and only noticed something wrong when she was about to finish. That, brother-in-law, apart from being able to suppress me, what else do you have? Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Nanshan quickly interrupted. Gu Tingxiao heard this question and smiled lightly. The most important point is that I can beat you. Hearing this reason, Nanshan really couldn't refute it. Since she was young, she had practiced karate and mixed martial arts, and she had indeed fought all over Beijing without finding an opponent. Yesterday, when she fought with Gu Tingxiao in the private room, she could feel that Gu Tingxiao's skills were definitely above hers. After all, the first few of her attacks were simply impossible for an average person to avoid, and in the subsequent fight, Gu Tingxiao only avoided and did not attack, so it was indeed a bit difficult for her to hit him. Do you agree with this? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nanshan. I agree. Nanshan could only nod, knowing that she really couldn't beat him. Brother-in-law, why did you agree to let me come to the Gu family? Nanshan asked seriously. Nanshan, 22 years old, graduated from Jingshi University with a doctorate in computer science, but she didn't like doing normal things. She liked being a hacker best, and her codename was NN, recognized as the #1 hacker in Huagua. Stop. Nanshan was shocked and jumped straight up from the sofa. How do you know the codename NN? Nanshan straightened up, as he had never made this public, and even Gunwan didn't know about it. Nanshan, there is nothing I can't find out about the people and things I want to investigate. Gu Tingxiao said nonchalantly. This is not something you can find out. Nanshan said very confidently. Want to know why? Gu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. Well, I want to. Nanshan nodded. Then do a good job as my secretary, and I'll tell you when I want to tell you. Gu Tingxiao pointed to the secretary's desk not far from his own. Nanshan turned her head and looked at the already packed desk, quickly calming down. Brother-in-law, how long do you want me to be your secretary? Nanshan needed a deadline. She didn't want to be trapped at the Gu's forever. Gu Tingxiao thought about it for a moment and said meaningfully, until the day your parents' wishes are fulfilled. My parents? What wish? Nanshan was full of question marks, wondering when her parents had a wish to tell Gu Tingxiao. Find out for yourself. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he gestured towards the office door. The next second, Gu Tingxiao's assistant Yuan Qianming walked in. Mr. Gu. Go and handle Nanshan's employment procedures. Gu Tingxiao said calmly. Okay, what position? Yuan Qianming glanced at Nanshan, who was standing by the sofa. 24 hours, personal secretary. Gu Tingxiao's index finger lightly tapped the table. Hearing this, Yuan Qianming, who had just had a calm expression, froze. Personal secretary? Or 24 hours? Any questions? Gu Tingxiao glanced at Yuan Qianming, who was frozen in place. No problem, I'll go take care of it right now. Yuan Qianming heard the warning in Gu Tingxiao's tone and immediately snapped out of it, turning around and walking away. Brother-in-law, how did I become your 24-hour personal secretary? Nanshan was also stunned when she heard this. The Nan family has already packed up all your luggage and sent it to my place. Do you think you still have a home to go back to? Gu Tingxiao laughed when he thought about this. What? Nanshan was confused. What was going on? From this moment on, Nan Shan began to suspect the real reason why her parents wanted her to come to Gu Tingxiao's place. "Brother-in-law, my parents don't want Nan Xian to say the rest of the sentence." "Huh?" Gu Tingxiao's index finger continued tapping on the desk. "They want to matchmake us, right?" Gu Tingxiao paused slightly when Nan Xian said this. "It seems you're not stupid." His finger tapping the desk suddenly stopped. This girl is quite clever. What the hell are they thinking? "You're Xiaonuan's brother-in-law, I'm Xiaonuan's best friend, we're going to get together, that's messed up." Having received Gu Tingyao's reply, Nan Xian felt as if her parents had gone crazy. "You don't agree?" Nan Xian's mind was even more confused after Gu Tingxiao finished speaking. She was crazy, but she wasn't stupid. She could hear the seriousness in Gu Tingxiao's tone. "Brother-in-law, do you agree? We met for the first time yesterday, so don't tell me you agree." Nan Xian didn't answer Gu Tingxiao's question. She felt that it was ridiculous that Gu Tingxiao could even ask that. Gu Tingxiao's dark eyes paused as he looked at Nan Xian's shocked expression. "Do you have a boyfriend now?" Gu Tingxiao decided to have a good chat with this little girl about their problems. "No." Nan Xian shook her head. "Do you have someone you like?" Gu Tingxiao continued to ask. "No." Nan Xian continued to shake her head. "I'm not married, you're not married, we're both single, so why don't we try?" Gu Tingxiao's tone did not carry the slightest hint of joking. "Brother-in-law, please don't tease me." Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao and became much more sober. "You are the fourth master of the Gu family in Beijing, and you can cover the sky with one hand. If you sneeze, it will be like an earthquake of magnitude 7 in Beijing. Although the Nan family is not much different from the Gu family, I am different from you. I am the famous, wild, willful, and unreasonable young lady of the rich second generation in Beijing. Brother-in-law, open your eyes and take a good look. Do we match?" Nan Xian held out her hand, pointed at Gu Tingxiao, and then at herself. Gu Tingxiao is handsome, rich, has a great body, and is very powerful. Nan Xian knew exactly how she compared to him. The Nan family was powerful and influential, but in Beijing, the Gu family was the center of attention. The Gu family had been in power for decades. The two families have always had a good relationship, but Gu Tingxiao has been abroad for so long that he doesn't even know Nan Xian, so it's pure nonsense for them to talk about these things on their second meeting. "Nan Xian, I told you yesterday that others may be blind, but I'm not," Gu Tingxiao said thoughtfully. Nan Xian was stunned. What did he mean? Gu Tingxiao, 28 years old, is currently the president of the Gu Group. He has no idea how many properties and cars he owns. If you need to know, you can ask Yuan Qianming to do a count. I need a marriage partner. Marry me, and all you need to do is sit here every day and do what a Gu wife needs to do. You can swipe your card and spend money as you like. You can buy bags, jewelry, a house, and a car as you like. After we get married, I will give you a list of my assets, and whatever you want will be in your name. You can go drinking and clubbing, and I'll get you a driver and bodyguard. In the future, if you get into a fight and go to jail, I'll bail you out, so your family doesn't have to. The villa doesn't have a curfew, so we'll live separately, not with my parents, so you won't have to climb over the wall every time you get into a fight and go home." After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Nan Xian was completely stunned. What was this, tempting himself? No need for Nan's family to bail him out after a fight, which meant that he need to be put in solitary confinement? Nan Xian asked subconsciously, and after she finished asking, she was speechless. If you want to reflect on your actions behind closed doors, no one will stop you. Gu Tingxiao's thin lips curled slightly upon hearing this question. What does Mrs. Gu need to do? Nan Xian's mind had already started to fill in the blanks. It wouldn't be something that required her to sit here every day and memorize the 4 books and 5 classics and the female precepts, and learn the etiquette of female workers in embroidery, would it? Then she will refuse to do it. She has finally graduated, and now she doesn't want to read a book or even hold a pen. If she doesn't do these things, does she have to give birth to sons for him? If she gives birth to daughters, does she have to keep getting pregnant and giving birth, just like a hen laying eggs, as many as she can? That won't do. Even if she is not good at anything, she is still the eldest daughter of the Nan family. The Nan family is also one of the top 5 big families in the capital city. She cannot be reduced to a breeding machine. Gu Tingxiao looked at the facial expression of the little girl in front of him and knew that she had already imagined a big scene in her head. Block all the women who want to get into my bed. Gu Tingxiao said it outright, and if he didn't say it, he was worried that Nan Shen would exhaust all her brain cells. What he needed most right now was a legitimate wife to block the women for her, and then he could focus on his career. That's it? Nan Xian was a little surprised to hear this. This is too easy for him, just dial it out. The rest is up to you. Gu Tingxiao nodded. While they were talking, the office door was knocked on. Nan Xian turned his head and looked at the office door. Yuan Qianming walked in, holding a contract in his hand, followed by a woman. President Gu, this is the contract you asked for. Yuan Qianming placed the contract in front of Gu Tingxiao. Then Yuan Qianming turned sideways and introduced the woman behind him. This is Miss Lin Lin, an acquaintance arranged for you by the old master Gu. After Yuan Qianming finished speaking, the woman behind him took the initiative to walk up to Gu Tingxiao. Tingxiao, hello, I'm Lin Lin. The moment Lin Lin saw Gu Tingxiao, her eyes lit up, and her voice was even more clamped than ever. If it wasn't for the desk in the way, she would have probably been glued to Gu Tingxiao's body. I am a master's degree holder in economics from Nanchang University of Finance and Economics. I just graduated this year. I am 27 years old, 1.6 meters tall, and weigh 80 kilograms. I am innocent, I have never had a boyfriend before, and you are the first one. Lin Lin didn't wait for Gu Tingxiao to speak, and started introducing herself. Hearing this, Nan Xian, who was watching the fun from the side, had a harder time suppressing the corners of her mouth than AK. What kind of blind date scene is this? She hadn't experienced a blind date before, so was it really that interesting? Yuan Qianming, who was standing nearby, was calm, probably because he had seen this kind of scene many times. Gu Tingxiao ignored the woman in front of him and glanced at the little girl who was watching the fun. Nan Xian felt a gaze and looked in the direction of the gaze. It was Gu Tingxiao. What does this mean? Does this mean that he wants her to interview Mrs. Gu? Isn't it just to block the woman? There is nothing bad about being Mrs. Gu. In the future, there will be more people who help themselves, and they won't be put in solitary confinement. Anyway, Gu Tingxiao doesn't seem like an animal. There are some things that he can't do if she doesn't agree. When she thought about this, Nan Xian seemed to have made up her mind. But she is not rude, so she can't just hit her. She usually gives verbal education first, and if that doesn't work, she will solve the problem by force. Miss Lin, is it okay for you to call me Tingxiao? Nan Xian slowly walked up to Lin Lin and took a look at her. Miss, who are you? Lin Lin could hear the aggression in Nan Xian's words. Anyone with half a brain would have called him Master Gu or at least Gu Zong when they saw him. It seemed that Miss Lin was not from a big family and did not know these rules. Nan Xian did not answer Lin Lin's question. Miss, my family is also one of the best in Beijing. Lin Lin looked up at Nan Xian with her chest puffed out. Do you know what it means to be one of the best? Nan Xian laughed when she heard this. The Lin family is ranked 97th among the family businesses in Beijing this year. Lin Lin was full of pride. 97th and you still dare to talk to me like this? Nan Xian shook her head when she heard this ranking. No wonder she had never heard of Lin Lin's name. Miss, who are you? Lin Lin still maintained her last shred of dignity in front of Gu Tingxiao. Nan Xian. Nan Xian directly said her name. Nan. Nan Xian? The eldest Miss Nan? Lin Lin instantly reacted, subconsciously taking a step back. Well, just saying your name and you know who I am, this is called being famous, understand? Nan Xian wore a smile on her face. Although her reputation was not good, it was still very famous in Jing City. Nan Xian took a step towards Gu Tingxiao. Fourth master is my man, and Miss Lin can give her pure body to whoever she wants. Stay away from my fourth master. Nan Xian looked at Lin Lin with a warning in her eyes. Hearing Nan Xian's words, Yuan Qianming, who had been watching the fun, was surprised. What's going on? You. Master Gu clearly said that Ting. Master Gu is single. Lin Lin didn't believe Nan Xian's words. She saw that Yuan Qianming was also a little surprised, and she was even more convinced that Nan Xian was lying to her. Oh, you listen so much to Master Gu, then go find him. Nan Xian tilted her head a little, looking like she was about to die of anger. You liar. Lin Lin was a little angry. Liar? Nan Xian walked over to Gu Tingxiao, then sat directly on his lap, and raised her arm to wrap around his neck. At this moment, she felt Gu Tingxiao's body suddenly stiffen, and for a moment, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Fourth master. Little brother. You mustn't push me away, or my face will really be shattered like glass by a blender. A few seconds later, Gu Tingxiao's stiff body relaxed slightly, and then he extended his strong and powerful arms and wrapped them around Nan Qian's soft waist, which was barely a handful. At this moment, Nan Qian's suspended heart finally let go. Lin Lin saw this scene and was both angry and ashamed. She was angry because she had finally persuaded Grandpa Gu to agree to see Gu Tingxiao, but she didn't expect this scene. She was ashamed of standing in front of the other person's official girlfriend and just now coming up and introducing herself and saying those things. Lin Lin knew that there was no chance for her in Gu Tingxiao anymore, so she bowed slightly, without saying another word, and turned around directly with her bag in hand. Miss Lin, you don't need to see me out. Nan Qian sat on Gu Tingxiao's lap and waved to Lin Lin with one hand still loose. As Lin Lin walked out in a rage, a woman brushed past her and walked in. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Gu Nuan's words had not finished when she saw Nan Qian sitting on Gu Tingxiao's lap, with her arm around Nan Qian's waist. At this moment, Gu Nuan's mouth opened wide, her eyes wide, and she wondered if she was sleepwalking. No, Nuan, don't misunderstand. Nan Qian froze for a moment when she saw Gu Nuan, and quickly jumped off Gu Tingxiao's lap, wanting to explain to Gu Nuan. Gu Tingxiao felt his arms suddenly become empty, and looked meaningfully at Nan Qian's back. I didn't misunderstand. I really didn't misunderstand. Gu Nuan shook her head quickly when she came back to her senses. No, don't speak. Just listen to my explanation. Nan Qian rushed to Gu Nuan and explained everything. Xiao Qian, if you were my little aunt, I would be more than willing. Gu Nuan completely ignored what Nan Qian explained, and all she could think about now was that Nan Qian could be her little sister-in-law. As soon as Nan Qian heard this, she knew that she had explained for nothing. What are you doing here, Nuan? Gu Tingxiao's tone was even softer than usual when he heard what Gu Nuan said. Oh yes, little brother, I came to give you the contract. After Gu Nuan finished speaking, she took out the folder in her bag and handed it to Gu Tingxiao. Contract? Gu Tingxiao took the document with confusion. Well, Grandpa said, you'll know once you open it. I've never opened it, so I don't know. Gu Nuan didn't dare to lie, she didn't dare to read the contract that Grandpa Gu gave to Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao opened the contract and read the content inside. Gu Nuan and Nan Qian couldn't tell what expression he had on his face, and they couldn't guess what the contract was about at all. This old man has a lot on his mind. Let's go back and hand this in. Gu Tingxiao let out a light laugh, then picked up a pen and signed his name, before handing it directly to Gu Nuan. Gu Nuan put away the contract and then looked at Nan Qian again. Xiao Shang, you continue hugging my little brother, I'll go first. Gu Nuan finished speaking and ran off. This was a big deal, she had to hurry back and inform everyone. Yuan Qianming looked at Gu Nuan as she ran away, and his first reaction was to run as well. This was a big deal, and he had to hurry back and inform everyone. Hey! What are you running for? Nan Qian looked at the two people running away and said in a speechless voice. In the end, Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao were the only ones left in the office. Nan Qian slowly turned her head and looked at the man sitting in the boss chair, who was looking at her with a smile. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Nan Qian returned to the sofa, unable to describe her current mood. Now he's calling me brother-in-law again? Gu Tingxiao stood up from the boss chair, and his two long, slender, and well-proportioned legs walked towards Nan Qian step by step. I was just trying to block that woman from you, otherwise I wouldn't dare even if you lent me 10 guts. Nan Qian didn't dare to lie, she didn't know where she got the courage to sit on Gu Tingxiao's lap. While they were talking, Nan Qian tried to sink a piece of the sofa next to her. Gu Tingxiao sat next to her, and the light fragrance of ebony sank to Nan Qian. Nan Qian turned her head and looked at Gu Tingxiao sitting next to her. His taste was definitely not bad. This men's perfume cost 8 digits for a bottle, and it was still the limited edition that money could not buy. She had also bought a bottle, but it was just sitting in her perfume cabinet for show. Have you made up your mind? Gu Tingxiao extended his long, slender fingers and poured tea on the tea table. After the tea was ready, he handed Nan Qian a cup. If I marry you, I won't lose out, you will. Nan Qian took the tea. At this moment, she felt that this aloof man didn't seem as scary as the rumors had it. Gu Tingxiao heard Nan Qian's words, his dark eyes flinched, but he didn't say anything. Nan Qian had just finished drinking the tea in her cup when her phone rang. She took her phone out of her pocket and, after seeing the caller ID, hesitated before answering the phone. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Xian, who was holding the phone in a daze, and the caller ID was a series of numbers with no notes. The phone rang again and again, the second time, the third time, and so on, until the fourth time, when Nan Xian came back to her senses. This time, Nan Xian didn't ignore the call, but instead, she simply turned off her phone and put it aside. Gu Tingxiao turned his head to watch the little girl's movements, without asking any questions. After all, the two of them were not yet familiar enough to ask these questions. Little brother, I agree. Nan Xian never hesitated again, looking directly into Gu Tingxiao's eyes and giving a positive reply. Gu Tingxiao did not hesitate at all, nodding directly, but looking thoughtfully at Nan Xian's phone. After finishing the tea, let's go. Gu Tingxiao poured another cup of tea for Nan Xian. Nan Xian took the tea and finished it, looking at Gu Tingxiao with confusion. Where are we going? To take you home and get your household registration book. After saying this, Gu Tingxiao stood up from the sofa, then walked to the clothes rack and picked up his suit jacket. Nan Xian didn't feel awkward when she heard this. Since she had decided to be with Gu Tingxiao, she would be open about it. She also got up from the sofa and followed Gu Tingxiao out of the office. Mr. Gu, are you going out? Yuan Qianming looked at Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian with confusion. Gu Tingxiao nodded. What about the afternoon meeting? Seeing Gu Tingxiao's expression, Yuan Qianming didn't think he could still go back to the office. Cancel it and go get the car. Gu Tingxiao didn't hesitate. Okay. Yuan Qianming quickly walked back to his assistant's office, grabbed the car keys and left with Gu Tingxiao. After entering the parking lot, Nan Xian did not get into Gu Tingxiao's car, but walked straight to his green Porsche. You're driving yourself? Gu Tingxiao asked, watching Nan Xian's movements. I can't not drive, can I? Nan Xian laughed. Follow in the car. Gu Tingxiao casually said, then walked straight up to Nan Xian and motioned for her to get in. Nan Xian finally reacted, and Gu Tingxiao told Yuan Qianming to follow behind in his car. And this god was going to get into his car. Nan Xian froze for a few seconds, but quickly reacted and opened the car door. We're getting married, we can't be too formal. I'll drive. Gu Tingxiao walked up to Nan Xian and held out his large, knuckly hand. Okay. Nan Xian handed the car keys to Gu Tingxiao. As Nan Xian sat in the passenger seat, she turned on her phone, which had been switched off, and sure enough, it was full of missed calls. Just a few seconds after switching it on, the phone rang again. Nan Xian picked it up impatiently. Will it never end? Nan Xian, why didn't you answer my calls? A man's voice came through the car stereo, and Nan Xian remembered that she hadn't switched off the Bluetooth and it had automatically connected to the car. She put her phone aside and used Bluetooth to talk to the other person, without making a sound while driving. Just get to the point. Nan Xian didn't answer the man's question. Xian, it was my fault before, everything was my fault. Can we start over? The man's tone was full of pleading. Lin Feng, do I look like the kind of person who would go back to an ex? Nan Xian hung up the phone after she finished speaking. There was a long silence in the car, and Nan Xian turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao. She knew that Gu Tingxiao must have checked up on her. My ex-boyfriend, Lin Feng, was together for 2 years, but apart from holding hands, there was no excessive contact. Nan Xian felt that it was better for her to take the initiative to make things clear. Do I need to talk about my past? Gu Tingxiao held the steering wheel in his right hand, and his left arm was casually resting against the window. No need. Everyone has a past. Nan Xian shook her head. She wasn't interested in Gu Tingxiao's past, at least not at the moment. After all, the two of them had no emotional foundation. Gu Tingxiao gave a faint smile and continued driving. He drove quickly and steadily, and soon arrived at the villa area. Brother-in-law, park the car over there. Nan Xian pointed to a location. Gu Tingxiao lightly raised an eyebrow when he saw the location Nan Xian had pointed to. This girl wouldn't. Chapter 4, It's unexpected to see you here. The green Porsche and dark blue Phantom pulled up to the back wall of Nan's villa. Nan Xian sat in the passenger seat and took off her high heels. She was about to open the door and get out when Gu Tingxiao grabbed her wrist. Are you going to climb over the wall? What else? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao with a puzzled expression. Is the door to Nan's villa welded shut? Gu Tingxiao's tone carried a hint of doubt. No, I just don't want the family to know about the two of us getting married. Nan Xian spoke honestly. Marrying me is something that can't be brought up in polite company? Gu Tingxiao's tone became cold when he heard Nan Xian's words. Nan Xian heard Gu Tingxiao's dissatisfaction, but just shook his head lightly. Brother-in-law, this is for your own good. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian carefully, and finally nodded lightly. Where is the household register? I'll go in and find it for you. You? I'll go, I don't know where it is either, I'll have to look for it. Nan Xian was surprised for a moment. To be honest, she didn't know either. In the end, Gu Tingxiao chose to accompany Nan Xian to climb over the wall and go in together to steal the household register. Yuan Qinming, sitting in the dark blue phantom, had his mouth wide open like a light bulb, watching as Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian got out of the car and then climbed onto the front hood of the Porsche and scaled the wall of Nan's villa backyard. The two of them were standing on the backyard wall about to jump down when they saw 12 pairs of eyes staring at them. Nan Xian saw the 6 bodyguards standing by the wall and quickly signaled for them to be quiet. Young lady, can you please choose a different way in next time? The head of the bodyguards said helplessly. Hurry up and turn that camera away from me. If the old man finds out I'm back, you'll all be waiting to be my punching bags. Nan Xian said in a low voice, pointing at the surveillance camera by the wall. The head of the bodyguards had no choice but to turn away the camera and watch Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao climb in. Then, with ease, they climbed from the first floor balcony to the second floor balcony and entered Nan Xian's bedroom. You have quite an unusual route home. Gu Tingxiao, standing in Nan Xian's room, had a hint of a smile in his voice. In the past, if I got someone else's blood on me after a fight, I would climb over the wall and come in, then secretly wash my clothes. Nan Xian was walking with Gu Tingxiao, talking as they went. Why are you always fighting? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian, who was almost 2 heads shorter than him, and asked in puzzlement. They don't look good to me, and reasoning with them is too much trouble. It's more effective to just get physical, Nan Xian said quietly, standing in front of his bedroom door. Nan Xian quietly pulled open the bedroom door a little and looked outside carefully. Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan were watching TV and drinking tea in the living room on the first floor. Nanja and Shiyi had gone to the office, and Nanshang had gone back to school, so it was still quite convenient to come back at this time. Nan Xian sneaked into Nan Leoi's study with Gu Tingxiao and began looking for the household register. The old man had hidden it really well. Where could it be? Nan Xian was in Nan Leoi's study, pulling open the drawers one by one to look for it. Could it be in the safe? Gu Tingxiao asked, pointing at Nan Leoi's safe. No, the safe contains only Grandpa's cigarettes, Nan Xian said with certainty. Cigarettes? Gu Tingxiao was a little puzzled. Grandma forbids Grandpa from smoking, so in Grandpa's eyes, cigarettes are much more important than money, and they are all hidden in the safe, Nan Xian explained. Nan Xian searched for more than 10 minutes but couldn't find the household register. Just as she was about to go to the cloakroom, Nan Xian heard the voices of Grandpa and Grandma Nan talking. Oh no! They're coming up the stairs! Nan Xian subconsciously took Gu Tingxiao's hand and ran straight into the cloakroom, then opened a cupboard and pulled Gu Tingxiao in with her. When the two of them were standing in the closet, Nan Xian noticed the hands that had been pulled together, and instantly blushed. She quickly let go. Sorry, little brother. I was a bit anxious just now. Gu Tingxiao looked at the released hands and felt a hint of loss in his heart. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Could it be that he had different feelings for the little girl in front of him? Seeing that Gu Tingxiao was not speaking, Nan Xian became a little anxious. Are you really angry? I'm sorry. I'm not angry. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. You old man, why did you insist on bringing me up here? Old Lady Nan's voice came from outside the closet, and Nan Xian's heart suddenly jumped. How did they get in? Oh dear, today I delivered Xiao Qian's luggage to that boy Tingxiao, sooner or later they will fall in love. Grandpa Nan's tone was very certain. You really are, without asking the opinions of the two children, you are just forcing them together. Grandmother Nan said with some resentment. Your granddaughter? Ask her opinion? She wouldn't even agree if you asked her to invite the Jade Emperor down. Grandpa Nan said impatiently. So what do you have to do? Mrs. Nan thought about it and agreed. I'll look for the household register and have Nan Zhe deliver it to Ting Xiao some other day. If the two of them really develop feelings for each other, they can go get a marriage license anytime. When Mr. Nan said this, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. You're thinking too far ahead, getting a marriage license? It's not even certain that Ting Xiao will look at your granddaughter. Mrs. Nan was at a loss for words at Mr. Nan's train of thought. Early. Before Nan Leo Yeji could finish his sentence, he opened the closet door. The moment their eyes met, the air in the entire cloakroom stopped flowing. Grandpa! Grandpa and Grandma, it's been a long time. Nan Xian awkwardly extended her hand and said hello. I'm really surprised to see you here. Nan Lao Yeji stared straight at Nan Xian, who had greeted him. It's true that it's been a long time, and we live under the same roof, but we don't see each other. Nan Lao Yeji's tone was a little helpless. Then, Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan turned their heads and looked at Gu Tingyao, who was crouching opposite Nan Xian. Say it, what are you two doing crouched in the cupboard? Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan sat on the sofa, looking at Gu Tingyao and Nan Xian standing together, their tone interrogatory. Looking for the household register. What for? To get a marriage certificate. With whom? Grandpa, can't you see with whom I'm getting a marriage certificate? Nan Xian looked at Grandpa Nan with wide eyes. Get a marriage license. Grandpa Nan just reacted to what Nan Xian said. Let me do the talking. Gu Tingxiao took the initiative to pull Nan Xian's hand, and then looked at Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan. Grandpa and Grandma, I want to marry Nan Xian, so I took the liberty to come and get the household register. Gu Tingxiao should have called Grandpa Nan and Grandma Nan uncle and auntie, but he still chose to follow Nan Xian's lead and called them Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa and Grandma Nan understood Gu Tingxiao's thoughts, so they didn't say much about the title, because their granddaughter was a generation younger than this man. Do you two understand each other? Grandpa Nan looked at Gu Tingxiao and asked seriously. Not well enough, but since I chose to marry Qianqian, I will not let her down and will be devoted to her. Gu Tingxiao told the truth. Tingxiao, we all know exactly what kind of person you are, and we have complete confidence in you. Grandpa Nan nodded. Our original intention in sending Xiaoshan to you was to let you two try to get along. However, Grandpa Nan's tone changed. You don't know Xiaoshan well. She's too manipulative, and most men can't stand her. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? After Nan's words, Nan Xian felt bad. What's going on? I married someone I don't know, shouldn't you consider it for me? I know a little about Qian's temperament. Gu Tingxiao did not avoid the question. But I know Qian's character, she is not a barbaric and unreasonable girl, on the contrary, she has her own reasons for everything she does. I have briefly looked into what she has done, and I think if these things were to happen to me, I would do the same as her. When Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Nan Xian, who was standing to the side, fell into deep thought. She was not averse to Gu Tingxiao investigating her, and she was surprised that he would agree with what she had done. You also know about the fight? Nan Xian's grandfather narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Tingxiao with a complex expression. I know roughly. Gu Tingxiao nodded. While they were talking, Nan Xian's phone rang again, and Nan Xian took out her phone and glanced at it. You agree to get married too? Grandpa Nan looked at Nan Xian again, who was looking at her phone and hadn't heard a word Grandpa Nan had said. Qian. Gu Tingxiao reminded Nan Xian softly. Ha? Nan Xian looked up confusedly at Grandpa Nan and Gu Tingxiao. You? Grandpa Nan's words were still unfinished when Nan Xian seemed to have made up her mind. Grandpa, I am willing to marry your younger brother, Nan Xian said firmly. Xian, although you don't know Tingyao well enough, trust me, you two will have a good life together, Nan's grandfather said, handing Gu Tingyao the household registration book. When Nan Xian walked out of the Nan family villa and got into her green Porsche, she was in a daze and didn't even know when she had left. Xian, what's wrong with you? Gu Tingxiao had long since noticed that Nan Xian's mood was not right. I'm fine. Nan Xian shook her head. Little brother-in-law, I need to go to the hospital, would you accompany me? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao and asked hesitantly. Are you not feeling well? Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly and looked carefully at Nan Xian's face. No, it's my ex-boyfriend, threatening me with suicide, I want to go deal with it. Nan Xian did not hide it. Okay, let's switch cars first. Gu Tingxiao nodded, then got out of Nan Xian's car and walked over to the passenger seat to open the door. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao, who had opened the door for her, and got out of the car without saying a word. The dark blue Phantom pulled into the hospital parking lot, and Yuan Qianming opened the door for the two of them, who got out of the back seat. Let's go. Gu Tingxiao extended his large hand towards Nan Xian. Nan Xian looked at the hand that was extended towards him, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then placed his hand on top of it. When Nan Xian's hand was wrapped in Gu Tingxiao's large hand, a feeling that had never been felt before flashed through Nan Xian's heart, like an electric shock. The two men strode into the hospital lobby. 7 or 8 boys and 1 girl were standing at the entrance to the resuscitation room, walking around anxiously. Nan Xian is here. One of them shouted out immediately when he saw Nan Qian. Nan Qian! You bitch! The woman said this while reaching out her hand towards Nan Qian. Nan Qian was about to catch the slap, but unexpectedly, Gu Tingxiao grabbed it first. You, let go, let me go. The woman shouted at Gu Tingxiao, but as soon as she saw him with her own eyes, her momentum immediately weakened. Why are you looking for me? To attend Lin Feng's funeral? Nan Qian looked straight at the several boys behind the woman. Nan Qian, how can you say that? Lin Feng killed himself for you, don't you feel any remorse? The woman didn't dare to look Gu Tingxiao in the eye, so she could only yell at Nan Qian. Chen Jiawei, Lin Feng killed himself for me, why are you barking here? Don't you feel pathetic? Nan Qian said coldly. You. Chen Jiawei didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiawei, you take a break first. A boy walked up and indicated for Chen Jiawei to go wait over there. Nan Qian, you were with Lin Feng for 2 years, even if you broke up, you should still have feelings for him, he is in there right now, his life is in the balance, it's not appropriate for you to bully his current girlfriend here. The boy looked at Nan Qian with a preachy expression. Zhang Zhe, you know that Lin Feng and I broke up, why did you send me a message asking me to come here? Nan Qian's tone was still very cold. He killed himself because of you. Zhang Zhe pointed at the door to the resuscitation room. You're in your 20s, at least, so if you're not feeling well, go to the neurology department for a checkup. Lin Feng cheated on Chen Jiawei first, so I broke up with him to keep the pair of dogs apart. Now they should be sleeping together in sweet bliss, but Lin Feng, for some reason, insisted on reconciling with me, and I refused. He tried to commit suicide again. Is he the emperor? Why does he have to play around with multiple wives and concubines? You keep looking for me over and over again, don't you just want me to come over and watch him die? Fine, then I'll just go in and find a doctor to stop the resuscitation. After Nan Qian finished speaking, she let go of the hand she had been holding with Gu Tingxiao and walked straight towards the door to the resuscitation room. You're not allowed to go. Don't hurt Lin Feng. Chen Jiawei blocked the way between Nan Qian and the door to the resuscitation room. She knew that Nan Qian was capable of doing what she said. Chen Jiawei, you are really despicable. Your boyfriend is committing suicide for his ex-girlfriend, and you are still here whining. If he dies today, do you still have to die in his place? Nan Qian directly raised her hand and slapped Chen Jiawei twice. Before Chen Jiawei could react, Nan Qian directly pushed her aside and kicked open the door to the resuscitation room. If you dare to touch her, you will all go in for resuscitation together. Lin Feng's friend was about to go up to stop Nan Qian, but Gu Tingxiao, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, the boys looked at each other, then at Gu Tingxiao, and didn't dare to move. Although these boys were young, they could tell that Gu Tingxiao was no ordinary person. The aura he exuded alone was enough to intimidate them. The boys didn't stop Nan Qian, but went up to help Chen Jiawei, who had fallen to the ground. This resuscitation room was not the kind of operating room or ICU, but a place set up separately for emergencies to stabilize vital signs. The doctors and nurses in the resuscitation room were startled by the door that had suddenly been kicked open, and they all turned their heads and looked over. Nan Qian? The doctor on call froze for a moment when he saw Nan Qian. Lu Chen, this dog man is still alive? Nan Qian pointed at Lin Feng on the bed and said. He's been saved, ancestor, don't do it here. Lu Chen took off his gloves and whispered a reminder to Nan Qian. Nan Qian nodded when he saw that there were other nurses in the resuscitation room. Lin Feng had just come to, and when he turned his head and saw that it was Nan Qian, his heartbeat quickened with excitement in an instant. Qian, you finally come. Lin Feng reached out his hand towards Nan Qian and said excitedly. Lin Feng, you're not deaf, are you? Nan Qian looked at Lin Feng on the hospital bed and said in an icy tone. Ha? No. No. Lin Feng didn't know what Nan Qian meant by this sudden sentence. That's good, listen carefully, I'll just say 2 things. First, I have a husband, and I'll be getting married soon. If you dare to harass me, be careful, my husband will fix you in that broken factory of yours, and you will be responsible for the consequences. Second, whether you live or die in the future has nothing to do with me. In the future, if you, Chen Jiawei, and your friends dare to appear in front of me, I will beat the one I see, and I will beat the whole group. After Nan Qian finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Qian. Wait a minute. Lin Feng called out to Nan Qian. Nan Qian stopped in her tracks, but did not turn around. Xian, I was temporarily possessed by a demon when I got together with Chen Jiawei. Forgive me, okay? I will be devoted to you in the future and never be two-faced. Lin Feng pleaded. Lin Feng, I'm sick of hearing you talk now. You know my temper. If I feel you're too disgusting, I won't be able to help but punch you. After Nan Shen finished speaking, she didn't care about the man behind her shouting, and walked straight out of the resuscitation room. Qian. Lu Chen walked out of the resuscitation room. Dr. Lu, how is my boyfriend? Chen Jiawei, who had been pushed to the ground by Nan Xian, was helped to walk to Lu Chen. He is out of danger, you can take him to the ward. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Nan Xian and signaled for her to follow him. Nan Xian glanced at Chen Jiawei, this woman is really despicable. After she withdrew her gaze, she and Gu Tingxiao followed Lu Chen to the doctor's office. I have something to say. Nan Xian sat down on Lu Chen's office chair with a huff and said unkindly. Missy, now you even dare to kick the door of the resuscitation room? Lu Chen poured 2 glasses of water into disposable cups and handed one to Gu Tingxiao and placed the other in front of Nan Xian. Who is this? Lu Chen looked at Gu Tingxiao and asked Nan Xian doubtfully. Gu Tingxiao, my little boyfriend. Nan Xian swallowed the words little brother back. Hello, I'm Nan Xian's friend, Lu Chen, the emergency doctor here. Lu Chen heard Nan Xian's introduction and extended his hand towards Gu Tingyao. Hello, Gu Tingyao. Gu Tingyao shook Lu Chen's hand back. Nan Xian, aren't you blind? Lu Chen said teasingly. If you want to get beaten up, just say so. Nan Xian gave Lu Chen a white look. Lu Chen, while Nan Xian was with Lin Feng, had been trying to find a way to keep Nan Xian from being with Lin Feng, with the mentality of persuading them to separate rather than to reconcile. It wasn't that he had any feelings for Nan Xian, but as a man himself, he knew very well that Lin Feng was with Nan Chen just because the Nan family was rich and powerful. Here's what you wanted, I've never had the time to give it to you. Lu Chen took out a handbag from his own closet and handed it to Nan Xian. I thought you were so busy being in love that you didn't have time for me anymore. Nan Xian took the bag and looked at the contents. Ancestor, it's not easy for me to find a girlfriend. I've only had 1 day off in the past 3 months, and I've spent half a day making this for you, Lu Chen said helplessly. You deserve it, you had to come to the emergency room yourself, Nan Xian retorted. Yes, I deserve it. Okay, I've given you the stuff, I have to go to surgery. Lu Chen glanced at the wall clock, and didn't have time to chat with Nan Xian here. Nan Xian gave Lu Chen a look, and then left the hospital with Gu Tingxiao. Sitting in the car, Nan Xian kept her head down and didn't say a word. Was that your ex-boyfriend just now? Gu Tingxiao turned his head and looked at the silent Nan Xian. Well, Lin Feng, from the same university as me, but I have a doctorate and he has a bachelor's degree. Nan Xian nodded. Lu Chen had previously advised you to break up with him? Gu Tingxiao felt very good when he thought about the words Lu Chen had said when he saw him. From the time I was with Lin Feng, he advised me to break up every day. Nan Xian nodded. In theory, your standards shouldn't be so poor. Gu Tingxiao thought back to Lin Feng, who looked like a pretty boy, and he couldn't figure out why Nan Xian liked such a man. Everyone is blind sometimes. Lin Feng used to treat me pretty well, and Lu Chen told me that he was after the Nan family's money and influence, but I didn't believe him. 2 months ago, I saw him going to a hotel with Chen Jiawei, so I went straight to the hotel and went in to beat up Lin Feng. When I went in, they didn't even have time to separate. Nan Xian felt sick just thinking about what she had seen. Unexpectedly, he caused trouble again today. I asked you to accompany me today so that you would know about this part of my past and how I dealt with it, so that I don't have to explain it again in the future. Nan Xian turned her head and locked eyes with Gu Tingxiao. You really are trouble. Gu Tingxiao gave a faint smile. In fact, after Nan Xian brought him to the hospital, he guessed that Nan Xian did it just to let him see these things. At first he couldn't figure out the reason, but now he knows. It turned out that she was avoiding further explanations to avoid misunderstandings in the future. It's noon, let's go eat, and after we eat, we'll go get the certificate. Gu Tingxiao reached out and gently ran his hand through Nan Xian's soft hair. This touch didn't matter, but Nan Xian instantly stiffened. No man had ever done this to her before, including Lin Feng. Relax, I can't eat you. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Xian's reaction and couldn't help but laugh. Nan Xian saw Gu Tingxiao smile and was directly mesmerized. How could this man be so good-looking? They soon arrived at the restaurant, and after the two got out of the car, Nan Xian followed behind Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao suddenly stopped, and Nan Shen behind him didn't brake in time and directly crashed into Gu Tingxiao. "Brother-in-law, why aren't we moving anymore?" Nan Xian asked with a puzzled expression as she gently rubbed her forehead. Gu Tingxiao didn't say a word, but simply took Nan Xian's hand, pulled her to his side, and then they walked into the restaurant together. Nan Xian was confused by Gu Tingxiao's sudden action, and it wasn't until the food was served that she recovered. "I believe you've only held hands with that brat before." Gu Tingxiao smiled as he looked at Nan Xian, who was blushing from her neck to her ears just because of holding hands. "Little brother-in-law, you seem very experienced." Not taking losses in words was Nan Xian's usual style. "Not only do you not take losses in fights, it seems you don't take losses in words either." Gu Tingxiao finished and made a gesture, and the waiter immediately walked up and handed over a bottle of red wine. Gu Tingxiao glanced sideways and then nodded. Nan Shan was slightly surprised to see the red wine slowly poured into the glass in front of her. "Little brother-in-law, is your hobby starting to drink at noon?" Nan Shan's alcohol tolerance has always been online, so she is not worried about getting drunk, she is just a little surprised. Drinking gives you courage, so that you won't be afraid to go into the Civil Affairs Bureau later. Gu Tingxiao picked up his glass and gently shook it, with a smile in his eyes. "Little brother, you really underestimate me, I've never grown up without anything I'm afraid of doing." After Nan Shan finished speaking, she lifted her glass and gulped it down in one go. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Shan's movements and just smiled without saying a word. Chapter 5, I will wait until the day you are willing. "Shanxian, why aren't you leaving?" In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao got out of the car and walked towards the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they reached the door, Nan Xian stopped unconsciously. Gu Tingxiao, who was by her side, turned to Nan Xian and reminded her softly. "Little brother." "I?" Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao nervously. "Aren't you quite bold?" Gu Tingxiao didn't seem to be in a hurry, and spoke slowly. "This isn't the first time you've gotten married, you're inexperienced, it'll be fine next time." Nan Xian sighed and said. Upon hearing Nan Xian's words, Gu Tingxiao's face sank a little. This girl still wants to have another go? Another go? Gu Tingxiao repeated. No, it's not another go. Nan Xian also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly waved her hand. "Brother-in-law, why did you want to marry me?" Nan Xian asked, voicing the doubt in her heart. "Do you want to hear something nice or the truth?" Gu Tingxiao stood on one side of the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking down slightly at the little girl in front of him. "Tell me the truth." Nan Xian looked up into Gu Tingxiao's eyes. "We really don't have a relationship to speak of. I like your character and temperament, and I need someone like you by my side." Gu Tingxiao spoke in a very flat tone, as if getting married was as simple for him as drinking water. "Then why should I marry you?" Nan Xian's tone was more like she was talking to herself, questioning herself. "Shanxian, aside from feelings, isn't it good to marry a man who is good to you, wealthy and capable, whose private life is not chaotic, and who can protect you?" Gu Tingxiao's gaze deepened. Nan Xian hesitated for a few seconds. "Yes, what's wrong with marrying someone with whom she has feelings? There is no guarantee that this man will be good to her, wealthy and capable, and have a private life that is not chaotic. As for protecting herself, she can do that herself. Brother-in-law, let's go." Nan Shan looked at Gu Tingxiao with a firm gaze. "Once you go through this door, don't call me brother-in-law anymore." Gu Tingxiao extended his hand towards Nan Xian. Nan Xian smiled and placed her hand in Gu Tingxiao's palm. Yuan Qianming, who was standing by the car, looked at the two people holding hands as they walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. His emotions could no longer be described as complicated. His big boss had actually gotten married, and to a girl he had only met twice, who also called him brother-in-law. It really was a big forest, with all kinds of birds and bosses. When Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they each held a red notebook in their hands, and Nan Xian kept flipping through it. "I'm actually married. To someone I've only met twice, someone whose temperament and personality I don't even know a little bit about. Let's go, Mrs. Gu." Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian's expression, which was neither smiling nor crying, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. "Where are we going?" Nan Xian asked subconsciously. "Home," Gu Tingxiao said, and without waiting for Nan Xian to reply, he took her hand and walked towards the dark blue phantom. After holding hands a few times, Nan Xian had actually gotten used to it, so she let Gu Tingxiao hold her hand as he walked. She had to admit that she felt very secure and at ease. The dark blue phantom stopped in front of a villa. Nan Shan was led out of the car by Gu Tingxiao. She looked up at the villa in front of her and saw that it was indeed even bigger than the Nan family's. However, this was only Gu Tingxiao's own villa. After entering, she discovered that the colors inside the villa were black, white, and gray, simple but not lacking in style. This is my own house, so the decoration is relatively simple. If you like something, you can buy it and have the housekeeper help you decorate. As he spoke, Gu Tingxiao took out a black card and handed it to Nan Xian. Nan Xian looked at the black card in his hand. What a coincidence, he also had one. But the money in his card definitely wasn't as much as Gu Tingxiao's. Brother-in-law, you don't need to give me the card, I have money. Nan Xian held out the card to Gu Tingxiao. You are now Mrs. Gu, so it is only right that you spend my money. Gu Tingxiao did not take the bank card, but took Nan Xian's hand and walked into the elevator, going directly to the third floor. The master bedroom was on the third floor, and the second floor was the guest room and gym. Gu Tingxiao introduced as he walked with Nan Xian down the elevator. Nan Xian suddenly frowned as she stood in the small living room of the master bedroom, and Gu Tingxiao took in her reaction. What's wrong? Gu Tingxiao's eyes were full of confusion. Younger brother, do I live in this room too? Nan Xian asked, looking up at Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao heard Nan Xian's words, but didn't say anything, and instead walked step by step towards Nan Xian. Nan Xian saw Gu Tingxiao approaching, and subconsciously took a step back. When Nan Xian's back touched the wall, Nan Xian's breathing weakened. Gu Tingxiao still had no intention of stopping, and raised his firm arms to pin Nan Xian between the wall and himself. Nan Xian's breathing suddenly became rapid and irregular. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, and when Gu Tingxiao's body pressed down, she immediately raised her hands and pushed them against Gu Tingxiao's chest, trying to keep the distance between the two of them from shortening any further. Little brother, what are you doing? Nan Xian stuttered instantly. What do you think? Mrs. Gu. Gu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows, and a low voice came from his throat. I don't want to say anything. Nan Xian opened her eyes wide and shook her head. Help! The pressure from this man made her feel like she didn't even have the strength to resist. Gu Tingxiao looked at the little girl in his arms and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not an animal. Gu Tingxiao lowered his arms and took Nan Xian's hand. He suddenly found that he was getting used to holding this little girl's hand, and he smiled and shook his head. We are husband and wife now, do we still have to sleep in separate beds? Gu Tingxiao led Nan Xian to the big bed. At this time, Nan Xian realized that her nightdress had already been placed on Gu Tingxiao's bed. This was personally packed by the Nan family's butler and the maid who took care of you. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he led Nan Xian into the cloakroom, where Nan Xian's clothes had already been packed. All of his perfume, bags, and high heels had also been delivered. The Nan family was too late? Nan Xian was shocked by the Nan family's speed. Nan Xian. Gu Tingxiao put his hands on Nan Xian's shoulders, turned her body around, and looked into her eyes. Ha! Nan Xian paused for a moment. You married me, I will be good to you and be responsible for you. From now on, you are the fourth wife of the Gu family. The situation in the Gu family is relatively complicated, so you don't need to worry about your age. You can do whatever you want, without considering anyone else, just be yourself. If anything goes wrong, just remember that I'm behind you. Got it? Gu Tingxiao said earnestly, looking at Nan Xian. Nan Xian nodded, flattered. This was the first time someone had spoken to her like this, apart from the Nan family. You don't have to worry about what I'll do if we live together. I'll respect you completely in that regard. I can wait for you until the day you're ready. You can rest assured of that. Gu Tingxiao's words dispelled Nan Xian's concerns. Brother-in-law, thank you. Nan Xian said from the bottom of her heart. Little girl. Gu Tingxiao looked up and stroked Nan Xian's soft hair. Gu Tingxiao didn't realize that every time he spoke to Nan Xian, he couldn't help but speak more gently, even more so than when he spoke to Gu Nuan. When Nan Xian was about to walk out of the cloakroom, she saw the men's perfume sitting on the table and walked over to pick up the bottle of ebony and incense perfume. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's actions and didn't say anything. Little brother-in-law, you really don't mind using it. Nan Xian couldn't help but exclaim when she saw that half of the bottle had already been used. Gu Tingxiao knew that Nan Xian liked perfume, so he wasn't surprised that she knew about this bottle. You like it? Gu Tingxiao asked thoughtfully. Well, this bottle of ebony agarwood, there are only 99 bottles in the world, and the price of 68 million yuan per bottle is a model that money cannot buy. Of these 99 bottles, 67 were bought by Chinese people. I have one in my hands, you have one in yours, and there are only 65 other people in the whole of China who have this perfume. I bought it back just for the sake of collecting it, to look at it sitting there. I never thought that you would actually open it and use it. After Nan Shen finished speaking, she put the perfume back where she found it. You were right about everything you said earlier, except for one thing. Gu Tingxiao said calmly. Which thing? Nan Shen looked at Gu Tingxiao in confusion. His data couldn't be wrong. The entire country of China, and there are only the two of us who have it. Gu Tingxiao walked over to a drawer and reached in to pull it open. Nan Xian stuck her head in and saw a whole drawer full of perfumes, neatly arranged, that hadn't been opened. Brother-in-law, you bought 66 bottles. Nan Xian looked up at Gu Tingxiao in shock. Gu Tingxiao nodded. What kind of amazing skill is this? Nan Xian thought about how she had flown abroad and used her connections to get her hands on the perfume. Gu Tingxiao had bought 66 bottles in one go. Do you know who the perfumer of this perfume is? Gu Tingxiao asked with a smile. I only know that the perfumer's name is LM, and I don't know any other information, there's nowhere to look it up. I heard that when the perfumer cooperates with a brand, it's the assistant who signs the contract, and the perfumer never shows up in person. Nan Xian shook her head, she really didn't know. LM, Lu Mo Bei. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Nan Xian froze, and after a long moment, slowly turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao. Little brother, are you kidding me? This was truly shocking news for Nan Xian. To him, the perfumer was just a hobby. Gu Tingxiao nodded. Can I punch him? Nan Xian asked directly. She had approached Lu Mo Bei to buy this bottle of perfume, and Lu Mo Bei had given her a phone number, telling her to go abroad and find this person, who would be able to help her buy it. Nan Xian never dreamed that Lu Mo Bei had done something that would make him lose face. Gu Tingxiao laughed when he heard Nan Xian's words, okay, I'll give you a chance to punch him tonight. Lu Mo Bei, who was sitting in a bar having tea, suddenly sneezed twice. What's wrong with you? Got a cold? Pei Yinzhou looked up at Lu Machi. I don't think so. Lu Machi was talking when a message came on his phone. After reading it, he called in the waiter. Get the wine ready. Lu Machi finished speaking, and Pei Yinzhou looked at him in puzzlement. Tingxiao will be here in a while, Lu Machi explained. Where did he get so much free time? He came yesterday and he's here again today. Pei Yinzhou was a little surprised. Usually he couldn't even get him to come, but today he came of his own accord. Lu Mo Bei shrugged his shoulders, not knowing either. When Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao walked into the private room, Lu Mo Bei and Pei Yinzhou were drinking and smoking. They didn't react when they saw Gu Tingxiao, but when they saw Nan Xian behind him, they hesitated for a long time. Xian, why did you come with Tingxiao? Lu Ma Bei stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and stood up from the sofa. I'm happy to. Nan Xian gave Lu Ma Bei a blank look. Hey, I didn't provoke you. Lu Ma Bei had an expression of innocence on his face. Come, Lu Daxiao, ask me if this perfume on me smells good. Nan Xian walked up and raised her arm for Lu Ma Bei to smell. It smells good. Lu Ma Bei sniffed lightly, it smells good. Could he say it didn't smell good? This was his own perfume. This was the bottle you helped me find, ebony and incense. Nan Xian looked at Lu Mo Bei and winked. This is it, the perfumer is really good, it really is good. Lu Mo Bei didn't blush at all when he praised himself. Let me smell it. Pei Yinzhou leaned forward and sniffed, it really is good, but the smell is a bit familiar. Hey, isn't this the same as yours? Pei Yinzhou suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Ma Bei. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ma Bei gave Pei Yinzhou a wink, and the latter swallowed his unfinished words. Ha? Isn't this the same as? Nan Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Pei Yinzhou. It's fine, Mo also likes this perfume. Pei Yinzhou made up an excuse. Let me give you a science lesson. Nan Xian nodded. This perfume is called ebony agarwood, and the perfumer is called LM. This perfumer is very famous, and it is the assistant who goes to sign the contract with the brand, and he never appears in person. When Nan Xian said this, Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yinzhou both looked meaningfully at Lu Ma Bei. I've heard of it. Lu Ma Bei nodded seriously. Do you know why? Nan Xian said mysteriously. Why? Pei Yanzhou suddenly realized something, and with his knowledge of Nan Xian, he understood. As far as I know, this designer is a man who was bitten in the face by a dog when he was a teenager, and his appearance is very hideous. When he was 20, he fell into a sewer manhole while walking and broke his leg, and he is still a cripple to this day. When Nan Xian said this, he completely ignored Lu Mo's expression of being unable to laugh or cry. Pei Yanzhou, who was standing next to him, had a muscle spasm in the corner of his mouth as he tried hard to hold back his laughter. But he was determined to succeed despite his disability, and every day he continued to work on his perfume blending. Finally, Gu Tingxiao, Pei Yanzhou, and Lu Mabei all listened attentively as Nan Xian continued to tell the story, wanting to know what else she could tell. Finally, when he was 23 years old and looking for spices, he was kicked by a donkey again and couldn't perform humanly anymore. Pei Yanzhou couldn't help but laugh out loud, and subconsciously looked at Lu Mabei, starting with his face and slowly moving his gaze downward, until it stopped somewhere. Lu Moibei's face turned red, white, green, and black in an instant. Nan Xian pretended not to see any of it. At the age of 24. Wait. Lu Muabei couldn't hold back any longer. Huh? Nan Xian looked at Lu Muabei with a puzzled expression. Where did you hear these rumors? Lu Muabei took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. If Nan Xian continued talking, he would be in the grave himself. It was my friend from abroad who told me. Nan Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Muabei. Seeing Nan Xian's expression, Pei Yanzhou confirmed his thoughts, silently took a few steps back, and sat down next to Gu Tingxiao. The two of them silently drank their wine and looked at Lu Muabei and Nan Xian, who were staring at each other. Your friend is talking nonsense. Lu Muabei said to Nan Xian very seriously. Impossible. I know this friend of yours. Nan Xian also replied very seriously. What's your friend's name? Lu Muabei was speechless. He had to hear who was spreading rumors about him. His Chinese name is An. You were the one who introduced him to me, told me to go abroad to find him, and he helped me by the ebony agarwood. Nan Xian finished speaking and looked at Lu Muabei with a smile on his face. Lu Muabei suddenly couldn't say a word. He turned his head and looked at Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou, who were sitting on the sofa, looking at the commotion with a serious expression. He suddenly understood something and turned back to look at Nan Xian. Nan Xian, you are really bad. Hearing Lu Muabei's words, Pei Yanzhou and Nan Xian couldn't hold back their laughter anymore and burst out laughing. Tell me, why do you curse me like this? Lu Muabei asked helplessly. Who told you to be bad? It was obviously you who made the perfume yourself, and you made me fly overseas to find someone else to buy it. Nan Xian gave Lu Muabei a look and sat down on the sofa with his butt. Pei Yanzhou on the side handed Nan Xian a bottle of beer, and Nan Xian took a sip. That's because I don't have any in my hands, Lu Muabei explained innocently. You don't have any, but why does my brother-in-law have 66 bottles? Nan Xian asked, pointing at Gu Tingxiao. Honestly, the contract I signed with the perfume brand is to reserve 66 bottles for Tingxiao, and the remaining 33 bottles will all be sold by the brand itself, not a single bottle will be sold in China. Lu Muabei sat opposite Nan Xian and explained. Guess why there are only 67 bottles in China? If I didn't let you find it, you wouldn't even have the bottle in your hands. Lu Muabei sighed and then drank half a bottle of beer. Why didn't you tell me that you are LM, the perfumer of this perfume? Nan Xian continued to ask. Dare I say it? Your favorite thing is to collect perfumes. If you know about it, do you think I will still have a life? Lu Muabei looked at Nan Xian with wide eyes. He didn't dare let Nan Xian know about this, just worried that Nan Xian would squat here all day waiting for him to make a perfume for her. So what? Nan Xian said with clenched teeth, her hands unconsciously balled into fists, and she was about to charge at Lu Muabei. Something's wrong. Pei Yanzhou suddenly realized something. Shanxian, how did you know that Tingxiao had 66 bottles? No one knows about this except the three of us and the president of the brand. Pei Yanzhou looked at Nan Xian and then at Gu Tingxiao. Yes, how did you know? And why did you two come together? Lu Muabei also remembered this incident and looked at Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian with confusion. Nan Xian was speechless this time, and she looked at Gu Tingxiao with a pleading expression. The latter received her pleading look and waved at Nan Xian. Nan Xian then got up and walked over to Gu Tingxiao, who immediately put his arms around her. Oh my God! Oh my God! Lu Muabei and Pei Yanzhou's eyes nearly fell out when they saw this scene. You two are in a relationship? Are you crazy? Pei Yanzhou asked in shock, pointing at Gu Tingxiao and Luo Bei. We're not in a relationship. Nan Xian shook his head seriously. You're not in a relationship and you're both embracing each other. Luo Bei asked, somewhat puzzled. We're married. Gu Tingxiao corrected. Oh, married, then it's definitely not in love. Pei Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Are you stupid? Married. Luo Bei slapped Pei Yanzhou on the shoulder. Married. Married. The two shouted out again in unison. Who got married? Gunwan's voice came from the door. She received a message from Nan Xian to come over for a drink, so she rushed over directly. Shanxian and your brother-in-law. Luo Bei was the first to react. So soon? This is really unexpected. Gunwan looked at Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao calmly. Little brother-in-law, congratulations, you've married a good wife. Gunwan was very happy and sat down next to Nan Xian. Little Nuan, are you not reacting? Your best friend has now become your little aunt. Pei Yanzhou was even more shocked by Gunwan's attitude. I know, Xiaoqian married my brother-in-law. Gunwan nodded and then explained what she had seen in Gu Tingxiao's office that morning, where Nan Xian was sitting in his lap. I was prepared for this a long time ago. Gunwan picked up a bottle of wine and clinked it with Nan Xian. Hey, no, Tingxiao, when did you meet Qian? Pei Yanzhou asked in puzzlement. Last night. Gu Tingxiao's tone was very flat. You two got married today? Luo Bei confirmed again, and Gu Tingxiao's speed was so fast that he couldn't believe it. Gu Tingxiao didn't waste any more time talking to them, but directly took out the bright red booklet from his suit pocket and handed it to Luo and Pei Yanzhou. After receiving the marriage certificate, the two men looked at it countless times, making sure it was real. Don't look at it anymore, you two. You don't have a real marriage certificate either, so what's the point? Nan Xian looked at Luo and Pei Yanzhou with contempt. The two of them looked at Nan Xian speechless. Although they couldn't tell if it was real or not, they believed the fact that Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian were married. Since they have already received the certificate, today can be considered their wedding night, so why don't you two hurry home to consummate the marriage? Pei Yanzhou said with a wicked smile. Pei Yanzhou, if you want to exercise your muscles, I can satisfy you. Nan Xian said and stood up. Pei Yanzhou quickly shut up, because this young lady meant what she said. Brother Yanzhou, just keep your mouth shut, or you can go practice, and come back to her only if you can beat her. Gunwan said with a smile. If you ask me, only our fourth master can handle this ancestor Nan Xian. If someone else marries Nan Xian, they will get beaten up if they say the wrong thing. Our fourth master can also fight, and he can handle it. Pei Yanzhou thought about it, and realized that Nan Xian's fiery temper can only be handled by Gu Tingxiao. In fact, most of the time, Shanxian is very reasonable, but she only chooses to solve problems by force when she encounters unreasonable people. Gunwan looked at Gu Tingxiao and spoke well of Nan Xian, not wanting to let her best friend lose face with her brother-in-law. Gu Tingxiao nodded, his expression unchanged, and continued to drink on the sofa. The three men sat in the private room, watching the two young girls sing, dance, and drink, making a lot of noise. Xiaonuan, don't drink anymore. Gu Tingxiao looked at the unsteady Gunwan and opened his mouth to remind her. Xiaoshu, you're not allowed to interfere with me today. You've taken away all my best friends, and I'm determined to get drunk with her. Gunwan turned her face away, her face flushed, and she couldn't speak clearly. Xiaonuan, come here. Pei Yanzhou stood up and pulled Gunwan over, making her sit on the sofa. You can't get our Miss Nan drunk even if you pour 10 drinks. Just sit there and let me drink for you. Pei Yanzhou looked at Gunwan with exceptionally tender eyes. Nan Xian sat down next to Gu Tingxiao, hugged her arms and looked at Pei Yanzhou. Pei Yanzhou, where do you get the confidence to get me drunk? Nan Xian knew Pei Yanzhou's drinking capacity too well. Over the years, the two of them had competed countless times in drinking, and Nan Xian could drink one more glass than Pei Yanzhou, no more, no less. Every time, Pei Yanzhou would fall over an hour earlier than Nan Xian. I really can't accept that, it's only one more drink. I'm going to make you sing Conqueror in front of the galaxy tonight. Pei Yanzhou unbuttoned two of the buttons on his shirt and rolled up his sleeves casually. Luo Bei and Gu Tingxiao both raised their eyebrows, these two are crazy. Go and get Bomi in. Luo Bei signaled the waiter to bring in the galaxy's best bartender. Fourth Master, Young Master Lu, Young Master Pei, Miss Nan, and Miss Gu. After Bomi entered, he respectfully greeted the people in the private room. Today you will be mixing drinks in the private room, 2 of each. Lu Mabe pointed at Pei Yanzhou and Nan Xian, and Bomi instantly understood that these two ancestors were once again competing in drinking. Bomi began to mix drinks skillfully, and Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly as he looked at the woman next to him, who was blowing bottles with Pei Yanzhou and drinking beer. Lu Mabe saw Gu Tingxiao's expression and whispered, "Let me show you the power of the female wine goddess." "She can drink a lot?" Gu Tingxiao asked softly. "Little brother, Xianxian is the most capable woman I've ever seen, without a doubt." Gunwan looked at Nan Xian with even more admiration. Gu Tingxiao nodded slightly. He also wanted to see what Nan Xian's drinking capacity was, to see if she was worthy of the name female wine goddess, and to know for himself. "Just like that, you have conquered me, cutting off all escape routes. My heart is strong, my decision is confused. Just like that, you have conquered me, drinking the poison you have hidden well. My plot is ended, my love and hate have gone to the grave." At 1:30 a.m., Lu Mobe told a few waiters from Xinghe to pull a black cloth to form a circle. Gu Tingjiao's strong arms supported Nan Xian, who could hardly stand, while Gunwan, who looked helpless, stood nearby. The 4 of them stood in the circle surrounded by the black cloth, watching Pei Yanzhou, who was crouched on the ground singing Conquer. "Luckily there is this cloth, otherwise brother Yanzhou will be on the headline of the entertainment news in Beijing tomorrow," said Gunwan, shaking his head. "He always has one less drink than Xianxian, and he hasn't broken through in all these years," said Lu Mobe, smiling. "Tingxiao, you take Xianxian home, I'll take Xiaowen and Yanzhou back." Lu Mobe saw that Nan Xian could hardly stand with Gu Tingxiao's help, so he asked Gu Tingxiao to take Nan Xian directly home. Gu Tingxiao was about to lead Nan Xian towards the car when Nan Xian completely lost her balance and became confused. She took a step and instantly felt weak in the legs, almost kneeling on the ground. Gu Tingxiao immediately caught her body and Nan Xian fell to the ground. "Nan Xian, don't move," Gu Tingxiao said softly, then bent down and picked up Nan Xian in his arms. Why am I floating?" Nan Xian said groggily. "I'll take you home." Gu Tingxiao's tone was so gentle that he didn't even notice it himself. After being carried into the car, Nan Xian lay down in the back seat, his head resting on Gu Tingxiao's lap. Yuan Xianming, who was sitting in the driver's seat, didn't dare turn his head to look behind them, and just raised the middle partition. Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao were in a private space. What a hard pillow." Nan Xian was lying on her side on the back seat, moving her head, with her hands resting under her right cheek, facing Gu Tingxiao's crotch, and occasionally moving her hands. "Xianxian, don't move around." Gu Tingxiao's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he grabbed the 2 disobedient little hands. "Ugh, it's uncomfortable, I want to change into my pajamas." Nan Xian felt in her sleep that the clothes on her body were not pajamas, so she struggled out of Gu Tingxiao's big hands and began to unbutton her blouse. "Xianxian, we haven't arrived home yet, don't take it off." Gu Tingxiao grabbed Nan Xian's hands again. "When we get home, you'll help me take off my clothes." Nan Xian seemed to understand that they hadn't arrived home yet, mumbling something in her mouth, before she once again nudged her head towards Gu Tingxiao's lower abdomen, finding a comfortable position and falling asleep peacefully. Gu Tingxiao listened to Nan Xian's words and saw her actions again. In an instant, all the blood in his body rushed to his lower body, so he took a deep breath. Good. In just 10 minutes, Gu Tingxiao felt like he had been suffering for a year. After stopping the car, he carried Nan Xian and strode into the bedroom. As soon as he put Nan Xian on the bed, the little girl suddenly woke up and stared at him. "Xianxian, are you feeling unwell?" Gu Tingxiao sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Nan Xian. "Little brother, you look really good." Nan Xian's fair face flushed with a rosy hue, and her plump, luscious lips curled upwards. Hearing Nan Xian's drunken words, Gu Tingxiao couldn't help but smile faintly. "Be good and go to sleep." "I don't want to." Nan Xian reached out and grabbed Gu Tingxiao's tie, and pulled hard, drawing herself closer to Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao's body was passively pressed towards Nan Xian's body, and he quickly used his arms to support himself on either side of Nan Xian. "Xianxian, don't be naughty." Gu Tingxiao's eyes were filled with indescribable emotions, and his voice had become hoarse. This position was as ambiguous as it could be. With just a glance down, he could even see Nan Xian's proud breasts. Gu Tingxiao had also drunk quite a lot, and although he was not drunk, his thoughts were also disturbed by the alcohol. His remaining reason told him that he could not take advantage of someone in trouble. "Brother-in-law, change my clothes for me. It's uncomfortable to sleep in this." Nan Xian pouted her lips and shook her head. Gu Tingxiao, who was once a powerful figure in the business world, suddenly didn't know what to do. Am I not pretty? Why are you afraid to change my clothes? Nan Xian blinked her pretty almond-shaped eyes, her eyes more confused. Okay, I'll change you, but first you tell me who I am? Gu Tingxiao shook his head slightly and asked Nan Xian. Little brother, Master Gu Si. Nan Xian obediently replied. What is our relationship? Gu Tingxiao continued to ask. You are my husband. Nan Xian's tone even carried a hint of arrogance. Gu Tingxiao nodded, then took hold of Nan Xian's small hand that had grabbed his tie. Let go, I'll change your clothes. Okay. Nan Xian obediently let go. Gu Tingxiao turned his head and looked at the suspender nightdress lying on the side. He helped Nan Xian sit up, then sat behind her and undid all the restraints on her body. When he saw Nan Xian's smooth, pale back, a wicked thought flashed through Gu Tingxiao's mind. He really wanted to be an animal. But he couldn't. He reminded himself all the time to respect and protect the little girl in front of him. When Gu Tingxiao covered the sleeping Nan Xian with a quilt, he walked into the bathroom with a big step as if he had been pardoned, and then the sound of the shower started. Chapter 6. Did my brother-in-law touch me? Where is this? Nan Xian, who was lying on the big bed and had opened her eyes, sat up with a confused look on her face and looked at the surrounding furnishings. Oh yes, she was married, and this was in Gu Tingxiao's villa, which was his bedroom. Gu Tingxiao's bedroom! Nan Xian suddenly turned her head to look at her side. Although there was no Gu Tingxiao himself, there were signs of having been pressed on the bedsheets, and she didn't even need to think about it to know that someone had lain next to her. She looked down again at the halter neck nightdress she was wearing, and the way she was wearing it with nothing underneath. Nan Xian's eyes were as white as eggs. When Gu Tingxiao walked into the bedroom, he saw the woman in the bed wearing a halter dress kneeling on the bed, and her hands were busy, desperately turning the quilt and checking the sheets. How did I get back here? Why did I change clothes? Did my brother-in-law touch me? This man is a beast with a heart of a beast. Hey, no, we're married, and this is my brother-in-law's freedom. Didn't you say it would hurt? Then why doesn't my body hurt? What the hell happened? Aha! Nan Xian lifted her hand and fidgetily ran her fingers through her hair, which was no better than a chicken's nest. What on earth did she do last night? I carried you back, I changed your clothes for you, and I didn't touch you, so you don't hurt. Gu Tingxiao spoke suddenly, startling Nan Xian on the bed. She turned around in shock and looked at Gu Tingxiao, who had entered without anyone noticing. Before Nan Xian could say anything, she quickly pulled back the quilt and hid inside. Help! I'm so embarrassed. Gu Tingxiao smiled as he watched Nan Xian's reaction. The girl was blushing. I'll go out first, you get up and wash up, then go downstairs for dinner. Okay. Nan Xian said, muffled under the quilt. Nan Xian only came downstairs after a while when Gu Tingxiao had finished watching the morning news and financial news. If this table was bigger, would you still have to sit outside the villa? Gu Tingxiao said lightly as he saw Nan Xian sitting in the seat furthest away from him. Brother-in-law. What did I do last night? Did I say anything? Nan Xian shifted his seat with a dejected face. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Xian's movements without saying a word, and gently took a sip of coffee from his cup. Nan Xian had no choice but to lift her bottom and move forward again, and Gu Tingxiao still didn't say a word. In the end, Nan Xian had to sit directly in the chair next to Gu Tingxiao before the latter slowly put down his coffee cup. You said it was uncomfortable to sleep in clothes, so you insisted that I change your pajamas for you. You said my abs were hard and looked good, so you touched them for more than 10 minutes. You also wanted me to take off my pants so you could compare them and see if my abs were hard or if certain parts were even harder. In the end, he insisted on comparing his legs to my arms to see which was thicker. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao with a deadpan expression. Sometimes it's better not to have this life, it's really a bit redundant to be alive. The main thing is that it's a big loss. I don't remember any of this at all, whether it's the abs that are hard or. Let's eat, Mrs. Gu. Gu Tingxiao placed the already warmed milk in front of Nan Xian, whose face had turned red to black. At least these things are done in the bedroom, and outside, he is obedient and doesn't cause any shame. Gu Tingxiao comforted Nan Xian with meaning. Nan Xian could only nod resignedly. There was no turning back now. After the two had eaten, Nan Xian followed Gu Tingxiao to the office. The news of their marriage had not been announced, so at the office, Nan Xian was Gu Tingxiao's personal secretary. Nan Xian sat in the special seat reserved for secretaries. Have you heard? Yesterday, the general manager of the public relations department went to the boss's office and found that there was an extra desk in the office. A desk? In the president's office? Yes, in the president's office. The vice president has his own office, as does Special Assistant Yuan, and that is the president's exclusive office, so whose desk would be in there? I heard that the position is for the president's new secretary, Miss Nan Qian. The desk is in the president's office. The president specifically requested it. The young lady of the Nan family? The president isn't dating the young lady of the Nan family, is he? What kind of joke is this? The president and the young lady of the Nan family are from different generations. The young lady of the Nan family has to call the president younger brother after the young lady of the Gu family. Then it must be that the Nan family asked the president to take care of the young lady of the Nan family, and the president had no choice but to move her desk into his office. I guess that's it. This Nan Qian is notorious for being a shrew in the circle of second-generation rich in Beijing, so we have to be careful in the future. Well, I've heard about it too. She has a terrible temper. Why doesn't she go and cause trouble at the Nan group instead of coming here to cause trouble at our Gu group? I don't know. Just stay away from her. She's just a pretty secretary at best, and she won't be able to work here for long. Nan Qian, who was sitting at her desk, intently watching the drama, naturally had no idea that everyone at the Gu group, from top to bottom, was talking about this outsider. Gu Tingxiao sat in front of his desk, working while occasionally looking up at Nan Qian, who was eating dessert and drinking coffee while watching TV dramas. For the first time, he felt that his work had a different meaning. It was also nice to let this little girl remain carefree. President Gu. President Gu. President Gu. President Gu. All morning long, everyone who came into the office to report to Gu Tingxiao froze for a moment when they saw Nan Qian sitting in front of the desk by the floor-to-ceiling windows watching TV. During this time, there were about a dozen people coming and going, but Nan Qian didn't even turn her head. She had firmly established her reputation as a vice secretary through her own strength. Aren't your eyes tired? Take a break. Gu Tingxiao walked over to Nan Qian and reminded her. What time is it? Nan Qian didn't take her eyes off the screen as she spoke. It's already noon, let's go eat. Gu Tingxiao held out his hand and tapped on the keyboard, pausing the TV show. As soon as he heard the words let's go eat, Nan Qian's eyes lit up. Let's go. As Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao walked side by side into the Gu family restaurant, countless pairs of eyes in the restaurant shot over at the two of them. Gu Tingxiao was used to this situation. After all, this happened every time he appeared in the restaurant. Nan Qian, who was by his side, was even more used to it. After all, when fighting on the street, in bars, or in shopping malls, there were always many people watching. The two sat down at the table reserved for the CEO. Soon, the restaurant waiter brought the prepared meals, all of which had been arranged in advance by Gu Tingxiao. Try it. Gu Tingxiao pointed at the food on the table, indicating for Nan Qian to try it. Nan Qian didn't hesitate, and directly picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth, soft and not greasy, with a feeling of melting in the mouth. It's delicious. Nan Qian looked up at Gu Tingxiao with surprise in her eyes. Nan Qian tasted each dish on the table again, her eyes full of surprise. She had eaten all kinds of delicacies, but she had to say that the chef of the staff cafeteria was really amazing. The head chef of the restaurant was previously the most famous Chinese chef in the country and the head chef of the state guest hotel. His entire team was invited. But he himself is my personal chef, so you like it. Gu Tingxiao ate slowly. The salary of the head chef when he was at the state guest hotel was astronomical, and he was actually able to be invited by Gu Tingxiao to be his personal chef. Nan Qian looked up and took a closer look at the man in front of her. He really is rich. When the two of them finished lunch and left the restaurant, it was like a bomb had gone off inside. This Miss Nan really has no manners. Yes, President Gu hasn't even moved his chopsticks yet, and she's already started eating. In terms of reason and emotion, it should be President Gu who moves his chopsticks first. President Gu is her boss and an elder, so where does she get the face to move her chopsticks first? It's ridiculous that the Nan family has produced such a daughter. If you think the lunch break is too long, I can adjust it for you, and shorten it to half an hour in the future. Yuan Qianming said sternly as he walked into the dining room and heard the voices of the people inside. In the Gu group, Yuan Qianming's position can be described as one person below and 10,000 people above. Of course, it is now 2 people below and 10,000 people above. Even the several vice presidents of the Gu Group do not have the right to order Yuan Xianming to do anything. To be precise, he only obeys the orders of Gu Tingxiao alone. Gu Lada, Gu Iri, Gu San, and even Gu Leoi cannot order Yuan Xianming without Gu Tingxiao's permission. This is the power that Gu Tingxiao has given him. When everyone heard what Yuan Xianming said, they quickly shut up and ate faster. This special assistant to the president normally doesn't get angry, and he doesn't speak so arrogantly either, unless he's very angry or warning someone, and that's what he's like now. So everyone knows what's going on in their hearts, and the vice secretary in the president's office can't even say a word. After eating, Gu Tingxiao, unusually, didn't go straight back to the office, but instead took Nan Qian on a tour of the company. It was said to be a tour, but Nan Qian could easily tell that Gu Tingxiao was personally showing Nan Qian around the company. After all, it was also considered his own family business. When they reached the third floor, Nan Qian was reluctant to get off the elevator. Gu Tingxiao wasn't in a hurry to get off the elevator, but turned to Nan Qian, "What's wrong? Let's go straight back to the office, little brother-in-law." Nan Qian thought about it for a moment, then looked up at Gu Tingxiao. "Ha?" Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly, not understanding. "You're a big CEO, showing me, your female secretary, around the company. Once we're done, the whole company will know what our relationship is." Nan Qian pursed her lips slightly and said reluctantly, "You don't want to go public? Mrs. Gu." Gu Tingxiao's tone sank a little when he heard Nan Qian's words. "It's not that I don't want to go public, but wouldn't you be at a disadvantage if you went public with me?" Nan Qian shook her head. "What disadvantage would I have as a man?" Gu Tingxiao asked with a smile. "Of course it is a loss. The only bachelor in Beijing City has married Nan Banchang, and no matter how I think about it, it just doesn't feel right." Nan Qian shook her head. Nan Banchang is a nickname Nan Qian has in society. The young lady of the Nan family has fought countless people, so much so that she can be described as half the people in the city. When investigating Nan Qian, Gu Tingxiao naturally knew the nickname Nan Banchang as well, but it was especially interesting to hear it come from Nan Qian's own mouth. Nan Qian felt more and more that marrying Gu Tingxiao was a mistake. Marrying him would not have a good influence on him, not to mention the fact that he still had things that Gu Tingxiao didn't know. "Qian, listen carefully." Gu Tingxiao turned around and looked at Nan Qian seriously. "Since I, Gu Tingxiao, married you, I will be responsible for you. You don't need to think so much for me. What I like about you is Nan Qian's freedom. The name Gu Tingxiao and the identity of the fourth master Gu are there to protect you from the wind and rain and to back you up, not for you to suffer and defend. No one has ever dared say anything about me, and no one can touch me." After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he directly raised his hand and pressed the elevator button, and the elevator door opened with a ding. Outside the elevator stood several men in formal attire, waiting respectfully for Gu Tingxiao. Because it was the president's exclusive elevator, when the elevator stopped on the third floor and opened, the department manager on the third floor saw it with his sharp eyes, but before he could see clearly, the elevator door immediately closed again. Although he didn't know what happened inside, he still waited at the elevator door with the employees who were about to take their lunch break. After waiting for a long time, the elevator door finally opened. The people standing outside saw that it was Gu Tingxiao with his new personal secretary, and their eyes were full of surprise. When did the big boss have time to show his new secretary around the company? Gu Tingxiao strode out of the elevator, and Nan Qian had no choice but to follow him out. "Boss Gu." The department manager respectfully greeted Gu Tingxiao, who nodded slightly before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Nan Qian, who was following behind, was unable to react in time and bumped into Gu Tingxiao's back. "Ah!" Nan Qian screamed as she covered her nose. In an instant, the entire corridor fell silent. This Miss Nan really doesn't know how to walk. How can she be a secretary if she's so reckless? The next second, in full view of everyone, everyone's eyes widened in shock as they saw Gu Tingxiao turn around and bend down, carefully inspecting Nan Qian's face to see if she was hurt. "Where did you hit it? Your nose? Let me see." Gu Tingxiao didn't care about the stares from the people around him, and his tone was more like coaxing Nan Qian. "It's fine, there's no bleeding." Nan Qian touched her nose. "Luckily my nose is real, if I paid for it I'd go fix it." Gu Tingxiao made sure Nan Qian was fine, and directly took her hand in his large hand, pulling her to his side. After all, he had suddenly stopped so that Nan Qian would stand by his side. This is in the company." Nan Qian was startled by Gu Tingxiao's actions and reminded him in a low voice. "This is also your company." Gu Tingxiao tightened his grip a little on Nan Qian's hand, preventing her from pulling away. The people standing on both sides of the corridor were confused but shocked. What was going on? Gu Tingxiao took Nan Xian's hand and walked straight to the balcony on the third floor. Nan Xian discovered that there was actually a garden here, and there was also a coffee shop in the garden. There are 16 coffee shops in the Gu group, and the third floor is the first one. Only this coffee shop is in the garden, while the others are indoors. When you're bored, you can come here for a coffee. Gu Tingxiao led Nan Xian into the garden. Nan Xian looked around and saw that it was really beautiful. I told you why Master Gu wasn't in his office after dinner. It turns out he's here. Pei Yanzhou's voice came from behind. Nan Xuan turned her head and saw Pei Yanzhou striding in, dressed in a dark blue suit. Xian, you really have been brought here to be my secretary? Pei Yanzhou was a little uncomfortable at first when he saw Nan Xian's formal attire. Are you here to rescue me? Nan Xian's eyes lit up when she saw Pei Yanzhou. Of course, not. Pei Yanzhou shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nan Xian simply turned her head and ignored him, instead walking over to the barista and ordering an iced Americano. Iced. Gu Tingxiao took the cigarette Pei Yanzhou handed him and glanced at the barista who was making the coffee. Nan Xian and the barista were stunned for a moment, and Gu Tingxiao pointed lightly at the date on his phone, which normally would indicate that Nan Xian's period would start the next day. Nan Xian looked at the date and instantly understood what he meant. Her face reddened again uncontrollably. Why did this man check everything, even her period? The manager and employees standing in the garden gate had not changed their expression of surprise since the elevator doors opened. Could this be their future boss's wife? They had thought that Nan Xian's desk was in the president's office, and that Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao were eating at the same table, and now they were holding hands as they got to know the company. Their boss even remembered the woman's period, and she was on good terms with the boss's friend. Everything Gu Tingxiao does is official announcement. Are you two public? Pei Yanzhou and Gu Tingxiao stood at the smoking area in the garden, smoking, and looking at Nan Xian, who was sitting on the swing, drinking coffee. There's nothing wrong with being public. Gu Tingxiao said indifferently. In fact, Xian is a very good girl, much better than the information you found. After Pei Yanzhou finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao nodded slightly. From what I know about her, although she can be crazy and loves to have fun, she wouldn't be so unproductive all the time. Pei Yanzhou looked thoughtfully at Nan Xian, and then at Gu Tingxiao. He graduated from the top university in China at a young age and is a computer science PhD, so he really shouldn't be in this state. Gu Tingxiao agreed with Pei Yanzhou, but he had carefully investigated Nan Xian and indeed found nothing suspicious. Therefore, Gu Tingxiao decided to just let Nan Xian have her fun. Chapter 7, TG's Rules. Brother-in-law, I'm exhausted. Nan Xian walked into the president's office and directly collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move a muscle. Behind her were Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou, who sat down at the tea table. Xian, come have some tea. Pei Yanzhou skillfully made the tea and looked up at Nan Xian. The latter was lying on the sofa, fast asleep. Asleep? Pei Yanzhou was a little surprised, and then turned to Gu Tingxiao with a mischievous smile. How did you manage to tire her out? After hearing Pei Yanzhou's words, Gu Tingxiao looked at her helplessly. She drank too much yesterday. Do I look that beastly? Gu Tingxiao stood up and walked over to the sleeping Nan Xian, ready to carry her into the restroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched Nan Xian's body, Nan Xian suddenly opened her eyes, exerted force on her waist, rolled over, and swung at Gu Tingxiao's face. Gu Tingxiao immediately reached out and caught the punch. Xian, it's me. As soon as Nan Xian saw it was Gu Tingxiao, she quickly withdrew her hand. Little brother, I thought someone was sneaking up on me. Xian, that was a bit of an overreaction, wasn't it? Pei Yanzhou looked at Nan Xian strangely. Normally, Nan Xian's sensitivity is indeed a bit higher than normal, but he saw Nan Xian's actions just now, which were done with full force and without the slightest hesitation. I'm highly vigilant. I get into trouble all the time, and it's normal for someone to try to take advantage of me while I'm sleeping. Nan Xian walked over to the tea table and picked up the teacup, taking a sip. Hey! Pei Yanzhou reached out to stop her, but it was too late. What's wrong? Nan Xian swallowed the tea and looked at Pei Yanzhou with confusion. This is Ting Zhao's cup. Pei Yanzhou suppressed a smile and pointed at the cup in Nan Xian's hand. Did you say it would kill you? Gu Tingxiao didn't mind Nan Xian drinking from his cup, and when Nan Xian was explaining just now, he clearly saw a flash of panic in her eyes. But it was only a moment, and then she returned to normal. What is this girl hiding? While they were talking, Nan Xian's phone rang. She walked over to the sofa and picked up the phone to answer it. During the entire time of answering the phone, Nan Xian didn't say a word, just quietly listened to the other person talk. Okay, I understand, I'll go find you after work. Nan Xian hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Do you have something to do tonight? Gu Tingxiao sat down in a chair, slouched, and crossed his legs. Well, little brother, you go home by yourself tonight, I'm going out with friends. Nan Xian nodded. Okay, if we drink, I'll pick you up after we're done. Gu Tingxiao nodded. He knew that Nan Xian liked to play, and there was no way to stop her, so he was willing to wait for her to finish playing and then pick her up. Pei Yanzhou and Gu Tingxiao talked for the entire afternoon, and Nan Xian wore headphones and watched TV, so she had no idea what the two men were talking about. After work, Nan Xian said hello, grabbed her bag and slipped away. Looking at Nan Xian, who had disappeared in an instant, Pei Yanzhou laughed. Fourth master, can you handle Qian? With me, she can just be herself. Gu Tingxiao shook his head gently. Why is it this girl? Pei Yanzhou asked Gu Tingxiao seriously. If you have to marry a woman, she is the most suitable. Gu Tingxiao said thoughtfully. What about Antong? Pei Yanzhou asked the question he had been wanting to ask. From the moment I married Nan Xian, the position of Mrs. Gu is now hers, and it will only be hers in the future. Gu Tingyao answered without the slightest hesitation, and then lit a cigarette. This afternoon, because Nan Xian was in the office, he hadn't touched a single cigarette. Nan Xian, who was sitting in the private bar room, didn't say a word. The phone on the table suddenly lit up, and she picked it up to read the message that had just come in. Are you done? I'll come pick you up. It's a message from Gu Tingxiao. Okay, I'm at TG. Nan Xian pressed a few words, put the phone aside, then picked up the bottle in front of her and gulped down 3 bottles in a row. She also took a row of cocktails and finished them without thinking. Sister Qian, are you crazy? A man walked up and quickly took away all the drinks in front of Nan Xian. It's nothing, I'm just thirsty. Nan Xian shook her head. Why are you still working? The man sat across from Nan Xian and looked at her in confusion. Well, not only am I working, I'm also married. Nan Xian smiled and replied. Married? The man looked at Nan Xian in shock. How could she be married after just a few days apart? Nan Xian briefly explained what had happened. Huzi, Master Gusi came to pick me up, I have to go. Nan Xian stood up with her bag, and casually picked up a bottle of beer and blew into it. This time, Pang Hu did not stop Nan Xian, but instead stood on the side and silently watched her drink. When Nan Xian walked out of the TG bar, there was a Ferrari sports car parked at the entrance, with a man leaning against the car door, dressed in casual clothes, looking up at Nan Xian. Nan Xian? Miss Nan, long time no see. The man was surprised for a second, and then walked towards Nan Xian step by step. Zhao Jie? Nan Xian was also a little surprised and greeted the man with a smile. It's been a few years since we last saw each other, and you're still so beautiful. Zhao Jie said, looking Nan Xian over. While the two were talking, a dark blue Bentley pulled into the parking lot and parked next to the red Ferrari. Gu Tingxiao looked at the two people chatting happily and just got out of the car, standing next to it and lighting a cigarette. You're still with Lin Feng? Zhao Jie suddenly looked at Nan Xian and asked hesitantly. Lin Feng? That was a lifetime ago. He cheated on me with Chen Jiaowei. Do you think I would still want him? Nan Xian shook her head. She was surprised herself. When it came to Lin Feng, she was actually unmoved, without any emotions. Chen Jiaowei? Someone actually wanted the mythical beast from the Shanhaijing. Zhao Jie said disdainfully. However, Miss Nan has managed to climb out of the swamp, and I don't know why you, who always has good taste, could have ever looked at Lin Feng. Zhao Jie heard that the two had broken up, and he felt relieved for Nan Xian. Everyone goes blind sometimes, but now my eyesight has been cured. Nan Xian said with a smile. Cured? Zhao Jie paused, frowning slightly. This is my boyfriend. Nan Xian had seen Gu Tingyao a long time ago. Zhao Jie followed Nan Xian's gaze and looked over to see Gu Tingyao, who had just stubbed out his cigarette. The latter also saw the two people's gazes and walked over in big strides. Master Gu. Zhao Jie's mind didn't turn around for a moment, but he subconsciously called out. You know him. Nan Xian nodded. Miss, who in the capital city doesn't know him? Zhao Jie put away the rebellious air about him. Master Gu, I am Zhao Jie of the Zhao family. Zhao Jie looked at Gu Tingxiao and held out his hand. Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao nodded slightly, then shook hands with Zhao Jie, and then put his arm around Nan Xian's shoulders. Zhao Jie, I'll go first, your friend should be coming out soon. Nan Xian knew it was time to go. Well, let's chat again when you have time. Zhao Jie nodded to Nan Xian, then watched the two of them walk away. After getting into the car, Gu Tingxiao fastened Nan Xian's seatbelt for her, and then fastened his own. Your friend? Gu Tingxiao's tone of voice did not reveal any emotions. Nan Xian nodded, well, I have known Zhao Jie for many years and we are on good terms. Gu Tingxiao did not say anything after hearing this, and he handed Nan Xian a drink. Nan Xian took it and opened it to look at it. It was warm brown sugar glutinous rice wine. Nan Xian took a sip without thinking. It was sweet, and after drinking it, she could feel a warm current flow through her stomach. Brother-in-law, where did you buy it? It's delicious. I saw the shop just now when I passed by, so I was a little late. Gu Tingxiao explained. You'll suffer tomorrow after drinking so much. Gu Tingxiao had already smelled the alcohol on Nan Xian's breath, and he had expected her to drink a lot, so he had made a special detour to buy the brown sugar rice wine. Nan Xian was holding the cup in both hands, looking calm, but in fact her heart was pounding like a fawn. Because she knew very well that there were no commercial streets on the road from TG Bar to Gu Tingxiao's villa, let alone drink shops. She glanced at the address printed on the cup and knew that Gu Tingxiao had gone out of his way to buy it. Little brother-in-law, thank you. Nan Xian was very moved. Gu Tingxiao heard Nan Xian's words, turned his head to look at Nan Xian, and then turned his head back to drive seriously. But his hand also betrayed his thoughts, and unconsciously reached out to Nan Xian and held Nan Xian's left hand, not letting go. Nan Xian didn't squirm either, but returned the grip, feeling really good about having such a handsome and composed younger brother-in-law as her husband. Zhao Jie walked back to the Ferrari, leaned against the side of the car again, and returned to the position he had just been in. How did Nan Xian and Gu Sai come together? Oh, right. Nan Xian's best friend is Gu Nuan, and Gu Sai is presumably Gu Nuan's younger brother-in-law. Many men in the rich second generation will have a concubine, but Gu Tingxiao is different, he is not married. And as Nan Xian is, she would not be Gu Tingxiao's concubine, so it should be a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Zhao Jie's slightly furrowed eyebrows relaxed when she thought about it. As Nan Xian's best friend, she has finally cured her blindness and found a good man, and she is happy for her. Jia Ge. A woman's voice interrupted Zhao Jie's thoughts. Ruan. Zhao Jie walked up to her and held out his hand, then took her hand. Is it all taken care of? Zhao Jie's voice was gentle. It's all taken care of. The owner here is very nice, and he sent someone to protect me from beginning to end. Ruan nodded, but her face was not very good. The TG Bar has the lowest police response rate in the city. No one dares to make trouble here, and even if there is a conflict here, both sides will go out to settle it. The owner, Pang Hu, is a righteous man, but his methods are ruthless. Those who dare to make trouble here almost never end well. That's why the rich second-generation ladies are willing to hang out here, because it's safe. It really is safe. The security guards here are all pretty good, and there's no drugs, no prostitution, and no thieves. Even if a rich lady gets too drunk to walk, the female security guards will arrange for her to stay in a guest room. Su Wan is Zhao Jie's new girlfriend. Last night, she was here drinking with her best friend. After they finished drinking, it was still early, so the two of them planned to go for another late-night snack without having Zhao Jie come pick them up. Unexpectedly, after they left, they were targeted by a drunk man who tried to grope them. The TG security guard spotted it on the surveillance camera and rushed out to save Su Ruan from the drunken man. Su Ruan just came over because the person who was up to no good was investigated by Pang Hu and found out, so Su Ruan was arranged to come over to handle the aftermath. Jing City ranks first among the largest cities in China. Everyone has someone backing them up, not to mention people. Therefore, the rule at TG is that whoever is in trouble comes in to handle it, and only the two parties involved can come in, no one else can accompany them. The reason is to prevent both parties from bringing in their own backers, which would lead to unfair handling of the matter. Therefore, the rule set by Pang Hu is that if you cause trouble on TG's turf, it's useless to bring in the King of Heaven or the Old Man. When Su Wan went in to handle the matter, Zhao Jie, as her boyfriend, could only stand at the door and wait. No one in Beijing City would break TG's rules. After all, everyone who comes to play hopes to be protected. Ruan, why do you look so pale? Getting into the car, Zhao Jie looked at Su Ruan anxiously. When she went in just now, Su Ruan's face didn't look this bad. After I went in, the security guard at TG gave me a mask to cover my face and told me that the man was drunk yesterday and didn't have any impression of my appearance, so in order not to affect my future life, he told me to go to a private room with the mask on. The man apologized profusely when he saw me. Su Ruan turned her head and looked at Zhao Jie with a pale face. Then what happened? Zhao Jie knew that something else must have happened afterwards. First, the man offered 2 million in compensation. The TG boss didn't let him transfer it directly to me, but first put it in the TG account, and then TG gave it to me. Later, the boss asked me if I accepted the apology. I didn't react, and there was a delay of a few seconds, and then the man took out a knife himself and chopped off a finger. Su Ruan's voice trailed off as she spoke, and her voice was close to tears. Zhao Jie understood that Su Ruan had been frightened, and quickly reached out and put his arm around her. Zhao Jie had heard of TG dealing with harassment of women a few times. As long as the other party did not relent and say they forgave, the perpetrator had to chop off their own finger until the other party forgave them. If the person did not take the initiative or chop slowly, then the TG people would do it for them, chopping off the whole hand. This is also the reason why many drunk people, no matter how drunk they are, dare not cause trouble in the TG. Ruan, don't be afraid, you saw it all, didn't you? Zhao Jie coaxed softly. I didn't see it. When that person took out the knife, the TG security guard stood in front of me. But I heard the screams. Ruan Su explained. Don't be afraid, this person deserves it. Zhao Jie continued to coax. He was going to take care of this himself. He had gone to see Peng Hu during the day, but Peng Hu had reminded him that this was TG's territory, and since TG had already intervened, he could just wait for the result. Zhao Jie knew that if it wasn't for the TG security guard who had come out quickly, Su Ruan would have been stripped naked. At that time, her best friend Lu Lele took advantage of the man's distraction to strip Su Ruan and ran away without looking back. Only she knew how desperate she felt, being pinned to the ground. Has Lu Lele contacted you? Zhao Jie suddenly asked Su Ruan. Forget about her. I don't know this person in the future. Su Ruan was furious when she thought about seeing Lu Lele run away with her own eyes, and she wasn't afraid anymore. Zhao Jie nodded and didn't say anything else. It was only a week later that Su Ruan received an apology text from Lu Lele and the news that she had been sent abroad. Su Ruan guessed that it was Zhao Jie's doing. Chapter 8 Boyfriend. Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao returned home. The two of them had just walked into the bedroom when Gu Tingxiao, who was walking in front of her, suddenly turned around, raised his right hand and directly encircled Nan Qian against the wall. The room hadn't even had time to turn on the lights. In the darkness, the two grew closer and closer, and Gu Tingxiao's left hand, with a hint of domineeringness and an unyielding strength, encircled Nan Qian's waist, and she had nowhere to hide. The man's hot breath sprayed on the woman's brow, and the latter was looking at the man in front of her, at a loss. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Nan Qian asked softly, subconsciously. Just now, how did you introduce me, Gu Tingxiao's voice was low and hoarse, and his slender fingers teased Nan Qian's small, palm-sized face. Nan Qian's mind quickly recalled her conversation with Zhao Jie. This is my boyfriend. So that's why, this man is unhappy. Am I really that unacceptable to be with me? Nan Qian heard a hint of displeasure in Gu Tingxiao's tone. Nan Qian blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, thought about the reason, and knew what to do. The next second, she lifted her arms and wrapped them around Gu Tingxiao's neck. Brother-in-law, we just got married, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Gu Tingxiao was taken aback by Nan Qian's sudden action, and his muscles tensed up instantly. Qian. Before Gu Tingxiao could finish his sentence, Nan Qian withdrew her hand and covered Gu Tingxiao's mouth. Brother-in-law, it won't happen again. After Nan Qian finished speaking, she lightly stood on her tiptoes, moved her hand away from Gu Tingxiao's thin lips, and kissed him on her own initiative. 2 seconds later, Nan Qian ended the kiss. As soon as she moved her lips away, the next second, the overwhelming rush of male hormones hit her, and his arms gradually tightened. Nan Qian was blocked again, and when she reacted, her lips and teeth had already been prized open. The man's body was entwined with the smell of ebony and incense and a faint smell of smoke. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room gradually heated up, and Nan Qian's face turned red from this kiss. Nan Qian, breathe. Gu Tingxiao felt the small hand that had been around his neck slowly slide down, so he gently moved his lips away to remind Nan Qian. Nan Qian had never experienced a kiss like this before, and when Gu Tingxiao moved away, she immediately began breathing heavily. Before she could catch her breath, Gu Tingxiao once again embraced Nan Xian and lowered his head for another deep kiss, the two of them embracing. Nan Xian was surprised to find that she didn't even think about rejecting him. Her body subconsciously accepted Gu Tingxiao. Shanxian, you go wash up and rest first, I'll go take a shower in the guest room. After an unknown period of time, Gu Tingxiao reluctantly pushed away Nan Xian. His voice became low and hoarse, and his face slightly bore an expression of restraint. After saying that, he stood up. Before he could stand up, Gu Tingxiao noticed that Nan Xian had grabbed his hand. Little brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Nan Xian didn't understand what was wrong. She could accept the next step, so what was wrong with Gu Tingxiao? As he spoke, Nan Xian looked down and saw the change in Gu Tingxiao. What was this? Gu Tingxiao followed Nan Xian's line of sight and looked down slightly, and then he knew what Nan Xian was thinking. Nan Xian, be good, I won't move you today. Gu Tingxiao reached out and stroked Nan Xian's soft hair. Nan Xian's eyes were like they were covered in a layer of moisture, looking at Gu Tingxiao with watery eyes. His kiss was very addictive. Gu Tingxiao guessed Nan Xian's confusion and leaned over Nan Xian's ear and whispered something. After he finished speaking, Nan Xian's already rosy face became even more red. Gu Tingxiao smiled fondly and then strode out of the bedroom, directly going to the guest room downstairs. He needed to cool off. Nan Xian also stood up from the bed with a face full of embarrassment and ran into the bedroom to wash up. When Nan Xian came out, Gu Tingxiao still hadn't returned, so she lay down on the bed by herself. After waiting for a long time, when she was about to fall asleep, she heard the bedroom door open, and a few seconds later, the smell of ebony and agarwood entered her nose. She was too sleepy to open her eyes, and when she was sure it was Gu Tingxiao, she didn't open them. When the man lay into the covers, the coolness all over his body made Nan Xian wake up a little, and she slowly opened her eyes. Gu Tingxiao was staring at her. Nan Xian shifted her body and snuggled into Gu Tingxiao's arms, then reached out and placed her hand on the man's abdomen. Brother-in-law, why are you so cold? I'll warm you up. Shanxian, go to sleep. Don't hug me. The cold air will enter your body and make you feel unwell tomorrow. As Gu Tingxiao spoke, he felt the temperature in his body rise again. This girl, if she hugs me for a while longer, I'll have to take another shower. Nan Xian didn't move as she held Gu Tingxiao in her arms, but instead, she fell asleep again in a daze. Vaguely, she heard Gu Tingxiao say, Xian, after your period is over, I won't let you go. The phone rang in the middle of the night, and Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao both opened their eyes and sat up from the bed at the same time. My phone? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao's bedside table in confusion. It's yours. Gu Tingxiao handed it to Nan Xian. The caller ID showed a strange number. Who is it? After hanging up the phone, Nan Xian ran directly from getting up to the walk-in closet without thinking. Gu Tingxiao followed Nan Xian and walked in. Xian, what's wrong? Gu Tingxiao frowned and saw the hurried Nan Xian. Little brother-in-law, I have something to do, I have to go out for a while. Nan Xian said while getting dressed. Where are you going? Gu Tingxiao asked seriously, grabbing Nan Xian's arm. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao and hesitated for a moment. Brother-in-law, trust me, you can just wait for me at home. Nan Xian still didn't say anything. When I come back, I'll explain to you, it's too late now. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao firmly. Gu Tingxiao could tell that Nan Xian didn't want to tell him, but he was really in a hurry, so he had to nod. After Nan Xian changed his clothes, he didn't think twice and ran downstairs directly, and the roar of the sports car resounded throughout the villa area. Gu Tingxiao stood on the balcony, his eyebrows knitted as he watched the flash of the car's shadow, and he lifted his hand to take a drag of his cigarette. For 3 consecutive days, Nan Xian disappeared without a trace, only sending a message to Gu Tingxiao every night. Fourth master, has the wife not returned yet? Yuan Xianming went to the villa to pick up Gu Tingxiao in the morning of the 4th day, and saw that it was still Gu Tingxiao who walked out alone, and Nan Xian by his side never appeared. No. Gu Tingxiao sat in the back seat, raised his left hand and gently rubbed his brow. Where did this girl go? Nan Xian stopped the moment she ran out of the bedroom and turned to look at Gu Tingxiao. Brother-in-law, trust me and don't investigate me. Because of these words, Gu Tingxiao chose to believe Nan Xian and so did not investigate her. When Gu Tingxiao walked into the office, he saw Gu Nuan sitting on the sofa. Shanwan, why are you here? Gu Tingxiao looked at Gu Nuan with some confusion. Xiao Shu, you really are. Since Xiao Qian married you, she doesn't even reply to my messages. Gu Nuan pouted and sat on the sofa, looking at Gu Tingxiao with reluctance. Gu Tingxiao paused when he heard what Gunwan said. I can't get in touch with her either. What? Gunwan stood up from the sofa and looked at Gu Tingxiao with incomprehension. Second young lady, you've misunderstood fourth young master. Yuan Shenming walked in with 2 cups of coffee, one for Gu Tingxiao and one for Gunwan. My wife has gone out and hasn't returned for several days. Yuan Shenming explained. Not returned? She didn't argue with her brother-in-law, did she? Gunwan was a little surprised. No. Gu Tingxiao shook his head and then briefly explained the situation. You mean, Xiao Qian received a phone call in the middle of the night and ran away, and she never came back? Gunwan understood. Yes. Gu Tingxiao nodded. Do you know where she could have gone? Gu Tingxiao thought about his niece and knew she would know better. Where could she have gone? Gunwan muttered to herself. Gu Tingxiao also didn't say anything, just quietly stared at Gunwan to see what she could remember. Oh yes, I know who to ask. Gunwan said, took out her phone, found a number, and dialed it. When the other party answered, Gunwan turned on the speakerphone directly and placed the phone on the coffee table. Shaonuan. Pang Hu's voice came through. Brother Huzi, I haven't been able to find Xiao Qian for a few days. Is she with you? As Gunwan asked, Gu Tingxiao stared intently at the screen of Gunwan's phone, which displayed Pang Hu. Gu Tingxiao glanced at Yuan Shenming without thinking, and Yuan Shenming nodded knowingly before turning and walking out. Do you need her for something? Pang Hu did not answer Gunwan directly. She's disappeared without a trace. She just disappeared, so of course I'm worried. Gunwan said anxiously. I know where she is, don't worry, she's fine. Pang Hu still didn't say where Nan Shan had gone. Brother Hu, if you don't tell me where she is, I'll just go sit in your office. Gunwan's tone was angry but also coquettish. She's not in the country, so it's useless for me to tell you. She'll be back in a few days. Pang Hu said this and didn't want to say anything more. Hearing Pang Hu's words, Gunwan looked up and saw Gu Tingxiao, who was frowning. Gu Tingxiao pointed at the phone and indicated for her to continue asking. She went abroad? She told you before she left. Gunwan understood what Gu Tingxiao meant. Yes, she came to see me in the middle of the night that day, and I took her to the airport. Pang Hu hesitated for a moment before telling Gunwan. Shaonuan, I know there is someone by your side, it must be Master Gu, right? Pang Hu was very clever and guessed it right away. Gunwan looked up at Gu Tingxiao, unable to pretend any longer. Gu Tingxiao didn't hide either, and directly picked up the phone. This is Gu Tingxiao. Fourth Master Gu, you don't need to look for Qian. Qian, she won't get into trouble. When she comes back, she'll explain it to you herself if she wants to. Pang Hu spoke directly. Okay. Gu Tingxiao chose to believe Pang Hu, and then hung up the phone. After a while, Yuan Shenming walked back and handed Gu Tingxiao a document. Fourth Master, this is Pang Hu's information. Gu Tingxiao opened the folder and carefully looked at the information inside. Pang Hu, the owner of the TG bar. According to the information, Pang Hu is 27 years old and everyone on the street has to call him Brother Hu, and he has a very high reputation. He never bullies the weak and fears the strong. No one who causes trouble at TG has ever been dissatisfied with the way he handled things. Gu Tingxiao looked at the information in his hands and hesitated to speak. Why would someone like this be involved with Nan Qian? That night, after Nan Qian left home, why did he go to see Pang Hu before going to the airport? It can be seen that Nan Qian's relationship with Pang Hu was not ordinary. Shaonuan, you and Xian Qian both know this Pang Hu? Gu Tingxiao looked up at Gunwan, who was sitting on the sofa. Xiao Shu, we all know each other. Brother Hu is a friend of Xiao Qian. Gunwan told the truth. How did you meet? Gu Tingxiao asked thoughtfully. Hey, they know each other. Why do you need to think about it? Gunwan helplessly waved his hand. You're right, Xiao Shu. You haven't been back to China for long, so you don't know some of the situation in Beijing. Gunwan suddenly remembered that Gu Tingxiao had just returned from abroad. There is a TG bar in Beijing, and the owner is Pang Hu. TG bar has a very high status in Beijing. If Mobe's bar is the biggest, then TG bar is the most prestigious. The rich second generation or the second generation of officials who like to be seen in public like to go to Mobe's Galaxy bar. Those who like to be safe like to go to TG. There is an unwritten rule at TG that no one is allowed to make trouble inside. Even outside the TG bar, fighting is prohibited within a 1 kilometer radius. But Xiao Qian is a special case. Once, while she was inside TG, she was almost taken advantage of by a drunk boy, and Xiao Qian fought back. By the time the security guards arrived, Xiao Qian had already finished with the boy. Then Brother Huzi learned about it and met with Xiao Qian alone. Xiaoshan's point was that she had been wronged at TG, but she had fought back and didn't need Brother Huzi to vent her anger for her, but Brother Huzi also forbade her to pursue the matter of her assault. In the end, they reached a consensus and slowly became good friends. After Gun Wan had finished explaining, Gu Tingxiao nodded slightly. Indeed, this was something Nan Xian could do. Brother-in-law, although Brother Hu is a person on the wrong side of the law, he is indeed very good. Xiao Qian is also a troublemaker, and Brother Hu has helped her settle many things. Gun Wan kindly reminded Gu Tingxiao, hoping that he would not have a bad impression of Peng Hu. After all, Peng Hu is a good friend of Nan Xian. Okay, I got it. Gu Tingxiao put away the folder and then asked Yuan Shenming to take Gun Wan to the parking lot. When Yuan Shenming walked back, he saw Gu Tingxiao standing in front of the French windows looking outside. Fourth master, is something wrong? Yuan Shenming could tell that Gu Tingxiao was skeptical about the relationship between Peng Hu and Nan Xian. According to the information, Peng Hu is an orphan with no parents and has made his way in the capital city alone. How did he get to where he is today? Gu Tingxiao said indifferently. I understand. Peng Hu has no background, but he has made it to where he is today. He is also a ruthless person in society. Logically, he cannot just turn a blind eye to his wife fighting in the TG. Yuan Shenming understood at once. Do you want me to check the relationship between your wife and him? Yuan Shenming asked directly. The first rule of marriage is mutual trust between husband and wife. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. Xia Qian's nickname was the south half of the city. It described the number of fights she had been in Beijing. She had been in so many fights that apart from the Nan family protecting her, she must have her own way of dealing with people. Her relationship with Peng Hu might be very good, but it definitely wasn't romantic. Gu Tingxiao had never suspected that these two had an illicit relationship. Late at night, Gu Tingxiao was lying in bed asleep when the door to his room was pushed open gently. Nan Shan walked quietly to the edge of the bed, looked at the sleeping Gu Tingxiao and smiled unconsciously, then turned and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When she finished showering, changed into her pajamas, and quietly lay on the covers, Gu Tingxiao pulled back the covers, rolled over, and pinned Nan Shan underneath. Ah! Nan Shan was startled by the sudden movement, and she was pinned down before she even had time to react. Brother-in-law, you scared me. Nan Shan looked at the man staring down at her in shock. Xian, you told me to wait for you at home, and you've been waiting for 11 days. Gu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes flickered. I had to go out for something, and I rushed back as soon as I finished. Nan Shan muttered quietly. She was more anxious than anyone else while she was abroad, and the time apart was longer than the time she had known and married Gu Tingxiao. You're not going to tell me what you were doing, are you? Gu Tingxiao's large hands stroked the soft flesh of Nan Shan's waist. He really wanted to devour this little girl in one bite. Little brother, today. I'm not ready yet. I've been on a plane for more than 20 hours. Give me a break, okay? Nan Shan could see the desire rising in Gu Tingxiao's eyes, but she was really tired. Hearing Nan Shan's words, Gu Tingxiao paused, took a deep breath, and finally rolled over and got off Nan Shan's body. Before Nan Shan could let out a sigh of relief, he reached out with his large hand and embraced Nan Shan in his arms. Still don't want to say? Gu Tingxiao asked indifferently. The system I made for a club in the United States was suddenly attacked, and I went to solve the problem. Nan Shan thought about it and told Gu Tingxiao. Do you really need to go in person? Gu Tingxiao's tone did not change. Normally, I don't need to go, but this is the 4th time this year that the other party has caused trouble, so I have to go in person. Nan Xian explained without any hesitation. The 4th time? Gu Tingxiao was a little surprised. With Nan Xian's level, he has been messed up 4 times in the first half of the year, so it is really necessary for him to go. Well, I have a lot of clients in the United States, so I can't lose my job. Nan Shan laughed to himself as he spoke. Good, as long as you're fine, go to sleep. Gu Tingxiao stroked Nan Xian's head. Probably because Nan Xian was really tired, he fell asleep in a few minutes. That night, Gu Tingxiao also slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, Nan Xian was sitting in Gu Tingxiao's office, about to start watching TV, when he saw Gun Wan running in and pouncing on him. My ancestor. You finally showed up. Gunwan's tone was full of blame and anxiety. Hey, I'm back, aren't I? Nan Xian said with a smile. How can you smile? If you don't come back, I'll have to stay at Brother Hu's place. Gunwan said, still in a bad mood. Nan Xian actually already knew that Gunwan and Gu Tingxiao had found Pang Hu, but since Pang Hu didn't say much, she didn't care. If I don't go out and earn money, how can I buy you a bag? Nan Xian said, pointing to the shopping bag on the coffee table. Brother-in-law. Gunwan looked at the shopping bag and realized that Gu Tingxiao was sitting at his desk working. The latter responded without even looking up, and then continued working. Gunwan walked over and saw the bags that Nan Xian had bought for her. They were all the latest seasonal models, and they hadn't even been released in China yet. Oh my god! You bought them all? Gunwan instantly forgot that she had come to complain to Nan Xian. Well, I definitely have to buy them for you when I make money. Nan Xian nodded, knowing that she had appeased Gunwan. Xian, let's go drinking tonight. Gunwan thought about the fact that she hadn't been drinking or going clubbing with Nan Xian for more than 10 days, and she felt a little anxious. Nan Xian's eyes lit up at the mere mention of drinking, and she was about to say yes when she felt a pair of piercing eyes trained on her. Nan Xian followed the gaze to its owner, who was staring at her with a face full of resentment. It looked like a frustrated, resentful woman. Nan Xian paused for a moment, thinking that Gu Tingxiao had not succeeded twice in wooing her, and she felt a little sorry for him. Although she had not spent much time with Gu Tingxiao, she did not dislike the idea of going further with him. I came back late last night and came here early in the morning. Let me go back and catch up on some sleep today. When Nan Xian finished speaking, she saw Gu Tingxiao nod in satisfaction and continue working. Okay, let's talk about it some other time. Gunwan kept looking at the bag in her hands from beginning to end, completely unaware of the eye contact between Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao just now. By the way, Xian. Gunwan thought of something and looked up at Nan Xian. Ha! Nan Xian drank some water while looking at Gunwan. Brother Yanzhou confessed to me. Ha! Nan Xian nodded, but the next second, a mouthful of water sprayed out of Nan Xian's mouth. Cough, 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 cough. Gunwan quickly put down the bag in her hands, ran over to Nan Xian's side, and patted her back gently. Missy, are you serious? Cough, 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 cough. Don't scare me. Gunwan looked at Nan Xian, who was choking badly and coughing non-stop, and quickly looked up at Gu Tingxiao. The latter was walking towards Nan Xian in big strides. Xian, you take it easy. Cough, 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 cough. It took a long while for Nan Xian to recover, and she coughed up tears. She wiped her tears while looking at Gunwan. Pei Yanzhou confessed to you. The day before yesterday. Gunwan let out a sigh of relief when she saw Nan Xian recovering. Even rabbits don't eat grass near the nest, and he actually went after you. Nan Xian was very shocked. After hearing Nan Xian's words, Gunwan's gaze kept darting back and forth between Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao. Okay. Nan Xian also realized that the grass the rabbit was eating was even closer to the edge of the nest. You agreed? Gu Tingxiao was not surprised, because Pei Yanzhou had always been more interested in Gunwan, and he could see it. He didn't completely agree, he just said he would try it first. Gunwan shook her head. After all, she had just taken off the green hat on her head not long ago, and she had some reservations in her heart. Yanzhou is a nice person. Gu Tingxiao nodded. Brother-in-law, you said that you and uncle hang out with the younger generation every day. Isn't that a bit strange? Gunwan couldn't help but feel strange about it. Even if I'm in the grandparent generation, I'm only 28 years old. Gu Tingxiao said helplessly. That's right. Then, in the future, Pei Yanzhou will have to call you younger brother when he sees you. Nan Xian couldn't stop smiling when she thought about it. Yes, in the future, you'll have to call me younger sister. Gu Tingxiao nodded. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he saw the two girls laughing heartily, excited beyond words. During the day's work, Gu Tingxiao had checked his watch hundreds of times, feeling that every minute was excruciating. Ever since he kissed Nan Xian for the first time, her shy appearance and the faint smell of milk on her body have popped up in his mind from time to time. He actually woke up when Nan Xian pushed open the bedroom door last night, but he still waited until Nan Xian got into bed. At that moment, he couldn't help but press over. But when he heard Nan Xian say that she had been on a plane for more than 20 hours, he couldn't bear to touch her. What Nan Xian didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Gu Tingxiao got up again and took a shower. He had been trying hard to suppress the fire in his body all day, and he even wanted to drag Nan Shen into the lounge, but then he thought that she had never experienced it before, so he decided to wait until they got home to talk about it. Finally, it was time to go home from work. Gu Tingxiao stood up from his chair and walked over to the coat rack, where he grabbed his suit jacket in Nan Xian's bag. Then he walked over to Nan Xian's desk and took her hand. Hey, little brother-in-law, what are you doing? I haven't finished watching the TV series yet. Nan Xian was in the middle of something and was startled by Gu Tingxiao's actions. Pause it, watch it tomorrow, it's time to go off work. Gu Tingxiao tapped the keyboard a little and the screen went static. Nan Xian was inexplicably pulled into the elevator and then rode in the president's exclusive elevator to the parking lot. Brother-in-law, are you going to rob a bank? Nan Xian stared at Gu Tingxiao in bewilderment as he shoved Yuan Shenming out of the driver's seat and got into the driver's seat himself, accelerating out of the parking lot. More important than robbing a bank. Gu Tingxiao's car speeded up, and Nan Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wasn't afraid, but was puzzled. What's wrong with brother-in-law? Chapter 9, The Battle for Control of the Company. With a sharp brake, the dark blue Bentley came to a stop in the villa's garage, and Gu Tingxiao pulled Nan Xian into the villa. Brother-in-law, when did you become such a homebody? Nan Xian saw that they were clearly going back to the villa, but there was no need to hurry. Gu Tingxiao was about to say something when Nan Xian's phone rang. What's wrong? It's Nan Chang's phone. Sister, did you marry Master Gu Si? Nan Chang asked in a low voice. Yes, we did. Nan Xian turned on the speakerphone, walked over to the tea table, and poured herself a glass of water. You didn't tell Mom and Dad about your marriage? Nan Chang continued. Hearing this, Nan Xian froze for a moment, as if she had forgotten. Hurry back home, it's a mess there. Bring Master Gu Si with you. Nan Chang said, and hung up the phone. Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao exchanged glances. The two hurriedly returned to the Nan family. As soon as they entered the villa, they saw all the employees of the Nan Group's legal department standing in the living room of the villa. Nan Zhe and Shi Yi on the sofa were telling the head of the legal department something. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom. Nan Xian saw the scene in front of him and walked up to say hello. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom. Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment and then followed Nan Xian in greeting them. In an instant, the entire villa fell silent. Nan Zhe and Shi Yi didn't know what to say in return, because they were obviously the same generation as him, but now, well, he was their son-in-law. That, Tingxiao is here. Nan Zhe thought about the fact that Nan Xian was already married to him, and so he responded. Grandpa and Grandma Nan were beaming from ear to ear. Who cares about the generation gap, as long as Nan Xian is married to him? Young lady! Young lady! Young lady! Master Gu! Master Gu! Master Gu! The employees in the villa's legal department greeted Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao. Sister, brother-in-law. Nan Chang walked up and greeted them respectfully. While they were greeting each other, Nan Zhe and Shi Yi continued communicating with the people from the legal department. What's going on? Why are all the people from the legal department here? Nan Xian asked Nan Chang in a low voice. That? Nan Chang looked at Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian with some difficulty. Before Nan Chang could answer, Nan Lasher spoke first. Lao Sun, close the door. Grandpa Nan's tone was not to be refused. In an instant, Sun Jiang led the Nan family bodyguards to close the gates of the villa courtyard and the villa doors. The bodyguards blocked all the doors and windows with 3 layers of guards, each armed with a stick, and their eyes were fixed on Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao. What? Nan Xian was shocked. What was this? Gu Tingxiao almost at the same time pulled Nan Xian behind him and stood in front of her. Seeing Gu Tingxiao's actions, Grandpa Nan, Grandma Nan, Nan Zhe, and Shi Yi glanced at each other and nodded with satisfaction. Grandpa, what are you doing? Nan Xian walked out from behind Gu Tingxiao and looked at Grandpa Nan with confusion. What are you doing? Sign the contract with Tingxiao. As soon as Grandpa Nan finished speaking, the head of the legal department took out several contracts and placed them on the table. What contract? Nan Xian walked up with a confused look on her face and picked up one of the contracts. When she read the contents, her face instantly changed. I won't sign it. The contract was thrown on the coffee table, and the Nan family parents sitting on the sofa seemed to have been psychologically prepared. Chen, if you don't sign this contract, you too won't be able to leave the Nan family house. Nanja looked at Nanshan with crossed legs and said confidently. Old man, you think your few flowery fist bodyguards can stop me, Nanshan? Nanshan crossed her arms and stared at Nanzai. Nanshan, don't be silly, this equity transfer is a good thing, why don't you sign it? Shiyi stood up and tried to persuade Nanshan. Stop. Ms. Shi, stop. Nanshan gave a gesture to indicate that Shiyi should stop. You can't use this stake to keep me here. As Nanshan spoke, she turned around and grabbed Nanshang by the arm, bringing him to face her. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing, sister? Nanshang looked innocent. Isn't this a good thing? Why don't you let your son sign? Here, you sign all these contracts, I'll give them to you, I don't want any of the shares. Nanshan pointed at the shareholding contracts on the table and said. I don't want any either. Sister, I still have to go to school and get my doctorate, and I want to be a doctor. I don't have time to manage the Nan family business. Nanshang's head shook like a rattle. You want to be a doctor? What for? It would be great to be the CEO. You can't find a girlfriend if you're a doctor, but if you're the CEO you can pick up girls every day. Nanshan said, pushing Nanshang forward a step. Sister. I'll save lives as a doctor, and I'll leave the business of securing our family's future to you. Otherwise, you'll have nothing to do all day. Nanshang took a step back and waved his hand. How do you mean I have nothing to do? I'm busy as hell every day. Nanshan retorted excitedly. What do you do every day? What do you have to do? What are you busy with? You actually have something to do. Sister, what do you do? Young lady, even you have things to do? Grandpa Nan, Grandma Nan, Nanja, Shiyi, and Nanshang looked at Nanshan in shock, and even the butler Sun Jing asked in surprise. I have to be busy chasing dramas, shopping for bags, clothes and shoes, going to the spa, having afternoon tea, drinking, going clubbing every day, and I have to go drag racing every week, and I have to go to shows all over the place every season. It's crazy busy. Nanshan said with justification. Even the employees of the legal department didn't know what to say. This young lady is indeed quite busy, it seems that she is busier than each of them. Everyone in the entire villa, after a moment of silence, turned to look at Gu Tingxiao, who was standing to the side. Gu Tingxiao thought about it for a moment, then nodded, she really was very busy. She had finished work before she had finished watching today's drama, and tomorrow she would have to go to work 20 minutes early to make up for the drama she hadn't watched today. Tingxiao, we let Xian Xian marry you in the hope that you can guide her onto the right path, not spoil her and play with her. Grandpa Nan helplessly looked at Gu Tingxiao and said. I have the money to support her. Gu Tingxiao answered without any hesitation. Fine, Nan Xian, you're not going to sign it, are you? Nanzai found that there was no hope for Nan Xian at all, so he planned to fire at Gu Tingxiao. Come on, Gu Tingxiao, as Qian Xian's husband and Nan's son-in-law, you sign it, and these shares will be transferred to you. I won't sign it either. Gu Tingxiao shook his head without even thinking. He's busy all day long, and you think we're stupid? After signing this contract, I will be the largest shareholder of the Nan Group. There is also a letter of appointment. After I sign it, I will be the CEO of the Nan Group. Do I look like a grudge bearer? The existing shares I own are enough to provide for my needs for the rest of my life, so don't expect me to go to the company, I don't have time. Nan Xianyi said sternly. You little brat, I'll beat you to death today. Shiyi was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and grab Nan Xian. He didn't take 2 steps before Nanzai grabbed him. Wife, don't be angry, don't be angry. A car pulled up outside the villa, and Sun Zhang turned on the surveillance camera as soon as he saw it. It's not convenient to open the door now, after all, as soon as the door is opened, the auntie in the house will hit it. After Sun Zhang saw the car pulling in, he looked at Grandpa Nan, Master, it's second master back. Grandpa Nan nodded, indicating to Sun Zhang to bring the people in. After receiving Sun Zhang's gaze, the bodyguards immediately surrounded Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao, and Sun Zhang squeezed his way through the crowd. Sun Zhang, what's going on at home? Why is it so lively? Nan Zong walked over from the garage with his wife Sun Xuejing and Sun Nanfeng, and asked in puzzlement when he saw the bodyguards in the villa courtyard. Second master, it's the master who wants the eldest young lady to sign an equity transfer contract. These people are here to prevent the eldest young lady from escaping, specially prepared. Sun Zhang respectfully explained. Equity transfer contract? To whom is Qianqian being transferred? Sun Xuejing asked in puzzlement. It's not transferring the eldest young lady away, it's that the master and his men want to transfer all their shares to the eldest young lady, so that she can become the CEO. Hearing Sun Zhang's words, Nanzong and Sun Xuejing immediately stopped in their tracks and stared at Sun Zhang. Why suddenly transfer the shares? Nanzong asked earnestly. The eldest young lady and Gu Si of the Gu family have received their marriage certificate, and this is a reward from the master and his men for the eldest young lady. Sun Zhang told the truth. Married. Uncle Sun, did my eldest sister really marry fourth Master Gu? Nanfeng was surprised. Well, it's been half a month. Sun Zhang nodded. How far has it gone? Nanzong asked excitedly, pointing inside the villa. It's reached the step where my eldest sister is about to make her escape. Sun Zhang said helplessly, and then recounted what had just happened. After hearing Sun Zhang's words, Nanzong and Sun Xuejing's expressions were very serious. This is sheer nonsense. Nanzong's tone trembled a little. Dad, Mom, what are you still doing here? Nanfeng kindly reminded Nanzong and Sun Xuejing. Hurry up and go, before this shitbowl falls on our heads. I still have to go traveling around the world. Why is this girl so stubborn? Just sign it. Sun Xuejing was also a little excited, quickly put her arm around Nanzong and pulled him towards the garage. Lao Sun. Tell all these bodyguards to be on their toes. Don't let this girl get away. Nanzong reminded Sun Zhang and turned to walk towards the garage. He still wants to travel the world with his wife, so he's not going to go in and get shot. If he lets Nan Xian go, Grandpa Nan will definitely catch him and make him sign, and he's not stupid. Nan Xian saw that his uncle and aunt and younger brother in the surveillance camera had actually listened to the whole story and ran away without looking back, and he was even more furious. Grandpa, you just watch. I'll catch that brat Nanfeng for you to inherit the family business. Nan Xian said and was about to rush out, but unexpectedly the bodyguards were all staring at him. Uncle Sun. Lock the door for me. If they escape, I'll hold you responsible. Nan Xian shouted towards the door. You people want to stop me? Nan Xian said and swung his fist at the first bodyguard. With the help of Gu Tingxiao, Nan Xian finally grabbed Nanfeng in the car in front of the villa. Xiao Chen. Don't you take Nanfeng away. Big sister, let go of me, I'm not going in. After a lot of trouble, none of them managed to escape, and they all stood obediently in the villa. Are the Nan family shares a hot potato or a pack of wolves and tigers, and you all hide away from them? Grandpa Nan said angrily. Dad, it's not that we're hiding. The Nan family has such a big business. If we take over and mess it up, it'll be over. We have to let someone with experience and ability like big brother and sister-in-law take over. Nanzong said with a face that looked like he was doing what was best for the Nan family. That's right, if big brother and sister-in-law don't want to take over, then let fourth Master Gu take over. After all, he is now the son-in-law of the Nan family. Sun Xuejing's cannon was ultimately aimed at Gu Tingxiao. Yes, Tingxiao is a ruthless businessman. Who in the entire city doesn't respect his abilities? Nanzong nodded, very much agreeing with what his wife said. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nanzong with cold eyes. Good guy, you even dragged yourself into this. Uncle and aunt, don't throw all your bad intentions at my husband. He still has the Gu group in his hands, and you want him to take over the Nan family? What about the Gu family? Throw it away? Nan Xian retorted. Then your parents are the most suitable to take over. They are the eldest, and should be in charge of the family. Sun Xuejing turned her face towards Nanja and Shiyi again. You. Seeing the chaos in the family, Grandpa Nan's head was spinning. In other families, people would fight to get an additional share in order to break the ice. In our Nan family, we argue to the sky just to avoid taking over the group. What is going on? Nan's wife said helplessly. To be fair, Gu Tingxiao suddenly looked up at the old man and suggested. Tingxiao, you say it. The old man's eyes lit up. This is a solution. Dad and Uncle Air, take over together. Gu Tingxiao suggested. Nanzong and Nanja both stared at Gu Tingxiao. If you can't speak, don't speak. It seems that this is the only way. No bias. Grandpa Nan agreed. How long will the takeover last? Nan Qian suddenly asked. 5 years. During these 5 years, whoever brings the Nan family less profit will be completely replaced. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Nanju and Nanzong's eyes widened. In the end, this battle for shares was decided by Gu Tingxiao's opinion, and Nanju and Nanzong began a 5-year competition. On the way home, Nanxian couldn't stop smiling. Ha ha, brother-in-law, your method is so immoral. In 5 years, whoever brings in less profit will take over. During these 5 years, Nanzai and Nanzong will have to fight for business performance with their lives. After all, the person with more performance can withdraw unscathed after 5 years, while the person with less performance will have to completely take over the Nan family and work hard to keep it going. Chapter 10, and Tong returns to China. It was already 10 o'clock at night when Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao returned home. The two of them realized that they hadn't even had time to eat dinner. Auntie Wang, I'm so hungry. As soon as Nan Qian entered the house, she rushed into the kitchen to find something to eat. Auntie Wang, the family nanny, was cleaning up in the kitchen. Madam, I just finished making the soup and steaming the meat buns with chili. I'll bring it up to you. Auntie Wang looked at Nan Qian kindly. She has been taking care of the family for more than 20 years and is very loyal. After Nan Qian married Gu Tingxiao brought Aunt Wang from the old house to take care of Nan Qian. Chili pork buns? Nan Qian knew they would be delicious just from the sound of the name. Come and eat the buns, little brother-in-law. Nan Qian saw the plump buns Aunt Wang served, and they looked very appetizing. Let's eat, you must be starving. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Qian wolfing down his meal. Nan Qian ate 3 buns in one go and drank a big bowl of soup before patting his stomach contentedly. When Nan Qian lay on the bed after eating and washing up, it was already 11:30. Gu Tingxiao came out of the bathroom and saw Nan Qian lying in the quilt staring at the phone, not knowing what to do. But Gu Tingxiao wasn't at all curious about what she was doing, and went straight to bed, reached out and took Nan Qian's phone. I haven't finished shopping yet. Nan Qian reached out and tried to grab it twice, but failed. I'll pay for whatever you want tomorrow. Gu Tingxiao simply put Nan Qian's phone aside, then leaned over and pressed down. Brother-in-law, you… Nan Qian's words were not even finished when she was directly blocked by Gu Tingxiao's thin lips. Nan Qian was so infatuated with the kiss that Gu Tingxiao's large hand slowly reached into Nan Qian's nightdress and gently caressed it. Nan Qian. Gu Tingxiao looked up, his eyes full of uncontrollable desire. I want you. Gu Tingxiao's voice was hoarse. Nan Qian blushed to the base of her neck when she heard Gu Tingxiao's words. She didn't say anything, but reached out and pulled the belt of Gu Tingxiao's bathrobe straight off, revealing his 8 well-defined abs. Nan Qian's fingers gently stroked Gu Tingxiao's abs. Having received Nan Qian's answer, Gu Tingxiao didn't hesitate for a second and kissed Nan Qian's neck directly. Nan Qian felt a strange sensation in her body and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Gu Tingxiao's big hands were also constantly tightening, slowly adjusting Nan Qian's body. Although he was bursting with desire at the moment, he was still very patient and let Nan Qian adapt. In the air of ambiguity, the ringtone of a cell phone came. The two stopped at the same time. Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and helplessly buried his head between Nan Qian's collarbones. Nan Qian turned his head and looked at the bedside table. Brother-in-law, it's your phone. Gu Tingxiao didn't want to bother with the phone at all, adjusted his emotions a little to continue the action from before, but the phone kept ringing. Nan Qian felt the strange feeling in her body gradually fade away as she was disturbed by the ringing sound. She then rested her hands on Gu Tingxiao's chest and said, Little brother, what if it's an emergency? Gu Tingxiao had no choice but to get up from Nan Qian's body and reach for the phone. When he saw the incoming caller ID on the screen, the usually calm Gu Tingxiao actually lost his focus. Little brother? Nan Qian reached out and waved it in front of Gu Tingxiao's eyes, and Gu Tingxiao came back to his senses. Nan Qian saw Gu Tingxiao's hand holding the phone tighten up unceasingly, and knew that something must have happened on this call. Gu Tingxiao picked up the phone and placed it to his ear, without saying a word. Tingxiao, I'm back. A gentle female voice came from the receiver. In the silent room, Nan Qian clearly heard the other person's words even though the speaker was not turned on. Is there something wrong? Gu Tingxiao's hoarse voice still carried an icy coldness. I'm at the airport, Tingxiao, can you come pick me up? The woman paused for a few seconds after hearing Gu Tingxiao's voice, but still spoke her mind. No. Gu Tingxiao hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. While they were on the phone, Nan Qian had already put her nightgown back on, and it was clear that things would not be continuing. Not to mention whether Gu Tingxiao was interested, she herself was definitely not. Gu Tingyao saw Nan Xian, who was already dressed in her nightgown, and shook his head helplessly. Chen, I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Nan Xian shook her head indifferently. Gu Tingyao didn't say anything else, and his phone rang again. Gu Tingxiao picked up the phone and wanted to throw it away, but Nan Xian stopped him with a hand. Little brother, who is she? And Tong, an ex-girlfriend. Gu Tingxiao didn't hide it from Nan Xian. Where is she? Go pick her up. Nan Xian knew very well that if Gu Tingxiao didn't pick her up today, they would never be able to sleep. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. We're in the past. Nan Xian took the phone directly and picked it up. Hello. Hearing a girl's voice, and Tong froze. Hello, who is this? I am the fourth master's woman, you are her ex-girlfriend. Nan Xian said bluntly, since Gu Tingxiao didn't want to pick it up, she, as Gu's wife, would solve it. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's actions but didn't react at all. He got up directly from the bed, walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and didn't care what Nan Xian said. He just knew that Nan Xian would not suffer. Tingxiao's woman? Don't be ridiculous, Tingxiao has always been a good person and would never mess around. Where is Tingxiao? Antong didn't believe a word Nan Xian said. Guess why I can use his phone and answer his calls. Nan Xian said with a smile, this woman is so stupid. You really live with Tingxiao? Antong said incredulously. Yes, we sleep together every day. Are you busy or not? We're not busy. Nan Xian said impatiently. I don't believe it. You must be the nanny at Tingxiao's house, and he must have told you to answer the phone and deal with me. And Tong hung up the phone after saying that. Crazy, right? Nan Xian looked at the hung-up phone and said inexplicably. She stood up and also got up and walked to the balcony. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian coming over and casually extinguished his cigarette. Little brother, you're in a bad mood. Nan Xian sat down in the chair next to Gu Tingxiao and spoke in a very certain tone. And Tong, the eldest daughter of the Yin family in Jing City, we have known each other since we were young, and went to the United States together. 4 years ago, she suddenly said she wanted to go from the United States to France to see the sights, and said that in order not to keep me waiting, she broke up with me. Gu Tingxiao told Nan Xian about his past with Tong in a matter-of-fact manner. Nan Xian didn't interrupt, and just sat in the chair, looking at the stars in the sky and listening to Gu Tingxiao tell her the story. When Gu Tingxiao finished, Nan Xian was silent for a long time, and then turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao. Brother-in-law, you still like her? Nan Xian's tone was very certain. Although she was now Gu Tingxiao's official wife, they knew each other very well, and they had married without any emotional foundation. Gu Tingxiao did not confirm or deny it. Probably, he himself did not know whether he still liked Tong or not. It is normal for you to still like her. How long have we known each other? Your childhood friendship with her is not something that can be easily discarded. Nan Xian smiled. Although she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, she still accepted this reality frankly. Xiao Qian, I have said that since I married you, I will be responsible for you, and I will only be loyal to you. Gu Tingxiao said to Nan Xian earnestly. Brother-in-law, why don't you wait for her? According to what you said, there is actually no substantive problem between the two of you. Nan Xian asked in puzzlement. The day she left, I made it very clear that as long as she was determined to leave, there would be no more possibility for us. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. In fact, only Gu Tingxiao and Tong understood that when Tong left Gu Tingxiao, it was the most difficult time for him in the United States. His company had problems one after another, and he only had 3 or 4 hours of rest time every day, exhausted both mentally and physically. However, Tong, as the company's vice president, still decided to separate from Gu Tingxiao and pursue her dream of being a designer in the United States. The Yin family did not agree with Tong's decision, so they cut off all her funding. The last thing Gu Tingxiao did for Tong was to give her all the money he had left, just so she could have an easier time in F country. From then on, Gu Tingxiao went from rock bottom to the top, and he did it all on his own, which is how he became the Gu Sihe of today. The doorbell of the villa rang, and Gu Tingxiao frowned, but Nan Xian sitting next to him laughed lightly. It seems that Missin is not a peace-loving person either. The door to the villa opened, and Tong, dressed in a white dress, excitedly walked in and reached out to hug Gu Tingxiao. The latter simply dodged. What are you doing here? Tingxiao, I'm back. I don't want to be apart from you anymore. Let's make up. And Tong's eyes were wide with expectation. Is Missin trying to rekindle the old flame? Unfortunately, you're too late, by half a month. Nan Xian walked slowly up to Tong. You are? The nanny who answered the phone just now. Although Nan Shan looked very pretty and the nightgown she was wearing was indeed very expensive, and Tong always thought that she was Gu Tingxiao's nanny. Is the environment in country F so bad? You are almost 30 years old, but you still don't have a brain? Nan Xian sneered. I just told you, I am the woman of the fourth master, a woman who has been registered, received a certificate, and is certified to work. Gu Tingxiao, you're married. And Tong looked shocked at the expressionless Gu Tingxiao. Let me introduce you, my wife, Nan Xian. Gu Tingxiao reached out his arm and directly embraced Nan Xian in his arms. Impossible. How could you be married? And Tong's eyes widened, and she shook her head desperately. The next second, her eyes suddenly closed, and she collapsed straight down. Tong. Gu Tingxiao took a step forward and caught Tong, who had almost fainted, on the ground. Nan Xian also quickly crouched down and tried Tong's neck, then listened to her heartbeat. Why is there no heartbeat? Is it a heart attack? Nan Xian said anxiously. Gu Tingxiao laid Tong flat on the ground and began performing CPR. Nan Xian opened Tong's bag, and sure enough, there were some quick-acting heart pills inside. She took out a few and fed them into Tong's mouth. But no matter how she fed them, she couldn't get them in. What should she do? Get some water. Gu Tingxiao calmly instructed Nan Xian. Nan Xian quickly reacted, ran to the coffee table, picked up a glass of water, drank it in, and then ran back to Tong's side and lowered her head. After Nan Xian went through a lot of trouble, Tong finally swallowed the medicine. After performing a set of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, Nan Xian looked up at Gu Tingxiao. Brother-in-law, I'll continue, you go and drive to the hospital. Gu Tingxiao stood up and went to the garage to drive the car, taking the car keys with him. By the time Gu Tingxiao returned, Tong's heartbeat had finally returned. Nan Xian let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. That was fucking scary. Wake up. Gu Tingxiao patted Tong's shoulder and called out to her. What happened to me? Tong looked at Gu Tingxiao weakly after she came to. You just had a cardiac arrest. Xiaoshan and I are taking you to the hospital, and you should call your family to take care of you. Gu Tingxiao said this and then led Tong towards the door. Nan Shengu did not care about so much, and she casually took a jacket and put it on top of her nightgown before running out after him. Tingxiao, don't go. Gu Tingxiao put Tong in the back seat and was about to start the car when Tong grabbed Gu Tingxiao's hand. I'll take you to the hospital. Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment before pulling his hand away. Don't go. Tong looked at Gu Tingxiao with teary eyes. I'll drive. Nan Xian said and got into the driver's seat directly. She couldn't let this woman die in Gu Tingxiao's villa. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian get into the car and had no choice but to sit in the back seat. Nan Xian slammed the accelerator and rushed out of the villa area, speeding towards the hospital. On the way, Gu Tingxiao had already called the hospital and also called Jia. When the dark blue Bentley rushed into the hospital, the doctors and nurses were already waiting at the door of the resuscitation room. After parking, Gu Tingxiao got out of the car first, helped Tong onto the gurney, and was about to hand her over to the doctor. But Tong once again grabbed Gu Tingxiao's hand and wouldn't let go. Don't leave me alone, okay? These few words made Tong burst into tears. Nan Shan, who was standing next to the car, looked at the two hands clasped together and had indescribable emotions in her heart. You go in first for the examination. I won't go, I'll wait here, Gu Tingxiao said helplessly. After a while of fussing, Tong was finally taken to the resuscitation room. When Gu Tingxiao turned his head, he noticed that the car that had been parked behind him was gone, vacating the emergency access and stopping in the parking lot. However, the woman in the car never got out. Gu Tingxiao was about to walk towards the Bentley when the door to the resuscitation room opened again. Master Gu Si. Missin is not cooperating with the examination and says that you have to go in with her. Gu Tingxiao turned his head towards the resuscitation room, heard what the doctor said, frowned slightly, then turned his head again to look at the Bentley, and ultimately had to walk into the resuscitation room. Before the Yin family arrived, Tong could not let anything happen to her. Nan Xian, who was sitting in the car, saw Gu Tingxiao's actions and still sat in the car without moving. After 20 minutes, the door to the resuscitation room opened, and Gu Tingxiao walked out with long strides, followed by the doctor and nurse pushing the hospital bed. When Tong was settled in the ward, the Yin family also hurriedly rushed over. Gu Tingxiao, how is Tong Tong? The one speaking was Tong's father, Zhang. She's fine, she'll wake up in a while. Gu Tingxiao pointed at the hospital bed. Tong's mother, Lu Lina, ran into the room and looked at her daughter in the hospital bed with red eyes. This child, I didn't think she would come back. How did she end up there? And Zhang looked at his sleeping daughter and let out a sigh of relief. They both knew about Gu Tingxiao and Tong's past, and also that the two had been separated for several years. Before Gu Tingxiao could reply, Lu Lina stood up from her chair and looked at Gu Tingxiao. Tingxiao, according to the family hierarchy, I should call you younger brother. According to family history, I should call you Gu fourth master. But today I still want to call you Tingxiao. Lu Lina dried her tears and said seriously. I know you and Tongtong parted long ago, but Tongtong insisted on breaking up back then for your own good. Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly when he heard Lu Lina's words. What did she mean? Lina, let's not talk about the past, they've already parted now. And Zhang solemnly reminded Lu Lina. Olden, I have to say. Think about why Tongtong hasn't returned to China for so many years, and as soon as she returns, she goes to find Tingxiao first. Because this child can't let go of Tingxiao. Lu Lina shook her head and then looked at Gu Tingxiao. Tongtong was diagnosed with congenital heart disease 4 years ago, but she didn't tell anyone, not even us. Gu Tingxiao froze when he heard this. It was true that she said she was going to France to fulfill her dream of becoming a designer, and it was also true that she went to Country F for medical treatment. We thought the child was causing trouble, so we suspended her card. We didn't find out about this until a few months ago. Tongtong told us that it was you who gave her all the money you had, so she had the money to go to F for medical treatment. She was treated in F for 4 years, but there was no improvement, and there was really no other way. The child only told us the truth this time, and she came back this time to seek medical treatment in the country. But we didn't expect that she would go to you as soon as she got off the plane. We also didn't expect that she would have a cardiac arrest due to being too excited. After Lu Lina finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao couldn't move at all. His usually clear mind became chaotic. Tingxiao, I've told you the truth. Are you willing to accept Tongtong again? Lu Lina's tone carried a hint of pleading. Gu Tingxiao stood still and looked at Tong in the hospital bed. She insisted on separating from him and leaving him in order to seek medical treatment. At this moment, he was silent. After a moment, he looked at Lu Lina and said, I'm already married, so there's no way we can be together again. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the door. Chapter 11 Tong, there is no if. Tingxiao. Tong woke up, weakly calling out to Gu Tingxiao. Tong. Lu Lina and Zhang hurriedly went over to check on Tong. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. Tong looked at Lu Lina and Zhang with a face full of guilt. Tingxiao, is what you just said true? Tong still looked incredulous. What did you say? Lu Lina and Zhang looked at Gu Tingxiao in puzzlement. Tong, you just need to rest and recuperate, and the fourth master and I will find you the best cardiologist in the country, and you will definitely get better. Nan Qian, who had been standing in the doorway, walked in step by step, stood next to Gu Tingxiao, and looked at Tong in the hospital bed. Young lady, who are you? Lu Lina was even more puzzled when she saw Nan Qian walk in. As a woman herself, she subconsciously felt that this woman was a threat to her daughter. I am Nan Qian, the wife of the fourth master. Nan Qian revealed her identity. Nan Qian? The eldest Miss Nan? Zhang had heard of this name before. Yes. Nan Qian nodded. What do you mean? You are the wife of the fourth master? You are married? Hearing the news that Gu Tingxiao had married, Lu Lina looked at Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao in shock. Gu Tingxiao was the son-in-law she had set her sights on, but he had married another woman? Yes. Nan Qian continued to nod. The reason why Tong had a heart attack was because she came to our house in the middle of the night to confirm whether I was married to fourth master. After getting a positive reply, she fainted. Nan Qian explained the cause of the incident. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Tingxiao, I don't believe you can let go of our childhood feelings and turn around to marry another woman. Tong, who was in the hospital bed, cried out and sat up, her face turning pale again. Tong, calm down. Lu Lina anxiously looked at Tong. Miss Nan, whoever you are, please leave my daughter's hospital room first. She can't take any more excitement right now. Lu Lina yelled at Nan Qian when she saw Tong's state. Get out of here. Tong casually picked up a cup on the table and threw it at Nan Qian. A tall figure blocked Nan Qian's path. It was Gu Tingo who subconsciously blocked Nan Qian's path after seeing the cup. The glass smashed against Gu Tingxiao's back and fell to the ground, shattering. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Nan Shan anxiously checked Gu Tingxiao's back and saw that only the water stains had soaked through the clothes, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. I'm fine, Xian. You go home and rest first, I'll go back after I've taken care of things here. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Shan softly as he slightly bowed his head. Ha? Nan Xian looked up at Gu Tingxiao in puzzlement, and he actually wanted to go on his own and leave her here? There's something you want to tell me when I get home, trust me. Gu Tingxiao took Nan Xian's hand and walked towards the outside of the ward. And Tong, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything because she heard what Gu Tingxiao said, he would come back. Once they had walked out of the hospital lobby, Nan Xian stopped in her tracks and turned to Gu Tingxiao. Younger brother, you want me to go back by myself? And you're going to stay here with her? Nan Xian's tone was not very good. From the moment Tong fainted, she had been desperately trying to save her life. Not only did the Yin family not thank her, they yelled at her. After being driven away by the Yin family, she was surprised that even Gu Tingxiao wanted to stay here. Xiaoshan, you saw Tong's condition. If something really happens to her because of this, it won't be good for you or me. I'll go home after I'm done, okay? Gu Tingxiao coaxed Nan Xian patiently. Finish? How? Nan Xian sneered. What you want is for you to divorce me and marry her. You tell me how you're going to handle it? Nan Xian shook off Gu Tingxiao's hand. Xiaoyan, I won't divorce you, and I won't marry her. I'll finish dealing with this and then go back. We'll talk about this ourselves when we're both free. Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly and said with a headache. Brother-in-law, you know the reason why she left you back then, so you're feeling very confused right now, aren't you? Nan Xian looked into Gu Tingxiao's eyes and said to the point. I didn't expect that when she broke up with me back then, she actually went to Country F to seek medical treatment. Gu Tingxiao said with some confusion. Now that you know, what are you going to do? Nan Xian asked bluntly. I will find a way to make it up to her. Gu Tingxiao replied. Make it up? I just told you the best way. Divorce me and marry her. Nan Xian calmed down and said indifferently. I can't divorce you. I said I would take responsibility for you. Gu Tingxiao rejected without even thinking. But brother-in-law, you know very well that you are now full of heartache and guilt towards Andong. You loved the white moonlight for so many years, but you separated from her because you didn't want to hold you back for physical reasons. Now that she can come back to you, marrying her won't make up for the pain she's endured in the past 4 years. Even if you don't marry her, our lives will never be peaceful. She'll cry and scream today, have a fit tomorrow, and suffer cardiac arrest the day after, and you'll need to be there for all of it. Do you mean that we have to live with Tong for the rest of our lives? Gu Tingxiao was unable to refute these words from Nan Xian's mouth, because her analysis was very realistic. Brother-in-law, my feminine intuition tells me that Andong and her mother are in cahoots. Andong left you back then, and it was definitely not because she went to F to seek medical treatment. Do you believe it? Nan Xian said with certainty. No, she's not that kind of person. Gu Tingxiao shook his head and said. Hearing Gu Tingxiao defend Tong, Nan Xian's heart suddenly cooled a little. And Zhang walked out of the ward and stopped not far from the two of them. Xian, listen to me, you go home and rest first. When I go back, we'll have a good chat. Gu Tingxiao saw in Zhang and once again persuaded Nan Xian. Brother-in-law, what if I insist that you go with me? Nan Xian stared into Gu Tingxiao's eyes and said seriously, word for word. Xiaoshan, you can see for yourself. If I leave now, I don't know what will happen to Andong. I want to wait until she calms down a bit and find out what's going on. Gu Tingxiao paused. He needed to know the answer. What good will it do to find out? Nan Xian said thoughtfully. Listen, go home and wait for me. Gu Tingxiao reached out to touch Nan Xian's head. Nan Xian reached out to block Gu Tingxiao's movement, then grabbed his hand. Without saying another word, he took the car keys directly from his pocket and placed them in Gu Tingxiao's palm. You drive back, and I'll have Yuan Qinming pick me up. Gu Tingxiao was about to return the car keys to Nan Xian. No need. They're not mine, I don't want to touch them anymore. Nan Xian glanced at Gu Tingxiao, her eyes filled with an uncontrollable sense of disappointment. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's eyes and heard the words coming from her mouth. His heartbeat stopped for a beat. What did these words mean? Nan Xian didn't linger and walked straight out. Xian. Gu Tingxiao reached out to pull Nan Xian, but he couldn't hold her at once. Tingxiao. And Tong's voice came out. Lu Lina supported Intong and stood in the hall, looking at Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao turned his head and looked at Intong, then at Nan Xian, who had walked more than 10 meters away. Her long, pale legs were unprotected, only the edge of her nightdress covering the base of her thighs, and she was wearing the villa slippers on her feet. She was wearing a casual jacket over her top, and only he knew that underneath it was a camisole dress. He looked down at himself and saw that in order to go downstairs to open the door, he had also just changed from his bathrobe into a short-sleeved homesuit. Thinking about Nan Xian's attire and the way she saved Intong, Gu Tingxiao walked towards Intong with a determined look on his face. "Intong, just rest assured and get better, I will find you the best cardiologist." After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he started walking towards the Bentley. He was going to go after Nan Xian and bring her home. "Tingxiao." Intong once again called out to Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao had no intention of stopping. He had just taken a few steps when he heard Zhang and Lu Lina shouting behind him. "Tong Tong! Tong Tong! Doctor!" It was already 4 a.m. when Intong was rolled out of the resuscitation room again. Gu Tingxiao sat by the resuscitation room door and called Nan Xian. She didn't answer, and he sent a message but she didn't reply. Over and over again, he thought about Nan Xian's last look and words in his mind. "No need. It's not mine, I don't want to touch it anymore." What the hell does that mean? Gu Tingxiao's phone received a message. When he took out his phone and saw the content, he stood up abruptly and ran towards the parking lot without looking back. No matter how Lu Lina and Zhang behind him shouted, they did not make Gu Tingxiao stop. Along the way, Gu Tingxiao called Nan Xian countless times, but the latter was in a state of shutdown. The dark blue Bentley rushed into the villa area, and after a sharp brake, it came to a stop at the entrance. Gu Tingxiao ran in, straight to the third floor. When he pushed open the bedroom door and saw the empty room, his heart was in turmoil. "Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen!" Gu Tingxiao looked around for the figure of Nan Xian, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find her. What Gu Tingxiao saw just now was sent by Nan Xian. "Little brother, I don't want you to feel bad, I don't want you to feel regret and guilt for the rest of your life. While we still have no relationship and have not gone too far, let's stop this marriage before it's too late. I'll let go and let you go back to her." When he pushed open the study door, the documents on the desk were very eye-catching. He walked over and picked them up, the divorce papers. Nan Xian had already signed them. The divorce papers were very simple. Nan Xian didn't want anything and left the Gu family alone. Next to the divorce papers was a bank card, a black card that Gu Tingxiao had given Nan Xian. It wasn't even dawn yet when Yuan Xianming received a call from the big boss, telling him to take someone and find his boss's wife even if they had to search the entire city. The boss's wife has run away? Yuan Xianming was stunned. After he came to his senses, he quickly washed up, changed clothes, and started sending people out on a blanket search. The airport, docks, train station, and bus station were all full of people sent out by Gu Tingxiao. Little did they know that when Nan Xian sent the message, she was already standing at the boarding gate with a spare ID in her hand. After sending the message, she turned off her phone and boarded the plane to the United States without looking back. As a computer expert, she could easily make it impossible for anyone to locate her. Gu Tingxiao, who was sitting in front of the computer desk, was also aware of this problem. The people he sent out searched for 3 whole days, but there was no trace of Nan Xian at all. From the road surveillance after leaving the villa, it turned out that it had short-circuited for half an hour in the early morning of that day, and it was impossible to trace Nan Xian's escape route. Gu Tingxiao's actions were really too big, and Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei naturally also knew about Nan Xian's escape. When Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei walked into the villa with Gunuan, Gu Tingxiao was sitting on the sofa, smoking quietly. "Tingxiao, what's going on? Why did you send so many people to find Xiao Qian?" Pei Yanzhou asked in confusion. "And Tong is back." Gu Tingxiao rubbed his brows with a headache. "And Tong's sister?" Gunuan was a little surprised. Because of her younger brother, she had known Tong since she was a child, and naturally knew about their past. Gu Tingxiao then told them what had happened that day. After listening, Pei Yanzhou and the other two were silent, not saying a word. "Little brother, will you abandon Xiao Qian because of sister Tong?" Gunuan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. If it had been anyone else, Gu Tingxiao would not have even given it a second thought, but this was Tong. Gu Tingxiao's childhood sweetheart, his white moonlight, and this time, even Gunuan didn't know who Gu Tingxiao would choose. Xiao Qian is the only Mrs. Gu, and no one can shake her position. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. "But, Xiao Qian is also just Mrs. Gu, right?" Gunwan understood. Gu Tingxiao heard this and looked up at Gunwan. Mrs. Gu, the woman of the fourth master Gu, has money when she needs it, power when she needs it, and status when she needs it. But, little brother, do you think Xiao Qian needs this position? Even if she is not Mrs. Gu, she can be Miss Nan for the rest of her life. What Xiao Qian needs is for that place in your heart to be unassailable. Now she has realized that she can't even hold that place in your heart, so she has given up being Mrs. Gu and chosen to remain Nan Xian. Gunwan knew Nan Xian too well, she could even guess where Nan Xian had gone, but she didn't want to tell Gu Tingxiao. Her words left Gu Tingxiao speechless. That night, when he learned the reason why Antong had left him, his heart really wavered a little. Xiaowan, you know where Xiao Qian went, don't you? Gu Tingxiao realized the problem. I don't know where she is, but I can tell you for sure that she's not in Jing City anymore. Call off your men. They've dug Jing City into an underground Grand Canyon, and they'll never find Xiao Qian. Gunwan shook her head, reminding Gu Tingxiao not to bother. Tell me where she is? I'll go get her back. Gu Tingxiao stood up from the sofa and walked up to Gunwan. Little brother-in-law, I'm sorry, if you have time to find her, you should first think about how to deal with you and Sister Antong. What if you get her back? Won't you still have to go through all this trouble? Gunwan sighed, kindly reminding Gu Tingxiao. But Gunwan didn't know that since the day Nan Xian left, Gu Tingxiao hadn't picked up a single call from Antong or even looked at her once. Xiao Qian went to the United States, right? Pei Yanzhou suddenly looked at Gunwan and asked. Gunwan turned her head to look at Pei Yanzhou and didn't say a word. America? Gu Tingxiao frowned slightly. Why go to America? Younger brother, think about it. Don't bother Xiao Qian until you've dealt with Antong's sister. Gunwan nodded. She hoped more than anyone that Gu Tingxiao would win Nan Xian back. Gu Tingxiao, who hadn't been seen for many days, walked into Antong's ward. At that moment, Antong was sitting in a chair by the window, quietly drinking milk tea. The sunlight shone on her side of the face, making Gu Tingxiao feel like he had returned many years ago, to the days when the two of them studied together in the United States. Every day, Antong would buy a cup of milk tea and sit by the basketball court, watching Gu Tingxiao play basketball. Antong. Gu Tingxiao interrupted his own memories by speaking. Tingxiao? You're here. The moment Antong turned her head and saw Gu Tingxiao, her eyes were filled with light, and she immediately walked up and hugged Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao pushed Antong away without a trace, gesturing for her to sit down. At this time, Antong's face had improved a lot, and she was no longer as pale and haggard as before. Judging from your complexion, you're feeling better. Gu Tingxiao sat across from Antong. Tingxiao, I've been waiting for you. As he spoke, the corners of Antong's eyes turned red. I told you the other day that I would get you the best cardiologist. The expert team will be in Jingshi tomorrow and will come directly to see you for a consultation. You will definitely get better. Gu Tingxiao gave a brief account of the situation. If I get better, can we still be together? Antong looked at Gu Tingxiao with teary eyes. In the past, Gu Tingxiao could never bear to cry, and he still couldn't now. Don't cry. Gu Tingxiao stood up and walked over to the table next to the bed, pulled out some paper towels, and handed them to Antong. If you get emotional, it's easy to have a heart attack. Gu Tingxiao looked at Antong and said seriously. If you want to have a good chat with me, then don't cry. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, Antong immediately dried her tears. Gu Tingxiao rarely came to see her, and she couldn't drive him away. Tingxiao, you got married. You're lying to me, aren't you? Antong asked tentatively. No, I have no reason to lie to you. Gu Tingxiao said indifferently. Tingxiao, I know you resent me for leaving you without saying goodbye. But back then I really didn't want to hold you back. When we were at the company, there were so many problems at that time, and we were both working around the clock. The night you went to the police station to handle things, I fainted in the office by myself. It was the cleaning lady who passed by who found me and fed me some quick-acting heart pills, and I came around. After I went to the hospital, I found out that I had congenital heart disease. I learned about a new treatment plan in Country F that I can try. I didn't know if I could come back alive, and I didn't want you to wait for me in vain, so I didn't tell you. In these past 4 years, I have thought about you every moment. Now that I'm back, don't leave me, okay? Antong reached out and took Gu Tingxiao's hand, pleading. Even if you marry Nan Xian, I can compensate her. I'll give her whatever she wants, and I'll beg her to give you back to me. Tingxiao, I can't live without you. Gu Tingxiao looked down at the hand holding his, then pulled it away. Anton, let bygones be bygones. Gu Tingxiao's tone was still very flat. I admit that after I found out, my heart was really in turmoil for a few days. But now Gu Tingxiao belongs to Nan Xian, and he belongs to her alone for the rest of his life. Gu Tingxiao said seriously. Tingxiao, if I had told you the truth 4 years ago and told you that I was going to F country for medical treatment, would you have waited for me? Anton's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Yes, not only would I wait for you, I would finish up my business in M country and go directly to F country to be with you. Gu Tingxiao gave Antong a definite answer. Then why don't you want me now? You must still have me in your heart. Antong shook her head and asked, holding back her tears. Yes, I still have you in my heart now, but in the future, that place will only belong to Nan Xian. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, Antong froze for a few seconds. When did you get married? Antong's tone was a little lost. Gu Tingxiao took out the marriage certificate from his suit pocket and placed it on the table in front of him. When Antong saw the bright red document, she trembled and reached out to take it. When she opened it and saw the photo and name on it, her tears could no longer be stopped. When she saw the date of the certificate, Antong froze for a long time, and then slowly looked up. If I had returned 20-odd days earlier, would you have married me? Gu Tingxiao hesitated for a long time before finally looking Antong in the eye. Antong, there are no ifs. Chapter 12. Gu Tingxiao found Nan Xian. As Gu Tingxiao sat in the VIP room at the airport, Lu Moibiai's phone rang. Imo. Gu Tingxiao answered. Tingxiao, Antong refused treatment and was discharged directly to the Yin family. The expert group that was invited never even saw her. Lu Moibiai's tone was a little helpless. Gu Tingxiao heard this and his fingers tightened unconsciously. He was silent for a long time. Yesterday in the hospital room, after Antong heard those words from Gu Tingxiao, her entire body broke down. I refuse any treatment, and I will not meet with the expert group you have invited. Tingxiao, you are no longer in my world, so what is the point of living on? After Antong finished speaking, her rosy face turned pale again. Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything else, but instead stood up directly, walked over to the bed, and pressed the bedside bell. After the doctor came in, Gu Tingxiao looked at the doctor. She didn't look well, so please examine her. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he walked straight out of the ward and left the hospital. Send the expert group to the Yin family, and if they refuse treatment, then let them be. After Gu Tingxiao came back to his senses, the clenched hand slowly relaxed. Okay, I got it. Lu Mo Bei could hear the unspoken meaning in his words. Between Nan Xian and Anton, Gu Tingxiao had chosen Nan Xian. My dear Jace. I'm very happy to see you again tonight, my old friend. Standing below Nan Xian's apartment building, Jace gave Nan Xian a warm hug. Me too. You haven't changed at all after all these years. Nan Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're just going to make fun of me. Jace heard Nan Xian's meaning and shook his head with a smile. Okay, go back quickly, your big treasure at home should have been waiting impatiently. Nan Xian smiled meaningfully, and Jace's face instantly turned red. I already told him that I came tonight to see the little treasure I haven't seen for many years, so there's no use being impatient. Jace said this, but still held out his hand and waved to Nan Xian. Nan Xian waved at GSC with a wicked smile on his face, then turned and walked towards the apartment. When Nan Xian got off the elevator, he saw Gu Tingxiao standing in front of the apartment door. His suit jacket was draped over his arm, and unusually, he was wearing a shirt without a tie. The top 2 buttons were undone, and the sleeves of the shirt were casually rolled up twice, revealing his strong and powerful biceps. My brother-in-law? Nan Xian froze for a few seconds, then her face returned to its normal expression, and her tone was as if she were talking to a stranger. Gu Tingxiao was not surprised that he had found her, but it was a matter of how long it took and whether he wanted to find her. Xian, I have finally found you. Gu Tingxiao saw indescribable emotions rolling in Nan Xian's eyes. Nan Xian saw that Gu Tingxiao's face was exceptionally red, and there was also an undeniable look of fatigue. Let's go in and talk about it first. Nan Xian said, used his fingerprint to unlock the door, and then opened the door. After the two entered the room, Nan Xian just reached out to turn on the light, but was grabbed by Gu Tingxiao's outstretched arm and pressed against the wall. Little brother-in-law, let go of me. Without waiting for Nan Xian to finish speaking, Gu Tingxiao threw his suit jacket directly on the ground and kissed deeply. The sudden kiss made Nan Xian subconsciously want to push away the man in front of her, struggling non-stop. Feeling Nan Xian's resistance, Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment, but then stopped and slowly looked up. Xian, I'm sorry, I've caused you suffering. Nan Xian pushed Gu Tingxiao away, not saying a word, but instead turned on the light and walked over to a cupboard, opening it to take out a first aid kit. Sit down, little brother. Nan Xian pointed to the sofa, and Gu Tingxiao obediently sat down. Nan Xian took out 2 pills and then poured a glass of water, which she handed to Gu Tingxiao. When Gu Tingxiao kissed her forcefully, she felt his body temperature was abnormal. Now that the light was on, she saw his face was red, and knew that he had a fever. Gu Tingxiao took the pills and glass of water, and put them directly in his mouth and ate them. He still wanted to say something about the time when Nan Xian's door was knocked on. In an instant, Gu Tingxiao could feel Nan Xian's body fill with cold as he looked at the door. You go in, no matter what you hear, don't come out. Nan Xian walked up to Gu Tingxiao and pulled him straight into his bedroom. Xian, what's wrong? Gu Tingxiao frowned and looked at Nan Xian, and Nan Xian felt the fierce aura emanating from his body. I'm fine, just remember, don't come out. Nan Xian pushed Gu Tingxiao inside, closed the bedroom door directly, and locked it behind him. Gu Tingxiao looked at the scene inside Nan Xian's bedroom and didn't say a word. After Nan Xian opened the door, there were 2 men standing in the doorway, but Nan Xian didn't want them to come in at all, and instead leaned directly against the door. Here to die again? Nan Xian's tone was very lazy, as if she didn't take the people in front of her seriously. Miss Nan, we don't want to move you, as long as you tell us where Wang Yi is. You want to know too much, I don't want to say. Nan Xian raised a faint smile and still said in a flat tone. Then Miss Nan, don't blame us for being rude. After one of the men finished speaking, he wanted to take action against Nan Xian, but was stopped by the other. Don't be polite with me, I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm uncomfortable all over. Nan Xian still smiled faintly without changing her expression. Miss Nan, the security situation here in the United States is not like that in China, and the situation here is not something that Miss Nan can control. So I hope that Miss Nan can tell us where Wang He is, and we will definitely not disturb you again. The other man looked at Nan Xian with a tone of respect. Listen carefully, this is the second time you have come here, and if you dare to disturb us again, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave this building. I don't need to remind you why I can live here, do I? Nan Xian finished speaking and was about to close the door, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. Since you said that this is on American soil, I don't need to tell you what the situation is with this apartment building. Nan Xian sneered and then closed the door. When Nan Xian opened the door to her bedroom, the 2 men standing inside were looking at each other. Come out. Nan Xian said, then turned around and walked to the sofa with a medical kit in her hand, looking at the 2 men who had walked out of her bedroom. Is he Gu Tingxiao? Wang Yi asked, pointing at Gu Tingxiao. Nan Xian nodded. Sit down. Nan Xian pointed at the sofa, and Wang Yi obediently sat down on it, then lifted his hand and took off the t-shirt on his body, revealing the bloody gauze. After changing the medicine, hurry back and lie down, don't come to me for no reason. Nan Xian said while treating Wang Yi's wound. I need you to protect me, those people are terrifying. Wang Yi shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nan Xian narrowed his eyes and applied pressure with his hand, causing Wang Yi to almost scream in pain. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll waste you first. Nan Xian gave Wang Yi a cold stare. Xian, what if those people come looking for me again? Wang Yi paused for a moment and asked seriously. Nan Xian didn't say anything, and continued to quietly treat the wound. After finally finishing bandaging, Nan Xian packed up the medical kit and looked Wang Yi square in the eye. Do whatever you want, and if you knock on my door again, I'll take care of you as well. After Nan Xian finished speaking, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, as if he had received a great gift. Okay, got it. Get out of here. Nan Xian put the medical kit back in the cupboard. Under the watchful eyes of Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian, Wang Yi ran to Nan Xian's refrigerator, took out a few bottles of ice-cold beer, opened the door and ran into the door of the apartment opposite, then closed it. Only Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao were left in the room. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao again. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't have come. Gu Tingxiao had heard all the conversation just now. Although he couldn't guess what it was about, he was certain that Nan Xian had a side to her that he didn't know about. Xian, I'm sorry for the hardship you've been put through. Gu Tingxiao walked up to her, looked down at her slightly, and whispered. There's nothing to be sorry about. Have you signed the agreement yet? Nan Xian shook her head, turned around, went to the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, opened them and took a few sips. I'm not getting a divorce from you. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. Brother-in-law, there is no relationship between us, and nothing has happened, so don't bother going to court to sue for a divorce. I don't want anything, just take the things I bought myself. Nanshan finished and took a few more sips of his beer. I've made everything clear with Tong. I've hired the best cardiology medical team for her. As for whether she wants to accept treatment, that's her business, not mine. Gu Tingxiao sat across from Nan Xian and said seriously. Little brother, you can't let her go. Marry her and give your relationship with her a chance. I'm still young, and I can find another man. When I meet the right one, I'll get married again. In this day and age, you can't stay single forever. Nan Xian's tone was very calm, as if she were talking about someone else's business. But only she knew that when she said these words, she felt vaguely uncomfortable. When Nan Xian said she was going to find another man to marry, Gu Tingxiao's heart tightened and his eyebrows furrowed. I can't possibly divorce you. I told you before we got married that I would be responsible for you. Gu Tingxiao lowered his head and gently rubbed his temples. Watching Gu Tingxiao's expression, Nan Xian tilted her head and drank the wine in the bottle. Why? Nan Xian couldn't understand. Gu Tingxiao obviously had the opportunity to marry the person he most wanted to marry, so why didn't he divorce her? Gu Tingxiao looked up at Nan Xian with a dazed expression in his eyes. Nan Xian was shocked when she saw it, and quickly stood up and walked up to Gu Tingxiao's face. She reached out and touched Gu Tingxiao's forehead. Why is it even hotter? Brother-in-law, what did you do? Nan Xian bent down and looked at Gu Tingxiao's face, which was getting worse and worse. I haven't slept for 4 days and nights. Gu Tingxiao shook his head to try to wake himself up. Follow me. Nan Xian took Gu Tingxiao's arm, helped him stand up, and then helped him walk into the bedroom. Brother-in-law, go to sleep first. Nan Xian helped Gu Tingxiao sit on his own bed, then turned to leave. Gu Tingxiao reached out and grabbed Nan Xian's arm. Where are you going? You lie down first, I'll go to the door across the hall and get you some clean clothes. Nan Xian said, and only then did Gu Tingxiao let go of his hand, watching Nan Xian open the apartment door and walk out. After Nan Xian returned from Wang Yi's place with a change of clothes, she saw that Gu Tingxiao was not in bed. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Nan Xian placed the clothes on the bed and then walked into the kitchen. When Nan Xian came out with a cup of hot milk, Gu Tingxiao had just finished his shower, his upper body naked, a bath towel wrapped around his waist. From time to time, water droplets trickled down his sharply defined 8-pack abs. The clothes were all new, all washed and not yet worn. Nan Xian said, handed Gu Tingxiao the hot milk in her hand, and then walked out of the bedroom again. Xiao Qian. Gu Tingxiao took the milk and called a stop to Nan Xian. You're changing clothes, I can't just watch here, can I? Nan Xian knew what Gu Tingxiao meant, explained a little, and then walked back into the living room, continuing to drink the cold beer. After finishing the beer, Nan Xian returned to the bedroom and saw Gu Tingxiao already dressed and drinking milk. Seeing Nan Xian return, Gu Tingxiao gulped down the milk in his cup, then set the cup aside, walked over and directly embraced Nan Xian, not letting go no matter how hard she struggled. Nan Xian, don't move, okay? Let me hug you. Gu Tingxiao's hoarse voice sounded in Nan Xian's ear. Little brother, you go to sleep first, I'm not leaving, I'll just sit outside and drink, Nan Xian said softly, without struggling anymore. Okay, let me hug you again, then I'll sleep, Gu Tingxiao said, and after he finished speaking, the whole room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it was, Nan Xian gently pushed Gu Tingxiao away, and then held him down on the bed to let him sleep. Gu Tingxiao was indeed exhausted to the extreme. He fell into a deep sleep within a minute of lying down. Nan Xian looked at the sleeping Gu Tingxiao, gently pulled her hand out of his, and went back to the living room to drink. She took out her phone and called Pang Hu to find out what Gu Tingxiao was doing in Jingshi. Since she left Beijing, Gu Tingxiao had been back and forth through the city several times. When he found out that Nan Xian had indeed used another identity to board a plane to the United States, he went to see Pang Hu in person. Pang Hu knew that even if Gu Tingxiao didn't find him, he would find Nan Xian's address sooner or later, so he told him. After Gu Tingxiao got the address, he hurried over without stopping. Sister Qian, ever since you left, I have had someone keep an eye on Master Gu. He has only been to the hospital once to see Tong, and after he left the hospital, Tong smashed the inside and outside of the room. And according to my investigation, she has refused all treatment. Master Gu, I have not done anything to betray you. This is the reason why Pang Hu was willing to tell Gu Tingxiao Nan Xian's address. Chapter 13, Still Alive? Gu Tingxiao slept for 30 hours straight. Nan Xian went in for the 18th time and felt Gu Tingxiao's forehead, which had completely gone down. Brother-in-law, why are you torturing yourself? Nan Xian sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Gu Tingxiao's appearance. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried. Putting aside the matter of Antong, Gu Tingxiao had indeed been very good to her, and could even be said to be impeccable. The doorbell rang. Nan Xian got up, walked out of the bedroom and gently closed the door before opening the public door. It was Wang He. Wang He came in, looked around, and then saw the closed bedroom door. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Sister Qian, everything has been taken care of. If you had acted sooner, you wouldn't have been hurt like this." Nan Xian sat on the sofa and said in a bad mood, "You have to strike the snake at the 7-inch point. You can't do it unless you're absolutely sure." Wang Yi walked over to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of beer. After opening one, he handed it to Nan Xian. "Sister Qian, are you going back with him?" As Wang Yi spoke, his eyes glanced in the direction of the bedroom. "I'm not going back until things settle down here." Nan Xian didn't hesitate for a second. In fact, she hadn't come to the United States for Gu Tingxiao, but there was something she needed to take care of here, so she came here to avoid Gu Tingxiao. "Sister Qian, have you fallen for him?" Hearing Wang Yi's question, Nan Xian froze. She couldn't refute Wang Yi for a moment. "In fact, from the day you arrived, I could tell that you were different from before. Sister Qian, that boyfriend of yours before, the way you looked at him was completely different from the way you look at Gu Tingxiao. If you really have fallen for him, just follow your heart. If it's because you don't want him to know about what's going on here, you don't have to come out in the open in the future. I'll be the one to take the heat for you if anything happens. After all, we all want you to be happy." Wang He said seriously. He could tell that Gu Tingxiao had no idea what Nan Xian was doing. And Nan Xian also intended to keep Gu Tingxiao in the dark, otherwise she wouldn't have pushed him into the bedroom that day. And the reason she was in the bedroom was purely because Nan Xian had asked her to take the time to come over and fix the bedroom light. Unexpectedly, the light had just been replaced with a new one, and before he could even turn it on to see if it had been fixed, Gu Tingxiao was pushed in by Nan Xian. The two of them stood in the bedroom, staring at each other for a long time. He heard that the person outside was looking for him, and he wanted to go out, but he couldn't because the door was locked again. He and Gu Tingxiao kept waiting for Nan Xian to open the door without saying a word. "Let's talk about it later." Nan Xian drank all the wine in the bottle. He slept for more than 30 hours, why didn't he wake up? Nan Xian looked at Wang He with confusion and asked. "More than 30 hours without waking up? Is he still breathing?" Wang He was a little surprised. "Nonsense. Not only is he breathing, but his fever has subsided." Nan Xian gave Wang Yi a look. "That means he hasn't had a proper rest for a few days, but don't worry, he'll naturally wake up when he sleeps." After Wang He finished speaking, the phone rang, so he answered the phone while returning to his apartment. Nan Xian sat on the sofa and drank 2 more beers. Then she took a blanket and covered herself, lying on the sofa and falling asleep. During Gu Tingxiao's nap, Nan Xian slept on the sofa. She hadn't finished dealing with Gu Tingxiao, so she wouldn't sleep with him. In a daze, Nan Xian felt herself rise into the air and then be placed on the soft bed. Sensing that something was wrong, Nan Xian opened her eyes. "Brother-in-law, you're awake?" Nan Xian sat up and saw that she had been carried back to the bed, and Gu Tingxiao was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at her. "I woke you up," Gu Tingxiao said gently. "That's not true," Nan Xian said, reaching out to touch Gu Tingxiao's forehead again, and it was completely feverless. Before Nan Xian could withdraw her hand, it was grasped in Gu Tingxiao's palm. Nan Xian tried to pull it back a few times but it wouldn't come out, so she gave up. "How can I cook if you're holding onto me like this?" Nan Xian said helplessly. "Xian, can you forgive me?" Gu Tingxiao stared intently into Nan Xian's eyes, afraid that she would say no. "I'll see how you behave." Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao and finally relented. Gu Tingxiao heard this and his heart immediately settled down a lot. "Watch your performance? Okay. You've slept for more than 30 hours and you've sweated a lot, go take a shower, I'll go cook." Nan Xian took the new clothes that Gu Tingxiao had bought from the balcony, and they had all been washed. By the time Gu Tingxiao finished showering, Nan Xian had already prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Gu Tingxiao walked into the kitchen and brought in the prepared meals. The two of them had an unspoken understanding, as if they had been a married couple for many years. "Brother-in-law, when are you going back?" Nan Shan broke the silence as she saw Gu Tingxiao staring at her and not eating properly. Am I going back alone? Gu Tingxiao's heart sank. Didn't he want to see how I performed? Why does he want me to go back alone? Well, I have some things to take care of here, so I'm not going back. Nan Shan nodded. Then I'll stay here with you. Gu Tingxiao's tone was not to be refused. You don't want the Gu family anymore? Nan Shan stopped eating as soon as she heard Gu Tingxiao's words and looked up at him. The boss's wife is almost lost, and I know in my heart whether the Gu family is more important or my wife. Nan Shan was a little surprised when Gu Tingxiao said this. Did the fever make him understand? I'll be here for more than a month, so if you have something to do, go back first, and I'll come back after I'm done. After Nan Shan finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao nodded. Where are you going? What if you leave before I do? At worst, we can have a conference call to catch up on the time difference. I can't lose you again. Gu Tingxiao had just recovered, and Nan Shan had no plans to go out. Instead, she sat with Gu Tingxiao in the apartment and had a thorough discussion. Brother-in-law, if Entong approaches you again, what are you going to do? Nan Shan asked, looking at Gu Tingxiao calmly. We should meet and deal with things as they need to be dealt with, but I will definitely put you in your feelings first. Gu Tingxiao chose to answer Nan Shan's question directly. What if she still refuses to get treatment and threatens you with her life? Nan Shan knew that the days ahead would not be peaceful when she thought about how Entong looked in the hospital. When she went to Country F back then, she chose to hide it so as not to delay me. Gu Tingxiao paused here. But I also gave her all the money I had left. If I hadn't given her that money, she wouldn't have had an easy time in that foreign country. So in the future, within the bounds of not going against the rules or morality, I can make up for her as much as possible. If it involves you, then your opinion will prevail. Gu Tingxiao answered Nan Shan's question seriously. Brother-in-law, I still want to ask that question, why me? No matter how Nan Shan thought about it, she couldn't understand why Gu Tingxiao would depend on her so much. Why would Gu Tingxiao choose to give up his childhood sweetheart and the person he loved in his heart, and choose her instead? Obviously, there was not a deep relationship between the two of them, and if there was, it was only at the budding stage. Qian, on the way here, I thought about it very calmly. My relationship with Entong completely ended 4 years ago. It is true that our relationship is not deep enough at the moment, but it is not non-existent. Since I have married you, I will not give up easily. Relationships can be cultivated. Gu Tingxiao had to admit that when he learned that Entong was ill, his heart was in a state of chaos and he could not calm down at all. But when he saw Nan Shan's divorce agreement, his heart was not in a state of chaos at that moment, but of pain. He didn't even know when Nan Shan had quietly taken root in his heart. When he and Entong had said everything they wanted to say, he felt an immense sense of relief. The moment he got on the plane, he was even excited to see Nan Shan again soon. So, he chose to strengthen his resolve and stay with Nan Shan. That day, Nan Shan and Gu Tingxiao talked a lot, and they completely got rid of all the doubts and discomfort in their hearts. When it was time to go to bed at night, Gu Tingxiao felt exceptionally at ease as he lay in bed, hugging Nan Shan. He knew that Nan Shan had been taking care of him during the time he had been unconscious, so he didn't do anything to Nan Shan, but quietly held her and watched her fall asleep slowly. After eating the next morning, Nan Shan and Gu Tingxiao planned to go out and window shop, buying some clothes to change into. Nan Shan had come to the United States in a hurry and hadn't brought anything with her, so she was grateful that she had always had what she needed in the apartment, but now that she was sure she would be staying for a while, she needed to go shopping. Nan Shan, what are you looking for? Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Shan rummaging around in the apartment. I'm looking for the car keys, why are they gone? Nan Shan frowned and thought back. I clearly just returned to Beijing from the United States, and then came back here, and I clearly left the car keys in the apartment before I left. Ha! Nan Shan thought of something and directly opened the door and walked to the opposite door, reached out and entered her fingerprint, and the apartment door opened. Wang He, are the car keys with you? Nan Shan stopped awkwardly after walking in. Wang He was hugging a girl, his hand was on her waist. Excuse me. Nan Shan turned his head and was about to leave. They're on the shoe rack. Wang He calmly replied. Nan Shan turned his head and looked at the shoe rack, picked one up casually, and quickly ran out and closed the door. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Shan, who had rushed out in a hurry, with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you? Gu Tingxiao took the car keys from Nan Shan's hand and glanced at them. It was a Pagani. That's bothering someone from doing their job. Nan Xian's face turned red as she spoke. Gu Tingxiao instantly understood and looked at Wang Yi's apartment door, his eyes full of unspeakable envy. After entering the parking lot, Gu Tingxiao noticed that the underground parking lot of this apartment building was full of Rolls-Royces and Bentleys, all of them black and all of them business-class cars, with no low-end, mid-range or mid to high-end cars. He looked around in puzzlement, and saw only one sports car, a conspicuous green Pagani. Do the people who live here all buy the same business cars? Gu Tingxiao asked, sitting in the driver's seat and puzzled. You were in the United States for so many years before, haven't you heard of the Hell apartment building? Nan Xian thought for a moment and asked Gu Tingxiao in return. This is the Hell apartment building. Gu Tingxiao was a little surprised. This apartment building is nicknamed the Hell apartment building. The leaders of some underground organizations in the United States live here, and ordinary people dare not enter. Especially people from underground organizations, they never set foot in unless it is a matter of life and death. This place is even more of a no-man's land apartment building for the US police, and they can't control the people living here either. However, there are also their own rules here. Even if the leaders are fighting to the death with each other outside, they cannot fight once they enter the apartment building. They can pretend to be strangers, but they must not see blood. There is only one exception to this rule: people who do not live here but come in looking for trouble are basically carried out. For example, on the day Gu Tingxiao found Nan Xian, when the two of them knocked on the door looking for Wang Yi, Nan Xian could have just dealt with it directly. Gu Tingxiao turned his head and looked at Nan Xian carefully. The fact that she could live here meant that. Brother-in-law, don't look, it's just what you think. Nan Xian saw Gu Tingxiao's confusion and did not deny it. Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything and started the car and set off directly. He was more familiar with the roads in the United States than in China, so Nan Xian didn't need to point the way at all. After Gu Tingxiao drove to the mall, he just parked the car, and a black Ferrari drove up and stopped in front of Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao. Baby Qian, I really didn't expect to see you here. Jay stopped the car and rushed to Nan Xian's side, giving her a big hug. Nan Xian smiled and returned the hug, and the two of them didn't notice Gu Tingxiao at all, who was standing nearby with a dark face. Honey, did you come here to eat or to go shopping? Jess gently pushed the stray hairs on Nan Xian's cheek behind her ear. I came here to go shopping. Nan Xian pointed to Gu Tingxiao next to her. My dear, this man is really good. Jess whispered in Nan Xian's ear, his eyes full of light that could not be hidden. Nan Xian laughed out loud when she heard what Jess said. You should keep your eyes to yourself. If you keep looking, your precious on the car will get jealous. Nan Xian glanced at the person in the passenger seat who was fixing her makeup, and kindly reminded Jace. Hey, I was just saying that. I only have my precious at home in my heart. Jace said a few words to Nan Xian and then parted. Gu Tingxiao had been following Nan Xian's footsteps, not saying a word, sullen and not daring to say anything. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Nan Xian stopped in his tracks and looked at Gu Tingxiao with confusion. You, with that man just now. Gu Tingxiao didn't directly bring it up. You mean Jie? Nan Xian was about to explain when he thought of something and looked at Gu Tingxiao with a wicked smile on his face. Fourth master is jealous, aren't you? You two were hugging and cuddling, and you were talking close to each other's faces. Gu Tingxiao was indeed jealous. Guess what he said when we were leaning in close to each other? Nan Xian walked up to Gu Tingxiao and tilted her head, raising one eyebrow. Ha! Gu Tingxiao shook his head. He said, you're a really good man. Nan Xian said, and her eyes thoughtfully glanced at Gu Tingxiao's. Gu Tingxiao heard this and looked down along the line of Nan Xian's gaze, instantly understanding. He is. Gu Tingxiao thought back to Jie's every move and tone of voice, and completely understood. Nan Xian hooked her finger towards Gu Tingxiao, and then stood on tiptoe. Gu Tingxiao bent down, supporting Nan Xian's waist, and lowered his head to hear what Nan Xian was going to say. Well, the man who retouched his makeup in the car is his husband or wife. If you want to join in, I guess they'll be very happy. Gu Tingxiao's face turned even darker when he heard Nan Xian's words. Xian, I can prove my orientation to you at any time, Gu Tingxiao whispered. Nan Xian's face flushed, and she pushed Gu Tingxiao away. You're dreaming. Gu Tingxiao looked at the shy Nan Xian and also raised the corner of his lips. He reached out and took Nan Xian's hand, leading her to start shopping in the mall. After the two had finished shopping, they stopped for dinner on the way back, and it was already past 9 when they returned to the apartment parking lot. As soon as they parked, Nan Xian took a mask out of her bag and handed it to Gu Tingxiao. It's crowded at this hour, so you shouldn't show your face. Gu Tingxiao smiled, but didn't put the mask on. There's nothing to hide. Nan Xian thought about it for a moment, and since Gu Tingxiao had developed so quickly, she didn't believe that he had clean hands. Gu Tingxiao carried a shopping bag in one hand and put his arm around Nan Xian's waist with the other, as the two of them walked towards the elevator together. The elevator door opened, and inside stood a man, accompanied by two bodyguards, who had just come up from the parking lot on the first floor below. Chen. The man greeted Nan Xian when he saw her. Charles, long time no see. Nan Xian smiled and extended her hand, shaking hands with Charles. Who is this? Charles saw Gu Tingxiao, who was putting his arm around Nan Xian's waist. Boyfriend. Nan Xian thought for a moment. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you bring a man home. Charles raised an eyebrow. Charles. Gu Tingxiao. The two men shook hands, and Charles's eyes returned to Nan Xian's. Xian, have you taken care of things on the West Coast? Charles said seriously. William insists on fighting me head-on, so I'll play alone. Nan Xian shook his head, looking indifferent. Nan Xian, believe me, don't get your hands dirty. Charles reminded Nan Xian with a smile in his eyes. Ha? Nan Xian didn't quite understand. There's an old Chinese saying, you reap what you sow. Someone will soon be cleaning up after him, just wait and see, and I'll finish things off. Charles pointed to the floor number the elevator had reached. Nan Xian turned her head and took a look, and she knew what was going on. After this is done, I'll buy you a drink. When they reached the 18th floor, Nan Xian waved at Charles and got off the elevator with Gu Tingxiao first. After returning to the apartment, Nan Xian immediately dove into the bathtub. She hadn't had a proper rest since Gu Tingxiao arrived. She had given up the comfortable big bed to Gu Tingxiao, and no matter what, she was going to go to bed today. When Nan Xian walked out of the bathroom, she saw Gu Tingxiao walking in from the balcony after finishing his cigarette. Nan Xian, with a dry hair cap on her head, sat on the carpet and started unpacking the boxes, unpacking all the newly bought clothes, and then made a phone call. Within a minute, the sound of the fingerprint recognition in the apartment door rang, and Wang Yi walked in. Sister Qian. As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, he saw Gu Tingxiao sitting on the side and quickly changed his words. Don't pretend, he knows. Nan Xian said, throwing all the unpacked clothes onto Wang Yi's arm. Okay, I've asked the maid to wash them and put them on the sofa. I'm going to the West Coast tomorrow, so you can go in and get them yourself. Wang Yi has a maid in his apartment, but Nan Xian has never arranged for one because she is always in China. However, the maid from Wang Yi's side comes over to tidy up the apartment, and the laundry is washed there. Oh, right, let's stop working on the West Coast for now. Nan Xian stood up from the carpet, lifted her hand and released the hairdryer cap, and her long hair instantly fell down. Stop working? Wang Yi looked at Nan Xian in puzzlement. I just ran into Charles, and he told me that the people on the 10th floor are going to start cleaning up William, so let's not bother. Nan Xian nodded. Charles and Nan Xian were very close, having worked together many times and could be considered lifelong friends. 10th floor? Jones? Wang Yi thought about the people living on the 10th floor. Well, go find out what grudges they have. Nan Xian glanced at Wang Yi. Okay. Then I'll go back, Sister Qian, Master C, I'll go first. Wang Yi finished and turned around and left. How did he know to call him Master C? Gu Tingxiao walked over, took Nan Xian's hand, sat in front of her dressing table, and then used the hairdryer to blow Nan Xian's hair. He sent me a message asking. Nan Xian told the truth. Xian, what you do is very dangerous, right? Gu Tingxiao could tell that what Nan Xian did was not normal. It may seem dangerous to ordinary people, but to me, it's just like buying a bottle of perfume. Nan Xian thought about it and found a more practical way to put it. In the future, if there is anything dangerous, don't do it yourself, I'll be with you. Gu Tingxiao finished blow-drying her hair and said seriously. Good, fourth master is awesome. Nan Xian said teasingly. Gu Tingxiao heard this and smiled lovingly, then he wanted to go into the bathroom to take a shower. Didn't you just wash before you left the house? Why do you want to wash again? Nan Xian asked curiously, when did Gu Tingxiao become such a germaphobe? Washing clean is a kind of protection for you. Gu Tingxiao said meaningfully, then walked in. How does washing protect me? Nan Xian looked puzzled. She walked over to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of red wine and then went out onto the balcony with a glass in hand. The temperature was a comfortable 28 degrees. She sat in a rocking chair on the balcony, sipping her wine, looking at the stars in the sky and feeling the night breeze. When Nan Xian finished half the bottle of red wine, Gu Tingxiao came out of the shower. Nan Xian glanced over, and Gu Tingxiao was wearing a black loungewear that made him look very luxurious. Nan Xian was about to drink the red wine in her glass, but unexpectedly Gu Tingxiao took it away with one hand and then gulped it down in one go. "Brother-in-law, if you're thirsty, drink water, don't quench your thirst with wine." Nan Xian thought that Gu Tingxiao had taken a bath and was thirsty, so he couldn't find the water and pointed thoughtfully to where the kettle was. Not only was he thirsty, he was also hungry. Gu Tingxiao's dark eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he said he poured all the remaining red wine into the glass and drank it all in one go. "Mom! You drank the 160,000 yuan bottle of red wine like it was water." Nan Xian widened his eyes and looked at the empty glass and bottle. "I'll buy you a truckload." Gu Tingxiao pulled Nan Xian up from the rocking chair and then pulled her into the bedroom, pressing the curtain button on the wall and the bedroom light switch. The goose yellow room light turned off at once, and the curtains slowly closed together. Nan Xian instantly understood what Gu Tingxiao wanted to do. Before she could react, Gu Tingxiao had already leaned over. "Xian, no one will disturb us this time, right?" Gu Tingxiao's eyes became much gentler. "Little brother-in-law, we can't do this the hard way." Nan Xian supported her hands on Gu Tingxiao's chest and shook her head desperately. "Didn't you say you wanted to see how I performed? If we don't do it the hard way, I'll make you do it willingly." Gu Tingxiao raised one hand and removed the two small hands that were supporting themselves on his chest. "See how you perform? Help! You said it wasn't about how I performed." Gu Tingxiao lowered his head and tried to kiss Nan Xian's rosy little mouth, but Nan Xian twisted her head to the side, just to keep Gu Tingxiao from touching it. Gu Tingxiao was momentarily stunned by Nan Xian's actions. Instead of making another move, he gently turned Nan Xian's face back and asked softly, "Xian, are you unwilling?" If Nan Xian is unwilling, Gu Tingxiao will not continue. "The two of us don't have that," Nan Xian said awkwardly. Gu Tingxiao heard this and did not proceed with the next step. How could he have forgotten such an important thing? Just as the two of them didn't know whether to proceed with the next step, the apartment doorbell rang. Gu Tingxiao rolled over and stood under the bed, ready to go answer the door. Nan Xian grabbed Gu Tingxiao's wrist and pointed at the bulge between his legs. "Are you going like that?" The latter shook his head helplessly, and Nan Xian straightened her clothes before walking over to open the door. "You're not at your place with your girlfriend late at night, what are you doing here?" Nan Xian opened the door and saw Wang Yi, who was beaming from ear to ear. "Sister Qian, I always feel like there's something missing in your home, so I came to give you this." After saying that, Wang Yi placed a large paper bag on Nan Xian's body and turned around and ran away. "He's drunk." Nan Xian returned to the bedroom with the bag in a daze, then squatted on the ground and emptied the contents of the bag in one go. When Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian saw more than 10 boxes of different condoms, they were both shocked. "Did he fucking plant a bug or a camera in my place?" Nan Xian looked up and looked around. As soon as she said that, Nan Xian's phone rang. Nan Xian saw a message, and after tapping it, it was a message from Wang Yi. "Sister Qian, I didn't install a camera or a bug in your house. Don't bother looking for it. I hope you have a happy night." Gu Tingxiao saw that Nan Xian didn't respond after looking at the message for a long time, so he walked up and took the phone, looked at the screen, and couldn't help but laugh. "Xian, is it okay now?" Gu Tingxiao reached out and pulled Nan Xian up from the ground, his voice full of temptation. "Well, brother-in-law, after all this trouble, is it still okay?" Nan Xian deliberately rested her hands on Gu Tingxiao's neck and asked with a wicked smile. "Here, drink some water." Gu Tingxiao sat down on the edge of the bed with Nan Xian in his arms and handed her the glass of water. Nan Xian drank a few mouthfuls, wondering why he was giving her water. Gu Tingxiao watched Nan Xian finish the water, put the glass back on the table, and then lifted his hands to take off his home shirt. "In case you get thirsty later." Gu Tingxiao's mouth curled up slightly, and the next second he kissed her. This kiss was different from the previous ones. It was passionate and overbearing, and Nan Xian couldn't defend herself against it. Nan Xian put her hands on Gu Tingxiao's shoulders and couldn't help but respond to his kiss. Gradually, both of them got into the mood. Chapter 14, What is all this? The sky was beginning to lighten, and Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian fell asleep in each other's arms. When they woke up, it was already 12 noon. Nan Xian lay on the bed without moving, only her eyes rolling around. "Qian, Gu Tingxiao had finished showering and came out of the bathroom, sitting by the bed and leaning over to look at Nan Xian. I'm in pain. Nan Xian felt like his whole body was falling apart, and there wasn't a single part that didn't hurt. He was so aggrieved that tears welled up in his eyes, and his choked voice made Gu Tingxiao's heart ache. Still in pain? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian, a little at a loss. What do you think? Nan Xian said, and tears fell. This fucking hurts more than if I got injured in a fight. A fight is a superficial injury, this is internal injury. Gu Tingxiao couldn't hold back for a moment, and only ended when Nan Xian fell asleep at the end. I've put hot water in the bathroom, let me carry you to the bath, okay? Gu Tingxiao wiped away Nan Xian's tears while coaxing her. Nan Xian nodded, she had sweated a lot, and she also wanted to take a bath. The moment Nan Xian was picked up, she realized that she was not wearing anything, and she quickly reached out to cover herself. She tried to cover her body, but no matter where she covered it, she couldn't hide it. In the end, she chose to cover Gu Tingxiao's eyes. Gu Tingxiao, who was holding his wife in his arms, was amused by Nan Xian's series of actions and laughed. Where on your body haven't I seen before? Although Gu Tingxiao's eyes were covered, he still had a good sense of direction and carried Nan Xian into the bathroom. Little brother-in-law, put me down. Nan Xian covered Gu Tingxiao's eyes and blushed uncontrollably. Okay, can you walk? Gu Tingxiao bent down, put Nan Xian on the ground, and then helped her up. You go out, I'll do it myself. Nan Xian still held Gu Tingxiao's eyes tightly, not letting him see. Okay, you go slowly. Gu Tingxiao turned around and just walked to the door when he heard Nan Xian scream, so he quickly turned his head and looked at Nan Xian. Nan Xian fell to the ground as soon as he took his first step because his legs were weak. Gu Tingxiao did not care that Nan Xian did not want him to look, and quickly helped him up, crouching down to check if Nan Xian was hurt. This was great, Nan Xian's face turned red until it turned black, and the whole person was naked as Gu Tingxiao examined him. I'll wash you. Gu Tingxiao's tone was not to be refused, and he directly helped Nan Xian into the bathtub, letting her soak in it. When Gu Tingxiao finished washing Nan Xian's body, Nan Xian stood in front of the mirror and saw the marks all over her body. Gu Tingxiao was also soaked to the skin from helping Nan Xian bathe. When Gu Tingxiao took off his t-shirt, Nan Xian was surprised to see that his back was already a mess from her scratching, covered in dense scratches. Brother-in-law, you. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao with embarrassment. Xian, last night I remember you calling me not little brother. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian in front of him with a smile. I was in so much pain. Nan Xian remembered the moment the two of them were together, and she had shouted Gu Tingxiao's name. Don't call me little brother in the future. Gu Tingxiao carefully wiped Nan Xian's wet body. Ha? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in puzzlement. You called me little brother, and I feel guilty. Gu Tingxiao said with a smile. So what do you want me to call you? Nan Xian's beautiful eyes blinked. Gu Tingxiao's hands grasped Nan Xian's soft waist, which was no bigger than his hands. With a gentle push, he placed Nan Xian on the sink. Then he put his hands on the sink and leaned over, staring at the woman in front of him. What do you think? You're disrespectful for an old man. Nan Xian knew exactly what Gu Tingxiao meant, so she quickly pushed him away. Seeing Nan Xian blush again, Gu Tingxiao was very satisfied and didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he dried Nan Xian's body, helped her change into clean clothes, then picked her up in his arms and walked out of the bathroom. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao, who looked fresh and energetic, not at all like someone who had been busy all night. She couldn't help but sigh, exclaiming that the difference in strength between herself and Gu Tingxiao was too great. Looking at the messy bed, she remembered last night when Nan Xian's face had turned pale with pain, and it strengthened her belief that she wanted to protect this girl for the rest of her life, and that she must never do anything to hurt her. Xiao Chen, you rest first, I'll take down the sheets. Gu Tingxiao bent down and pulled the sheets out from under Nan Xian. There didn't seem to be any clean ones in the apartment. Nan Xian suddenly remembered that the last time she left the apartment, she had packed up and thrown out a batch of old bedding, and now there was only this set on the bed left at home. I'll go buy some then. Gu Tingxiao said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang, and Gu Tingxiao strode over and opened the door. Fourth master. It was Wang He, carrying a large box. What did you move in this time? Nan Xian got off the bed and slowly moved to the bedroom door. She thought about the things Wang He had delivered the night before, and she didn't know whether to praise him or scold him. These are sheets and a quilt cover, all new. The maid has already hung them up to dry. I guess you really need a new set of bedding here. Wang He couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He had just seen Nan Xian's walking posture, and he must have done something last night. Nan Xian thought to herself, I must check properly to see if there are any listening devices or cameras in the apartment. These are men's slippers and toiletries. This is something fun. Speaking of something fun, Wang He didn't take it out, but said hello and left the apartment. Fun? Nan Xian's curiosity was piqued again, and she slowly walked up and opened the box. Gu Tingxiao's eyes narrowed when he saw the contents of the box, and he looked up at the closed apartment door. Candles? Red string? Hands. What is this? Let me see, jump. Nan Xian paused when she saw the words on it. She looked up at Gu Tingxiao, who was standing next to her, and his face was also a little embarrassed. At this moment, Nan Xian also didn't care about the pain, stood up, picked up the suitcase, and walked towards the door. I'd be sorry to him if I didn't beat him to death today. Gu Tingxiao grabbed Nan Xian's hand and took the suitcase from her, putting it on the ground, then took Nan Xian's hand and sat on the sofa. You rest here, I'll clean up the bedroom and take you out to dinner when I'm done. As for these, just throw them away. Gu Tingxiao stroked Nan Xian's hair, then took the brand new bed sheets and walked into the bedroom. Nan Xian got up from the sofa, slowly walked into the bedroom, watched Gu Tingxiao change the new bed sheets and quilt covers, then took the bed sheets into the bathroom. Nan Xian walked over and found that Gu Tingxiao intended to hand wash the already dirty bed sheets. Brother-in-law, don't wash them, I'll wash them. Nan Xian looked at the small plum blossoms on them and quickly walked over to take the bed sheets. Gu Tingxiao looked at the sheets that had been taken away and smiled faintly, then turned around and pressed Nan Xian against the wall. Xian, I see that you're not tired. Why don't we continue what we started last night? Gu Tingxiao bowed his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Nan Xian. Little brother, you enjoy your wash, Nan Xian said quickly, and shoved the sheets in Gu Tingxiao's hands. She pushed him away and ran out of the bathroom. As he watched Nan Xian run away, Gu Tingxiao felt a little remorseful about his behavior the night before. He guessed that the girl would probably not let him touch her for a long time. Nan Xian watched as Gu Tingxiao hung the clean sheets out on the balcony. She felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, probably that she had married the right person. As Gu Tingxiao was about to start cooking, Nan Xian stopped him. Brother-in-law, I've asked the restaurant to deliver the food, so don't cook. Good, you must be starving. Gu Tingxiao sat down next to Nan Xian and put his arm around her. I mainly don't want to tire you out, you've been working too hard. Nan Xian leaned against Gu Tingxiao and smiled. In fact, she was just too hungry, and she had messaged the restaurant while Gu Tingxiao was washing the sheets. Gu Tingxiao heard Nan Xian's words and raised an eyebrow, leaning in Nan Xian's ear. I'm not tired, do you need me to prove it to you? Fourth master, you're going to lose all your armor in my heart. Nan Xian never expected that this man with an ascetic face would become like this after he gave in to carnal desires. With all his clothes off, what's the point of armor? Gu Tingxiao bit Nan Xian's earlobe lightly, as if he were up to no good. Nan Xian trembled with excitement at Gu Tingxiao's provocation, and subconsciously pushed him away. Don't touch me. But baby, what if you smell too good? Gu Tingxiao saw that Nan Xian looked like a frightened little white rabbit, and he wanted to tease her even more. Nan Xian took out her phone and glanced at it, then suddenly turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao with a charming smile on her face. Brother-in-law. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's face change in an instant, and suddenly felt that the girl was up to no good. Ha! Gu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, wondering what Nan Xian was up to. Brother-in-law, then tell me, how fragrant am I? Nan Xian flipped onto her back and sat on Gu Tingxiao's lap, resting her hands on his shoulders. Gu Tingxiao had never expected Nan Xian to be so proactive all of a sudden. It was refreshing. Gu Tingxiao used his strong arms to encircle Nan Xian's soft waist to prevent her from falling off his body. So, did you miss me? Nan Xian's fingers circled Gu Tingxiao's abs, occasionally pressing a little harder. Xian, do you know the consequences? Gu Tingxiao felt his blood heat up all over his body. He had just started eating meat again yesterday, and now he simply couldn't get too close to Nan Xian. Ah! Before Nan Xian could finish her sentence, the apartment bell rang. Fourth master, let go of me quickly, the food is here. Nan Xian pushed Gu Tingxiao away as if she had been pardoned, and quickly jumped off the sofa to go to the door to get the food. It was only then that Gu Tingxiao reacted, and he realized that Nan Xian had been deliberately playing with him, counting the delivery time. The man sitting on the sofa, and was extremely helpless. You really tortured me, aren't you afraid of breaking it? Gu Tingxiao shook his head helplessly. Fourth master is old, it's normal to have some problems, I don't mind you. Nan Xian said with a bad smile while setting the food on the table and watching Gu Tingxiao's reaction. Nan Xian obviously underestimated the reaction of a man when his sperm is on the brain. In that case, I can't let you dislike me, I have to prove myself. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's expression and decided not to hold back anymore. He walked straight up to Nan Xian's side and picked her up in his arms. Ah! Nan Xian didn't expect Gu Tingxiao to play this trick. Master C, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Nan Xian floundered on Gu Tingxiao's body. I'm hungry too, so I'll eat first. Gu Tingxiao took big strides towards the bedroom, hugging Nan Xian. Nan Xian was placed on the big bed. She just wanted to run, but Gu Tingxiao grabbed her ankle and dragged her back, then leaned down and pressed down, his slender figure covering the woman beneath him. I'm wrong. Gu Tingxiao didn't give Nan Xian any chance to speak, and kissed her directly. Hey! Nan Xian was already so hungry that her eyes were starting to feel dizzy while she sat at the table eating. In contrast, Gu Tingxiao, who was sitting across from her, was deftly picking at the shrimp with his long fingers. Fourth master, you eat by yourself. I'm full, I really can't eat anymore. Nan Xian saw that Gu Tingxiao was still non-stop picking at the shrimp for her, desperately shaking his head, unable to eat a single bite. Hearing Nan Xian's words, Gu Tingxiao raised his hand and wiped his hands with a paper towel, then gently stroked Nan Xian's stomach. It had indeed become round and bulging, so he nodded contentedly. After the two had eaten, Wang Yi sent a servant to clean up Nan Xian's house, and Nan Xian left the apartment with Gu Tingxiao to go for a walk. As soon as Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao had driven away from the parking lot, they saw dozens of black business cars parked outside the apartment. Fourth master, please drive slowly. Nan Xian signaled Gu Tingxiao to drive slowly. She noticed that these dozens of black businesses were not the vehicles of the owners in the apartment, and the license plate numbers were all very unfamiliar to her. Don't recognize these cars? Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's puzzled expression and knew what was going on. These cars are not from our apartment. Nan Xian nodded. It's someone from outside looking for one of the owners of your apartment. Gu Tingxiao stepped on the accelerator and took Nan Xian away from the fleet of black business cars. They probably didn't dare enter the apartment building, so they just waited at the entrance. Nan Xian guessed roughly, and she even knew who these cars were looking for. Nan Xian said, took out her phone, and called Wang Yi, stay at the hotel tonight, don't go home. Wang Yi, who was outside taking care of some business, received Nan Xian's call and guessed roughly after hesitating for a few seconds, Sister Qian, the apartment is surrounded? Well, I guess it's William's people, here for Jones. Nan Xian told Nan Xian what she was thinking. Okay, Nan Xian, I'm on the west coast right now, and I found out about William and Jones. Wang Yi told Nan Xian the results of his investigation. After hearing the story, Nan Xian was silent for a long time. She had thought of a million reasons why two unrelated organizations would become enemies, but she never imagined it was because of a woman. Chapter 15, The Other Side of Nan Xian. William had drunk too much at the drinking party and met a beautiful woman on the street. He asked his men to forcibly take the woman away. Afterwards, he realized that the woman was actually the woman of Jones, the leader of another underground organization. Normally, Nan Xian would know Jones' woman because she goes in and out of the apartment every day, and most of the people who live in the apartment also know her. However, William is an exception. He lives in his seaside villa year-round, thinking that he is rich and powerful and should not live in a large flat in this apartment. Little did he know that the leaders of these underground organizations all lived in the apartment just so they could get to know each other. Most of them had transnational businesses, and each person was good at different things and had different connections, so they worked together more often than not. Within the borders of Country M, everyone's territory and business was basically fixed, and they wouldn't compete with each other unless something unexpected happened. Because of this, Nan Xian and Charles had a good relationship, and the two of them would cooperate on many things. Nansha, your business in the United States is not small, is it? Gu Tingxiao asked Nan Xian suddenly while driving. Nan Xian, who heard the question, paused for a moment, then told Gu Tingxiao to turn the car around and then set a destination. Gu Tingxiao already knew the general idea, so Nan Xian had no need to hide it anymore. After all, he would still have to fly from China frequently afterwards, so it was better to give Gu Tingxiao a clear answer directly. The green Pagani pulled up in front of a villa, and someone immediately came running over to greet Nan Xian. Sister Qian. Sister Qian. Sister Qian. Wow, if it isn't my big boss? You've finally come to visit. A man was full of surprise when he saw Nan Xian. You're so busy every day, do you still need me to come visit? Nan Qian walked up and gave the man a hug, before separating. Boss, what have you been up to lately? I heard that you have been flying back and forth twice in the past month. The man looked at Nan Qian curiously. In the past, she would fly in once every 2 or 3 months to inspect the work. In the past month, Nan Qian has flown back and forth twice. What is strange is that she didn't even come to the villa last time. Alan, introduce me. This is my husband, Gu Tingxiao. Nan Qian pointed at Gu Tingxiao, who had just walked over, and said with a smile, he got married in a hurry. Alan listened to Nan Qian's introduction, and the surprise in his eyes turned to shock. His boss had suddenly gotten married? Hello, I'm Alan. Alan then reacted, and extended his hand towards Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao shook Alan's hand. After shaking hands with Gu Tingxiao, Alan took Nan Qian aside and asked quietly, Boss, didn't you say you weren't getting married? Didn't you say that only a fool would jump into the grave of marriage, and that once you get married, you can't dance with male models? He doesn't care if I drink or go clubbing. Nan Qian replied in a low voice. Your man doesn't look like an ordinary person, and if you go clubbing behind his back and find male models, he will definitely find out. Alan shook his head, knowing that his boss's hobbies would never be realized. Only if I want to dance, there is nothing I can't do. Nan Qian said confidently. Gu Tingxiao looked at the two people whispering, and knew that they must not have said anything nice, but he had complete trust in Nan Qian, so he didn't care. Sister Qian, Alan, come over quickly. Just as Nan Qian and Alan were having a good time chatting, a person ran out of the room on the second floor of the villa and shouted at Nan Qian and Alan. Nan Qian and Alan looked at each other and immediately ran up the stairs. Zhou, what's wrong? After running into the room, Nan Qian stood in front of a monitor and looked at the location on it, and Alan hurriedly asked Zhou. We have a batch of goods being targeted. Zhou pointed to the red dots on the screen. Each red dot is the real-time location of the car Alan sent out, but several of them simultaneously alerted the system and notified the background that they were being followed. Bring up the surveillance footage from the back of this car, and let me see who it is. Alan pointed to one of the red dots. Okay. Aja immediately brought up the vehicle surveillance footage from one of the cars, and a camera in the back of the car captured the following vehicle. Zoom in and look at the passenger seat. Nan Qian glanced at the license plate number, exchanged glances with Alan, shook his head, and couldn't tell whose car it was. After zooming in, Nan Qian and Alan both took a step forward at the same time and looked carefully at the man in the passenger seat. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Ajil looked at the man on the screen and asked in puzzlement. Have you seen him before? Nan Qian also shook his head and looked at Alan. If you haven't seen him before, could he still be a newcomer? Alan also looked puzzled. Don't be ridiculous, would a newcomer dare to show himself like this? Ajay shook his head and directly dismissed the idea. This batch of goods is going to the warehouse. Nan Qian zoomed in on the map and carefully looked at the route of the convoy. Yes, it was just delivered a short while ago. Ajay nodded. Tell the team leader to drag his feet by circling the block. I'll go catch the guy. Nan Qian finished speaking and turned around, heading downstairs. Gu Tingxiao, who was sitting on the first floor, saw Nan Qian walking downstairs with a face full of anger, and knew that something must have happened. Fourth master, wait here for me, I'm going out for a bit. Nan Qian first walked up to Gu Tingxiao and looked at him. Impossible. Gu Tingxiao guessed that Nan Qian must have gone out for a reason, so without the slightest hesitation, he took Nan Qian's hand directly and walked towards the door. Nan Qian heard the unyielding tone in Gu Tingxiao's voice and had no choice but to go with him. After Gu Tingxiao walked out of the villa, he directly shoved Nan Qian into the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat. Location. After Gu Tingxiao started the car, he turned his head and looked at Nan Qian. Jia had already sent the real-time location of the convoy to Nan Qian's phone. The green Pagani was speeding down the highway, followed by several cars whose drivers couldn't keep up with Gu Tingxiao's speed even if they stepped on the accelerator. Fourth master, that's them. Don't stop the car in front. Nan Qian saw the cars following behind his convoy and reminded Gu Tingxiao. Okay, hold on tight. Gu Tingxiao didn't hesitate for a second, and gunned it to catch up. The cars in the convoy had already received news that Nan Qian was coming to their aid, and when they saw the green car approaching, they knew it was Nan Qian. The entire convoy suddenly accelerated rapidly, leaving enough room for Nan Qian's car to get in. Gu Tingxiao caught up and drove straight between the other car and the lead car of the convoy, then started to apply the brakes. A final sharp brake forced all the cars behind to stop. After stopping, Nan Shan did not get out of the car, but looked calmly in the rearview mirror. She saw the cars that had followed her quickly surround the trailing cars, and then more than 20 people got out of the cars with sticks and clubs in their hands. The vehicles that had been following them reacted and realized that they had come to their aid. The person sitting in the passenger seat of the lead car directed the following vehicles, and together they jumped out of the cars, each armed with a baton. Nan Qian withdrew her gaze, looked straight ahead, and saw her convoy accelerate without hesitation and leave the scene. She nodded with satisfaction. Alan got out of a black Ferrari and walked straight up to the other person, glaring at the man who had just been sitting in the passenger seat and sneering, "You've got some nerve. Don't you know whose car you're following? I'm not talking to you, tell your boss to come down." The man in the passenger seat was wearing a white tracksuit and had a buzz cut, and he said haughtily. Hearing the words of the buzz cut, Alan laughed, "You really think you're the best, and you think our boss is someone you can just meet? Brother Logan, this is NQ's second in command, Alan." When the buzz cut driver saw Alan, his eyes became panicked, and then he got out of the car and walked over to the buzz cut and whispered a reminder. When the green Pagani didn't stop its car just now, his mind went into a spin. He had been following the car for so long, and he never expected that it was the car of NQ. When he tried to stop Logan, Logan had already opened the car door and got out. What is NQ? And what is Alan? Logan looked at Alan with disdain. Hearing Logan's words, the driver's face slightly changed. Then he lightly poked Logan, but unfortunately the latter did not react. What is NQ? When Alan heard this, he couldn't hold back the corner of his mouth, and the corners of his lips curled up, as if he was going to have some fun. You, whose family are you from? Alan pointed at Logan and asked with a smile on his face. Nan Xian, who was sitting in the car, looked at Logan and was really unfamiliar, so he quietly listened to Alan's question. I'm the third leader of DA, Logan. Logan looked down on Alan with a look of disdain and introduced himself. Nan Xian, who was sitting in the car, was speechless when he heard DA. I thought who else would be so arrogant, DA? Alan froze for a moment when he heard this name, and then looked at Logan like he was looking at a fool. Logan's driver closed his eyes and looked dejected, really a living fool. Come, I see that you still seem to have a long brain. Alan pointed at the driver standing by the side waiting to die. Call Jesse and tell him to get his ass over here right now, or there won't be a DA in the United States from tomorrow onwards. After Alan finished speaking, Nan Xian, who was sitting in the car, crossed her legs and continued reading. When Gu Tingxiao heard the name of the underground organization DA, he looked deeply at Nan Xian, who was sitting next to him. Xian, what kind of strength do you have here? He had been in the United States for so many years and had an understanding of and connections with underground organizations. DA is one of the more powerful organizations in recent years. NQ, he heard, is the initials of Nan Xian in Chinese, and it is obvious that this organization belongs to her. But Gu Tingxiao has never heard of this name before. However, what he knows is that there are a few major organizations that have always been at the top, each doing their own thing and not getting involved in the affairs of the lower levels. So few people outside the organization know their names, and only people in their underground organization can get in touch with them. Fourth Master, you already know what's going on, don't you? Nan Xian turned her head and smiled at Gu Tingxiao. Little girl, you're not old, but you play big. Gu Tingxiao nodded meaningfully. Logan's driver was considering how he would die when he heard what Alan said to him, and immediately ran back to the car, pulled out his phone, and called his boss. After the call, Logan's driver heard Logan still pointing arrogantly at Alan. You really take yourself seriously? You also called my big brother's name. After that, he turned to his driver and said, you useless piece of shit. What the fuck are you afraid of? Are we outnumbered or something? NQ? You're afraid of an organization I've never even heard of. Loser. You explain to the boss why you lost those goods. Logan finished scolding Alan and turned to scold his driver. In contrast, his driver didn't say another word. Since he wanted to die, he wasn't going to stop him. Chapter 16, Is it sweet? Alan's face was full of expressions of watching a show, interesting and interesting. He walked over to the passenger seat of the green Pagani, and Nan Xian slowly lowered the window halfway, so that she could communicate with Alan and her face could not be seen from the outside. Sister Qian, when Jesse comes here in a while, do you want to come down and have some fun? Alan asked in a low voice. I'll just watch you play. Nan Shan pondered for a moment, turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and then looked back at Alan, and said thoughtfully, "Don't dirty my fourth master's eyes." Okay. Alan stood next to Nan Xian's car, lit a cigarette, and then leaned against the car door, looking at Logan, who kept scolding, with an expression of looking at an idiot. Did Jesse have his brains sucked out? He even found such a bumpkin to take over the position of the third boss. Alan looked at Logan and didn't think he looked like someone who could get things done. I asked around about Logan. Although he is a bit slow, he is quite good at what he does. He is considered quite capable at the DA, and is in charge of stealing goods from trucks. I suspect that the trucks they were following just now were all newly replaced, and the driver didn't recognize the license plates, so he followed Logan's instructions and targeted our goods. Nan Shan looked at the driver and said lightly that he seemed quite smart. After Alan finished smoking, a Rolls-Royce sped up and stopped behind Alan's car. Seeing the Rolls-Royce arrive, Logan's driver immediately ran up and opened the door, inviting the man sitting in the back seat to get out. "Brother Alan, I'm really sorry, my subordinate doesn't know what he's doing." After getting out of the car, Jesses walked up to Alan in 3 or 2 steps and extended his hand towards Alan. "Jesus, your DA is really something, now you even dare to rob our NQ goods." Alan did not extend his hand, but held his arms in front of his chest and looked at Jesus. "This is a misunderstanding. Logan just returned from E country and does not understand the situation in M country, so he did the wrong thing." Jesus watched Alan's movements and had to withdraw his hand, apologizing and explaining. Dare to come out without understanding the situation in M country? Alan simply did not buy it. "Boss, who is he?" Logan looked at Jesses with confusion as he spoke to Alan in a humble manner. Although he didn't know the situation, he knew the names of all the organizations. He had never heard of NQ. "Shut the fuck up." Jesses slapped Logan across the face. "Kid, let me tell you, he's not even qualified to speak in front of my boss." Alan pointed at Jesses with a sneer. And you want my boss to meet you?" Hearing Alan's words, Jesses' eyes widened, and he really couldn't hold back anymore, so he raised his hand and slapped Logan twice. Nan Shan, who was sitting in the car, took out 2 lollipops from the storage compartment and handed one to Gu Tingxiao. He was a little bored watching the fun, so he needed to eat something to help him enjoy himself. Jesses looked at the Pagani parked behind Alan and knew that Nan Shan must be sitting inside. Logan didn't know this car, but that didn't mean he didn't. "NQ big boss, I'm really sorry, it's because I didn't discipline my subordinates well." "You can just name it, what do you want me to do?" Jesse bowed towards the Pagani. Logan had been slapped 3 times. Seeing Jesse's reaction, he slightly understood, but there was still confusion in his eyes. "Can't figure it out? You tell him why." Alan pointed at Logan's driver and told him to explain to Logan. "Third boss, you may not have heard of NQ, but you should know that there are a few top organizations in the country that never appear for no reason. These organizations do not take any outside work and only do their own. NQ is second in command." After the driver finished speaking, Logan's face visibly turned white. This was the last thing he had ever dreamed of. Logan himself had never dreamed that he would provoke such a big organization on his first solo outing. He had originally thought that NQ was just a small organization that was not worth mentioning. "Kid, have you thought about how you want to die?" Alan said nonchalantly, and his men quickly surrounded Jesse and Logan, eager to get started. Logan didn't know what to say for a moment. "Brother Alan, can I have a few words with the boss?" Jesse looked at the situation and knew he had to say something. "Are you worthy?" Alan said with a cigarette in his mouth, looking disdainful. Hearing Alan's words, Jesse and Logan stood on one side, afraid to anger or speak. But Jesse has seen the world, so he adjusted his mentality, turned around, bowed deeply again to Paganini, then pulled out a knife from his waist and stabbed it into Logan's hand. Logan's scream made everyone around him tremble with fear. Gu Tingxiao, who was sitting in the car, saw Nan Shan listening to the screams and still calmly holding a lollipop, without any intention of getting out of the car. Jesse saw that the green Pagani was not moving, and knew that the person sitting in it was not happy with what he had done. He glanced at Logan, who was covering his bleeding left hand, and hesitated. He knew very well that his knife had basically disabled Logan's left hand. If he disabled his right hand as well, Logan would never be able to make a living on the streets. "Boss." Logan saw Jesus's gaze and his voice trembled a little. One was from the pain, and the other was because he understood Jesus's thoughts. Alan was still leaning against the side of the Pagani, quietly smoking a cigarette without saying a word. He knew Nanshan too well, and this was simply not enough to calm her anger. NQ was a team founded by Nanshan in the United States, which only took on its own dark web work and did not get involved in any organizations. However, according to her rules, no one should touch her goods, and she would not hesitate to act if anyone dared to touch them. Because of this, she had a good relationship with the leaders of many organizations, because she would not touch others, and others would not dare to touch her. After all, the few bosses in her hands were not vegetarians. Jesses watched Alan's reaction and knew in his heart that he could no longer protect Logan. He raised his hand and stabbed Logan's right hand as well. The screams started again, and Jesses turned his head to look at the closed car door of the Pagani. The people in the car still didn't react at all, and his heart became irritated. What do you mean, the second in command of the NQ and the big boss? Jesses adjusted his tone a little and looked at Alan with some reluctance. You even dare to take our goods, and you're still asking what's the meaning of it? Alan took his time to finish the cigarette in his hand, exhaled the last puff, and slowly stood up straight and looked at Jesses. I personally crippled Logan's hands, so he won't be able to survive in the underworld in the future, isn't that enough? Not to mention, we haven't even touched your goods yet. Jesus's voice was getting louder and louder. Although DA's influence in the United States was not as great as NQ's, it was also well known. This time, they had lost face. Do you think if you had touched the goods, you would still be alive to stand here and talk to me? Alan put away his playful gaze and looked directly at Jesus. Give a quick answer, what do you want to do? Jesus could tell that NQ was not going to let it go, so he put away his good attitude as well. Alan looked thoughtfully at the passenger seat of the green Pagani, then gave a faint smile and turned his head to look at Jesse. Either he dies, or DA dies with him. What? Jesse looked at Alan in shock. Although everyone knew that NQ's usual style was ruthless, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Don't understand? Alan raised his eyebrows slightly. You've gone too far. Jesse angrily shouted, pointing at the Pagani. Nan Xian, who was sitting in the car, continued to eat her lollipop without a change in expression. What flavor is yours, fourth master? Mine is watermelon. Grapes. Gu Tingxiao took the lollipop in his mouth out and showed it to Nan Xian. Is it sweet? Nan Xian blinked and looked at Gu Tingxiao. Everything you give me is sweet. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian tenderly. In fact, Gu Tingxiao doesn't eat sweets, but this lollipop was given to him by Nan Xian, so he ate it. He didn't expect it to be really sweet, the kind that sweetens his heart. The car was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, as if the people clamoring outside had nothing to do with them. After Jesse shouted, his men quickly took a step forward and confronted the men brought by Alan. When Alan saw the situation on the scene, a smile appeared on his face, and he looked at his driver and tilted his head slightly. A few seconds later, several more vans rushed over from afar, and dozens of people jumped out of the vans, still carrying clubs and sticks. Jesse's frowned when he saw that Alan's men outnumbered his own by nearly 3-1. He had never expected NQ to be so strong, and to be able to assemble a team of hundreds of people in such a short period of time. If this were DA, it would take some time for him to do the same. It seems that you have chosen the second option, and the entire DA will accompany you and this piece of trash to the grave together. Alan's tone became stern. It is you NQ who are not giving us a way out. Jeffys looked at his driver and then at Alan. Do you know what this piece of trash is transporting in the car? Alan kindly reminded Jeffys. Jeffys turned his head slightly and looked at Logan. Logan whispered a few words, and Jeffys' eyes widened. You want to fucking die. Jesse kicked Logan, who didn't stand firm for a moment and was kicked to the ground. Alan shook his head helplessly. Jesse, you are quite a character. How have you become more and more brainless the longer you live? The goods transported on the NQ vehicle were weapons and drugs to be smuggled into China. The rule of NQ is that once a seller is found on their dark web trading weapons and drugs with China, they must do everything possible to stop it. They can help the seller find a new buyer, but they must never allow these things to flow into China through their channels. This is her bottom line, and also the bottom line of NQ. Chapter 17, No Home. All organizations know that the head of NQ is a Chinese woman who has gone crazy in the United States, but they are especially cautious when the destination of the job is China, especially with drugs and weapons. They don't even think about delivering them to China from her hands. Aja, the fourth boss of NQ, is the one who discovered this deal on the dark web of NQ, so he stopped it before it was delivered to the port and prepared to deliver it to a warehouse in the southern suburbs to help the seller find a new buyer. Logan, who happened to be delivering goods to the port, discovered this large quantity of goods and got evil thoughts. He followed the convoy and found that the road was heading towards the suburbs. This area was sparsely populated and there was little surveillance, so he wanted to take someone to rob it. But he never expected that he had walked right into it. NQ, a well-known underground organization, has its own dark web. The head of the organization, Nan Xian, spends her days eating, drinking, and having fun in the United States and the United States of China. She only shows up to deal with tricky matters or to take a stroll every 2 or 3 months. The second in command, Alan, the third in command, Wang Yi, and the fourth in command, Jia, are here to guard Nan Xian's lair and take care of everything. Finally, Nan Xian finished eating the lollipop in her mouth, and she stretched out in the passenger seat before turning her head and looking out the window. "Little brother, you stay in the car and don't show yourself." After Nan Xian finished speaking, she was about to open the passenger door and get out, but Gu Tingxiao grabbed Nan Xian's wrist. Nan Xian, who had been stopped, turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao, who was still chewing on a lollipop. In Nan Xian's eyes, the way this man ate candy was so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes. "Fourth master, don't worry, these are just a bunch of punks, they're not even enough to hurt Alan, they won't be able to hurt me." Nan Xian winked playfully. "Even if there is a fight, you get off the car and help me." Nan Xian took out a mask from one side and placed it in Gu Tingxiao's palm. Gu Tingxiao looked down at the mask and then let go of Nan Xian's hand with relief. Nan Xian walked off from the passenger seat. When he saw Nan Xian, there was a flash of light in Jisis's eyes. The fact that he could see Nan Xian meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Alan looked at Jisis, whose eyes were shining, and raised an eyebrow in a cold smile. "Big idiot, you've seen the boss, do you think you can go back?" "Hello, NQ boss, I'm Jisis." Jisis saw Nan Xian and extended his hand with a tone of slight admiration. Nan Xian smiled lightly, reached out and grabbed Jess's hand. With a forceful movement of his waist, the 1.83-meter tall man was thrown to the ground by Nan Xian's shoulder throw. It was so fast that Jess's didn't even react. When they saw Jess's being thrown to the ground, his men immediately raised their sticks and began to yell. Alan's men were not far behind, immediately surrounding them. Nan Xian didn't even turn his head to look at Jess's, who was getting up, but walked straight towards Logan. Logan raised his bloody hands in a gesture of resistance, but it was useless. His hands had been disabled, and the bleeding was not insignificant, causing him to feel weak all over. Faced with Nan Xian's every move, even if he was good at martial arts, he could not withstand Nan Xian's rapid attacks, and soon fell to the ground. "NQ boss, you've beaten the man half to death, and you've vented your anger on me. Tell me a solution." After Jessus got up from the ground, he raised his hand to indicate that his men should not fight. "Jessus, you know very well that our organizations and yours have never interfered with each other. Now your men have even dared to target NQ's goods. How do you want to die?" Before Nan Xian could say anything, a clear male voice came out. Jessus looked at the man who was walking towards him step by step, and knew that this matter would not be resolved easily. "Charles, why did you come here instead of sitting in your office drinking coffee?" Nan Xian looked at the person coming and said slowly. "Xian, my people saw your goods being followed at the port and told me. I didn't come here just to watch the fun." Charles looked at Nan Xian with a carefree face, and then turned around and shook hands with Alan. His organization is one of the top few, just like Nan Xian's NQ, and they are also the ones that cooperate the most. "Since you are here, don't just watch the fun. I still have things to do, so I will take my men and leave first. I trouble the big boss of our TR to help me deal with it." Nan Xian looked at Charles with a smile on his face. Charles followed Nan Xian's gaze and looked at the driver's seat of the green Pagani, nodded with a smile. "I'm willing to do it for you." After Charles finished speaking, Nan Xian waved his hand, and led Alan and his subordinates away from the scene. "NQ boss." Jessus looked at Nan Xian, who opened the car door, with a hint of desperation in his tone. Nan Xian turned his head and looked at Jessus playfully, before getting into the car. Jessus looked at the Pagani driving away from the scene, and his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died. Soon after leaving the scene, before Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao could start talking, the Bluetooth phone in the car rang, and Nan Xian answered it. "Sister Qian, why did you hand over Jesus to Charles?" Alan asked in puzzlement. "Guess why the TR people would so happen to see Jesus's people following our car at the port? Logan is the new person Jesus brought in, and even you and you don't know him, so why would the TR people recognize him?" When Nan Xian finished speaking, Alan on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. The TR people have been following Jesus's people. Alan came to his senses. "Yes, Charles came over to watch the fun, but he didn't want me to touch Jesus. They have a conflict, and if I kill Jesus, who will he turn to? So it's better to let him take care of Jesus. Both Da and Jesus are going to end up dead, so it doesn't matter who of us does it. Nan Qian said nonchalantly. You are truly my goddess, you can react to this. Alan's tone also became excited. Hurry up and go to the warehouse in the southern suburbs to check the goods, don't let anything go wrong. Nan Qian instructed Alan. Okay, I'll leave first. As soon as Alan's words fell, the roar of a motor resounded across the highway. Nan Qian watched the black Ferrari whoosh past her car and shook her head helplessly. Sister Qian, you really know how to eat in the United States. The driver, Gu Tingxiao, raised a faint smile and glanced at the passenger seat, where Nan Qian was sitting. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, Nan Qian playfully leaned her head towards him. Fourth master, you've taken charge of the food, even if I eat even more. Her little head rested on Gu Tingxiao's arm, and the faint fragrance of her body drifted into his heart. Gu Tingxiao's hands on the steering wheel hit the grass on one side with a force, and then he applied the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. Looking at Nan Qian, who was leaning on his shoulder, he looked at her meaningfully. Little girl, playing with fire in the car? I didn't. Nan Qian heard Gu Tingxiao's words and quickly looked up, but before she could fully lift her head, Gu Tingxiao turned her head with both hands supporting her shoulders. The next second, his cool, thin lips were on her soft lips, and the car's air grew heavy with the tension. During the kiss, Nan Qian pushed Gu Tingxiao away and took a big breath. Little girl, you haven't learned to breathe during a kiss, have you? Gu Tingxiao's voice had become hoarse, and he was panting heavily as well. Nan Qian's pale, delicate face had become rosy, and she lowered her head in some embarrassment. Yes, that's right, I haven't learned to breathe during a kiss yet. I haven't learned because you, the teacher, are not qualified. Nan Qian's mouth was even harder than a boiled duck's. Gu Tingxiao took a few heavy breaths, adjusted his state of mind, turned around, started the Pagani, and rushed out with the accelerator to the floor. Uncle C, where are you going? Nan Qian immediately covered her mouth after she finished speaking, and she could hear how flirtatious her own voice sounded. Let's find a place to kiss. Gu Tingxiao said, while stepping harder on the accelerator. Nan Qian was not worried about Gu Tingxiao's driving skills. After all, she bought this car just to enjoy the thrill of drag racing. What she was worried about was what she was about to face when they arrived at the place Gu Tingxiao said. When Gu Tingxiao braked hard and stopped in front of a private villa, Nan Qian's phone rang. Nan Qian instantly let out a sigh of relief, unable to hide the smile on her lips as she answered the phone under Gu Tingxiao's stern expression. Sister Qian. The house is gone. Wang Yi's voice rang out in the car. Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao glanced at each other. The house is gone? When Nan Qian and Gu Tingxiao hurried back to the road around the apartment, they found that the cars in the apartment parking lot had all driven out in a grand manner and parked on both sides of the road. Many of the vehicles were covered in a layer of black ash. Nan Qian naturally saw several of her own business vehicles among the cars. After the green Pagani pulled up in front of the apartment building, many people consciously stepped back, as everyone in the building knew it was her car. Nan Qian got out of the car and looked up, confused, at the burnt-out apartment building. The fire department had already extinguished the fire and was packing up to leave. Sister Qian, Sister Qian. Wang Yi walked out of the crowd and walked over to Nan Qian's side, followed by a few subordinates. Why did it catch fire? Nan Qian regained her calm eyes. William sent someone to burn Jones's apartment, and they didn't know how to do it, so they burned it. Wang Yi pointed at the entire apartment and explained. After hearing the reason for the incident, Nan Qian shook her head helplessly. NQ boss. A man shouted Nan Qian's name, and Nan Qian looked towards the source of the voice, which was a man from the United States. Boss Soo, long time no see. Nan Qian greeted. You've been here quite a lot in the past 2 months. Leo looked at Nan Qian suspiciously. I wasn't going to deal with something, but now I don't have to. Nan Qian laughed softly and pointed at the burnt-out apartment building in front of him. William ran away. Leo knew about Nan Qian and William, but the fact that he had already set the fire was more than William could bear, so he ran away. Run? Where the hell can this bastard run? Not to mention that Jones would definitely not let him go, and which owner in this building would let him go? Another man walked towards Nan Qian and Leo. The one speaking was another Malaysian, and also a well-known leader of an organization. Let Jones deal with it himself. Nan Qian shook her head. She had no intention of getting involved again. This building is ruined now, there will be no more hell apartments in the future. The man said with some regret. That was true, Hell Apartments had been here for so many years, and it was gone in a single blaze. Nan Xian was also a little helpless. Now she had to move, and there was no more large flat. On second thought, there was nothing to move, as it had all burned up. I have already sent someone out to catch William. A woman in high heels walked over. Nan Xian looked at the woman walking over and walked up to give her a hug. Juno, you are really getting more and more beautiful. Nan Xian was not just being complimentary, Juno was a famous beauty, and Nan Xian was naturally not bad, but the two were women of two different styles. Nan Xian is delicate and pretty, and Juno is a beauty with a lot of charm. But underneath the charm is a woman who would kill without blinking an eye. Shashan, I can see that you've changed too. Juno arched her red lips and looked meaningfully at Nan Xian and said. What do you mean? Nan Xian didn't react for a moment. Your pretty little face shows that you've been nourished by a man. Juno said with a smile, as someone who has been there, she could tell at a glance the changes on Nan Xian's face. The old Nan Xian. Nan Xian's fair face instantly turned red upon hearing this. A man? NQ's boss has a boyfriend? Leo looked at Nan Xian in surprise. Well, he's married. Nan Xian nodded apologetically. Married. The three of them looked at Nan Xian in shock. None of them knew that NQ's boss had gotten married. Logically speaking, they all had a good relationship with Nan Xian, so they shouldn't have been unable to even attend the wedding banquet. Well, he got married. Nan Xian said, looking at the driver's seat of the green Pagani. The three of them turned their heads at the same time to look at Nan Xian's car, and they were all very curious about who the man was who could marry Nan Xian. However, the windshield of the Pagani was customized by Nan Xian, so no one could see the scene inside. Xian, are you planning to protect your little husband? Juno felt a little regret that he didn't get to see the man Nan Xian married. He is 6 years older than me and is a well-known figure in the Huagua country, so I don't want him to get involved in our affairs, Nan Xian explained indifferently. Just now, Gu Tingxiao actually planned to get off the car with Nan Xian, but she refused. She saw before getting off the car that more than half of the owners of the apartment building had rushed back. These owners were all from the underground organization of the United States, so she didn't want Gu Tingxiao to be exposed to these people without any reservations. That's right. We've made it this far, and we'll protect our families as much as we can. Leo nodded in agreement. They had the same opinion on this issue. The man who can make Xiao Qian marry him must not be bad. Juno said with certainty. Nan Xian nodded. She didn't deny this point, because Gu Tingxiao was indeed very good. Chapter 18, Neighbors? While the several people were chatting, their subordinates came over one after the other, and Nan Xian and the others looked at their subordinates. Sister Qian, William has been captured. Wang He spoke first. Who captured him? Leo asked directly. It was Jones. As soon as he knew that the apartment was on fire, he immediately sent people to block all the entrances and exits to the United States, including the airport and the port. Wang He explained. Jones asked everyone, do you bosses want to go for coffee together, or should I handle this on my own? Although Wang He was asking everyone, his eyes were always on Nan Xian. I'm not going. My house is burnt to the ground, and all the clothes I just bought are ashes. I need to go buy some new clothes. Nan Xian shook her head without even thinking about it. She didn't have the time to go watch the fun. I'll go take a look, and let you know what happens. Juno, on the other hand, liked to watch the fun, so she decided to go have coffee with Jones. I'll go back to the office and then meet you at Jones' place, Leo said, looking at Juno. After he finished speaking, everyone present looked at Leo with a smile on their faces. Everyone knew that he liked Juno. Juno didn't refuse either, just curling her lips into a smile and nodding slightly. Nan Xian opened the car door and saw Gu Tingxiao had already switched to the passenger seat and was using a laptop to attend a meeting. She then walked over to the driver's seat and drove away from the apartment building. Gu Tingxiao wore a Bluetooth headset and listened quietly as the senior management of the Gu Group reported on their work. Nan Xian walked to and fro on the road, and from time to time got out of the car to buy something. When Gu Tingxiao finished the meeting, Nan Xian was seen sitting in the driver's seat, happily eating a sugar-coated hawthorn on one hand and milk tea on the other. Fourth master, you're done with the meeting? Nan Xian swallowed the sugar-coated hawthorn in her mouth and turned her head to look at Gu Tingxiao, who had closed his computer. Yes, I'm done. Gu Tingxiao nodded, then looked around. It was the parking lot of a shopping mall. Nan Xian put down the sugar-coated hawthorn in her hand and took a sip of milk tea. Just as she swallowed, Gu Tingxiao's voice rang out, "Does the milk tea taste good?" Nan Xian nodded, "Yes, it's delicious. Let me try." After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Nan Xian just wanted to hand the milk tea in his hand to Gu Tingxiao, but unexpectedly, Gu Tingxiao's big hand directly clasped the back of Nan Xian's head and kissed deeply. It was only when the tip of his tongue touched his teeth that Nan Xian reacted to what Gu Tingxiao meant by "let me try." Sweet. After Gu Tingxiao finished kissing, he let go of Nan Xian, who was in a daze, and whispered. Nan Xian instantly blushed to the base of her neck and could not say a word. "Let's go, get out of the car." Gu Tingxiao had already gotten out of the car, walked over to the driver's seat, and opened the door, while Nan Xian was still sitting in the car, dazed. "Fourth Master, you're getting more and more inappropriate," Nan Xian muttered to herself as she came back to her senses. "Do you like it?" Gu Tingxiao held out his hand towards Nan Xian. Nan Xian refused to answer this question, but placed her hand in Gu Tingxiao's large hand. As soon as Nan Xian got out of the car, Gu Tingxiao directly pushed Nan Xian against the car body, looking down at Nan Xian with his head bowed. "Still haven't answered me, huh?" Nan Xian, who was trapped between the car body and Gu Tingxiao's body, turned her big eyes and lifted her small hand to grab Gu Tingxiao's tie. "Fourth Master, I like you no matter what you look like," Nan Xian said softly, and then tilted her head and gently bit Gu Tingxiao's earlobe. "I like you even more when you're naked." Hearing Nan Xian's words, Gu Tingxiao's body involuntarily became stiff. As soon as Nan Xian saw the effect, she immediately pushed Gu Tingxiao away, ran to the side, and then looked at Gu Tingxiao with a smug expression. Gu Tingxiao then knew that he had been teased by Nan Xian, and laughed and shook his head. After the two entered the mall, Nan Xian went to the luxury goods section first, buying a lot of new clothes and shoes, and even matching several suits for Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao only did one thing the whole time: pay. After buying the clothes, Nan Xian asked the store manager for paper and a pen. As he was about to write down the address of a villa under his name, Gu Tingxiao walked up and took Nan Xian's pen. "Fourth Master, what's wrong?" Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in confusion. "Go stay at my place." Gu Tingxiao waved his hand, wrote down the address of his villa, and handed it to the store manager. "Deliver the things here." Nan Xian looked down at the address Gu Tingxiao wrote, didn't say anything, and just nodded lightly. Well, living at Gu Tingxiao's place is just the same. After buying clothes, the two went to the supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients, and again wrote down Gu Tingxiao's villa address. After buying everything, the two returned to Gu Tingxiao's villa. After getting out of the car, Nan Xian looked at the villa in front of him and shook his head with a smile. "What's wrong?" Gu Tingxiao stopped the car, walked over to Nan Xian's side, and put his arm around her shoulders. "Fourth Master, when did you buy this house?" Nan Xian pointed at the villa in front of him. "I bought it when I was in school." Gu Tingxiao was puzzled, but still answered the question. "Probably, we have missed many years," Nan Xian said thoughtfully. "Huh?" Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian puzzledly. In the meantime, a few servants came out of the villa and bowed respectfully to Gu Tingxiao. "Master C, you are back. Finished packing?" Gu Tingxiao asked indifferently. "Yes, everything is packed. Mrs. Zhang is leading the staff and sorting the clothes that the mall just delivered." The man in charge replied. "Xian, this is Butler Zhao. This is my wife, Nan Xian." Gu Tingxiao gave a brief introduction. A flash of surprise passed through Butler Zhao's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal as he bowed slightly towards Nan Xian. "Madam, your surname is Nan. Are you the eldest daughter of the Nan family in Jing City?" As soon as Butler Zhao heard this name, he knew what to expect. "Uncle Zhao, I am Nan Xian from the Nan family." Nan Xian nodded. Butler Zhao took the car keys from Gu Tingxiao and parked the green Pagani in the garage, while Gu Tingxiao showed Nan Xian around the rooms in the villa. Nan Xian looked at the black, white and gray decor, which was simple yet luxurious, and very much in keeping with Gu Tingxiao's taste. Gu Tingxiao thoughtfully watched Nan Xian as she looked around. When Nan Xian looked back, her eyes met Gu Tingxiao's. "Fourth Master, I know what you want to ask." Nan Xian smiled, then took Gu Tingxiao's hand and walked out of the villa, their fingers interlocked. Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything, but simply followed Nan Xian out of the villa and into the next one. Nan Xian walked up to the villa door's pupil recognition and looked at the monitor. Gu Tingxiao, who was standing next to Nan Xian, saw the slowly opening villa door, his lips curling upwards, smiling and shaking his head. "I forgot, but Butler Zhao told me before that a woman lived in the villa next door, the leader of an underground organization in the United States." I never thought it would be you. Gu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Nan Xian had lived in this villa for a while since buying it, but then NQ grew stronger and stronger, so she moved to the Hell apartment for NQ's better development. I also always knew that the person living next door was a Chinese man, but I've never seen him. Nan Xian honestly said that she really didn't know. Before, she had to go to school while also busy with NQ, almost flying back and forth between the United States and China. Gu Tingxiao went to school and worked here almost all day, but Nan Xian almost always dealt with things late at night, so he never met Gu Tingxiao. In order to hide this aspect of her identity, Nan Xian used the excuse of going out to play every time she came to China with the Nan family, so the Nan family parents always thought that Nan Xian was just a playful girl and never thought that Nan Xian had an unknown side. Gu Tingxiao followed Nan Xian around the villa for a while, and had to admit that the two of them did share a similar aesthetic. Apart from Nan Xian's walk-in closet, the decor of the other rooms was also mainly black and white, and quite minimalist. You're just a young girl, why did you decorate so simply? Gu Tingxiao's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Because I like it. Nan Xian answered without a second thought. She likes to wear all kinds of beautiful clothes and match them with all kinds of bags. But when it comes to where she lives, she likes it to be simple and uncluttered, and she likes being able to see everything at a glance. Gu Tingxiao nodded, and this really did match his own preferences. The two of them closed the villa door and walked back to Gu Tingxiao's villa. The kitchen was already done cooking, and Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao walked to the dining table. Fourth master, you have already returned to the country, why are there still butlers and maids here? Nan Xian asked, puzzled. Just because I'm back doesn't mean I don't need a company here, does it? Gu Tingxiao said indifferently. You're managing the Gu group and also managing this company? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao with some surprise. Well, the company here is already very stable, so usually we just have video conferences. This time, I came in person because I wanted to take advantage of your presence. Gu Tingxiao nodded. Then why haven't I seen you go to the company in all the days you've been here? Nan Xian put down the chopsticks in her hand, took a sip of the hot soup, and asked with confusion. Would I dare go? Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian helplessly. I'll be out the door, and you'll be running away. Nan Xian didn't expect it to be for this reason, and couldn't help but snicker. You go busy tomorrow, I'm all yours, where else can I run? Nan Xian said with a smile. Gu Tingxiao thought about it for a moment, and then nodded, okay, I'll show you around tomorrow. Show me around? Nan Xian was stunned for a moment, wondering if he wanted to show me the traces of your hard work with Baiyu Guan? When he heard Nan Xian's words, Gu Tingxiao's eyes darkened a bit. It's not the same company as before. Gu Tingxiao didn't want Nan Xian to misunderstand, so he explained a bit. Huh? Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in confusion. Half a year after she went to Country F, the company got through the difficult times, so I changed the company name and address. It's no longer the same company as when I was with her. Gu Tingxiao said word by word. Nan Xian listened to Gu Tingxiao's words and didn't say anything more. After dinner, Nan Xian went to her room to wash up first. After a whole day of busy work, Nan Xian fell asleep in the bathtub drowsily. I don't know how long I slept. Nan Xian felt hot all over, but she was too weak to struggle. She wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't. In the blur, she heard Gu Tingxiao shouting her name. Chapter 19, The Woman Who Rules with an Iron Fist. When Nan Xian opened her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar environment and immediately struggled to sit up. However, she was weak and unable to move, and the struggle woke up Gu Tingxiao next to her. Chen, you're awake? Nan Xian's heart immediately settled when she heard Gu Tingxiao's voice, and she looked over to her side. Gu Tingxiao, whose eyes were bloodshot, was anxiously looking at Nan Xian. Fourth master, where are we? Nan Xian rubbed his temples and tried to remember. This is the master bedroom of the house. You fainted in the bathroom while taking a bath due to a high fever, and have been unconscious for 2 days. Gu Tingxiao said while reaching out to feel Nan Xian's forehead to make sure that the fever had subsided before he let out a sigh of relief. You must be thirsty, drink some water. Gu Tingxiao got off the bed and handed Nan Xian a glass of warm water. Nan Xian sat on the edge of the bed and gulped down the water in the glass. The dry pain in her throat eased a lot. Why did I have a fever? Nan Xian shook her head and sat on the bed, looking at Gu Tingxiao. Hearing Nan Xian's question, Gu Tingxiao's expression was slightly embarrassed. The family doctor came and after the examination, it was fatigue. Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment, but still told Nan Xian the reason. Tired? Nan Xian recalled that she had indeed done a lot of things, but she was not that tired. She looked carefully at Gu Tingxiao's expression and suddenly realized. Could it be? Nanshan looked at Gu Tingxiao with some blush, and the latter nodded. Nanshan was a little speechless. I haven't moved you recently, so you should rest well. Gu Tingxiao reached out and touched Nanshan's soft hair, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. When the family doctor told him that Nanshan had her first period and her body couldn't handle the high frequency of sex, which caused a fever, he was silent for a long time. Gu Tingxiao waited until Nanshan had fully recovered before taking her to his company. Standing in front of the group building, Nanshan subconsciously looked up at the building, GT Group. Fourth Master, is this the small company you told me about? Nanshan asked in surprise. Compared to Gu's, it is indeed a small company. Gu Tingxiao nodded. The entire 66-story building belongs to GT Group. The president of GT Group was standing next to him, looking up at the sign on the roof with him. Gu Tingxiao led Nanshan into the GT building and took the president's elevator straight to the 66th floor. There was a man sitting in the office chair in the president's office, scolding a few employees in front of him. When Gu Tingxiao walked in, the man first looked impatiently at the door. When he saw the person coming, his face improved a lot. After withdrawing his gaze, he threw the folder in his hand into the arms of a man in front of him. Go back and redo the budget. Bring it to me before the end of the day. If you don't do it well, you're fired. The position of department manager will be replaced. When only Gu Tingxiao, Nanshan, and the man were left in the office, the man's facial expression completely returned. President Gu, you finally decided to show up. The man walked up to Gu Tingxiao and spoke with a hint of resentment in his tone. How did you know I was here? Gu Tingxiao could hear the undertone in the man's words. I knew the moment your private jet landed on the tarmac, the man said helplessly. Xian, come here. Gu Tingxiao waved at Nanshan, who was looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Nanshan walked over, and Gu Tingxiao put his arm around Nanshan. This is the CEO of GT Group, MOU. MOU, in a suit of high-end custom-made clothes, saw the moment Gu Tingxiao put his arm around Nanshan, and his mouth never closed. At first, he thought this was Gu Tingxiao's new secretary, but he didn't expect Gu Tingxiao to introduce her by putting his arm around her shoulders. This is my wife, Nanshan. Gu Tingxiao looked at the shocked MOU and smiled lightly. You? Hello, I'm MOU, and I'm also Tingxiao's brother. MOU came back to his senses and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Nanshan. Nanshan smiled politely, revealing her dimples. I really didn't expect that you would get married after only returning to the country for a short time. Sitting in front of the tea table, MOU brewed tea while muttering. Gu Tingxiao nodded, which was considered an answer to MOU's question. How has the company been doing these past few months? Gu Tingxiao asked casually while looking through the comprehensive reports of the past few months. Most of the projects have gone smoothly, except for one project that has run into some problems. MOU poured tea for Nanshan first, and then for Gu Tingxiao. Tell me. Gu Tingxiao looked up at MOU. We have a batch of goods that need to come in from the port, but the customs there just won't release them. I've tried to find a lot of connections, but it's no use. MOU's face showed some worry. Customs? There has never been a conflict before, so why won't they release it? Gu Tingxiao was a little puzzled. I asked someone to ask, but I didn't find out. MOU shook his head. I only found out that it was the meaning of the higher-ups, but if our goods don't come in again, it will be past the contract time, and we will have to pay a lot of money. MOU said helplessly. Which port? Nanshan, who had been sitting on the side, suddenly asked. West Coast Port. MOU answered Nanshan without thinking. West Coast Port, Nanshan murmured softly. I'll give them a call. Gu Tingxiao took out his phone and wanted to make a call. No need to call, you can't get it out. Nanshan looked at Gu Tingxiao and shook his head. Hearing Nanshan's words, Gu Tingxiao and MOU looked at Nanshan at the same time. I'll get it for you. Nanshan directly took out his phone, dialed a number, and turned on the speakerphone. He placed the phone on the desktop. Xian? The man's tone was surprised and puzzled. He had never expected Nanshan to contact him. Bobby, have you found a good cemetery yet? Nanshan asked indifferently. Cemetery? What do you mean? Bobby was even more confused. My goods, you dare to hold back now? Nanshan's tone was still very flat. God, don't joke, how dare I hold back your goods, just tell me the goods number, I'll check it. Bobby quickly denied. Nanshan looked up at Mou, who immediately handed over the goods information after he reacted. After listening to the goods number Nanshan reported, the other party was silent for a long time. Xian, is this your goods? Bobby confirmed again. Yes. Nanshan answered affirmatively. This batch of goods has indeed been held up. What is your relationship with GT Group? Bobby's tone carried some difficulty. Do I need to write you a statement of the situation? Nanshan did not answer this question directly. No, Xian, the goods were specifically requested to be held here by the authorities. If we can delay for 10 more days, they will be released, explained Bobby. Who? Hearing Bobby's tone, Nanshan knew that this was not Bobby's idea. He was already the boss of the port, and his only superior was the government. Xian, I can't say more. Bobby did not give a direct answer. Fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. You notify your superior that I want these goods today. I want an answer within 10 minutes. If the goods are not released after 10 minutes, I will send someone to flatten your little piece of land. After Nanshan finished speaking, he didn't wait for Bobby to respond and hung up the phone directly. Xian, what is this? Gu Tingxiao asked, seeing that the phone had been hung up. Bobby is the director of the West Coast port. Nanshan answered. I have contacted this Bobby several times, and even his secretary won't answer the phone. Xian, do you know him well? Mou looked at Nanshan with some surprise. He wanted to get to know me well. Nanshan thought about it for a while and explained. Who did you offend? It was a shipment that the government pressured. Nanshan asked in puzzlement. The reputation of the GT Group has always been very good here, and we have always had a good relationship with the government. If you want to say that we offended someone, 2 months ago when bidding with another company, there was some unpleasantness. Mou explained what happened 2 months ago. Nanshan and Gu Tingxiao nodded thoughtfully after listening. GT Group and another company submitted a bid together. On the day the bid was opened, GT Group won the bid. The other company suspected that GT had cheated and had an argument with them on the spot. Afterwards, Mou ignored the other party and left directly with his people. However, the other party was not finished. For the past 2 months, they have been working against GT behind the scenes, but due to their qualifications and strength, they have not been able to surpass GT. Nanshan called Alan and asked him to find out the details of the other company. Just after he finished talking, Nanshan's phone rang. It was Bobby. He said, Nanshan, I've got some good news. The people at the top have heard that this shipment is yours and they've agreed to let it go. You can send someone to pick it up. After Bobby finished speaking, Nanshan closed his eyes and thought carefully, but he didn't speak for a long time. Xian? Bobby on the other end of the phone once again confirmed that Nanshan had heard what he said. What are the conditions? Nanshan slowly opened his eyes and asked indifferently. There are some things we can't get our hands on. When Bobby heard Nanshan's words, he didn't hide anything. The hell apartment you live in was burned to the ground. I don't need to say that the idea above is to keep William. As long as he can be kept safe, GT's goods will flow unobstructed in the future. Bobby relayed the exact words to Nanshan. For this batch of goods, you don't need to give the go-ahead. Nanshan directly refused. Ha! Bobby was stunned. He didn't expect Nanshan to refuse so readily. I'll personally lead someone to grab it out in a while. You hurry up and report it and get ready. Nanshan hung up after saying that. Hell apartment? Mou heard the key point. The wife that Gu Tingxiao married lives in the hell apartment. Nanshan glanced at Gu Tingxiao, who nodded lightly. Having received a positive reply, Nanshan seriously introduced herself. A brief introduction: Nanshan, 22 years old, the eldest daughter of the Nan family in Jing City, and the head of the NQ family in the United States. After hearing Nanshan's introduction, Mou's eyes were shocked. The seemingly weak girl in front of him was actually the head of the NQ family. Putting aside this identity, he is also from Jing City, and he also knows a little about the deeds of the eldest daughter of the Nan family, but just now he didn't think of her as a Nan family member. What an honor, the head of the rarely seen NQ family is actually sitting in front of me having tea. Mou smiled and said, looking at Nanshan's eyes with an undeniable admiration. The eldest son of the Mo family, Mou, I have heard of your name too. Nanshan responded, saying that she is familiar with the circle of rich second generation in Jing City. MOU is the eldest son of the MO family, but the MO family's industry is not something he likes, mainly related to medicine and medical equipment, so he went to the United States to start a business alone, and the rest Nan Xian doesn't know. Unexpectedly, MOU's business startup was with Gu Tingxiao. Are you really going to rob the goods? MOU asked hesitantly, thinking about what Nan Xian had just said to Bobby. If Nan Xian really brings someone to rob, then GT's goods will be quite troublesome in the future. After all, this is in the United States. Have some tea, and you'll know in a while, Nan Xian said with a smile, leisurely not moving. MOU glanced at the silent Gu Tingxiao, who finally nodded after a few seconds of thought. 10 minutes later, MOU's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and then picked up the phone to turn on the speaker. Mr. MO, the customs office has informed me that I can now go to the port to receive the goods. The call was from MOU's assistant. MOU's eyes showed some surprise, but he still nodded calmly. Okay, go and receive the goods. Xia, can you tell me about it? Gu Tingxiao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Nan Xian to be able to get along with the officials. Nan Xian smiled. Fourth master, Bobby has helped the NQ a lot in the past. They are the ones who are inconvenienced by official appearances, and they are not stupid if they oppose me. He mentioned William just now to test whether I could help them keep this person, and my words just now were a positive answer to him. After Nan Xian finished explaining, the two men glanced at each other. This woman is indeed smart, bold, and capable. Let me interview Miss Nan. You are so arrogant in the United States, aren't you worried that the people here will find their way to China? MOU asked curiously. If you have the guts, go ahead. I guess they won't even be able to enter the airport in the United States. Nan Xian raised an eyebrow. She didn't care about these things at all. After all, Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian with a meaningful look. Little girl, is there anything else I don't know? Chapter 20, I like you. The three of them sat in the office and chatted for a while. Soon, MOU received the news that the goods had been picked up intact, and Bobby had personally come out to deliver the delivery note. Young Master MO, I solved a difficult problem for you, so won't you treat me to a meal? Nan Xian said while brushing her phone. Miss Nan, you choose the place, let's go right now. MOU didn't hesitate for a second. Not to mention one meal, he would be happy to treat her to 10 or 20. If there was a problem with this shipment, the loss would be more than just a little. Nan Xian said the name of a club, and the three of them went there. They pushed open the door to the private room, and someone was already waiting inside. Sister Qian, you're here. Alan immediately stood up when he saw Nan Xian walk in. Xian, long time no see. The man who spoke was dressed in casual clothes, stood up and greeted Nan Xian. Bobby, you're getting better and better, now you even threaten me. Nan Xian said, walked up to Bobby, and the two embraced. You taught me, I have to go through the motions. Bobby said with a smile. MOU understood now. When he called, Bobby said those things just to go through the motions, and he himself was Nan Xian's man. You've really picked it up. Come, let me introduce you. Nan Xian introduced Gu Tingxiao and MOU to Bobby. After they had got to know each other, they all sat down. Xian, when did you set up this company? How come I never knew about it? Bobby looked at Nan Xian with some confusion. I'm one of the proprietresses of the GT Group, so I'm not being presumptuous if I say it's mine. Nan Xian said, taking the initiative to hold Gu Tingxiao's hand to prove her relationship with him. I also understand this meal. You are telling me that you will protect GT Group in the future. Bobby shrugged his shoulders, as if he understood everything. Let's drink. Nan Xian smiled, picked up the wine glass in front of him, touched it with Bobby's, and then gulped it down. Bobby also finished the wine in his glass without any hesitation. President Gu, President Mo, I toast you both. Alan stood up with a wine glass in his hand, respectfully looking at Gu Tingxiao and MOU. Gu Tingxiao clinked glasses and finished the wine. Young Master MO, in the future in the United States, if you need anything, just contact Alan. Nan Xian said to MOU. Thank you, Miss Nan. MOU and Alan clinked glasses and both drank. Everyone chatted and drank wine all night, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After returning to the villa, Nan Xian washed up and sat on the balcony. Although she had drunk a lot that night, she still felt a little bit short, so she opened another bottle of red wine, listened to the sound of cicadas and looked at the stars in the sky, quietly drinking the wine. Gu Tingxiao also came out after taking a shower, wearing a black bathrobe. Seeing a glass of well-decanted red wine still on the small table on the balcony, he took it and sat down next to Nan Qian. Xiao Qian, thank you. Gu Tingxiao looked earnestly at the woman next to him, who was looking up at the stars. Fourth master, you're quite polite to me. Nan Qian withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Gu Tingxiao. Won't being so helpful to GT affect you? Gu Tingxiao smiled and took a sip of red wine. GT isn't afraid of being influenced by NQ, so what do I have to worry about? Nan Qian said nonchalantly. No matter how powerful the NQ is, it is still a gang. Even if GT is not as powerful as NQ in the United States, it is ultimately a legitimate business. Hearing Nan Qian's words, Gu Tingxiao couldn't help but smile. This little girl. Fourth master, why do you want to marry me? Nan Qian understood long ago that Gu Tingxiao must have other reasons for marrying her. Gu Tingxiao was slightly startled, but then returned to normal. Xiao Qian, I'm sorry that I did hide things from you at first. Gu Tingxiao decided to tell Nan Qian the truth. Nan Qian turned her head and looked at Gu Tingxiao, listening carefully. To be honest, I did want to marry Tong before. Then what happened between us, you know? At that time, I no longer put getting married on my life plan. Later, I discovered that the Gu family is a deep pool, and as the heir to the Gu family, I have to get married for the sake of the family, even if it doesn't matter who I marry. What matters is that this woman must be capable of handling things. I knew the moment I first saw you that you were the most suitable one. Gu Tingxiao paused here, but Nan Qian laughed. Marry a cyborg, right? In the night, Gu Tingxiao's eyes carried a glimmer. At first, it was indeed like this. As the eldest daughter of the Nan family, you have status and connections, a straightforward temper, and the ability to stand your ground in the Gu family. But after spending time with you, I've realized that my feelings for you are no longer what they were at first. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, Nan Qian looked at him curiously. What is it now? Now I can't see you without thinking about you, and I simply can't concentrate on my work. I want to sleep in your arms, eat with you, and go for walks together. I want to go shopping with you and be your ATM. I want to protect you and let you be the happiest woman. Gu Tingxiao had to admit that he had fallen for Nan Qian. His love for Nan Qian even surpassed his love for Tong. When Nan Qian smiled, he couldn't help but smile with her. When Nan Qian got angry, he wanted to go up and tear the person who made her angry. But this girl, as if she didn't need him, was incredibly strong. Nan Qian stood up with a smile, walked up to Gu Tingxiao, sat directly on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Gu Tingxiao reached out and embraced Nan Qian's soft waist, which was no bigger than his hands, to prevent her from falling. Fourth master, shall I tell you a secret? Nan Qian looked at Gu Tingxiao with a smile. Ha? Gu Tingxiao nodded. Nan Qian leaned her head to Gu Tingxiao's ear and said, I like you too. Hearing Nan Qian's words, Gu Tingxiao felt his blood boil throughout his body. When Nan Qian looked up at Gu Tingxiao, the latter's eyes were rolling with an undeniable lust. Little girl, you're provoking me. Gu Tingxiao's large hand unconsciously tightened. Fourth master, would you like some wine? Nan Qian turned her head and looked at the nearly empty bottle of red wine, reaching out and taking it. It would be a waste not to drink it. Nan Qian smiled as she took the last of the wine into her mouth. The next second, Nan Qian's lips attached to Gu Tingxiao's thin lips, slowly feeding the wine in her mouth to Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao calmly caught this unexpected way of drinking, swallowing it all without a drop left. While swallowing, he picked up Nan Qian and strode towards the bedroom. The moonlight is so beautiful. It felt like the whole body had been run over by a car again, and Nan Qian made a great effort to finally sit up from the bed. Nan Qian fished out her phone and looked at the time, 11 a.m. She vaguely remembered that when she had fallen asleep, it was just after 4 a.m. This time, she had learned her lesson. Men who drink but are not drunk should never be provoked, as their fighting power is doubled. Chapter 21, Tong attempted suicide again. There was no sign of Gu Tingxiao in the room. She looked around and saw him sitting on the balcony, talking on the phone with a cigarette clenched between his long fingers that was already burning to the end. However, Gu Tingxiao on the phone was completely unaware of this. Nan Qian walked over and opened the door. Only then did Gu Tingxiao come back to his senses. Nan Qian took a step forward, grabbed Gu Tingxiao's wrist, and made him drop the cigarette. I can't go back, so Yuan Chenming needs to handle it. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Nan Qian turned around and went back to get the first aid kit. When she returned, Gu Tingxiao was still sitting on the balcony. Seeing Gu Tingxiao's distracted appearance, Nan Xian was a little puzzled. What could have made him like this? Fourth master, what's wrong with you? Nan Xian took Gu Tingxiao's hand and disinfected his burnt fingers. Gu Tingxiao looked up at Nan Xian and sighed, and Tong has cut her wrists. Cut her wrists? A flash of surprise passed through Nan Xian's eyes, but it was fleeting. It was normal for her to cut her wrists. She knew that Gu Tingxiao had come to the United States to find her, so it would be strange if she didn't make a fuss. Has she been saved? Nan Xian thought for a moment and asked. She is still being resuscitated. Her mother called me. It's been 3 hours. Gu Tingxiao gave a brief account of Antong's condition. Nan Xian continued with the movements on her hands, still slowly treating the burn area for Gu Tingxiao. Does it hurt? Nan Xian asked indifferently. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. After Nan Xian finished treating it, she put away the medical kit. I wasn't asking about your hand. Hearing Nan Xian's words, Gu Tingxiao was taken aback and looked up at Nan Xian. If you can't let go, go back and take a look. Nan Xian's tone remained calm. Gu Tingxiao shook his head. Chen, I've said it before, between you and her, I will choose you. Fourth master, it's enough that you have this heart. Since you have chosen me, I don't want to make things difficult for you, and I don't want you to have regrets. Nan Xian looked at the man in front of him, someone he could trust. I just notified Yuan Qianming to take care of it. Gu Tingxiao reached out and pulled Nan Xian into his arms, hugging her tightly. After an unknown period of time, Gu Tingxiao's phone rang again, and the two people in each other's arms let go of each other. It was Yuan Qianming's phone. The green Pagani sped down the highway towards the airport. Nan Xian was driving. Fourth master, you don't need to come back after you've finished dealing with things. I'll go back after I've finished here. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao tenderly as she saw him off to the airport entrance. Gu Tingxiao was silent the whole way, looking at Nan Xian with eyes full of reluctance. Little girl, I've wronged you. Gu Tingxiao hugged Nan Xian again. Yuan Qianming called, and Antong slit her wrists and was in the resuscitation room. Unexpectedly, the blood test report found that she had leukemia. Now the Yin family was in chaos. Antong's grandparents knelt before Yuan Qianming and begged him to call Gu Tingxiao and ask him to come back and see Antong. In the end, Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao chose to let Gu Tingxiao go back and handle the matter out of humanitarianism. After Gu Tingxiao left, Nan Xian looked up at the pale blue sky. When she saw Gu's private jet take off, a sudden void appeared in her heart. Little did she know that there was going to be a change in the weather. After Gu Tingxiao returned to China, he had a time difference with Nan Xian and could not chat with her at any time. The two of them relied solely on sending messages and leaving voicemails every day, and occasionally had time to talk on the phone. Gu Tingxiao told Nan Xian that Antong was out of danger only after 5 hours of rescue, and that he and the Yin family had hired a team of domestic blood disease experts to examine and treat her. When Antong's grandparents saw Gu Tingxiao for the first time, the old couple directly knelt in front of him, begging him to pretend to love Antong, even if only pretend, until Antong's condition stabilized. Nan Xian was silent for a while. Fourth master, you just make the decision. Gu Tingxiao, who was standing in the hospital lobby smoking, rubbed his forehead with some headache. He could ignore Antong's fuss, but what the old man and woman had done made it difficult for him. Xiao Chen, it's pretty late there, time to go to bed. Gu Tingxiao looked at the time. It should be 11:30 p.m. in the US. Okay, you should get some sleep too, fourth master. Nan Xian had had a busy day and was really tired. After hanging up the phone, Nan Xian sat on the balcony with a glass of red wine in her hand, quietly sipping it as she contemplated the information that Peng Hu had sent her. After finishing his cigarette, Gu Tingxiao turned and went back to Antong's hospital room. Tingxiao. Lying on the hospital bed, Antong called weakly for Gu Tingxiao. Are you feeling unwell? Gu Tingxiao walked over to check Antong's wound. Thank you for being willing to stay with me, Tingxiao. Antong suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Tingxiao's wrist. Gu Tingxiao pulled his hand away without a trace and then covered Antong with a thin quilt. Antong, you should know that it was Xiao Qian's idea to come back and help you with your treatment. I can treat you as a friend and a younger sister, but I hope you won't cross the line. Gu Tingxiao looked at Antong in the hospital bed and said in a flat tone. When Antong heard Gu Tingxiao's words, her eyes reddened instantly. In the past, you would hold me in the palm of your hand. Yes, in the past, I would hold Antong in the palm of my hand. When she left for France, she didn't dare to rest every day. Once she stopped, she could only see Antong's face in her mind. After returning to China, she didn't even go home, but silently walked through every place she had been with Tong before. After he met Nan Xian, he adjusted his mentality and decided to let go of the past and start over. At that time, Tong returned. However, he had already hesitated once and would never do it again. The woman in his life could only be Nan Xian. You rest well, I'll go back to the company first. Gu Tingxiao withdrew from his memories, said indifferently, and then walked out of the ward. Gu Tingxiao went to the nurse's station, asked the nurse to notify the caregiver to go in and take care of him, and then left the hospital and returned to the company. President Gu. Yuan Shenming had already cleaned up the office and was waiting for Gu Tingxiao inside. How is it going at the villa? Gu Tingxiao sat on the sofa and rubbed his eyebrows with some fatigue. Grandpa and Grandma have been waiting in your villa for 2 days. Yuan Shenming said helplessly. Gu Tingxiao's face revealed a hint of helplessness. Take me to the apartment. Yuan Shenming nodded. Okay, it's already been cleaned up. He had already guessed that Gu Tingxiao would not be able to go back to the villa, so he had sent someone in advance to clean up Gu Tingxiao's apartment. Back in the apartment, Gu Tingxiao went to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and sat on the sofa to drink it slowly. At this moment, he had a little peace and quiet, and the scene of drinking wine with Nan Xian on the balcony came to mind. The two of them chatted and drank wine. Although they were a few years apart in age, there was no generation gap in their communication. The separation lasted half a month. Nan Xian finished dealing with things in the United States and flew back to Beijing. As soon as he exited customs, he saw Gu Tingxiao standing in the doorway waiting for him in a black custom-made slim fit suit. Fourth Master. Nan Xian ran directly to Gu Tingxiao's front and jumped onto him. Yuan Shenming and the driver, who were standing to the side, took Nan Xian's luggage from the luggage belt, and when they turned around, they saw Nan Xian hanging onto her boss like an octopus. Yuan Shenming couldn't help but smile, because he saw his boss smile for the first time in more than half a month. Little girl, get down. Gu Tingxiao's tone was full of affection. I'm not getting off, Fourth Master, I want you to carry me out. Nan Xian pouted, shook her head, and then hugged Gu Tingxiao's neck, refusing to come down no matter what. She smelled the deep, rich fragrance of Gu Tingxiao's body, and her heart felt a lot more at ease. Good. Gu Tingxiao smiled, embraced the little girl on his body, and walked towards the outside of the airport. She still has to be our wife. Yuan Shenming sighed to the driver beside him. It's been a long time since our Fourth Master smiled, and I never thought that as soon as he saw our wife, the corners of his mouth would be smiling all the way to his eyes. The driver Chan Wen nodded. The dark blue phantom stopped at the bottom of the apartment building, and Nan Xian looked at the apartment in front of her puzzled. Fourth Master, where is this? Let's go upstairs and talk. Gu Tingxiao took Nan Xian's hand and entered the apartment. Nan Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower first. After flying for more than 10 hours, the moment she was soaking in the bathtub, she felt an immense sense of relief. After washing up, she just stepped out of the bathroom door when she was pushed against the wall by Gu Tingxiao, who lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Nan Xian did not reject the man's passion, but instead wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to the passionate kiss. Little girl, I missed you. Gu Tingxiao's hoarse voice was full of the wildness of a man. Nan Xian looked up at Gu Tingxiao and gently bit his Adam's apple to show her attitude. Soon, the clothes in the bedroom were scattered on the floor, and only the man's heavy breathing and the woman's delicate moans could be heard. The two of them tirelessly continued again and again, until the woman could no longer bear the passion and fell asleep, and the man reluctantly ended. In the middle of the night, the urgent ringtone of a cell phone sounded in the room, and Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao both opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the phone. Gu Tingxiao hung up the phone and looked at Nan Xian, who was still half asleep, with a helpless expression. Fourth Master, what's wrong? Nan Xian's voice was extremely dry, and she asked Gu Tingxiao while drinking water. Tong has committed suicide again and is in the resuscitation room. Gu Tingxiao shook his head helplessly. What did he do this time? A trace of impatience appeared in Nan Xian's heart. Took sleeping pills, swallowed a bottle, and is having his stomach pumped. Gu Tingxiao was getting dressed while talking. Let's go, together. Nan Xian also got dressed. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian with some pain in his heart. He had just gotten off the plane and made out with him, and the exhaustion on Nan Xian's face was simply impossible to hide. Xian, you rest at home, I'll go by myself. Gu Tingxiao stroked Nan Xian's soft hair. It's fine, I'll go check on her. What do you want again? Nan Xian's tone carried a hint of anger. Gu Tingxiao knew very well that what Tong had done had seriously affected the normal lives of him and Nan Xian. He thought about it, and perhaps Nan Xian going there would solve the problem in a different way. After the two rushed to the hospital, and Tong was still in the resuscitation room. The family members were all waiting anxiously at the door of the resuscitation room and saw Gu Tingxiao immediately walk up to them. "Tingxiao, I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour." Before Tong's mother could finish speaking, she saw Nan Xian following Gu Tingxiao, and her face instantly changed. "Miss Nan." Tong's father also saw Nan Xian, and given the Nan family's status, he had no choice but to suppress his annoyance and greet Nan Xian. Dong, Miss and Nan Xian looked at Dong and An's mother and greeted them without haste. "Miss Nan, what do you mean by this?" Hearing this title, Mu's tone of voice carried a hint of anger. The family was far inferior to the Nan family in terms of status and influence, not to mention the Gu family. If it weren't for Tong's fleeting romance with Ting Xiao many years ago, you would have to call Ting Xiao fourth master when you see him, no matter what. I am Ting Xiao's legally married wife, and you should call me Gu Mrs. or Gu Mrs. when you see me. If you must bring up my Nan family, you should call me Miss Nan. Since the family doesn't know the rules, I will teach you. Nan Xian spoke with neither arrogance nor humility, exuding the air of the Miss Nan family and Gu Mrs. When Fu heard Nan Xian's words, his face turned pale for a moment, but then his eyes looked at Gu Tingxiao, who was standing next to Nan Xian. He didn't expect Gu Tingxiao to just stand there without any intention of stopping them. "I don't know if I, the old master, am qualified to call you Miss Nan," Fu said with authority as he sat down. "Old master, in terms of family status, you really aren't qualified to call me that, but my Nan family has always taught me to respect my elders, so please feel free." After Nan Xian finished speaking, she nodded slightly towards the old master. Nan Xian knew very well that the family was calling her Miss Nan because they did not want to admit their identity here in Gu Tingxiao's place. So she would fight back against everyone, no matter who it was. At the moment, Nan Xian was also very grateful to the ancestors of her family for the empire they had built for her, so that she had enough confidence not to be inferior to others. Chapter 22, Your heart is on the left side, you're covering the wrong direction. Miss Nan, Tongtong's life is now hanging by a thread. We didn't invite you here to help, so please leave first. Seeing that Nan Xian was not someone to be trifled with, Old Lady opened her mouth as well. "Old Lady, to be honest with you, I just returned to China last night and I'm very tired. It was you who called Ting Xiao to wake up the both of us. The reason I came is to ask, is the family encountering any difficulties? Is there not enough money for treatment or a lack of authoritative doctors? Do you need to ask for help from my husband in the middle of the night? If you are short of money, then I will pay for the medical fees, as Missin and Tingyao used to know each other. If there is a lack of authoritative doctors, the director of emergency services at this hospital is a close friend of mine, I can ask him to take a look." Nan Shan looked at Old Lady with a sincere face, as if she really came to help. The family members looked at each other, their faces turning ashen with anger, as they discovered that Nan Xian was not going to be swayed by threats or bribes, and that nothing they said would be of any use. However, due to the Nan family's position in Gu Tingxiao's identity, they could not say anything too harsh. "Thank you, Miss Nan, for the time being, there is no shortage." Fu endured the anger in his heart and said, "Since you don't need anything, Tingxiao and I will go back and rest first." Nan Xian said, put her arm around Gu Tingxiao's and prepared to turn and leave. "You!" And Lao Jiu was so angry that he could not speak as he pointed at Nan Xian. Just then, the door to the resuscitation room opened, and Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao stopped turning around and looked towards the resuscitation room. The resuscitation doctor walked out, took off his mask and looked around, finally pausing his gaze on Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao. "Director Lu, how is my daughter?" An's father also did not care about arguing with Nan Xian and hurriedly walked up to Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from Nan Xian and looked at An's father, frowning tightly. "Mr. An, I don't know how your family takes care of the patient. This is the resuscitation room, not a restaurant. You have to come in for a few hours every other day. The patient, Antong, has received more than 8,000 milliliters of blood transfusion in the past month alone. Although she was saved this time, if she continues to commit suicide at this frequency, she can be sent directly to the morgue next time." Lu Chen's eyes betrayed his anger. In his eyes, Antong was wasting medical resources. Hearing that she had been rescued, An's family let out a sigh of relief and kept thanking Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked past An's family and went to Nan Xian's side. "What are you doing here at this hour?" Nan Xian looked at Lu Chen helplessly. "You think I want to be here? We haven't seen each other for more than half a month, and we haven't had enough time to make out before a phone call dragged us here. You know this patient inside too? Lu Chen frowned and pointed behind him to the resuscitation room. Nan Qian sneered and didn't say anything. Miss Nan, what are you talking about? When did we toss you around? You came here by yourself. Hearing that her granddaughter was fine, Madame An now had the energy to deal with Nan Qian. Madame An, did your family call Ting Xiao? Nan Qian was no longer sleepy, and she was ready to deal with the family in front of her. We called Ting Xiao because Tong Tong needs him, Madame An said with righteous indignation. Fine, then let me ask you, what is Tong's last name? Nan Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at the old lady. Of course it's An. The old lady didn't know what Nan Qian was up to. Tong's last name is An, and Ting Xiao's last name is Gu. They are not husband and wife, nor are they relatives. May I ask what Tong needs Ting Xiao for? A smile appeared at the corner of Nan Qian's mouth. Hearing Nan Qian's words, old lady An was suddenly speechless. Ting Xiao is Tong Tong's best friend. As soon as she saw her mother-in-law lose the battle, old lady An took over directly. Upon hearing this, Nan Qian's smile on the corner of her mouth grew even wider. Everyone knows Ting Xiao's status in Beijing. If every old friend is like you're in family, calling Ting Xiao when you have something at home, then he can be busy for 25 hours a day. Lu Chen could hear the tension in the air and stood to one side. He knew only too well that when this auntie opened fire, you definitely don't stand in front of the muzzle, otherwise the first person to be blasted is yourself. Miss Nan, you know very well in your heart that if it weren't for you meddling between Tong Tong and Ting Xiao, you wouldn't be sitting in Mrs. Gu's position right now. Anne's mother really couldn't hold back anymore. If it's not me in Mrs. Gu's position, then it's your daughter who ran away from Ting Xiao when she got into trouble. Nan Qian put away the smile at the corner of her mouth and raised her voice slightly. Tong Tong left Ting Xiao because she went to F to get treatment and didn't want to delay Ting Xiao's development. Mrs. An said with righteous indignation. Really? I really want to know who Mrs. An learned her nonsense skills from. Nan Qian said with a cold smile while taking her phone out of her clothes. A recording was released by Nan Qian. Mom, is everything arranged in France? Tong Tong, don't worry, your father and I have arranged everything for you. Okay, Gu Tingxiao's company in the United States is in a mess recently and is unlikely to survive. I don't have time to waste here with him. I will find an excuse to break up with him, and you can suspend my bank card as a show. Tong Tong, do you really want to break up? No matter what Gu Tingxiao says, he is the fourth master of the Gu family. Even if he can't make it in the United States, as long as he returns to Beijing, he will still be able to control the situation. Mom, you don't know. Among the four brothers in the Gu family, it is still uncertain who will be in power in the end. Gu Tingxiao is not even capable of handling this small company in the United States, so how could the Gu family patriarch let him take over the Gu group? You're right. Then get ready to go. The recording was played here, and the entire resuscitation room fell silent. And Jaren's face instantly turned into a palette of colors, red, white, green, black, in short, colorful. Gu Tingxiao, who was standing next to Nan Qian, unconsciously clenched his fists, his eyes fierce as if he could kill someone. And Mu saw that the situation was not right, and raised her hand and slapped Nan Qian's face. The next second, Gu Tingxiao firmly grabbed the hand that came to slap her, and flung it away. How dare you touch my woman? Anne's father quickly supported Anne's mother, who almost fell to the ground, and didn't know what to say. You. This is fake. Fake. Anne's mother suddenly reacted, pointing at the phone in Nan Qian's hand and shouting. Gu Tingxiao turned his head and looked at Nan Qian, who did not avert his gaze, but looked directly at him. After a few seconds, Gu Tingxiao looked away from Nan Qian's face and looked at the family again. My woman, she would never lie to me. Hearing Gu Tingxiao's words, Nan Qian had indescribable emotions in her heart, and her gaze at Gu Tingxiao became firm. You all know better than anyone else whether it's true or not. If it's a lie, I dare say I'll be hit by a car if I go out now. If it's true, do you dare say that Tong won't live until morning and won't see the rising sun? Nan Qian sneered as she pointed at Mu. You. And Mu pointed at Nan Qian and was too shaken to speak. Of course she didn't dare say that. The next second, Mu covered her chest and slowly crouched down. Lena. Lena. And Fu supported Mu and shouted anxiously. Miss Nan. Please leave this place. If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for being rude to you. Anne's father pointed his right finger at Nan Qian and yelled. I really want to see what you can do to me. Nan Qian still maintained the same expression and tone as before. Lu Chen, who was standing to the side, watched the farce in front of him and shook his head helplessly. "Mrs. N, your heart is on the left, you're covering the wrong spot." Instantly, the entire resuscitation room fell silent again, and everyone's eyes fell on Lu Chen. Mr. N looked at his wife, who was lying in his arms, and her hand subconsciously moved to her left side. After this movement, the faces of Mr. and Mrs. N looked even worse, and Gu Tingxiao's body temperature instantly dropped to 0, and Nan Qian obviously felt the cold. "Your own family must be responsible for what you have done." After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he reached out and took Nan Qian's hand, turned around, and walked towards the hall. "Director Lu, see you some other time." Nan Qian didn't forget to say hello to Lu Chen before leaving. Lu Chen even raised his hand and waved, not even looking at the Yin family, and went straight back to his office. What kind of nonsense is this? Chapter 23, This is the first time for me too. Nan Qian sat in the car, watching Gu Tingxiao standing by the car, smoking silently. Nan Qian was in no hurry, and looked at the watch to see that it was already 5 a.m. After stubbing out the cigarette, Gu Tingxiao got into the driver's seat, started the car, and instead of leaving the hospital, adjusted the air conditioning and turned to look at Nan Qian, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Nan Qian, what's going on?" Gu Tingxiao asked with a calm expression. Nan Qian didn't hide anything and handed Gu Tingxiao her phone. "Fourth master, I told you before, Anhong definitely didn't leave you because she needed medical treatment. In the equipment room in the United States, there is a machine that can check call recordings, which are automatically saved by the system background. I checked the call recordings and messages from 5 years ago, and these are all evidence. The reason she went to the so-called study in Country F was because at that time, you were not yet the person in power in the Gu family, and your company in the United States was facing bankruptcy. She didn't want to waste any more time betting on you, so she went to Country F without hesitation. This is her spending record in F country. Her card was indeed suspended by Anja because Ntong's mother, Lu Lina, gave Ntong her secondary card. Not only did she have a new boyfriend in F country. Nan Qian didn't say anything else, she just handed Gu Tingxiao the records of the 3 miscarriages. Gu Tingxiao, who saw all this, had a hint of severity in his eyes and eyebrows, his jawline was tight, and his fingers kept tightening. He slowly looked through all the evidence that Nan Qian had found. The reason why Ntong found out about the congenital heart disease was because there was an emergency during the 3rd abortion, and she only found out after a hospital examination. Even so, before returning to China, Ntong also found a private medical beauty hospital and had hymen repair surgery. Nan Qian looked at this item and looked at Gu Tingxiao, this surgery. Gu Tingxiao was silent for a long time and took a deep breath. "I have never touched her. It's funny to say, but back then I liked Ntong so much that I never had the desire to touch her." Upon hearing this, Nan Qian's smile could not be hidden. "Hey, fourth master?" Gu Tingxiao nodded helplessly. "Well, it was also my first time." "Fourth master, your technique?" "Well, it doesn't quite look like it." Nan Qian leaned her little head over and looked at Gu Tingxiao with a smile, her beautiful eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Gu Tingxiao slightly narrowed his eyes when he saw Nan Qian's appearance. "Little girl, don't be mad at me." After saying that, Gu Tingxiao reached out and put his arms around Nan Qian, buried his head in Nan Qian's neck, and spoke with a hint of helpless disappointment in his tone. Nan Qian knew that Gu Tingxiao was not feeling well right now, so she did not say anything else, but just quietly hugged him. "Over the years, I have never been wrong about people. Except for Ntong. I don't know how long I held him, but Gu Tingxiao slowly spoke as he came to terms with the fact that Ntong had betrayed him. "Fourth master, if you had just looked into it all these years ago, you would have known the truth long ago." Nan Qian looked up at Gu Tingxiao's eyes. "I never thought to look into her." Gu Tingxiao nodded, admitting his oversight. "Fourth master, let's go have breakfast." Nan Qian was a little hungry. Last night, as soon as they got off the plane and returned to the villa, she and Gu Tingxiao had been up to no good. They hadn't even rested for a while before they came to the hospital, and now she was hungry. Gu Tingxiao drove Nan Qian to a morning tea restaurant that he often visited. As soon as he saw Gu Tingxiao, the owner immediately invited the two of them into a private room. Gu Tingxiao, who was having tea, watched Nan Qian, who couldn't even lift his head while eating, and the smile on the corner of his mouth never faded. The food in Huaguay is delicious, and this period of time in Emgua has really been hard on me. Nan Qian wolfed down his food and patted his stomach, saying. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Qian carefully. "Well, he has indeed lost weight." His small face, which was already the size of a woman's palm, had indeed become quite pointed. "Fourth master, what are you going to do? Just let the Yin family go?" Nan Qian looked at Gu Tingxiao's face, which still didn't look very good, and decided to help him face this problem squarely. Hearing Nan Xian still ask this question, Gu Tingxiao's eyes sank, and he put down the teacup in his hand. All the assets of the Yin Group, even if it is the first gift I give you. Gu Tingxiao had no intention of letting go of the Yin Group. He had always had compassion for Anton's illness, but now that he knew the truth, he had none at all. In Anton's hospital room, the team of leading hematology experts that Gu Tingxiao had invited to consult with Anton suddenly received a phone call. After hanging up, they left the room without even saying goodbye. Director. You haven't finished yet, why are you leaving? Anne's father hurriedly chased out of the room to inquire about the situation. Mr. N, we received notification to leave. We are no longer needed here. The leading director stopped and looked at An Zhang and said, Why? You are the most authoritative hematology experts in the country, we need you. An Zhang asked in puzzlement. The leading director looked at An Zhang, who was full of doubts, and shook his head gently. Mr. N, there is one thing you need to know, we are the team that Mr. Gu invited, and we only take orders from him. After the director finished speaking, An Zhang understood, this was a warning from Gu Tingxiao, he was going to take action against the Yin family. Director, how much did Gu Tingxiao pay you? I, and family, will pay double. In order to save Anton, An Zhang also went all out. The director heard An Zhang's words and smiled coldly, this is not a matter of you paying at all. In order to save your daughter, Mr. Gu signed a contract with us to build a new research institute for our team, and to update the world's latest research equipment and supplies. For the next 20 years, he will contribute 2 billion yuan each year exclusively for medical research at the institute. On hearing this, An Zhang froze in place. In addition, a blood disease foundation has been jointly established in the name of our research institute and his personal name to help patients with blood diseases. Any one person from our team can be said to be an authoritative expert on blood diseases in China and even the world. Do you think our team can be hired casually for a small fee? Moreover, Mr. Gu said that even if we do not treat your daughter, the contract we signed will still be valid and everything he promised will still be done. Mr. Rin should think about it for himself. Mr. Gu has spent so much effort and money to invite us here, why would he just withdraw? After the director finished speaking, he turned around with his team and left, leaving An Zhang alone in his daze. Xian, I'll take you back to the villa to rest. After the two finished their morning tea, they walked out of the hotel. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian tenderly and said, Fourth master, where are you going? Nan Xian thought for a moment, and realized that he still had some things to take care of and would not have time to go back to sleep. I'm going back to the office. I have a board meeting at 9. Gu Tingxiao looked at the watch on his wrist. It was 7 a.m., so there was still time to go back to the office, shower and change. Take me to Pang Hu's place. Nan Xian knew that Gu Tingxiao had long known about Pang Hu's existence and knew where he was, so there was no need to hide anything. Okay. Gu Tingxiao didn't ask any questions and took Nan Xian to the back door of the TG bar. Don't work too hard, get some sleep when you can. I'll come get you when you're done. Gu Tingxiao stroked Nan Xian's soft hair and looked at her reluctantly. I'll come find you when I'm done. I have my car here. Nan Xian pointed to a motorcycle in the parking lot. Be careful. Gu Tingxiao saw several security guards coming out of the bar. When they saw Nan Xian, they stopped and stood at the door waiting to greet her. Nan Xian watched as Gu Tingxiao left, and turned to walk towards the door. Boss. 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 Everyone greeted Nan Xian respectfully when they saw him. Where's the second boss? Nan Xian nodded and asked as he walked. The second boss is resting upstairs, someone has already been sent to get him. Entering the basement of the bar, a hidden door opened and Nan Xian walked in. This is Nan Xian's office. Everyone knows that the owner of the TG bar is Pang Hu, but what outsiders don't know is that the TG bar is one of the business premises of the Deep and Shallow Club. The Deep and Shallow Club also owns the Blue Sea Bathhouse. The second in command of the club, Pang Hu, is in charge of the TG bar. The third in command, Gao Zhe, is in charge of the Blue Sea Bathhouse. However, the real boss behind all this is this 22-year-old girl, Nan Xian. To the outside world, everyone calls Nan Xian Sister Qian when they meet her. Only when there are no outsiders around do they call Nan Xian boss. Boss, you're back? When Pang Hu heard that Nan Xian had arrived, he quickly washed up and came downstairs. Just got to bed? Nan Xian looked at Pang Hu's bloodshot eyes. Normally, the TG bar closes at 5 a.m., and there is a manager on duty when it is open, so Pang Hu usually goes to his room to rest in the middle of the night, and only comes downstairs when there is something to deal with. Peng, who sat in front of the tea table, brewed some tea and handed it to Nan Xian. Well, I went to Aze's place last night, there was trouble there. Did you handle it? Nan Xian took a sip of tea in a very flat tone. Peng, who nodded and then pulled out a bank card from his clothes and placed it in front of Nan Xian. This is the money the bar has earned this season, I have deposited it in the card. Nan Xian only glanced at the bank card lightly and did not pick it up. You don't need to give it to me this season, just spend it. Boss, we still have money from last year. Peng, who shook his head. Nan Xian was very generous with her subordinates, and she was almost responsible for their clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Her longtime subordinates would advance money for their families when they were sick and lacked funds, so her subordinates could be said to be loyal and devoted, all willing to work for her and doing their best to protect her. Then go invest. You decide. Money is dead, but we can make it come alive. Nan Xian said lightly, hoping that everyone who followed her would be able to live well. Okay, I found a piece of land that, combined with the previous money, can be purchased. Peng, who thought for a moment and said to Nan Xian. Good. Nan Xian didn't ask anymore, and Peng, who had followed her for many years and was Nan Xian's right-hand man. I'm going to Alan's place this time to settle that matter. Nan Xian continued to speak slowly. You did it. Peng, who observed Nan Xian's whole body nervously, checking to see if he was injured. Don't worry, I'm not injured and I didn't do it. Nan Xian shook his head. William got into trouble on his own and got taken care of, and I just took advantage of the situation. It will be a lot easier to deal with Alan in the future. Nan Xian looked into Peng, whose eyes and knew that he was worried about him. Peng, who pulled a chair over and sat in front of Nan Xian. Boss, didn't you tell me that you would just deal with William? In the future, if you do something dangerous, take me with you. Peng, whose tone carried a hint of resentment and fear. William is just a hothead, and before I could do anything, he got into trouble and got taken care of. Nan Xian told Peng, who about what happened in the United States, and Peng, who was also stunned. So, does that mean the West Coast is our territory from now on? Peng, who was a little surprised. Nan Xian had originally gone to the United States because the goods he was eyeing were stored in a warehouse on the West Coast. However, this warehouse was on William's territory, and he also wanted it, so he kept causing trouble with the seller, affecting the normal transaction with Nan Xian. Nan Xian went there with the aim of seizing the goods and taking care of William. Unexpectedly, William burned the hell apartment himself, got into trouble and was taken care of. Nan Xian, on the other hand, did not have to lift a finger. Not only did he complete the transaction of the goods, he also took over William's territory. Well, Alan has been excited for several days. Nan Xian nodded. What are you going to do with the goods? Peng, who suddenly thought that the goods Nan Xian had seized were all the latest heat weapons. I told Alan to put it away until I figure out where to use it. Nan Xian hadn't figured out what to do with the heat weapons either. After that matter is dealt with, we'll proceed as planned? Peng, who continued pouring tea for Nan Xian. Well, you should communicate more with Alan and continue as planned. Nan Xian pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Chapter 24, Me and the Fourth Master's Grandson. Boss, why do you look so bad? Have you not slept all night? Peng, who saw that Nan Xian's face was very bad, not the rosy look before, but pale instead. I tossed and turned all night. Nan Xian said helplessly, and then told Peng, who about the hospital. After listening to this, Peng, whose face turned dark. Boss, I'll go pack up Anja. Nan Xian shook his head lightly, no need for us to do anything. Fourth Master has already removed Anton's medical team, and the next step will be to suppress the In group. Boss, aren't you angry? Peng, who looked at Nan Xian's expression, and it didn't seem like he was very angry. Upon hearing this, Nan Xian laughed. Why would I be angry? It's not me who's sick, and it's not me who doesn't have a medical team. Fourth Master is on my side, and it's useless for Antong to jump around no matter what. Now that I've laid the evidence before Fourth Master's eyes, even if Antong jumps off a building in front of him, Fourth Master won't react. From the very beginning, all Nan Xian cared about was Gu Tingxiao's thoughts and actions. Apart from that, Antong was simply no threat to her. Peng Hu and Nan Xian chatted for a long time. When Nan Xian looked up at the clock, it was already noon. Tiger, I'll go first. You rest, and be careful. Nan Xian stood up from the sofa and reminded Peng Hu. You don't trust me? Peng Hu smiled and looked at Nan Xian. Nan Xian held out her hand to Peng Hu. Where are my car keys? Peng Hu took Nan Xian's motorcycle keys from her clothes. Boss, you haven't rested all night, I'll give you a ride. It's fine, I can write fast, I'll be there in no time, you go rest. Nan Xian took the car keys and left directly. Peng Hu looked at Nan Xian's departing back and let out a sigh of relief. This ancestor is really wild, as long as she's not hurt. Nan Xian put on her protective gear and rode her motorcycle quickly towards the Gu group. Along the way, many pedestrians and vehicles looked at the golden motorcycle, curious about what the girl riding it looked like. Some daring car owners even followed Nan Xian's motorcycle closely. Nan Xian looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the McLaren had followed her for 3 traffic lights. She increased the horsepower of her motorcycle, but the McLaren still followed closely. With a sharp brake, Nan Xian's motorcycle stopped in the parking lot of the Gu group, and the McLaren followed and stopped next to her. Nan Xian got off the motorcycle, turned his head to look at the McLaren beside him, and crossed his arms with a cold expression. The McLaren driver opened the car door and got out, with silver hair and casual clothes, looking uninhibited. Silver hair, what are you doing following me? Nan Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. The silver-haired man smiled with crooked lips. Hello, pretty young lady. Hearing this kind of corny pickup line, Nan Xian rolled his eyes directly. It was really tacky. I just want to see what kind of person the owner of the only golden Augusta in the whole country is like. The man kept looking at the motorcycle behind Nan Xian while he spoke. President Gu, why don't you go to the lounge and rest a bit? You haven't slept all night and you've been in meetings all morning. Yuan Qianming followed Gu Tingxiao into the top floor office. Gu Tingxiao took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, took out a cigarette, and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. He tilted his head, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. In a while, my wife should be here. Gu Tingxiao thought for a moment, and realized that Nan Xian hadn't eaten lunch yet. Just as Gu Tingxiao took his third drag, a flash of gold caught his eye on a motorcycle and a black McLaren. The motorcycle was the one that Gu Tingxiao had seen in the TG bar parking lot this morning, and it belonged to Nan Xian. He watched Nan Xian get off the motorcycle, cross his arms, and look at the car next door, not sure what to say. Yuan Qianming saw his boss standing by the window and stopped in his tracks. He walked over and looked down, too. Isn't this McLaren Song's? The gold motorcycle next door is really nice. Yuan Qianming also saw the motorcycle and McLaren. This gold Augusta is my wife's car. Gu Tingyao nodded. Fourth master, I'll go down and pick up my wife. Yuan Qianming said with some concern, as he saw Song Yi talking to Nan Xian. I will go down and pick her up myself. Don't worry, AE is no match for your wife. Gu Tingxiao was also a little curious and wanted to see Song Yi's crestfallen appearance. Kid, I think you look a little familiar. Nan Xian looked at Song Yi in front of him and narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at him carefully. Really? I never forget a pretty little girl, I'm sure. Shit. You're Nan Xian. Song Yi looked at Nan Xian in shock. Silver hair, I remember now, you're Song Yi. Nan Xian's mind recalled the silver hair she had seen before, and instantly matched it. Why are you here? Song Yi stuttered for a moment. Have you lost your memory? You have been following me here all this time. Nan Xian gave Song Yi another look. Why is Miss Nan in the Gu Group parking lot? Who are you going to beat up? Song Yi asked directly. I advise you, don't fight here. The Gu family is now run by Gu Sai, and he is not someone you want to mess with. Song Yi thought for a moment and reminded Nan Xian. Gu Sai? So arrogant? Nan Xian looked at Song Yi with a face of indifference. Miss Nan should know that in Jingshi, no one dares to say that the Gu family is number 1, when the Gu family is number 2. The current person in charge of the Gu family is Gu Tingxiao, and outsiders respectfully refer to him as Gu Sai. Don't let his young age fool you, he's ruthless and in the business world, he'll kill anyone who gets in his way. So, you can go crazy anywhere, but on this land beneath your feet, you need to behave. Song Yi introduced Nan Xian seriously. Is he really that impressive? Does he have to look like a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas? Nan Xian asked seriously. Miss Nan, Master Gu Si's appearance definitely belongs to the best, the mythical beasts in the Shanhaijing. You really dared to say that? Song Yi stared at Nan Xian with wide eyes and was speechless. Is he as good looking as him? Nan Xian pointed at Gu Tingxiao, who was walking towards her, and said with a wicked smile. Song Yi followed the direction Nan Xian was pointing at, and when he saw Gu Tingxiao, the incident of meeting Nan Xian immediately came to mind, and he suddenly got an idea, this man is not comparable. Nan Xian saw Song Yi smirk and nodded, this man is good looking, I like him. You like him? Miss Nan, if you can win this man over, I'll kowtow to you 3 times and call you grandma while I'm doing it. Song Yi looked at Nan Chen with a face that looked forward to a good show. Wow, you really dare to say that, you know? There is no man I can't win over. Nan Qian turned her head again and looked at Gu Tingxiao. If you can't win him over, I'll give you the car if I can't. Nan Qian looked at Song Yi's gaze and knew what he was thinking. Okay. Song Yi looked sincere. Nan Qian walked straight up to Gu Tingxiao. Yuan Qianming was about to greet Nan Qian, but when he saw Nan Qian wink, he didn't say anything, as if he understood. Song Yi watched helplessly as Nan Qian walked up to Gu Tingxiao, raised her hand, put it around the man's neck, and kissed him on the tip of her toes. At that moment, Song Yi felt like he was dreaming. Not only did he see Gu Tingxiao not push her away, but he also subconsciously put his arms around Nan Qian's soft waist. The kiss lasted for 2 seconds and then ended. Nan Qian turned around and looked at Song Yi, who was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, completely lost in thought. Just then, the black Maybach stopped in front of the group of people, and Pei Yanzhou and Lun Huabei got out of the car. Qian, Tingxiao, and Ishi, what are you doing standing here? Pei Yanzhou looked at the people in front of him in confusion. I'm here with fourth master to play with the grandson. Nan Qian said with a wicked smile. Chapter 25, I'll tie him up so you can beat. Grandma. 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 In Gu Tingxiao's office, Nan Qian sat comfortably on the sofa, while Song Yi stood in front of him, bowing and shouting every time. Ichung, this granny really calls me comfortably. Nan Qian crossed his legs and looked at Song Yi triumphantly. Grandson, next time you bet with grandma, I won't be polite, and you will have to kneel. After Nan Qian finished speaking, Pei Yanzhou and Lu Mabe, who were sitting on one side, burst out laughing. Even Gu Tingxiao, who was usually unsmiling, laughed. Now you can finally tell me what's going on, right? Song Yi looked at the several people in front of him with a speechless face. As you can imagine, Tingxiao and Xiaoqian got married and she is now the official fourth mistress of Gu. Pei Yanzhou lit a cigarette and looked at Song Yi and explained. Song Yi looked at Gu Tingxiao with confusion in his eyes. How long has it been since I haven't been here, and you're already married? Well. Gu Tingxiao nodded. I, Song Yi, always feel like I'm dreaming. How did you two meet? Lu Mabe asked Nan Qian and Song Yi. My last girlfriend, she's the one who drove her away. Song Yi snapped back to reality, pointing at Nan Qian and excitedly said. Young Master Song, you have to thank me for this. If I hadn't driven her away for you, the green hat on your head right now could play Jenga. Nan Qian said unrelentingly. Stop. Pei Yanzhou looked at the two people in front of him and quickly stopped in the middle. Nan Qian then told the whole story. 5 months ago, when Nan Qian was shopping in the mall, she met Song Yi's ex-girlfriend Xiaoqian. The two people, who had nothing to do with each other, had to compete with Nan Qian for the same perfume, the last bottle in the whole country. Nan Qian originally wanted the bottle of perfume first, but Xiaoqian insisted that the man beside her buy it for twice the price. In the end, the two people made an offer, and Nan Qian bought it for 12 times the price. The man really couldn't bear to pay more, so Xiaoqian didn't get it. Nan Qian happily took the perfume and went to a bar to drink with Gunwan. Unexpectedly, she saw Xiaoqian again. Nan Qian looked closely and saw that the man beside Xiaoqian had changed, and it wasn't the one who bought the perfume in the afternoon. Nan Qian told Gunwan about it with a face full of curiosity. The two of them laughed about it and then continued drinking. After drinking too much and not wanting to go home, they went to a hotel and opened a room. Nan Qian never dreamed that she would meet Xiaoqian again, and this time, she was surrounded by Song Yi. In just a few hours, Xiaoqian had changed men 3 times, and Nan Qian had drunk a lot. On a whim, he went up and beat Xiaoqian up, so fast that Song Yi, who was next to Xiaoqian, didn't react. After the fight was over, Nan Qian told Song Yi the reason for the incident, then patted his butt and left. As soon as Song Yi heard that he was a cuckold, he also turned around and left, ignoring Xiaoqian. I thought the two of them would never cross paths again, but I never expected to run into them today, let alone that Song Yi is Gu Tingxiao's best friend. After hearing the whole story, it really was a case of two people not getting along until they fought. Pei Yanzhou couldn't stop smiling. You two met in the parking lot today? Lu Huabei felt that it was really too coincidental for the two of them to meet. Who did he meet in the parking lot? Stalker. Nan Qian got excited again when he thought about this. The group looked at each other, and there was more to hear. It was Song Yi's turn to refute, so he told the story of how he had watched Nan Qian's motorcycle on the road until he followed him here. I'm declaring once again, I'm not stalking you, I'm following you in an open and aboveboard manner. Song Yi said seriously. Then I'll also declare, I'm not going to sneak up on you, I'm going to beat you up in an open and aboveboard manner. Nan Xian said, raising his fist and about to swing at Song Yi. The quick-witted Gu Tingxiao pulled Nan Xian into his arms. Let him go, okay? The people in the office looked at such a gentle Gu Tingxiao with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. Why? Nan Xian subconsciously looked back at Gu Tingxiao. You haven't slept all night, and beating him up is too exhausting and easy to tire you out. Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment. It's not too late to do it when you've rested. After saying that, he also reached out and touched Nan Xian's soft hair. Me. Song Yi heard Gu Tingxiao's words and didn't know how to refute them for a moment. What if he doesn't come looking for you? Nan Xian glanced at Song Yi and pouted. I'll tie him up. Or, I'll take you to his house to beat him up. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, Pei Yanzhou and Lun Huabei could no longer hold back their laughter. Even Yuan Qianming, who had just entered carrying snacks, laughed. Only Song Yi, who was at a loss for words, stood there, looking like an aggrieved young wife. Gu Tingxiao, it's only been a short time since we last saw each other, and you've already turned into this. Song Yi came back to his senses, looking incredulous. At that moment, Yuan Qianming's phone rang. He put down the snacks and answered it, walking towards the door of the office while talking on the phone. After a few steps, Yuan Qianming stopped and looked at Gu Tingxiao with some embarrassment after he hung up the phone. Said. Gu Tingxiao looked at Yuan Qianming, who was afraid to say something, and his eyes sank. The old man and woman of the Yin family went to the old mansion and are kneeling before Master Gu and Madame Gu, begging them to let you, fourth master, go easy on them. After Yuan Qianming finished speaking, Pei Yanzhou and Lu Mabei both gasped in shock. The Yin family is forcing Gu Tingxiao to be ruthless. They had just received a call from En's father and heard that En Tong had angered Gu Tingxiao and the medical team had been withdrawn, so they came to find Gu Tingxiao. Who knew that before they could even speak, the Yin family had done something like this again? Nan Xian had never seen Gu Tingxiao really angry before, so she wasn't very worried. Song Yi was even more confused. The Yin family? Didn't Gu Tingxiao always like En Tong? He heard that En Tong had returned to China, and he had been too busy partying to find time to come see Gu Tingxiao lately, so why did he get the biggest piece of the pie as soon as he arrived? It was still the freshest. Chapter 26, Mother-in-law and Daughter-in-law Meet. Nan Xian followed Gu Tingxiao into the Gu family's old mansion. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw the Gu patriarch and matriarch sitting on the sofa, looking at the Yin patriarch and matriarch in front of them with a face of helplessness. Dad, Mom. Gu Tingxiao greeted the Gu patriarch and matriarch. Dad, Mom. Although he was not at all comfortable with it, Nan Xian also looked at the Gu grandparents respectfully. This was the first time Nan Xian had walked into the Gu family mansion and met her in-laws since marrying Gu Tingxiao. Xian, come, sit next to me. The Gu matriarch waved at Nan Xian. Although she could be the grandmother of the girl in front of her, after all, she had married her own son, and the old couple had to get used to this granddaughter-in-law. Nan Xian obediently walked over to the old lady Gu. Gu Tingxiao saw that Nan Xian's face had a rare expression of meekness. Tingxiao. Even if Tong Tong has done something to offend you, please spare her. If you are angry with her in your heart, this person must live in order to atone for her sins. Old lady Yin knelt on the ground and looked at Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao remained expressionless after hearing this. He took a few steps with long strides and sat down on the sofa on one side. He motioned for the chairman and his wife to bring 2 chairs. Kneeling before my parents like this, do you want to shorten their lives? The butler of the old mansion immediately arranged for the servants to bring the chairs, and then walked up to the old man and woman on the ground and said calmly, please, chairman and madam, take your seats. Grandpa knew very well that this was the step given by Gu Tingxiao, and he had to take it. If he didn't, he would be kicked down. He had no choice but to help Grandma get up from the ground and sit in the chair. Xiao Qian, you don't look well. Are you tired? Mrs. Gu turned her head and looked at Nan Xian, whose delicate little face looked a bit haggard. Mom, last night, as soon as the fourth master and I had rested, we were called to the hospital by the Yin family. We didn't come out of the hospital until the morning. I went off to attend to other matters, and the fourth master has been in meetings until now. Nan Xian said, looking at Gu Tingxiao with some concern in her eyes. This man is really tired. He was tired until late at night yesterday, and he was tired even when he was lying down, not to mention this man who was constantly doing exercise. Miss Nan Nan, when we called Tingxiao, it was already the middle of the night, and you should have been resting long ago. Old lady and spoke without knowing death. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's mouth slightly raise, and knew that there would be excitement to watch. Mrs. N, I told you when I was in the hospital, I just returned from abroad yesterday, and I haven't seen fourth master for more than half a month. Do I need to teach you old couple the saying a short separation is better than a long marriage? Nan Xian just wanted to stir them up. Who told the Yin family to be rude to her first? What's more, Master C and I are newlyweds. Nan Xian thought for a moment and added something more to say. Hearing Nan Xian's words, everyone present felt a bit awkward. They didn't expect Nan Xian to say this out loud. Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu had long heard that their youngest son's wife, the young master of the Nan family, was no pushover. Today was the first time they had seen for themselves. What surprised them the most was Gu Tingxiao's attitude. From beginning to end, Gu Tingxiao just quietly drank tea, without any intention of stopping Nan Xian. Everyone present was very astute, and it was not difficult to see that Gu Tingxiao's favor for Nan Xian was completely different from that of Antong in the past. Olden, as I said just now, we are not quite sure what happened between the fourth son and Antong. Now that the fourth son has returned, you should speak your minds to each other face to face. After all, the fourth son has just married, and as his parents, we don't want there to be any misunderstandings between the two of them. Old Madame Gu is a sensible person. Although Antong grew up under her watch, Nan Xian has only just met her, but she is more inclined to Nan Chen in her heart, and her personality is more suited to getting along with the Gu family. Nan Xian heard what her mother-in-law said, and immediately had a good impression of her. She is a person who makes a clear distinction between right and wrong, and her mother-in-law can tell right from wrong in the face of major issues. She will not be treated unfairly either. Gu Tingxiao, you know very well Tongtong's condition. She really needs the medical team you hired very much. Can you see the relationship you once had and not remove them? Grandpa An lowered his posture and began playing the emotional card. Gu Tingxiao didn't say a word, and continued to drink his tea quietly. No one could tell from his expression. With a bang, Nan Xian placed her phone on the coffee table in front of her and tapped the play button. The conversation between Antong and Enmu was played back clearly. Naturally, the old man and woman had already listened to these recordings, and Nan Xian did this so that their son-in-law and daughter-in-law could listen to them again. After the recording finished playing, Nan Xian stood up and walked up to the old man and woman and showed them Antong's record of 3 abortions. The old man and woman were shocked, and it was not difficult to see that they had no idea about these things. This. Old Master N trembled as he reached out to take Nan Xian's phone and carefully read every word on it. Old Master N, you and old lady N have never let anyone down in your entire life, and you have to let your reputation go in your twilight years because of Antong? Gu Tingxiao finally spoke. Tingxiao, this? Old Master N was shocked and unable to speak. Just as you have heard and seen. Gu Tingxiao gave a positive response. Olden, for the sake of our relationship over the years, let's just leave it at that, and I hope you and family will stop. Grandpa Gu spoke, giving the N family their last bit of dignity. Grandpa N and Grandma N glanced at each other. And Zhang and Lu Lina had not told them about Antong's abortion, and they really had no face to continue the fight. Tingxiao, is it really impossible for the medical team to stay? The old man and woman walked to the front door of the villa and finally pleaded with Gu Tingxiao. The Yin family is perfectly capable of hiring its own, and this amount of money should not bankrupt the Yin family. Gu Tingxiao said this matter-of-factly and never looked at them again. The villa finally fell silent, and the old man and woman Gu then looked seriously at their daughter-in-law. Xiao Chen, this is your first time at the old mansion, and it's also our first time meeting formally. Old Madame Gu took Nan Xian's hand, and the next second Nan Xian felt a cold sensation on her wrist. She looked down, and a jadeite bracelet had been placed on her wrist. With her many years of experience in judging expensive jewelry, she knew that this was definitely top-grade material, and it had been made into a bracelet. This is a gift that your father and I have been preparing for the fourth wife of the Gu family. Thank you for finally letting us give it to you. The smile on the face of Madame Gu could not be stopped. She and Mr. Gu had given birth to Gu Tingxiao when they were almost 50 years old. His personality was completely different from that of his 3 older brothers. He was resolute and ruthless in his dealings with others, and his cold nature made every cell in his body scream, "Keep away from strangers." In the past, there was Antong. Although they did not have high hopes, after all, Gu Tingxiao was the one person in his hands, which was considered a hope. But after learning of their separation a few years ago, the Gu grandparents basically gave up on Gu Tingxiao being able to marry, let alone have children. Today, when the Yan grandparents came to visit, they learned that Gu Tingxiao had already gotten married and had a certificate. The other party was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, a large family in the capital city. Although the Nan grandparents were a bit older, they had heard of the people in the circle of top billionaires, especially the famous figure Nan Xian, who had fought all over the city. Although they were a little reluctant at first, they were pleasantly surprised when they met her. "Thank you, Mom, thank you, Dad." Nan Xian stood up and bowed deeply to the Gu couple. The couple looked at their new daughter-in-law and liked her even more. "Xian, stay for dinner." The Gu matriarch asked Nan Xian for her opinion. "Mom, we're not staying." Gu Tingxiao stood up from the sofa, walked up to Nan Xian, bent down and took her hand. "I still have 2 contracts to sign at the office this afternoon, and Xian hasn't slept all night. I'll take her to the office so she can get some rest." Gu Tingxiao glanced at his watch. There were still 2 hours before the contracts were due to be signed, so there was still time to take Nan Xian out to dinner. Grandpa Gu nodded. "Your mother and I will get ready in the afternoon and visit Xiao Qian's parents in the evening. You two got married, such a big event, and you didn't give us any prior notice. We'll go and make up the betrothal gift." Grandpa Gu said helplessly, not giving them any time to prepare at all. Although he is a close friend of Nan's grandfather, the Gu and Nan families are both large and influential, and no matter how close the relationship is, they cannot afford to neglect the etiquette. Letting outsiders feel that the Gu family does not value Nan Xian will upset the Nan family. Chapter 27: The reason Nan Xian is so powerful. Gu Tingxiao took Nan Xian to a club. When they opened the door and walked in, Pei Yanzhou and the other 2 men were already waiting inside. When they saw the 2 men walk in, Pei Yanzhou looked at Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao and asked, "Have you settled it?" "Yes, they shouldn't bother us again." Nan Xian nodded. Luo Bei reminded the waiter to serve the food, then looked at Nan Xian. "Fortunately, it was Mr. and Mrs. N who went. If it had been in Tong's parents, you would have had to do something." "You're right, I did prepare for it to be in Tong's parents who went. I didn't expect it to be just her grandparents," Nan Xian said with a carefree expression. "Shen, you can't change your temper, you have the biggest reputation in the top circles of Beijing." Pei Yanzhou shook his head and looked at Nan Xian. Nan Xian snorted, "If I had the same temper as Xianwan, I would have been bullied to death long ago." Nan Xian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Why?" Song Yi looked at Nan Xian curiously. "You are all the eldest sons of your respective families. Although 4th master is the 4th child, he has 3 older brothers. In the Nan family, I am the eldest. If I were a soft persimmon, no one except my parents could protect me in Nanchang," Nan Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a few seconds. Nan Xian was indeed right. In their circle, not many people get along with each other sincerely. Naturally, the strong will have many people around them, but there are also many people watching them. The weak can't even speak at banquets, and at ordinary drinking parties, they are the ones who have to pour tea, open bottle caps, and so on. And if they start a fight in their circle, it will be a serious one. Whoever has the strongest connections will be able to settle the matter. Nan Xian is a case in point. The Nan family is one of the top families in their circle, and she basically never loses when she fights. Naturally, the Nan family will send someone to settle the matter. In the eyes of the family, losing a fight is a disgrace. They would rather pay the money than have their children get beaten up. Indeed, young masters and young ladies who are poor at fighting will be followed by bodyguards when they go out, but they will not follow them openly, they will protect them secretly. Nan Xian naturally also has bodyguards, but they are sent by the Nan family to protect the other party. If Nan Xian starts a fight, they will try their best to stop it from getting out of hand, otherwise there will be some trouble. Fortunately, Nan Xian has never caused a death in the country. For those who really can't stand it anymore, she waits for these people to go on a trip or business trip to the United States to get them, and this has been the case for many years. Only Gunwan and Pang who knew about Nan Xian's affairs in the United States, and now there was an additional Gu Tingxiao. No one else knew. "I have thought of a million reasons for your personality, but I have never thought of this one," Pei Yanzhou said seriously. Nan Xian smiled faintly, "Because you are not girls, you cannot understand my difficulties." Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything, but just reached out and took Nan Xian's hand, looked deeply at her, and said, "I'll be there for you." After the food was served, Gu Tingxiao didn't rush to eat, but quietly listened to everyone chatting, deftly picking at the hairy crabs and prawns with his hands. After taking a sip of juice, Nan Xian looked at Pei Yanzhou and asked, "Where's Xianwan?" "She's writing her graduate school thesis at school." Speaking of which, Pei Yanzhou really admires Nan Xian. Gun Wan is a medical student, and a very smart and talented one at that. At 22 years old, Gun Wan is already a medical graduate student. Nan Xian, who is the same age, has already graduated with a doctorate, the youngest computer doctorate graduate in the country. Nan Xian thought for a moment, which hospital is she planning to intern at? Of course it's the Gu family's Beijing Central Hospital. When she becomes a doctor, she will definitely become the hospital's golden brand. Pei Yanzhou said with certainty. No one would feel that he was bragging when he said this, but Gun Wan really had the strength to do so. When she was an undergraduate, she was retained by her professor to intern at the medical school's graduate school. Her professor was 1 in 10,000 who chose Gun Wan. You got her? Nan Xian looked at the confident Pei Yanzhou, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Pei Yanzhou with a wicked smile. Pei Yanzhou looked at Nan Xian proudly, of course. Pei Yanzhou had been thinking about Gun Wan, and Nan Xian had always known about it, so she had also said a lot of good things for Pei Yanzhou, both explicitly and implicitly. While they were talking, Gu Tingxiao brought a bowl full of crab and shrimp meat to Nan Xian. Nan Xian looked down at the bowl in front of her, surprised to see Gu Tingxiao. This was the first time someone other than her parents had picked the crab and shrimp meat for her. Everyone else in the room saw this scene, and the smiles on their lips could not be suppressed. Fourth master is torturing the two of us. Song Yi raised his eyebrows and muttered to Lu Imobe next to him. Torturing me is more like it. You're changing partners faster than I can get a bar hostess to accompany me into the bar. Lu Imobe said with a smile. I haven't been in love for a long time. Song Yi sighed. Nan Xian, who was eating the crab meat, looked up at Song Yi and said, Yin Mao, is it that there are no girls in Jing City that you can waste? Hearing Nan Xian's words, Pei Yanzhou was directly choked, coughing while laughing. Xiao, cough cough cough, you summed it up, really to the point. Song Yi looked at Nan Xian with an expression of being born without any love. Do I give such a bad impression here? What do you think? If it weren't for fourth master picking me up from the office today, and knowing that you two know each other, do you think you can get away with tailing me? Nan Xian continued eating the shrimp in her bowl, looking at Song Yi provocatively. Song Yi was about to say something when Lu Imobe glanced at him. Be careful what you say. Xian has been practicing karate and mixed martial arts since she was a child. She probably only used 1/10 of her strength to beat your ex-girlfriend, but she never holds back when it comes to men. After hearing Lu Imobe's words, Song Yi swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He didn't want to provoke trouble. Chapter 28. How long have you been sleeping? Xian, you rest for a while first. We'll leave after I sign the contract. After returning to the Gu group, Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian with concern and said, Okay, you go ahead. Nan Xian nodded. She was really tired and really needed to rest, so she didn't object and walked straight into Gu Tingxiao's private lounge. Gu Tingxiao followed Nan Xian in and took out some pajamas from the cloakroom and handed them to Nan Xian. After taking the pajamas, Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in some surprise. Don't worry, no woman has ever been here, and this is for you. Gu Tingxiao knew what Nan Xian was thinking in her head, so in order to avoid misunderstandings, he explained it himself without waiting to ask. Fourth master, I suddenly feel that marrying you is also pretty good. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao with a smile. Little girl, don't look at me like that, or the contract was postponed in the afternoon, and you won't be able to sleep either. Gu Tingxiao bent down and gently nibbled on Nan Xian's earlobe, his voice hoarse. Just hearing the sound almost made Nan Xian fall. Nan Xian, whose earlobe was being nibbled, couldn't help but shiver all over. This man, really lustful. I think you're not tired, so go busy, I want to sleep. Nan Xian quickly pushed away Gu Tingxiao, took his hand and dragged the man out of the restroom, then turned around and closed the restroom door. The whole action was like flowing water. Gu Tingxiao looked at the closed door and couldn't help but smile. This girl. Nan Xian changed into the silk pajamas Gu Tingxiao had prepared for her, then pulled the quilt straight back and got into the covers. A faint scent of ebony and incense drifted into Nan Xian's nose, which made Nan Xian feel much more at ease, as if Gu Tingxiao was right next to her. She soon fell asleep. When Gu Tingxiao returned to the office after finishing his work, it was just 4 o'clock. He had promised Nan Xian that she could leave work early. Pushing open the door to the lounge, Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian sleeping soundly. He sat down by the bed and quietly watched the sleeping woman. Her long eyelashes were like small fans. Her fair and rosy face had skin so delicate that it could be blown away with a breeze, and her cherry-like mouth looked exceptionally attractive. Nan Xian is very beautiful, a natural beauty that no plastic surgery clinic could ever produce. Even when she is asleep, she can make a man fall in love at first sight. When Nan Xian opened her eyes, she saw Gu Tingxiao just walking out of the cloakroom in the lounge, wearing a white suit that made him look exceptionally dignified. "Fourth Master, what time is it?" Nan Xian asked, sitting up from the covers and looking at Gu Tingxiao dazedly. Gu Tingxiao walked over to Nan Xian. "It's 7:30. 7:30? I slept for more than 5 hours? No wonder I'm hungry and thirsty." Nan Xian was surprised that she had slept so soundly, and she didn't even realize when Gu Tingxiao opened the door and came in to change. You have to know that normally Nan Xian would wake up at the slightest sound and react as quickly as possible. "Little girl, it's 7:30 in the morning, not 7:30 at night." Gu Tingxiao handed Nan Xian her phone and casually turned on the screen. Nan Xian saw the display on her phone, 7:31 a.m. Her eyes widened twice. "I slept from yesterday afternoon until now?" Gu Tingxiao nodded with a smile, giving Nan Xian a response. "Get up and clean up a bit, I'll take you to breakfast." Gu Tingxiao held out his hand towards Nan Xian, then led her from the bed to the bathroom. "These are all new toiletries, and here are the skin care products I've prepared for you. I see you usually use these." Gu Tingxiao pointed to a brand new dresser, which was full of brand new skin care products and cosmetics. Nan Xian walked up and took a look, and was surprised to find that it was a complete copy of her own dresser. Even the eyebrow trimmer was the brand she usually used. "The closet is full of your laundry, and Yuan Shenming had the maid dry clean and disinfect it, so you can just wear it." Gu Tingxiao pointed to the closet next to him, where there was a complete set of clothes, shoes, and bags for Nan Xian, and even underwear. Nan Xian was able to experience for herself just how attentive this man by her side was, and how he could be said to be endlessly fond of her. After washing up, Nan Xian picked out a short black dress. After putting it on, her two long, straight legs were left uncovered, looking thin and long. She also wore a pair of 6-centimeter high heels, making her look exceptionally elegant. When she walked out of the lounge, Gu Tingxiao was standing in front of the French windows, talking on the phone. He was taken aback when he saw Nan Xian, but quickly recovered. While listening to the other person's report, he walked over to the coffee table, picked up a glass of warm milk, and handed it to Nan Xian. After Nan Xian took it, her fingertips touched the warm cup. She guessed that the milk had been heated and then placed here to cool down to this temperature, so it would be lukewarm in her mouth and not burn her. By the time Nan Xian finished the milk, Gu Tingxiao had also finished his phone call. "Let's go have breakfast." Gu Tingxiao walked up to Nan Xian and held out his hand towards her. Nan Xian naturally placed her hand in Gu Tingxiao's, and the two of them walked out of the office holding hands. The breakfast restaurant was close to the Gu group, so after the meal the two of them strolled around the area. Passing by a fruit store, Nan Xian picked out a few kinds of fruit and the owner was cutting them up. At this time, a news report was being broadcast on the TV in the fruit shop. Nan Xian heard a familiar name and looked up. The shares of the Yangshi Group have taken a heavy blow. Yesterday late at night, Mr. In Jiangwo, the current chairman of the Yangshi Group, was suddenly taken ill and sent to the resuscitation room for rescue. He is still in critical condition. Upon seeing this news, Nan Xian subconsciously looked back at Gu Tingxiao. Unexpectedly, Gu Tingxiao didn't even look up, and was looking at the strawberries in front of him, before instructing the fruit shop clerk to pack 50 trays and deliver them to the Gu group. Nan Xian withdrew her gaze, took 2 more open coconuts, and handed one to Gu Tingxiao, while holding the other one in her arms to drink. "You like drinking coconuts?" Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian holding a coconut that was bigger than her face, and was guzzling it down. Nan Xian took a few big gulps to get her fill. I like it. It's so hot, and this coconut is always ice cold." Gu Tingxiao nodded, then looked at the clerk. "Deliver 10 coconuts to the Gu Group CEO's office every day from now on." While Gu Tingxiao was swiping his card, Yuan Shenming ran over in a suit. "Fourth Master, madam, I've finally found you." Sweat was breaking out on Yuan Shenming's forehead. He called Gu Tingxiao, but his phone was turned off. He saw Gu Tingxiao's car and Nan Xian's car in the group parking lot, and there was no one in the office, so he had to come down and look for them himself. "What's the rush?" Gu Tingxiao looked at Yuan Shenming slowly, as if he knew something. "Fourth Master, the Yin family is in chaos. I found the old master and the old madam again. The old master couldn't get through when he tried to call you, so he wanted me to persuade you," Yuan Shenming said with some difficulty. "Reply to the old master, there is no need to persuade. I, Gu Tingxiao, am not someone that just anyone can manipulate. As soon as Gu Tingxiao's words fell, Yuan Shenming felt much cooler. Gu Tingxiao's cold tone had lowered the temperature around him quite a bit. Yuan Shenming hesitated for a few seconds, slowly looking at Nan Qian. Nan Qian gently shook her head, and Yuan Shenming then took out his phone and replied to Grandpa Gu. In fact, Yuan Shenming knew Gu Tingxiao better than Nan Qian. Once he made a move, he would not stop easily. However, this also involved the relationship between the two families, so he wanted Nan Qian to persuade him. Since Nan Qian also disagreed with reconciliation, he had no choice but to obey. Chapter 29, Envy of the Vice Secretary's First Day. When he returned to the Gu group, it was already time for everyone to go to work one after the other. When the employees saw Gu Tingxiao walk into the office building, they stopped and bowed to greet him, and Gu Tingxiao nodded slightly in response. It seems that Secretary Nan has really captured our CEO. I think so too, but it's quite normal for someone like Secretary Nan to capture the CEO. They come from the same background. In the whole city of Beijing, only the Nan family can compare with the Gu family. Secretary Nan is the eldest daughter of the Nan family, and she is indeed a good match for the president. Since Secretary Nan has been with the president has become much kinder. Who says not, since the president took over the Gu family, it is the first time I have seen him help anyone carry anything. That being said, the president, dressed in a high-end suit, is holding a large coconut with a straw in his right hand. And in the bag on his left were pickled chicken feet and pickled pig skin. I also saw spicy snacks. You can see that Secretary Nan also has his hands full, with fried cakes, sesame balls and sticky rice cakes. The most pitiful is our special assistant Yuan. One of the employees saw Yuan Shenming carrying 2 large bags from the entrance and walking quickly towards the door, which were fruit slices of various fruits. Good morning, Special Assistant Yuan. Special Assistant Yuan, do you need any help? Yuan Shenming shook his head. He wouldn't dare let anyone else handle the food his ancestors had eaten. President and his wife, Secretary Nan, bought strawberries for everyone. Each department can go to the 3rd floor cafeteria to pick them up later. Yuan Shenming thought about it for a moment, and since Gu Tingxiao and Nan Qian had not yet made their marriage public, he kept quiet. I have to say, Secretary Nan's actions really won my heart. Help! Strawberries are now selling for more than 80 yuan per caddy. The president is really generous. We must be benefiting from the influence of Secretary Nan. Have you seen the fruit knife in Yuan T's assistant's hand? When did you see the CEO eating these? Okay, there are advantages to being a vice secretary. We can all benefit from sitting in the office all day. Seriously, Secretary Nan is no longer a vice secretary. She has been in the company for less than 2 months, and she hasn't even shown up for more than a month. Just shut up, Secretary Nan is enough in the CEO's heart even if she is not here every day. Right, I'd better go eat my strawberries. Gu Tingxiao and Nan Qian naturally didn't hear any of this gossip. After returning to the office, Nan Qian was surprised to find that the chair on her desk had been replaced with a massage capsule chair. 4th Master, when was this replaced? Nan Qian looked at Gu Tingxiao happily. Gu Tingxiao placed the coconut on Nan Qian's desk, and then placed the snack bag in his hand on the snack storage shelf on the side of the desk. I ordered it earlier, and Yuan Shenming should have replaced it for you when he came in just now. Gu Tingxiao walked over and ran his hands through Nan Qian's soft hair. You usually work hard watching dramas, so it's more comfortable to massage while you watch. Yuan Shenming, who was carrying a fruit cutter, heard Gu Tingxiao's words when he walked in, and looked at the loving couple with a mix of tears and laughter. He was so busy every day, and he thought that Gu Tingxiao had a new personal secretary to help with the workload. He never expected that on his first day at work, he would be taken home by the president. Now, he has an extra job. As his special assistant, I also have to take care of the president's personal secretary, which is even more exhausting than taking care of the president. In fact, it's not that Gu Tingxiao doesn't give Nan Qian work to do, it's just that she really doesn't know anything. She's a genius with computers and a master at hands-on work, but she has 0 experience in business. It's better to let Pang Hu work than her. At least Pang Hu has made Nan Qian's business a success. At the end of the day, everyone who enters Gu Tingxiao's office first looks at Nan Qian's space capsule chair and Nan Qian, who is inside watching dramas, before going to Gu Tingxiao to report on their work. It's hilarious. Our department manager went to report on his work and came back to tell us that Secretary Nan was watching empresses in the palace and eating fried cakes. Fried cakes? When our department manager went to sign off, Secretary Nan had already eaten potato chips. She has a good appetite. Just now, Special Assistant Yuan went out and bought a bag of ice cream, so I guess Secretary Nan has started eating ice cream. Our CEO even prepared a capsule chair for her, a custom-made one. Envious of the Vice Secretary's first day. I saw some workers registering at the reception desk, delivering a small air purifier to the CEO's office. What's going on? Colleagues upstairs, what do you think? I guess our Secretary Nan will have to eat spicy snacks. The Goo Group gossip group was abuzz, and Nan Xian, the person involved, opened the window and air purifier next to her desk and was happily eating the pickled pepper chicken feet and spicy strips in her hand. Finally, when Nan Xian finished the last spicy strip, the hands of the clock pointed to 5:30, and Gu Tingxiao closed his laptop and looked up at Nan Xian, who was patting his stomach. Full? Are you still going to eat dinner? Gu Tingxiao loosened the tie on his shirt, stood up from his chair, walked over to Nan Xian, looked at the empty snack shelf, and looked at Nan Xian in surprise. Xian, you finished eating everything? Nan Xian finished the last sip of milk tea, sucked in the tapioca pearls at the bottom of the cup, nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, I'm done. Is it time to go home? Gu Tingxiao shook his head and smiled. Yes, it's time to go home. Nan Xian shut down her computer and stood up, looking at Gu Tingxiao. Fourth master, what are we having for dinner? Gu Tingxiao, who had thought that there would be no dinner, looked at Nan Xian, who was sitting in front of him cutting a steak, and suddenly felt a little admiration for her. How did she manage to eat snacks all day and still eat dinner? The main thing was that she didn't have an ounce of extra fat anywhere on her body. Where did it all go? Nan Xian, who had swallowed the last bite of pasta, was completely full and content, and smiled. Gu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, his family was wealthy and had a lot of money. If his ancestors had married into an ordinary family, they would not even be able to eat enough. Why are you eating so much today? Gu Tingxiao fought back. In the past, Nan Xian didn't eat so much. Nan Xian waved her hand. I can't eat a lot of food, but I can eat as much as I want when it comes to snacks. Nan Xian really admires herself for this. As long as it's a snack she wants to eat, she can eat as much as she wants. The two were just about to take a stroll in the mall when Nan Xian's phone rang. Don't cry, where are you? Hide well. After hanging up the phone, Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Xian, who looked angry. What's wrong? Fourth master, hurry. Xiaonuan is being bullied in the lab. Nan Xian said this while running towards the parking lot with her legs raised. It would normally take half an hour to get there, but Gu Tingxiao arrived in just 10 minutes. With a sharp brake, the dark blue phantom stopped in front of the laboratory building, and Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian looked at the building at the same time. Fourth master, go in there for a while and don't worry about anything. Nan Xian said this and then opened the door and ran downstairs. After running into the laboratory building, Nan Xian heard a commotion and saw a lot of onlookers in the hallway. Make way! After Nan Xian shouted, the crowd in the hallway immediately parted, leaving the middle of the road open. When Nan Xian ran into the room, she saw a few girls trying their best to smash the door of a room. Without saying a word, Nan Xian rolled up his sleeves and rushed up. Xiaonuan, don't come out yet. Nan Xian shouted into the room. Gu Nuan, who was inside, heard Nan Xian's voice and immediately stopped crying, feeling much more at ease. Chapter 30, Socialite? 2 minutes later, Nan Xian stood in front of the girls, who were knocking on the door. They all crouched on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Gu Nuan, you can come out now. Nan Xian walked up to the door and knocked. Gu Nuan in the back room tried several times to open the door, but found that the door lock had been damaged and could not be opened. Nan Xian looked at the door that wouldn't open and took a few steps back. Xiaonuan, stand aside. Just as Nan Xian raised her leg to kick the door, she was stopped by a pair of large hands on her shoulders. Don't move. Gu Tingxiao's deep voice came from behind Nan Xian, and the next second, he raised his leg and kicked the door, which opened. Gu Nuan inside ran straight out and threw herself into Nan Xian's arms, crying bitterly, Xiaoshan. Nan Xian comforted Gu Nuan for a while. When Gu Nuan looked up, she saw the swelling on her face, and Nan Xian's anger surged. She wanted to tear the girls in front of her apart with her bare hands. Speak! Who hit her? Nan Xian looked at the girls in front of her. Me. A girl strutted out with her head held high. Ah! The next second, the girl's screams resounded through the room, and one of her hands hung limply down. The leaders of the laboratory received a call from above and hurried over. They ran in and saw Nan Xian doing something with her hands. Who are you? The leader in charge stood in front of Nan Qian. Nan Qian. Nan Qian sneered and introduced herself. Nan Qian? Nan's eldest daughter? One of them looked at Nan Qian with some surprise. I am Gu Tingxiao, Gunwan's brother-in-law. Gu Tingxiao, who was standing to the side, walked forward and introduced himself to the leaders in front of him in a cold tone. Who are you? Nan Qian looked at the leader in charge and asked. I am the head of the laboratory, Zhao Jianjun. Zhao Jianjun's momentum weakened a bit. Not to mention the Nan family, the Gu family's annual sponsorship of the laboratory is not a small amount of money, and they are about to fund the reconstruction of one of the top laboratories in China. They never dreamed that the female student Gun Wan was actually from the Gu family. They thought they just had the same surname. You're in charge, right? Tell me, what are you going to do with them? Nan Qian pointed at the girls standing on one side, all of them in a sorry state. You beat us up and you want to deal with us. Another girl shouted at Nan Qian. Listen carefully, Gun Wan has been spoiled by the Gu family since she was little and has grown up to be a little princess. Who gave you the guts to touch her? Nan Qian asked, staring at the girls on the ground. Gu family? Which Gu family? Hearing Nan Qian's words, the red-haired girl forgot about the pain for a moment and looked up at Nan Qian and asked. How many families in Beijing dare to report the surname Gu? Nan Qian asked coldly in return. The red-haired girl shrunk her neck. Finished, she has provoked a tough person. Xianwan, why are they bullying you? Nan Qian looked at Gunwan beside her, and her tightly clasped hand gave Gunwan courage. The boy Suna liked confessed to me, but I didn't agree. While I was writing my thesis here just now, she brought someone in. Gunwan said with red eyes. Xianwan, you've practiced self-defense, so how could you just get bullied like that? Gu Tingxiao suddenly realized something. Little brother-in-law, I don't know either. I suddenly felt weak here, and after I was beaten, I regained a little strength and ran into the bathroom and locked the door. Gunwan shook her head. She had no idea why she suddenly felt weak. Standing by the wall, Suna suddenly felt two cold stares directed at her. Nan Qian patted Gunwan's hand and then stood up and walked up to Suna. Are you going to tell me, or do I have to do it myself? The headmaster tried to say something, but was warned by a glance from Gu Tingxiao not to speak. So what if the Nan family is rich? Suna's father is part of the underground organization in Beijing, so you better watch out. A girl yelled at Nan Qian. Nan Qian's mouth curled up when she heard this. Socialite? So exciting? Gunwan looked at Nan Qian's mouth, which was even more difficult to suppress than a case. It was really a dog's mouth that couldn't spit ivory. Come, tell me, what is your father's surname? Nan Qian looked at Suna with anticipation. Suna. Her surname is Su. What do you think her father's surname is? The girl next to her was stunned and gave Nan Qian a white look. Oh yes, I'm so excited, your father also has the surname Su. Nan Qian slapped her forehead, so excited. Come, tell your sister, what's your name? Nan Qian blinked, then thought, forget it, I'll give you a chance, call your father and tell him to get over here, otherwise you won't get this hand back. Suna immediately used the hand she could move to make a phone call as soon as she heard that she could let her make a phone call. While they were talking, Pei Yinzhou ran in. Xianwan. Pei Yinzhou anxiously checked on Gunwan. The school leaders saw the man who had run in again, and the sweat on their foreheads simply could not be stopped. Just one Gunwan, and this was going to make them offend half of Beijing's top circles and the laboratory's major benefactors? Gu Tingxiao's gaze turned to Zhao Jianjun, and after a pause of a few seconds, he said, the Gu Group will reconsider the project of donating the experimental building. This year's sponsorship of instruments and various scholarships will be cancelled. Whether or not there will be these benefits in the future depends entirely on your leadership. While Gu Tingxiao was speaking, Pei Yinzhou had already gained a general understanding of what had happened, and his face was also blooming and terrifying. In addition, the Pei family's donation plan was also temporarily shelved. After Pei Yinzhou finished speaking, the leaders' faces turned pale, which was like peeling off a layer of their skin. When is your triad father coming? It was Nan Qian's turn to speak. At this moment, Suna heard what these people in front of her said, and her heart instantly understood that it was useless for her grandfather to come this time. You leaders take these students away. Send the results of their punishment to the Gu Group. Nan Qian pointed at the students who had not spoken up. She had observed them and concluded that they were just followers who dared to yell from the back but did not have the guts to take action. You and you, stay. Stay here with us and wait for the people from society. Nan Xian pointed at Suna and the female student who had spoken earlier under Suna's identity. The principal thought about it and stayed here together, while everyone else left. Soon, the room was left with Gu Tingxiao, Nan Xian, Pei Yanzhou, Gun Wan, Suna, the principal, and the other little delinquent. What's your father's name? Nan Xian looked at Suna again and asked lightly. Su Chuang. Suna knew that if her father came a little while later, she couldn't hide it, so she might as well tell the truth. Su Chuan? Nan Xian's eyes rolled. Who is this? What's his nickname? Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Xian's expression and seemed to understand something, and also looked at Suna. Scar brother. Suna thought about it and told the truth. Brother 8? Nan Xian frowned. Is this the 8th in the rankings, or the flying one? My uncle has a long scar on his arm, so everyone in society calls him Scar brother. The little tomboy next to Suna spoke up again, and Nan Xian turned his head and looked at the tomboy. I forgot about you if you don't speak. What's your name? The little hooligan had a fearless air about her. Song Tianmi. Nan Xian took out her phone, sent a message, and then put it away. Song Tianmi, are your parents also from the underworld? Nan Xian's eyes showed no emotion. My parents aren't. Song Tianmi paused. You should keep quiet. Suna glanced at Song Tianmi, who obediently shut up and said nothing. After a 20-minute interval, the laboratory door was kicked open, and everyone in the room looked at the person who kicked the door at the same time. He was wearing black sportswear and stood to the side after kicking the door open. The man behind him walked in, a long knife scar visible on his arm. Nan Xian realized that this was Suna's father. Nana! The man looked at Suna, who was standing by the wall, and quickly reached out to check her. When he grabbed Suna's hand, Suna screamed. Nana, what's wrong with you? Su Chuang asked anxiously. When he saw Suna's hand hanging limply, everyone in the room could see his anger. Who the hell hurt you? Su Chuang stared at Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou with bloodshot eyes. The two men, one sitting in a chair and the other sitting by the bed, had a calm expression on their faces. Mr. Su, I'm Zhao Jianjun, the leader here. Calm down for a moment, and I'll tell you what happened. Zhao Jianjun quickly stepped forward to stop Su Chuang. But Su Chuang was already furious and could not be stopped. He swung his fist towards Gu Tingxiao, and Suna tried to stop her father, but it was too late. The punch did not land on Gu Tingxiao, and Su Chuang turned his head to see the man who had grabbed his arm. After a moment of confusion, he called out in disbelief, Brother who? If you want to die, get out and die. Peng Hu shook off Su Chuang's hand. Fourth Master, are you okay? Peng Hu's eyes actually looked at Nan Xian first, and Nan Xian glanced at Gu Tingxiao, and Peng Hu immediately understood. It's fine. Gu Tingxiao glanced at Peng Hu and then at Nan Xian, and the answer in his heart was obvious. Brother who? They hurt my daughter. Su Chuan looked at Peng Hu unwillingly, but he desperately suppressed his anger. Scar, if you had swung that punch, you would have died already. Peng Hu looked at Su Chuang with a cold smile. Leader, it's your turn. Please tell him what Suna did. Nan Xian raised an eyebrow, indicating that Zhao Jianjun should explain it himself. After Zhao Jianjun finished telling the story, he also briefly introduced Gu Tingxiao and the others, and even someone like Su Chuang was at a loss for a moment. Her daughter has offended the top powers and leaders of society in Beijing. Nuan, show me your face. Peng Hu received a message from Nan Xian and hurried over without stopping. After just listening to the leader tell Su Chuang what had happened, Peng Hu walked up to Gun Wan and asked softly. Gun Wan tilted her face to one side, revealing her red and swollen cheeks, and Peng Hu's eyes sank. He is from Nan Xian, and Gun Wan is Nan Xian's best friend, so naturally she is someone he wants to protect. Which hand did you hit her with? Peng Hu shot a murderous look at Suna. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. Su Chuang snapped back to reality and quickly stood in front of Suna. Nana is being inconsiderate, can I apologize for her? Su Chuang knew his status, and in front of these people he was just a nobody, so he didn't care about face anymore, and his tone softened. Ms. Gu, how much do you think you need to pay? I won't bargain. Su Chuang looked at Gun Wan, who was sitting on the bed. I'm disgusted. Gun Wan felt sick when she heard Su Chuang's words. Nan Xian walked up to Peng Hu, whispered a few words, and Peng Hu frowned and looked at Gun Wan and then at Suna. For some reason, I feel weak all over? Suddenly, Peng Hu realized something and walked to the door, then crouched down. Everyone else in the room saw Pang Hu's actions and all of them revealed puzzled expressions, except for Su Na, whose facial expression tightened up. Smokeless incense. Pang Hu carefully looked at a pinch of incense ash that he had picked up with his hand from the crack in the door, and then said with certainty, "What is this?" Nan Qian asked doubtfully. "This incense has no smell and no smoke when lit, and it has a slight anesthetic effect that causes a person to feel weak all over and will last for about 15 to 20 minutes. After Pang Hu finished explaining, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees again. Gu Tingxiao and Pei Yanzhou's faces turned black, and they looked at Su Na with murderous intent. Nan Qian also understood the reason why Gunwan suddenly felt weak all over. It turned out to be because of this incense. "Do it yourself, or do I help you?" Gu Tingxiao's tone was ice cold. Su Na shivered when she heard Gu Tingxiao's words. She knew she was scared. "Fourth Master Gu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Nana didn't know that Miss Gu was a member of the Gu family. "Please let her off this time." Su Chuang apologized desperately, and there was no longer the aura he had when he first entered. After all, he knew of Gu Tingxiao's reputation. "You mean to say that if Xianwan weren't a member of the Gu family, you would let your daughter, a member of society, bully her as she pleases?" Nan Qian frowned. No wonder Su Na was so arrogant and domineering. It turns out that her father is no good either. "Pang Hu, I haven't asked you yet, do you know this Brother 8? Nan Qian called Pang Hu over because she really didn't know anything about Brother Scar. Although she was Pang Hu's boss behind the scenes, Pang Hu did most of the work himself, and she had never met many people in person. Although she had never met a few of them, she had at least heard of famous people, and she had never heard of Brother Scar before. He is just a small fry. He knows a few bosses of the venues. I know him because the bosses of the venues always bring him when they drink at TG, and he runs errands like pouring drinks." Pang Hu explained a little. Nan Qian was speechless and shrugged her shoulders. She thought he was a character, but she didn't expect him to be a nobody. Suddenly, Nan Qian lost interest and looked at Gu Tingxiao a bit disappointed. Nan Qian's eyes met Pang Hu's, and he turned to look at Gu Tingxiao. "Fourth Master, let me handle them, you go with Jian first." Gu Tingxiao nodded. He knew that Pang Hu was Nan Qian's man, so naturally he wouldn't go easy on them, so he didn't say anything more. Gunwan took Pei Yanzhou's hand, and Pei Yanzhou, somewhat unwillingly, led Gunwan away. He hated in his heart that he couldn't personally clean up Su Na. No matter how Su Chuang apologized, Gu Tingxiao and the others still left without looking back. "Scar, I'm giving you a way out. Take the two of them with me, and don't let my people carry you out." Pang Hu looked at Nan Qian, who was leaving, and instantly turned his cold gaze to Su Chuang. After saying that, he strode towards the door, and Su Chuang had no choice but to follow Pang Hu out with Su Na and Song Tianmi. Chapter 31, Pang Hu and Gao Zhe's Past. Everyone returned to the villa of Gu Tingxiao and Nan Qian. Nan Qian finished applying medicine to Gunwan and looked at her face with concern. "Fortunately, those people didn't have much strength in their hands, so you won't leave a mark. It will heal in a couple of days." Gunwan nodded. "Nuan, haven't you finished your thesis yet? Do you still need to go to the lab in the future?" Pei Yanzhou, who was holding Gunwan's hand, asked with a frown. "Don't worry, I've finished the thesis. I was just handing it in at the lab, so I don't have to go there anymore." Gunwan explained. "That's good." Pei Yanzhou nodded. "So you're getting ready to start your internship?" Nan Qian looked at Gunwan. "Well, I can report to the hospital in a few days." Gunwan wanted to go to the hospital early and start working on the front line as soon as possible. "Which department do you want to go to?" Gu Tingxiao looked at Gunwan. He was the largest shareholder of Beijing Central Hospital and had the final say. "Brother-in-law, I want to go to the emergency room," Gunwan said seriously. "Emergency room?" Nan Qian frowned as he looked at Gunwan. Back then, Lu Chen had insisted on going to the emergency room, and every day he was busy to the point of death, barely seeing anyone. Now Gunwan also wants to go to the emergency room, and in the future, she won't have anyone to play with. "Well, I've thought about it, and the emergency room is the best place to train people. I want to come into contact with different patients and learn more," Gunwan nodded. Gu Tingxiao also hesitated when he heard that Gunwan was going to the emergency department, but in the end, he decided to respect her choice and nodded. Nan Qian saw that Gu Tingxiao had nodded, so there was nothing more to say. "In the future, you and Lu Chen will be colleagues, and at least he can protect you when we are not around." "Who is that boy who confessed to you?" Gu Tingxiao looked at Gun Wan with a stern gaze and continued to ask. He's not from our college, he seems to be from the sports department, I don't know him. Gun Wan shook her head. She really didn't know him, and she didn't even remember his name. Go check it out. Gu Tingxiao looked at Yuan Qianming, who was standing to the side. Nan Xian looked at Gu Tingxiao in puzzlement. Fourth master, why are you checking him out? Just see if he knows anything about this, and what his relationship with Su Na really is. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, everyone present understood. What Gu Tingxiao wanted to investigate was whether this man was Su Na's boyfriend. Had he confessed to Su Na? Or was it just Su Na's one-sided love? When Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian returned home, it was already 11 p.m. After Nan Xian finished washing up, she saw Gu Tingxiao sitting on the balcony quietly smoking a cigarette, wondering what he was thinking. Fourth master, what's wrong? Nan Xian walked over to Gu Tingxiao and sat down next to him, looking at the man with confusion. Gu Tingxiao stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and put his arm around Nan Xian. Xian, it's good that you have the ability to protect yourself. What happened tonight made Gu Tingxiao realize for himself that Nan Xian's character can really protect herself, at least she won't suffer when bullied. Little Nuan actually has it too, but soon I used medicine, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Even I would be powerless. Nan Xian sighed, and seeing Gu Nuan's appearance, her heart was too difficult. What will your second in command do with Su Na? Gu Tingxiao looked down at the woman in his arms. Upon hearing this, Nan Xian immediately looked up in surprise at Gu Tingxiao, second in command. Fourth master knows? You are the woman behind the Deep and Shallow Club, aren't you? Gu Tingxiao smiled faintly. He knew that the TG bar belonged to the Deep and Shallow Club, and Peng Hu was the owner of the TG bar. After seeing Peng Hu a few times and seeing his attitude towards Nan Xian, Gu Tingxiao guessed that the little girl he married was the real boss behind the Deep and Shallow Club. Nan Xian shook her head with a smile. You can't hide anything from me. When you heard Song Tianmi mention socialites today, your eyes lit up. They would never have guessed that the woman in front of them is the real person in power. Gu Tingxiao also laughed. Peng Hu is indeed my second in command, and Gao Zhe of Lanhai Bathhouse is my third in command. Nan Xian briefly explained the situation of the Shinshan Club. Peng Hu and Gao Zhe control most of the underground forces in Jing City and surrounding cities. I'm curious how you control them? Gu Tingxiao looked at the harmless little girl in front of him and found it hard to imagine that she was so powerful. Fourth master, would you believe me if I told you that I don't know who they all know and how they know each other? Nan Xian sighed. Ha? Gu Tingxiao was taken aback. Peng Hu and Gao Zhe are both the same age as you, without parents, and they used to work as sparring partners in an underground boxing gym. Once, I got into a fight with a few people, and they ran into the boxing gym and called for people, and the ones who came out were Peng Hu and Gao Zhe. They saw that I was a girl and didn't start the fight, but instead asked me why I was fighting with those people. I saw that they were reasonable people, so I told them what had happened. After listening to me, they chose to let me go and not fight with me. It was probably fate that I had also taken a good look at them at first glance, and after chatting for a while, I took them with me. I used a foreign identity to set up the Shinshan Club, and then gave them a sum of money to let them make their own way. What I did was to give them money when they needed it. If they got into trouble, I would bail them out. It took them 3 years, but they really made it. After Nan Xian finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao thought quietly, what have they done for you? Hearing this, Nan Xian laughed, they gave me their lives. Since my name Nan Xian became famous in the capital, do you think I have had an easy life? The two of them have fought all the battles that I could have stopped for me. They have dealt with everything that could be stopped. They have told me all the inside information in advance. Every year, all the money earned by the TG Bar and the Blue Sea Bathhouse is given to me without any reservation. Up to now, they have only paid themselves wages, and they do not own any cars or houses in their names. Everything has been bought in the name of the Shinshan Club. After Nan Xian finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao's eyes were a little surprised. It was not difficult to see that Peng Hu and Gao Zhe had not left themselves any way out. Are they related to your NQ organization in the United States? Gu Tingxiao thought about Nan Xian's underground organization in the United States, which also had considerable influence. Nan Xian nodded without hesitation. Yes, they have been in contact with Alan. NQ was also established by them for me, and the dark web was my own proposal. Many things that cannot be done in China will be handled by contacting Alan from the United States. The secrets that he had hidden for many years were all told to Gu Tingxiao. In Nan Xian's heart, she told herself that Gu Tingxiao was someone she could trust. I never thought that the woman I married was not the idol Nan family's eldest daughter, but the female boss of an underground organization. Gu Tingxiao really didn't expect any of this. This is what he didn't find out when he investigated Nan Shen, so it can be seen how deeply Nan Shen hid it. That night, Gu Tingxiao also realized Nan Xian's trust in him, the kind that was unreserved. Xiaoshan, why did Penghu and Gaozi go with you back then? Gu Tingxiao wanted to know what Nan Shen had said. Nan Xian got up and got 2 beers, handing one to Gu Tingxiao and taking a sip from the other. The two of them stayed there to be sparring partners just to earn a living. The owner of the boxing gym made them sign a contract when they went there, and after not long as sparring partners, they started to be made to fight in underground fights. But they clearly remembered that there was no such clause in the contract. The boss then took out the contract, and they realized that there was a clause in it that they had to completely obey the boxing gym's arrangements, or they would have to pay a huge liquidated damages. In addition, the boss deducted their wages for various reasons and kept adding rounds to their fights. In the end, the boss even refused to let them stay in the dormitory, so they slept in the boxing ring. They wanted to leave, but they didn't have the money to pay the liquidated damages. Luckily, I had the money. So I ransomed them out. They were both very motivated, and within a year, they had closed the boxing gym and made the boss return the money he had taken from me. Even now, Nanshan still feels that he did the right thing by taking Penghu and Gao Zhe with him back then. Chapter 32 Xiaoke's Death. Xiao Qian, have you ever thought about giving up everything you have now and clearing your name? Gu Tingxiao thought about Nan Xian's various identities, and he was worried that one day Nan Xian would, for various reasons, fall into a place from which there was no return. What do you think, Fourth Master? Nan Xian smiled lightly. She had thought about this question for a long time, but she was helpless, because the situation she had created was too big, and it was hard to stop. Gu Tingxiao was a smart man, and after saying this, there is no need to say anything more. That night, the two of them slept in each other's arms, but it felt as if they had said a lot. The next day, as soon as the two of them got off the elevator, they saw Zhao Jianjun standing at the entrance to the office waiting for Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian. President Gu. Zhao Jianjun said respectfully as he looked at Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian glanced at Zhao Jianjun, didn't say anything, and opened the office door and walked in. Dean Zhao, please sit down. Gu Tingxiao pointed to the sofa, but his tone was frosty. President Gu, I won't sit down. This is a statement of the situation written by the leadership of the laboratory. Suna's supervisor has been punished with suspension for lack of supervision. The leadership below the vice president, everyone will be suspended without pay for 6 months, and I will be suspended without pay for 1 year. I hope this will calm the matter down. Zhao Jianjun placed the stack of statements of the situation in his hands on Gu Tingxiao's desk. The entire leadership of the laboratory had a meeting all night long, and everyone was carefully writing the situation descriptions in the meeting room. Gu Tingxiao said these were situation descriptions on Zhao Jianjun's behalf, but in fact they were just self-criticism documents. Nan Shen flipped through all the situation descriptions and was a little surprised to find that no one was evading responsibility. They all specifically wrote down the details of their respective omissions at work. Seeing Nan Xian couldn't help but laugh, Gu Tingxiao took over the statements, flipped through them casually, and when he saw the content, he also sneered, Dean Zhao is a smart man. Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian had discussed last night that if the people in the lab were shirking responsibilities on each other, then all cooperation with the lab would be cancelled. But if everyone was taking on their own corresponding responsibilities, then the cooperation would continue. As for Su Na and Su Chuang, Penghu had already given the results of the handling. Last night, after being persuaded by Penghu, Su Chuang voluntarily went to the police station to turn himself in, and in his own way, he saved Su Na. Su Na was expelled from school, and today she boarded a plane to leave Huagua. No one knows where she went. Following Su Na were her followers, the little delinquents. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Nan Xian and the others, and they had all done it voluntarily. Gu Tingxiao looked up at Zhao Jianjun and then gestured for Yuan Qianming to come in. Yuan Qianming handed Zhao Jianjun the documents in his hand. Dean Zhao, this is the sponsorship project for the research institute from the Gu and Pei groups. I hope that the laboratory will live up to expectations in the future and contribute its own part to the medical cause, said Gu Tingxiao indifferently. Seeing the documents that had been signed and sealed, Zhao Jianjun's eyes welled up. Mr. Gu, Miss Nan, I, Zhao Jianjun, once again promise that the Research Institute will definitely eliminate bullying in the future. The incident with Su Na has sounded the alarm for everyone. Zhao Jianjun respectfully bowed to Gu Tingxiao and Nan Xian, and then left the Gu group with the contract. As they watched Zhao Jianjun leave, Nan Xian and Gu Tingxiao glanced at each other, without saying anything. Nan Xian's phone suddenly rang, interrupting the two people's gaze. Director Lu. Nan Xian picked up the phone when she saw it was Lu Chen's, and greeted him lazily. Little ancestor, don't director or supervisor anymore, you hurry up and come find me at the hospital. Lu Chen's tone was a little urgent. What happened? Nan Xian's face turned extremely bad after listening to Lu Chen's words. When she rushed into the emergency room, Lu Chen just walked out of the resuscitation room. Where is he? How is he? Nan Xian anxiously looked at Lu Chen. He has just been resuscitated, and his vital signs are temporarily stable. You go pay first, I can't pay with my phone running out of battery. Lu Chen gestured to the nurse to hand the bill to Nan Xian. He had just wanted to pay the rescue fee, but after calling Nan Xian, his phone turned off, so he ignored the cost and went ahead with the rescue. Madam, I'll go. Yuan Qianming, who had run up behind Nan Xian, took the payment slip directly from the nurse and ran away. Gu Tingxiao stood behind Nan Xian and looked at Lu Chen together. Nan Xian didn't say a word on the way here, and he had no idea what had happened. Why did Xiao Ku have an accident? Nan Xian's mind was buzzing. Xiao Qian, calm down and follow me. Lu Chen saw Nan Xian's panic and patted Nan Xian's arm. Gu Tingxiao took a step forward, put his arm around Nan Xian's shoulders, and led her into the office with Lu Chen. Xiao Qian, sit here and calm down and listen to me. Lu Chen said this while displaying a brain CT scan. You always knew that Xiao Ku's brain tumor was in a very bad location and there had never been any conditions for surgery. I had hoped that after his indicators improved, I could see if I could open his skull to remove the tumor. But today, he suddenly fainted on the street and was sent here by a good Samaritan who called 120. Just now, after examination, his tumor has spread and is completely out of control. Lu Chen looked at Nan Xian with a grave face and said, How long does he have? Nan Xian asked Lu Chen with a pale face after reading the CT. He won't last the day, he's hanging on to his last breath. Lu Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Nan Xian felt her heart ache. Lu Chen, you have to save him. He's only 13 years old. Nan Xian shouted, her eyes red with tears, as she grabbed Lu Chen's white coat. Xian, calm down. I just asked the experts from the neurosurgery and neurology departments to come for a consultation. Xian can't go under the knife now. The brain tumor is pressing on the nerves, and he's in a lot of pain. Lu Chen felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He wanted to save the patient more than anyone else, not to mention that the boy was an orphan sponsored by Nan Xian. What do you want me to do? Xiao Ku's life was hard enough as it was, why had his tumor spread? You've given me every miracle drug you could find, and I've given it to him. Nan Xian finally broke down in tears. She wanted to save Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku was a young flower seller Nan Xian met outside a bar when she went clubbing. It was winter, and there was a heavy snowfall. Nan Xian saw that the thinly clad boy's clothes, which were worth less than 100 yuan in total, had become discolored and white from washing, but were still neat and tidy. Nan Xian then bought all his flowers and looked at Xiao Ku. Little brother, why are you selling flowers by yourself on such a cold day? Sister, my name is Xiao Ku. I want to go to school, so I need to earn money to pay for my tuition, Xiao Ku said, his big eyes wide open, his whole body shivering but still wearing a smile as he looked at Nan Xian. Nan Xian's heart sank a little and she asked with some concern, Xiao Ku, how old are you? Who else is in your family? I'm 10 years old. I'm an orphan. I don't have any family. I just got out of the orphanage a month ago. Xiao Ku still smiled. Nan Xian looked at the smiling Xiao Ku in front of him and couldn't hold back anymore. You come with me. Nan Xian said, reached out his hand and pulled Xiao Ku's cold hand into the TG bar. Pang Hu was a little surprised when he saw Nan Xian walk in with a little boy. Tiger, take Xiao Ku to the room, have her take a hot shower, prepare some hot soup and rice, and have them all send over some warm clothes. Nan Xian handed Xiao Ku's hand to Pang Hu. Xiao Ku, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, but I'm going to go clubbing now. You go upstairs with this big brother to get ready, then eat and rest. I'll come find you tomorrow when I'm sober, and I'll support you going to school from now on. Nan Xian saw her friends already waving at her, so she bent down and looked at Xiao Ku and said, Sister, I. Xiao Ku's face showed signs of timidity. He had never been to a place like this before. Xiao Ku, trust your sister. I can afford to support you, so go warm up, take a shower and eat. After Nan Xian finished speaking, she gave Pang Hu a few more words of advice before turning around to drink. After Nan Shan woke up the next day, she really went to Xiaoke's room to see him, and from that day on, she began to support Xiaoke's schooling. She chose a boarding school for Xiaoko, and paid in advance all of the tuition, interest class fees and living expenses. Every quarter, she would send Xiaoko new daily necessities and new clothes. Xiaoko also cherished the opportunity to be sponsored, studied hard, never caused Nan Xian any trouble, and was at the bottom of the class in the first semester. However, starting in the second semester, he was firmly in first place. Nan Xian always said that Xiaoko would definitely be a very capable person and a genius in the future. But one day he suddenly fainted at school, and after being sent to the hospital, Nan Xian asked Lu Chen to take care of Xiaoko. That was the day Nan Xian learned that Xiaoko had a tumor on his head, but because of prolonged malnutrition, he was unable to go under the knife. Even after the conditions improved with financial support, he was still some way off the normal index. Nan Xian and Lu Chen discussed using a potent medicine to help Xiaoko maintain his life, and when his body allowed him to go under the knife, they would perform a craniotomy to remove the tumor. However, Xiaoko never waited for that day. "I'm sorry, sister, for troubling you to come see me again," Xiaoko said weakly as she looked at Nan Shan from her hospital bed, feeling a little apologetic. "What are you talking about? It's your sister who hasn't taken good care of you," Nan Shan said, walking up to her and taking her hand. Her eyes were red. "Sister, look, this is a present from me to you." Xiaoko slowly took out a bank card from her pocket. "What is this?" Nan Xian looked at Xiaoko in puzzlement. Xiaoko pulled apart her pale lips and smiled. "Sister, this is my scholarship. I took a full scholarship for 2 years, and I haven't spent a penny of it. I wanted to buy you a gift." Nan Xian looked at the bank card in Xiaoko's hand and froze. "I know that you are very rich, so I have been saving for so long, wanting to buy you a good gift." "I'm sorry, sister, Xiaoko is not doing well. I fainted before I even got to the mall. Xiaoko doesn't have the strength to go buy you a gift. Sister, after you receive it, you go buy a gift for yourself, okay?" Xiaoko suddenly breathed heavily and spoke intermittently. You are going to buy me a gift today?" Nan Xian quickly helped Xiaoko catch her breath. "Well, I finished the exam today, so I want to go buy a gift." Xiaoko knew that she was sick and that her sister had spent a lot of money buying medicine for her to take. "Sister, Xiaoko is so sleepy. You go buy the gift yourself, okay?" Xiaoko's eyes have already begun to look confused, but she still desperately wants to see Nan Xian clearly. Okay, sister promises you, sister will buy the gift herself, by myself." "Xiaoko, don't you dare fall asleep, you talk to your sister." Nan Xian saw the look in Xiaoko's eyes, and she knew exactly what was about to happen. "Sister, thank you for taking care of Xiaoko. Xiaoko is going to go now. I will protect you from the heavens. Xiaoko. Xiaoko, wake up." Chapter 33, The Ancestors' Generosity. Nan Shan bought Xiaoko a plot of land for his grave, and inscribed on the tombstone, "The grave of Nan Xiaoko, his sister Nan Xian." Xiaoko never knew his surname. As far as he could remember, he had lived in the orphanage, and the director had only ever called him Xiaoko. So Nan Xian, who had sponsored him from the beginning, let Xiaoko take her surname. Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything as he looked at the mountain of snacks and drinks in front of the tombstone and Nan Xian, who was crouching in front of it. Instead, he took out an amulet from his pocket and squatted down to place it in front of the tombstone. Nan Xian looked at the neatly arranged amulet and looked up at Gu Tingxiao. Yuan Qianming had gone to the temple specifically to pray for Xiaoko's safety in the next life. Gu Tingxiao squatted in front of the tombstone, opened a dozen bottles of drinks and snacks, and then arranged them neatly one by one. "That night I drank a lot of wine. The next day, Hu Zi told me that after entering the room, Xiaoko took a quiet shower and then changed into new clothes. He slept on the sofa the whole night. Hu Zi told me that Xiaoko did not go to bed because he thought that having a sofa was enough. Hu Zi talked to him for a long time. Since leaving the orphanage, Xiaoko has lived in the lobby of the train station, no matter the wind, rain or snow. He washes in the bathroom, and if he can't take a bath, he wipes himself down with a towel. Every morning, he walks 5 kilometers to the milk station, where he is given a bicycle to deliver milk. In the afternoon, he goes to the flower market to buy flowers, and in the evening, he goes to the bars in the city to buy flowers. I took Xiaoko to the hospital to find a Chen, and after a Chen had examined him, he told me that his feet and hands were full of cracks and frostbite. His physical indicators were substandard, and he could be described as pale and emaciated. I wanted to take him back to live in Nanfang, but he refused, so he stayed in the lounge of the TG bar, where he swept the floor and mopped the floor on days when school was not in session. I didn't let him do this, and he told me that if I didn't let him do anything, it would be hard for him. In Xiaoke's eyes, I saw what longing really meant for the first time. Longing for a home, longing for a hot meal, longing to go to school. I really like this child, but I dare not give him money or take him to any fancy places. Because I don't want to destroy this child's self-esteem, I want him to grow up little by little on his own. His bedding at school is warmer than anyone else's because Hu Zi found someone to secretly replace the materials for him, without him even knowing. When he goes to get his food, the meat in his meal is always a little more than the other students because Hu Zi found someone to secretly change the ingredients for him, without him knowing. This child has never bought any snacks or drinks at school, and drinks only free tap water. When I learned that Xiaoke's grades were ranked first in the school, I secretly approached the principal and doubled the scholarship, all the school's interest classes for free, a school supermarket shopping card, and twice a year the opportunity to travel, all of which are funded by me personally. But this kid, after receiving the shopping card, he sold it to other students at a discount. He traded the travel opportunity for various extracurricular books. He attended all the school interest classes, as long as time allowed. But fourth master, such a good boy, why didn't God keep him? Nan Xian could not hold back her tears in front of Xiaoke's tombstone. She had thought that Xiaoke would have a bright future, be able to fully integrate into society and become an outstanding person, and become a pillar talent. But God didn't give him the chance to live. Xiao Qian, it's very painful for a child without a family to live in this world. Although Xiaoke has left you, he can now see his parents. After Gu Tingxiao finished speaking, he asked Yuan Qianming to take out a survey report and handed it to Nan Xian. Nan Xian casually took the survey report, which contained Xiaoke's life story. He was indeed an orphan, because on the day he was born, his mother died of hemorrhaging, and his father raised him alone. When Xiaoke was 1 year old, his father was on his way to visit his mother's grave when he had a car accident and died instantly. The police took Xiaoke to the orphanage. Yesterday, the day Xiaoke died, was the anniversary of his mother and father's deaths. It was Xiaoke's mother and father who had set up their home in heaven and came to fetch him. Gu Tingxiao stroked Nan Xian's soft hair and cooed softly. Nan Xian couldn't hold back her tears when she saw the investigation report in front of her. Later, Gu Tingxiao found the ashes of Xiaoke's parents and placed the three of them together. Xiaoke's tombstone also had his real name engraved on it, Jia Xiaowen. After Xiaoke's death, Nan Xian established the Xiaoke Foundation, which is dedicated to helping orphans in China. The first startup capital was all the money Xiaoke left to Nan Xian. Gu Tingxiao accompanied Nan Xian to the orphanage with the legal department of the Gu Group. The legal department produced a signed contract that stated that the Gu and Nan groups would jointly fund the renovation of the orphanage. They also arranged for 2 doctors, Lu Chen and Gun Wan, to regularly provide free physical examinations for all the children at the orphanage. Nan Xian hired a nutritionist to help the children at the orphanage grow up healthily by providing a balanced diet. After all this, Nan Xian's face finally revealed a smile again. Xian, where are you going in the morning? When Gu Tingxiao opened his eyes from bed, he saw Nan Xian already dressed and packed, with a beautiful makeup. He looked at the watch, it was only 6 o'clock. Fourth master, I need to go to the hospital. Nan Xian said happily. Gu Tingxiao was taken aback. Are you so happy to go to the hospital? Are you pregnant? But she never wanted children, and she was obviously using contraception. Are you sick? Gu Tingxiao got up from the bed and walked over to Nan Xian, who was choosing which bag to carry. No. Nan Xian was still carefully selecting her bag. Then what's wrong with you? Gu Tingxiao put his hands on Nan Xian's shoulders and turned her whole body to look at him. Nan Xian blinked her big eyes. Fourth master, you forgot? Today is Nuan's first day at the hospital. I'm going to go cheer her on. Nan Xian excitedly raised her hand. Gu Tingxiao, cheer her on? Do doctors need people to cheer them on? In the end, Gu Tingxiao was worried that Nan Xian was too enthusiastic, so he chose to accompany her to the hospital himself. When they arrived at the hospital, Gu Tingxiao felt that his visit was in vain. The emergency room lounge was full of fruit and cakes on the table, as well as a gift for each of the emergency medical staff, which Nan Xian had arranged to be delivered at 5 a.m. Lu Chen, who had just started work, saw the contents of the lounge and picked up a gift to read. He guessed that it was the work of the ancestors. There were 6 black long-necked goose cakes on the table, and among the piles of fruit, Lu Chen saw black strawberries that cost 10 yuan each, pomelos that cost 699 yuan each, apples that cost 40 yuan each, oranges that cost 30 yuan each, and avocados that cost 60 yuan each. The hot girl set for each female medical staff member and the orange belt for each male medical staff member were not affordable for ordinary people after all. A Chen. Nan Qian's voice sounded behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen put down the gift in his hand, turned his head and looked at Nan Qian helplessly and said, "Ancestor, did you buy them all?" "No, I just thought about what happened to Xiaonuan in the lab. I was a little afraid." She kept a low profile and kept her head down, but she was bullied instead. "It's better to make a big deal about it," Nan Qian said with a smile. "Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you did something." Lu Chen's tone was indeed very calm. Nan Qian didn't send anyone a trolley, she just kept a low profile. "Why didn't you wear any perfume today?" Lu Chen saw that it wasn't time for the morning meeting yet, so he sat in his chair and chatted with Nan Qian for a while. "I brought it with me, it's in my bag." Nan Qian took out the perfume bottle and shook it. "This is a hospital, it's not appropriate for me to come here smelling of perfume," Nan Qian explained. "Then I really have to praise you." Lu Chen smiled helplessly. While they were talking, Gu Tingxiao walked in with Gun Wan. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Hello, Mr. Gu. Director Lu, I'll leave Gun Wan in your care from now on." Gu Tingxiao walked up to Lu Chen and said, "I hope that Director Lu can be strict with Gun Wan. After all, the profession of doctor requires absolute seriousness and care." Lu Chen was a little surprised to hear Gu Tingxiao's words. He didn't expect him to ask him to be strict with her, instead of asking him to take care of her. "President Gu, you are too kind. Xiaowan grew up with Xiao Quan, and she is like a younger sister to me. I will naturally take good care of her, and I hope that she can soon be independent." Putting all that aside, Xiaonuan is a top student at school, and her willingness to come to the emergency department is a good thing for us. I've seen her papers and grades at school, and she's a good seed. Lu Chen admires Gunwan very much, and this admiration is regardless of all of Gunwan's identities. Gu Tingxiao nodded. For him, Gunwan is still very reassuring under Lu Chen's command. Chapter 34, The Secretary is actually so capable. The emergency room also held a simple welcome ceremony for Gunwan's arrival, and all the medical staff happily received the gifts. Gunwan's career as an intern officially began. After leaving the hospital, Gu Tingxiao and Nan Qian returned to the Gu group. Nan Qian sat down in the capsule chair and began her day as a vice secretary. Just as Nan Qian was engrossed in watching, Yuan Qianming hurried into the office. Nan Qian, who was wearing headphones, couldn't hear what he was saying to Gu Tingxiao. All she saw was Gu Tingxiao frowning instantly after listening to what Yuan Qianming had said. He immediately stood up and walked towards the office door. Just as he reached the door, he thought of something else and turned around to walk over to Nan Qian. "Fourth Master, what's wrong?" Nan Qian took off her headphones and looked at Gu Tingxiao in puzzlement. "Qian, come with me to the technical department." Nan Qian heard the seriousness in Gu Tingxiao's tone and knew that there must be something wrong, so he immediately got up and followed behind Gu Tingxiao. When they arrived at the technical department, Nan Qian saw that the entire department was in a mess, with keyboards being pounded and clattering, and employees constantly running around. "What's going on?" Nan Qian turned to Yuan Qianming. "Secretary Nan, the Gu Group's main system is currently under attack. The opponent is too strong. Some of them are now repairing the loopholes, while others are defending against the attack, but the opponent is too fast," Yuan Qianming hurriedly explained to Nan Qian. Nan Qian immediately understood the reason why Gu Tingxiao had shouted for him to come, so he walked up in big strides and stood in front of the display screen hanging on the wall, looking at it carefully. "Quickly, give me a computer." Nan Qian saw that the Gu system was about to collapse, so he immediately turned his head and shouted, "Secretary Nan, over here." The head of the technical department immediately vacated his computer and waved at Nan Qian. Without saying a word, Nan Qian ran over and started typing on the keyboard. Lines of code were edited out at high speed. "Give me 3 more machines," Nan Qian said as she typed. The head of the technical department stood behind Nan Qian and was a little surprised to see her operation. Her method was completely different from his own. It was like déjà vu, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Gu Tingxiao had been watching Nan Qian's actions with a grave expression. He knew that Nan Qian could be considered a leader in computers. But he had never seen her true strength. Several computers around Nan Qian were quickly vacated, and the programmers slid all their chairs away to facilitate Nan Qian's movement back and forth. The programmers who had vacated their computers all stood around Nan Qian watching her operate, and they all revealed shocked expressions. After an unknown period of time, Nan Xian shook her head a little wearily. Coffee. In just 10 seconds, a cup of Americano was placed in front of Nan Xian. It was iced Americano that the coffee shop had prepared for everyone. Nan Xian took the cup and gulped it down in one go, quickly restoring her strength before continuing with her work. After an unknown period of time, the people in the technical department quietly stopped what they were doing because Nan Xian had completely repelled the other party's attack and was now repairing the system. Everyone looked up quietly and looked at the several monitors hanging on the wall, staring without moving, afraid of missing something. When Nan Xian stopped, the sound of breathing in the technical department stopped, and after 3 seconds, the cheers were deafening. Nan Xian not only beautifully defended against the attack and reworked the system, but also counterattacked the opponent. Now they were the ones who were flustered, not the other way around. If they don't find a way to defend against my automated attacks within 10 minutes, they're in trouble. Nan Xian stretched and smiled. Gu Tingxiao, who had been standing behind her the whole time, saw the moment Nan Xian revealed her smile and couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh, and a smile came to his face as well. She looked at the wall clock and saw that it was already 9 o'clock at night. For 12 whole hours, she had sat in her chair without getting up, and her hands had never stopped moving. I'll leave the next 10 minutes to you. Nan Xian looked at the head of the technical department and reminded him. Secretary Nan, you're awesome. Secretary Nan, you're really something. Take me on as your apprentice. Secretary Nan, your operation is particularly like someone. Suddenly someone thought of something, and Nan Xian turned his head to look at the programmer. Like who? The #1 hacker in China, NN. This employee blurted out. Hearing this name, Nan Xian smiled and said, that's my idol. Gu Tingxiao heard this name and didn't say anything, and then looked at Yuan Qianming. Go inform the legal department to get ready. After Nan's secretary's automatic attack is complete, find the other party, and then it will be the legal department's business. Yuan Qianming nodded and immediately took out his phone and made a call. In the future, whoever dares to say that Nan's secretary is a vice secretary, I will be the first to disagree. Secretary Nan is from now on my only sister. The only one. No wonder General Manager Gu treats her like a precious treasure, keeping her in the office. Someone of Nan's caliber could be kept at General Manager Gu's home. Don't you guys feel that she operates in a similar way to NN? It's true that they are similar, but I always feel that she is even more impressive than NN. I'll wait to see how Nan gets along with the others in the company and see if I can learn from her. Boss, if you're so capable, just ask Secretary Nan to come work for our department. We'll give her 730 massages a year, 365 days a year. Nan Xian became famous overnight, and the news quickly spread throughout the company. In just 12 hours, she single-handedly saved the Gu group. But Nan Xian didn't know any of this. All she knew was that she was starving, so Gu Tingxiao took her straight out of the office. After dinner, they returned to the villa. Nan Xian washed up and leaned against the head of the bed, while Gu Tingxiao sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Nan Xian's arms. Your reputation as the #1 hacker in China is truly well-deserved. Gu Tingxiao also knows a little about computers, and he saw Nan Xian's operation, which was indeed beautiful. Fourth Master, how did you know? Nan Xian was really puzzled and couldn't figure out how Gu Tingxiao knew. The day you arrived at Gu's, the Gu system had just been attacked. The technical department told me that the existing system had already achieved its maximum effect. Only a system made by someone in China could possibly withstand these waves of attacks, and that someone is NN. I asked Yuan Qianming to investigate this person, and Yuan Qianming came to tell me that this person is actually in Beijing. The other party told him that NN is a woman, a beautiful woman who likes to drink, go clubbing, and find male models. She seems to be doing things in an unorganized way, but there is no doubt about her computer skills. He couldn't tell him the exact name, but he kindly reminded him that her surname was Nan. Gu Tingxiao, having said this, saw Nan Xian's face change, and his gaze seemed to kill people. Where did Special Assistant Yuan find out? The news was bought from the dark web. When the answer in his heart was confirmed, Nan Xian sneered and reached for his phone to make a call. Get over here now. After making the call, Nan Xian pushed Gu Tingxiao out of bed and got changed. As Nan Xian just came out of the cloakroom, the doorbell downstairs rang. Gu Tingxiao followed Nan Xian downstairs, and the moment the villa door was opened, Nan Xian's foot had already been kicked out. The man at the door did not have time to react before he was kicked out. Grandma, your menopause has advanced again? The man was kicked to the ground and rubbed his buttocks, saying, My menopause has advanced? Then you will retire with me today. Nan Shan walked towards the man step by step, and when the man stood up, she swung her fist at him. The man dodged the punch, and then kept on dodging Nan Shan's attacks. You have to give me a reason. The man kept on dodging, trying to resist but unable to defeat Nan Shan. You even went so far as to sell my information on the dark web, so I'm going to beat you up. Nan Shan finished, and then lifted her leg and kicked the man in the stomach again. The man suddenly understood that this old woman knew that it was him who did it. Let me explain. As soon as the man finished speaking, Nan Shan kicked him in the stomach, and he took a few steps back. You can explain to Mengpa at the bridge of never return. Nan Shan refused to listen, and the fighting became faster and faster. The man took several hits from Nan Shan, and his hands and feet were too busy to keep up. Even so, Nan Shan continued to beat him at his own pace, and the opponent was unable to block or fight back. Gu Tingxiao, if you don't do something, I'll be killed. The man shouted at Gu Tingxiao, who was standing on the side watching the fun, the latter's slender fingers still holding a lit cigarette, leisurely smoking. Gu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and slowly walked over, catching the punch Nan Shan threw, and then pulled it into his arms. Good boy. Leave him alive, he's still useful. Chapter 35, We Share Blessings and Difficulties. The news that Nan Shan had lost his temper quickly spread to Luo Mobei, who rushed over with the intention of stopping the fight. Pei Yanzhou. Where did you get the nerve to sell Chen Qian's information? As soon as Luo Mobei entered the villa, he pointed at Pei Yanzhou, who was crouching in front of the TV wall, with an expression of impatience. How was I supposed to know that Tingxiao would tell her? Pei Yanzhou was crouching on the floor with a face full of frustration, the redness around the corners of his mouth still not subsided. You, the noble young Master Pei, have been beaten up like this, have you no shame? Luo Mobei couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scratches on Pei Yanzhou's neck and the redness around the corners of his mouth. Looking more closely, there were also 2 footprints on the t-shirt. Don't talk such nonsense. If you're so capable, fight her. Pei Yanzhou glared at Luo Mobei, and he was infuriated when he saw his expression of enjoying the show. Gu Tingxiao saw Nan Shan sitting on the carpet, eating ice cream with her legs crossed, and she was looking at Pei Yanzhou with a smile. What are you looking at me for? Don't look at me, turn your face away. Pei Yanzhou's heart trembled when he looked at Nan Shan's expression. Tell me, where did the money from selling the information go? Nan Shan knew exactly how much a piece of information was worth on the dark web. Pei Yanzhou suddenly brightened up. I bought something. Luo Mobei was instantly excited when he heard this and sat down on the sofa with a thump. You bought something? You even spent the money? Ha, you're looking for death. What did you buy? Nan Shan asked lightly after taking another bite of ice cream. Pei Yanzhou pointed at Luo Mobei, who was beaming with a wide smile, and said, I bought him a car. Luo Mobei. Upon hearing this, Nan Shan slowly shifted his gaze to Luo Mobei, who was showing off his 12 white and perfectly aligned teeth. The latter, too, stiffly withdrew his 2 rows of teeth. Squatting next to Pei Yanzhou, Luo Mobei gritted his teeth and said, I said why are you so kind as to give me a car, and it turns out you were waiting here. Brother, you forgot? We agreed before that we would share both good fortune and adversity. Pei Yanzhou raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Mo, asking him why he had bothered to come over in the middle of the night to watch the fun. Didn't you have enough trouble watching your own place? Well, we've shared both good fortune and adversity. Lu Mo looked at Nan Shan with a face of resignation. Although his own skills were not bad, he could not defeat this ancestor. The one sitting on the sofa. Pei Yanzhou suddenly shouted at Gu Tingxiao. What? What's so difficult about letting me accompany you? I'm the consumer, I've paid you for the information. Gu Tingxiao's eyes turned to Pei Yanzhou, looking like he had nothing to do with it. Can you persuade your wife? If I hadn't sold you the information, would Gu Group have been able to solve its urgent problem? Although Pei Yanzhou's words were firm, his tone carried a plea. I didn't ask Xiao Qian to solve the problem that day. Gu Tingxiao interrupted Pei Yanzhou's train of thought. Big brother. You spent 80 million to buy the news, and you didn't even ask her? Pei Yanzhou looked incredulous. Gu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow when he heard this. This is what you said, not me. I went to get the license that day. In fact, the attack on the system happened before Nan Xian arrived at the office that day. Originally, when he learned that Nan Xian was NN, Gu Tingxiao really planned to ask her to help, but the technical department informed him that it had been dealt with, so he didn't mention it. 80 million. Nan Xian heard the key figure and knew she was worth a lot, but she had no idea she was worth so much. Luo Bei closed his eyes and frowned slightly. Brother, even the King of Heaven can't save you now. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the lobby on the first floor of the Gu Group. Nan Xian, who was wearing high heels, strutted proudly in front, followed by Pei Yanzhou, who was carrying her handbag in one hand and a small cake and milk tea in the other. Secretary Nan, Master Pei. Good morning, Miss Nan. Nan Xian smiles and responds to everyone who greets her. Pei Yanzhou behind her can't smile or cry. Has the Pei family gone bankrupt? Why is the young master carrying Miss Nan's bag? I don't know, but this is indeed news in Jing City. The young master of the Pei family has suddenly become a bag carrier. Have you heard? Yesterday, Secretary Nan single-handedly saved the Gu Group's system. I heard that too. The head of the technical department has been praising her all morning, and now the entire technical department is Secretary Nan's fans. Could it be that Master Pei also sees this ability in Secretary Nan? I don't think so. Why? Master Pei's expression is like he's eaten shit. Does it look like a pleading expression? I guess Master Pei must have something on Secretary Nan. Where did you see that? Look at the door, Master Lu is here too. He's got fruit and snacks in his hands, and a pair of flat shoes. I know these shoes, they're really Secretary Nan's. She wore them yesterday. The news that Masters Pei Yanzhou and Lu Mabei had become the servants of the secretary quickly spread throughout the Gu Group. Everyone who entered the president's office would see two men in suits and ties standing straight on either side of the capsule chair as soon as they entered. One was holding milk tea and coffee in his hands, while the other was holding paper towels and wet wipes. And on the capsule chair sat Nan Xian, eating snacks and watching dramas. It so happened that Pei Yanzhou's father, Pei Song, came to talk to Gu Tingxiao about cooperation. When Yuan Qianming brought Pei Song in, he saw Pei Yanzhou standing straight and froze for a moment. Brother Pei. Gu Tingxiao stood up to greet Pei Song. Brother. Pei Song looked away from Gu Tingxiao. Xian, come here for a moment. Gu Tingxiao called out softly to Nan Xian. However, Nan Xian, who was wearing headphones, did not hear it and did not notice Pei Song's arrival. Pei Song looked at Nan Xian, who was seriously watching the drama, and saw Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei, who did not dare to greet him, and could not help but laugh. His son had never been able to handle anyone since he was young, but this little brat was doing fine. Beautiful princess, Mr. Gu is calling you. Pei Yanzhou desperately forced a smile and bent down, talking to Nan Xian with gritted teeth. Ah. Nan Xian took off her headphones and only then did she notice Gu Tingxiao and Pei Song looking at her. She immediately stood up from her chair and walked quickly to Gu Tingxiao's side. Pei Song looked at his son and Lu Mobei, who also quickly stood behind Nan Xian, just like real bodyguards. Uncle Pei, long time no see. Nan Xian greeted Pei Song. Xiao Chen, long time no see, why are you here? Pei Song was a little surprised. She left the Nan group and went to work for the Gu group. Pei brother, Xiao Chen is now my wife. Gu Tingyao explained. Pei Song was shocked when he heard this. Gu Tingyao is actually married. And he married the Nan family's little ancestor. With these two ancestors together, there is no rival in the whole city. Nan Xian turned her head and looked at Pei Yanzhou standing behind her. You don't know your father? Of course I know him. Pei Yanzhou was baffled by the question. You don't know his father? Nan Xian looked at Lu Muabei again. I know him too. Lu Muabei was also baffled by the question. You two know each other and you don't say hello. Nan Xian glared at the two men. Hello, Brother Pei. Hello, Brother Pei. The two men were startled by Nan Xian's glare and hurriedly bowed to greet Pei Song. Brother Pei? Pei Song looked at Pei Yanzhou and Lu Mabei with a dumbfounded expression. No, father. Pei Yanzhou was also confused, and then corrected himself. Uncle. Lu Mabei also shook his head helplessly and quickly corrected himself. Gu Tingxiao looked at his two brothers, who were even breathing carefully, and shook his head helplessly. What a sin, you can't provoke her. There are 5 of us, and we occupy 3 generations, so we don't know what to call each other. Pei Yanzhou's mind exploded when he thought about the relationship between everyone. Even if the generations between us are in chaos, you shouldn't go wrong when you call your real father. Nan Xian gave Pei Yanzhou a look. After listening to Nan Xian's words, Pei Yanzhou's face was full of black lines. Yes, he shouldn't go wrong here. Let's just each call each other by our own generation names, or we can follow Tingxiao's generation names. I'll call you brother, and you can call me big brother. Pei Song looked at Nan Qian. Gu Tingxiao slightly raised his hand and waved it away. Nan Qian had called Pei Song uncle for more than 20 years, and it would be too awkward to change it to big brother. But his own generation and status was here, and it would also be inappropriate to call Pei Song uncle. Let's just each mind our own business. Gu Tingxiao solved the problem by speaking up. Nan Qian returned to his chair, and Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei also returned to Nan Qian's side to continue to be ornaments. Pei Song and Gu Tingxiao sat on the sofa chatting happily, and they reached a cooperation agreement on 2 projects. Hey, little brother, tell me, what did those 2 brats do that made Xiao Qian get a hold of them? Pei Song asked, looking at Gu Tingxiao with a face full of curiosity after they had finished talking about their collaboration. Gu Tingxiao smiled and shook his head when he thought about it. Yanzhou sold Xiao Qian, and with the money he got from selling Xiao Qian, he bought a car for Mo. The name of the car was Sharing the Blessings and the Difficulties. Gu Tingxiao concluded and said, Pei Song is also a smart man. He could tell that his son had lit the fire first, so the explosion happened. Pei Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Let Xiaoyan vent her anger properly, then. Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei worked as Nan Qian's servants for 10 consecutive days. Every morning at 7 o'clock, they had to be at the villa with milk tea, cakes, snacks and fruit, waiting by the car that Pei Yanzhou had bought for Lu Muabei. The next day, they had to follow Nan Qian everywhere she went. When Nan Qian wasn't watching TV dramas, they had to stand by her side serving her. When they finished work in the evening, the 2 of them had to personally escort Nan Qian home. They had to serve her while she ate, one peeling the shrimp and the other picking the bones out of the fish. When Nan Qian went shopping, the 2 of them followed behind her, carrying her bags and paying the bills. Nan Qian also went to Galaxy Bar for 2 days in a row to go clubbing. The entire staff at Galaxy Bar witnessed their boss and the young master of the Pei family personally serving the Nan family's eldest daughter as she went clubbing. Nan Qian drank, and Pei Yanzhou poured her drinks. Nan Qian opened her mouth, and Lu Muabei fed her fruit with a fruit fork. When Nan Qian entered the dance floor, the 2 of them became DJs and personally played the music. Nan Qian wanted a cocktail, and Lu Muabei mixed it himself. Over the course of one night, the names of Lu Muabei, Pei Yanzhou, and Nan Qian spread throughout the Beijing social circle, and their already resounding reputations became even more well-known. 4th Master, won't you help young masters Lu and Pei? Yuan Xianming suppressed a smile as he saw the 2 men in suits grilling skewers for Nan Qian. Gu Tingxiao looked at Nan Qian, who was crouched in the grass catching crickets, and was sweating profusely. 4th Master, look, I caught 2 crickets. Nan Qian happily ran up to Gu Tingxiao, opened his hand, and the 2 crickets were sitting in the palm of Nan Qian's hand. Are they hot? Gu Tingxiao took a tissue and wiped the sweat from Nan Qian's forehead. It's hot. Nan Qian reached out and fanned the air, her little face red with heat. Gu Tingxiao looked up at Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei. The 2 of them had received a call from Nan Qian early in the morning, and they had to wear shirts, ties, and suits, saying that it was something very important. They never dreamed that Nan Qian would insist on going on a picnic in this 30-degree heat. And they had to eat the kebabs they had grilled themselves. Gu Tingxiao, Pei Yanzhou, Lu Muabei, the bodyguards and assistants they had brought along, all stood behind the kebab grill, looking at the 2 sweating men with sympathy. Mo, if I ever dare to provoke this anti-Nan Qian again in my life, you can cut off my head and kick it around. Pei Yanzhou's shirt was soaked through with sweat. Pei Yanzhou, if I accept another gift from you in this life, I'll fucking cut off my own hand. Lu Muabei felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Nan Qian followed Gu Tingxiao's gaze and saw the 2 busy people, and finally decided to let them go. Young Master Lu, young Master Pei, come here. Nan Qian raised her hand and hooked her fingers. The 2 men looked at each other, wondering what was going on. But they had no choice but to come over. Here, some barbecue. Pei Yanzhou handed Nan Qian the grilled meat. Nan Qian took a bite, and her eyes lit up as she said, "It's really delicious." She snapped her fingers, and one of the bodyguards walked up, holding 2 bags in his hands. Nan Qian took them and handed one to each of Pei Yanzhou and Lu Muabei. I'll let you go get changed. The 2 men looked down and saw that they were short-sleeved shirts and shorts. The next second, the 2 men ran to the RV parked on the side without looking up. 10 minutes later, Lu Muabei and Pei Yanzhou finally felt like they were alive again. You're really something, I'll never mess with you again. Pei Yanzhou sat on the grass and opened a can of beer, drinking it in one go. The bar has been open for so many years, and I've never personally played the disc, and now I've fallen into your hands. Luo Mobei also drank a can of beer, and instantly felt much cooler. Gu Tingxiao also witnessed Nan Xian's methods of tormenting people, and he was truly enlightened by it.